As consciousness returned, Qin Yu found himself raising his tingling hand to endure the scrutinizing gazes of those around him. He delivered a resounding slap to the woman seated before him. To be precise, it was not his hand that struck, but rather the hand of the body's original owner, Luo Qiyun. After the exchange, the once infamous young lady transformed into a blend of arrogance and softness. She had assumed that this facade would prevent her true identity from being unveiled. However, to her dismay, her sharp retorts and haughty remarks had the opposite effect, drawing the crowd ever closer. With a deliberate encounter and fervent attention, Qin Yu reluctantly accepted his predicament. "Are you adjusting well to life in my body?" he inquired, to which Luo Qiyun, who had swapped souls with him, offered a curt reply, "Capture them." But who, in truth, was being captured? Chapter 1. We have swapped. Luo Qiyun, what are you doing? As Qin Yu's awareness fully returned, he was met with a scolding. The surrounding crowd remained silent, and it was all but certain that this admonition was directed at him. Gazing at the suspended hand, Qin Yu silently retracted it, his eyes landing first on the kneeling girl before him. The vivid imprint of a crimson palm unmistakably marked upon her cheek. Then, his gaze shifted to the camera aimed squarely at him, capturing the incriminating evidence in real time, rendering him utterly speechless. "Listen, I tolerated your previous diva antics on set, but what you did today is simply outrageous." The director stood up from behind the monitor, brandishing a loudspeaker as he bellowed at Qin Yu. "Get out." Truly, this was an unwarranted calamity. Qin Yu distinctly remembered concluding a full day of live streaming at 8 in the morning, only to have just settled down for sleep. How had he awakened in an unfamiliar film set? Raising his hand, he observed his slender fingers adorned with exquisite nail art, a clear indication that he was not in his own body. "If I were to claim that this was not my doing, would you believe me?" Qin Yu chuckled awkwardly. The director's nostrils flared with indignation, and he threw down his hat, signaling urgently to the production assistant. "You need to come with me," the assistant hastily urged, pulling Qin Yu away. Before he could grasp the situation, Qin Yu found himself thrust into the break room, forcefully seated on a plastic chair. The assistant wiped the sweat from his brow, aware that this was the third major debacle caused by this star in the filming environment. The first incident involved a furious outburst at the director, and the second was a tardiness that kept everyone waiting for an eternity. "Do I frequently cause trouble?" Qin Yu asked, seemingly oblivious. The assistant chuckled awkwardly, taken aback by how such an adorable cherry-lipped face could pose such a cold and heartless question. "In terms of frequency, it hardly qualifies as often," the assistant coughed. "Please rest well. I've already contacted your agent, and she should arrive shortly." After delivering this message, the assistant hurriedly exited. Qin Yu felt akin to a child awaiting reprimand in the principal's office, sitting upright with hands resting on his knees. Turning to glance at the mirror beside him, he was awestruck by the beauty of the body he now inhabited. The exquisite features, delicate skin, and that charming visage did not belong to him. Attempting to move his eyes and pout his lips, he marveled at the lively expressions that his own face could never replicate. Standing again, his gaze traveled down the elegant swan-like neck to the finely sculpted collarbone and the exaggerated curves of the chest. The most astonishing aspect was the waist. Qin Yu placed his hands on his waist, marveling at its slenderness. Though the black gown obscured the lower body's contours, the perfect waist-to-hip ratio left him utterly captivated. No, this was not my body." Qin Yu shook his head. To gaze any further would be indecent. Yet, despite his thoughts, he found it difficult to divert his eyes, continuously altering his expressions in admiration of his face. Just as he was lost in this reverie of beauty, the break room door was suddenly flung open. "Is it beautiful?" came a slightly hoarse voice laced with sarcasm. However, Qin Yu remained oblivious, cheerfully responding, "Yes, it is." Still looking, at this moment, he realized his folly and quickly turned his head, grinning foolishly at the newcomer. The figure that had entered was Luo Qiyun's agent, Jin Ming, clad in a sharp black suit, her long ponytail swaying as she approached. With a piercing gaze, the heavy aura of authority she exuded bore down upon Qin Yu. Not looking anymore, Jin Ming raised an eyebrow, advancing step by step. No, just one more glance, and I might explode." Qin Yu recognized that this was not the time for jest, and quickly cleared his throat. "In less than half a month in the production team, I have already helped you out of 3 predicaments." Jin Ming perched on the table to his left. "Listen, I do not have the director's leverage. If you cause trouble again, you will be expelled from the production." Qin Yu pouted, intending to express his innocence. However, this expression, interpreted by Jin Ming, appeared as a charming display of affection. When she usually dealt with trouble, Luo Qiyun often exuded disdainful indifference, remaining unaware of her misdeeds. On top of that, she frequently confronted her with bold defiance. Yet today, why was she so subdued, merely lowering her head in silence? With this thought, Jin Ming unconsciously softened her demeanor. "There must be a reason for striking someone, right? Do tell, perhaps I can assist you in remedying the situation." Understanding the rationale would suffice. Yet, having only been in this body for half an hour, how could he possibly know? However, to claim ignorance would surely lead this agent to believe he was being unreasonable. He could not afford to squander time on such matters. He needed to swiftly connect with his own identity and clarify the situation. Perhaps I've been too fatigued lately, feeling disoriented, Qin Yu suggested. Oh, too fatigued? Jin Ming caught the sly glimmer in Qin Yu's eyes. You have only 3 scenes a week, each lasting no more than half a day, and you claim to be tired? Goodness, is being an actor this easy? After a moment's contemplation, Qin Yu added, it's more of a mental exhaustion. I find myself longing for home. Upon hearing such a response, Jin Ming found it rather amusing. Just 3 days ago, you proclaimed that you would never wish to return to that cold home of yours. And now, merely 3 days later, your statement has changed? Truly, one speaks more than necessary. With no alternative, Qin Yu bowed his head submissively, awaiting judgment. Yet, upon witnessing his expression, Jin Ming found herself less inclined to chastise him. I will do my utmost to handle today's affairs, so take the time to adjust when you return. Was she finally letting him off the hook? Qin Yu felt a surge of joy and quickly expressed, thank you, sister. What did you just call me? Jin Ming exclaimed, as if she had seen a ghost. Sister, of course. Qin Yu thought that sweetening his words could only yield positive results. All right, from now on, you shall address me as such. After bidding farewell to the agent, Qin Yu hastily grabbed his phone. Struggling to adjust to the nail art, his fingers curled awkwardly, resembling chicken claws, as it took him a while to adapt. After unlocking his phone with his face, Qin Yu promptly dialed his own number. The first attempt went unanswered, so he tried again. Fortunately, this time the call was connected. Hello. The voice on the other end was muffled, and Qin Yu recognized it well. It was the sound he made when he had not yet fully awakened. Listen attentively and awaken your senses. What I am about to convey may sound rather peculiar, yet it is imperative that you comprehend, Qin Yu declared. He was filled with urgency, but the voice on the other end, his own, appeared entirely unfazed. After a considerable pause, it emitted a low, rumbling acknowledgement. Your name is Luo Qiyun, is it not? Indeed, came the reply, lacking coherence. Qin Yu found himself beset by a headache. Had he known, he would have chosen to retire for the night sooner. Fortunately, having confirmed their identities and the exchange, the subsequent task was merely to devise a means of returning to their original states. With that said, Qin Yu resolved to visit his rental apartment. However, before he could terminate the call, Luo Qiyun abruptly sat upright. Why do I feel so strange in my lower half? Upon hearing this, alarm bells rang fervently in Qin Yu's mind. Don't! Luo Qiyun hastily pulled back the covers, instantly regaining a portion of her awareness. Chapter 2, Maintaining a Positive Persona, should not pose any challenges, should it? Not for me. Luo Qiyun's breathing quickened. Relax. This is how it is during our first encounter. Qin Yu felt beads of sweat forming. Let us just exchange, but this opening is exceedingly awkward. Do you recall what transpired on set previously? Qin Yu inquired. A vague recollection. I remember that someone whispered harsh words in my ear, and then I slapped her. Luo Qiyun responded with surprising nonchalance. But you did this in front of everyone, captured on camera. Fine. It seems we have swap souls now. I'll go find you. Qin Yu prepared to set off. Now, Luo Qiyun felt an overwhelming sense of drowsiness. The bed is so comfortable, the pillows so soft. She wished to sleep for another half day. Is there anything inconvenient? Qin Yu asked, a hint of urgency in his tone. Or perhaps it was merely that he did not expect her to be so relaxed, utterly unperturbed. There's a stranger inhabiting your body right now. Can you muster some alertness? I still want to sleep a bit longer. I don't know why I feel so extraordinarily tired. Luo Qiyun slowly slid down from the bed, her phone slipping from her grasp, landing face down beside the pillow. Qin Yu felt helpless. He had only slept for an hour and a half since going to bed at 8. To be abruptly awakened. It would be odd not to feel drowsy. So what should we do now? You caused trouble on set, and I can only find somewhere to hide for now. Qin Yu also calmed down. It seems that being overly anxious at this moment serves no purpose. Look at the first address saved in your map app on your phone. Return there. The car keys are in my bag, probably left on the table in the lounge. Luo Qiyun's voice grew increasingly faint, and after delivering this instruction, she fell asleep. How carefree. She is truly deserving of a reputation for being someone who would strike another on set. Qin Yu hung up the call, retrieved Luo Qiyun's bag, and rummaged for the car keys. Their first attempt at communication ended with Luo Qiyun's overwhelming sleepiness. Since she is an actress, she should be able to find some information online, right? Qin Yu began searching on his phone's browser. The screen was flooded with negative news. 90% of it was cursing her for being a diva and leveraging her connections to gain entry into the industry, while the rest consisted of common search terms. Things like Luo Qiyun's photo shoots, sexy pictures, and the like. After a cursory glance, he closed the tab. In the entertainment industry, scrutiny of such matters is inevitable. Extracting the car keys, Qin Yu found Luo Qiyun's vehicle in the parking lot. He had considered driving straight back to his rental, but then remembered Luo Qiyun was resting. Perhaps hiding out at the place she suggested wouldn't be a bad idea. Getting into Luo Qiyun's Porsche. Qin Yu had no desire to lament the lavish life of this young lady. He simply set off. However, the further he drove, the more perplexed he became. He had already left the urban area of Yanjing and was heading increasingly off course. Upon reaching the destination, Qin Yu felt like cursing. He had assumed he was bound for a central city apartment, but instead, the navigation led him straight to the Luo family estate. After disembarking, Qin Yu scratched the back of his hand, feeling somewhat at a loss. He stood outside the iron gate and flower wall, anxiously tapping his foot. Should I just turn back now? After all, there was no way he could enter the estate. In this body, he was another person, and every moment was fraught with the risk of revealing his true identity. Decision made. He should return to his own home. But before he could reach for the car door, a hand grasped his wrist. Qin Yu turned stiffly, like a robot, to meet the gaze of the man who had seized him. What? You're leaving already after just returning? The man who held him appeared to be in his 30s, with dark circles under his eyes, looking somewhat fatigued. Although he was dressed in casual attire, his commanding presence unmistakably marked him as the head of the family. His keen, hawk-like eyes bore into Qin Yu, and the downturned corners of his mouth conveyed his discontent. He was clearly angry, even furious. Instinctively, Qin Yu sensed that the man before him was not someone to be trifled with. But what could he do? He recalled his agent Jinming mentioning that Luo Qiyun had remarked her home was rather cold. This indicated that the man must be a family member. Perhaps a father? Too young. That couldn't be possible. Then it must be an older brother? Qin Yu had already realized in front of the agent that he had given himself away. His demeanor was too soft, his words lacking conviction. Thankfully, he had not been exposed. So what kind of persona should Luo Qiyun embody? Someone who strikes others on set surely has a temper. A young lady of her stature would not tolerate anyone, not even her family, right? Resolving to at least maintain her facade, Qin Yu summoned unexpected courage. He forcefully shrugged off his brother's hand and frowned, declaring, I don't need your concern. His brother's expression reflected what he had anticipated. It appeared Qin Yu had done well enough. Oh, several of Qin Yu's assumptions turned out to be correct. As Luo Qiyun's older brother, Luo Shu indeed held the reins of the family. Furthermore, Luo Qiyun's attitude towards him was decidedly poor. Yet, Luo Qiyun would not exhibit such vivid expressions. She would only maintain a cold visage, delivering a sharp punch to his ribs. Don't be angry, don't be angry. Now that you're back, why not have dinner before you leave? Luo Shu stepped back a pace, raising both hands in a gesture of peace. Qin Yu blinked, a cunning gleam of triumph dancing across his features. Is this it? He thought Luo Shu hadn't seen through his ruse. I remember you had work on set today. What happened? Did you cause trouble again? Luo Shu took a step ahead. How'd he know I'd work today? Shouldn't family members be entirely uninterested in Luo Qiyun's work? Never mind. This is none of your business. Qin Yu's role was merely to maintain the facade. If trouble arose, I'll help you resolve it. Luo Shu led his sister inside, as if worried she wouldn't know the way, guiding her all the way. He even made a considerate gesture at the entrance, inviting her in. Thank you, brother. Qin Yu stepped inside, hastily covering his mouth. Alas, he had been lulled into a false sense of security by Luo Shu's series of actions, revealing his slip. At this point, he could only feign nonchalance and continue forward. Yet, Luo Shu stood at the entrance, arms crossed, observing Qin Yu's awkwardness as he hesitated over which leg to move first. Are you headed to the kitchen? Luo Shu waited until Qin Yu had nearly crossed the hall before speaking. Qin Yu froze in place. Your room is at the end of the left corridor on the second floor. Luo Shu pinched his chin, trying not to chuckle. I don't need you to tell me. I just haven't been back in a while. Qin Yu strode purposefully up the stairs. Indeed, 3 days felt like an eternity, a full 70+ hours. Qin Yu ceased his responses, lowering his head like a startled rabbit, dashing away. Luo Shu stood in the hall, chuckling. He hadn't heard Luo Qiyun call him brother since she was 3. That recent, sweet-sounding thank you, brother, was quite charming. After a moment's thought, Luo Shu arranged for some desserts. Perhaps he should tease her a bit more? Chapter 3 Surely, he hasn't been discovered? Upon entering the room, Qin Yu closed the door and leaned against it, exhaling a sigh of relief. Nothing should have happened, right? He placed a hand on his flat stomach, feeling a pang of hunger. Luo Qiyun likely hadn't eaten breakfast before heading to the set. What a shame. Glancing around the room, it was apparent that since Luo Qiyun seldom returned to stay here, the decor leaned heavily towards a minimalist style dominated by gray and black tones. A bed, a nightstand, and a large wardrobe by the door were the only furnishings. Qin Yu stood up and opened the wardrobe. First, he slipped off his shoes. then found himself surrounded by a pile of clothes, feeling a headache coming on. He needed to consider how to remove the formal attire he was wearing before changing clothes. There was no other option. Research was in order. Selecting a rather inconspicuous white shirt to change into, he paired it with a pair of black wide-leg pants. However, a new dilemma arose. How was he supposed to change his undergarments? This particular issue had Qin Yu scratching his head in frustration. Originally, to complement the gown, Luo Qiyun had used a breast tape. However, now that this body was inhabited by Qin Yu, such an item instilled in him a profound sense of insecurity. Helplessly, Qin Yu resorted to opening a video tutorial online. How to wear a bra in 1 minute. After perusing the video once, he swiftly executed the steps. Yet, he assured himself he saw nothing inappropriate. Subsequently, he donned his outerwear and trousers, slipped his feet into white socks and canvas shoes, and at last felt a considerable lightness throughout his entire being. The oppressive anxiety that his clothing might suddenly give way had finally dissipated. No sooner had he changed than Luo Shu came knocking at the door. Qiyun? Luo Shu gently rapped while carrying 2 cakes and a cup of tea. I'm exhausted and need to rest. Qin Yu called out loudly, then flung himself onto the bed. I'm coming in, Luo Shu announced, seemingly oblivious to Qin Yu's words. Is this boy deaf? Qin Yu wondered helplessly. Resigned, he pulled the blanket over half his face and watched as Luo Shu swaggered in unabashedly. I figured you probably missed breakfast today. Want some dessert? Luo Shu smiled warmly. Usually, such boldness would be unthinkable. Luo Shu would hardly dare approach the door, let alone enter, for fear of being kicked out by Luo Qiyun herself. Yet now, he behaved with brazen familiarity. I told you, I'm tired and need a rest. Qin Yu said impatiently, but his rebellious stomach soon betrayed him. He went to bed at 8 o'clock, and Luo Qiyun never ate breakfast, truly a mutual torment. What is wrong? Are you ill? Luo Shu pressed further, crouching by the bedside, brushing aside Qin Yu's bangs, and placing a warm hand on his forehead. Your temperature is fine, he sighed, embodying the caring elder brother archetype. I said it's unnecessary. Qin Yu turned his head away, burying it under the blanket. I'll leave these here by the bedside. Please take care of yourself, Luo Shu sighed, then departed quietly, his footsteps light. As soon as the door closed, Qin Yu flipped upright, fork in hand, ready to indulge, but reconsidered. An actor ought to maintain their physique, after all. So he nibbled idly. As he ate, Qin Yu's heart filled with bitter anguish. He had planned to wake up and return home for a meal, picturing his mother's sumptuous dishes awaiting him. Tears involuntarily slid down from the corners of his mouth. Having taken a small bite of cake and sipped some tea, he lay back, staring blankly at the ceiling. If only they could switch back immediately after meeting. But what if they could not revert so quickly? He raised his hand, admiring the delicate beauty of those fingers, which no doubt required meticulous care. Most importantly, he knew nothing of Luo Qiyun's character. What if she were malicious and used his body for misdeeds? Especially if they remained unable to switch back, and Luo Qiyun harmed those close to him. Lost in such thoughts, Qin Yu glanced toward the door and noticed a pair of eyes fixed intently upon him. Luo Shu, ever persistent, had pretended to leave, but then peeked back in. Has anyone told you that's rather creepy? Qin Yu threw a pillow at him. Luo Shu merely shut the door to block it, then reopened it with a mischievous grin. I'm just concerned about my dear sister. Is that wrong? He said innocently. Get out. Qin Yu snapped, utterly exasperated. Luo Shu closed the door, revealing a sinister yet triumphant smile. She was not Luo Qiyun. This was an obvious fact. If it were Luo Qiyun, those desserts would hardly suffice. Not only did she eat heartily, but she was fiercely protective of her food. Once rid of this nuisance, Qin Yu succumbed to a restless sleep, fervently hoping to awaken from this ordeal as if from a dream. At 5 in the afternoon, his phone buzzed, rousing him. Seeing it was his own number calling, he sat up immediately. Hello, can we meet now to resolve this? Can we try switching back? But before he could rejoice, he scolded himself aloud. What kind of ridiculous schedule is this? Hearing a familiar yet oddly tinged voice, Qin Yu's face fell. Who actually sleeps at 8 in the morning? Luo Qiyun continued, and without wearing pants. Embarrassed, Qin Yu explained, I'm used to being alone. I didn't think this little habit would affect anyone else. After a brief silence on the other end, Qin Yu expected more approach. Surprisingly, Luo Qiyun responded reasonably. Well, that's not your fault. She then recalled, by the way, I was fully awake earlier and think I sent you to the wrong house. Were you treated badly? Treated badly? My brother is odd, but not malicious, Qin Yu replied. No, I just hid in my room. That's good. About an hour before. Luo Qiyun had woken slowly, stretching as usual, bones creaking from her suboptimal health. Feeling heavy, she donned some random clothes and began examining the room as furnishings. In the 30 square meter space, 3 display racks held hundreds of game discs collected by Qin Yu. Game controllers of various kinds adorned wall mounts. Facing the window stood a long desk with a triple monitor setup, microphone, and 2 sets of keyboards and mice, professional and comprehensive. A true gaming enthusiast. This was Luo Qiyun's first impression of Qin Yu. Aside from these items, the room bore no decorative touches. The shoe rack held only 2 pairs. The wardrobe contained solely black, white, and gray garments, inducing a headache. A half-empty pack of Marlboros spilled a cigarette, which Luo Qiyun returned to its box before washing her face and promptly dialing her own number. So what now? Qin Yu inquired. Other people who swapped bodies had a buffer period, often switching back in their sleep. But for them, Qin Yu faced trouble immediately upon swapping. Chapter 4. Brotherly affection and sisterly respect. Unaware, Luo Qiyun felt uncertain about what to do. Shall we meet now and see if there is a way to switch back? Qin Yu sensed this young lady was somewhat absent-minded. Now, Luo Qiyun pondered. The two were about an hour and a half apart by car. Fortunately, Qin Yu also lived in Yanjing, else arranging this would be difficult. Now is inconvenient. Tomorrow morning, I'll arrange the location, she said. Tomorrow morning it is. Qin Yu agreed. Meeting at this hour was indeed troublesome. They briefly exchanged personal information. Qin Yu's family consisted of his mother and sister, living in the suburban ancestral home left by his grandfather. Their father had died in a car accident years ago, and his mother single-handedly raised the siblings. Luo Qiyun's family included a disagreeable older brother, Luo Shu, a younger brother, and a loveless elderly father. They logged into each other's phones to add contacts on WeChat, ensuring no messages would be missed. Having completed these tasks, Qin Yu finally exhaled. My work is flexible. I can find a reason to take a few days off, he said. His live stream attracted a modest but loyal audience of 500 to 600 viewers. Claiming illness to rest briefly was no problem. Luo Qiyun would notify her manager to handle matters on her end. After this exchange, they had a basic understanding of one another. By the way, I owe you an apology. After returning home, I changed clothes, so some things you saw are unavoidable. Qin Yu admitted. He had not intended to spy on Luo Qiyun's body. No worries, it's even, Luo Qiyun replied. These things happen out of necessity. No one means harm. No need to dwell on it. Later, she promised to send the address for dinner and advised him not to be anxious. Just focus on eating quietly. Qin Yu felt a tinge of anxiety, fearing that his family might discern something amiss regarding his well-being. Understood, Luo Qiyun nodded in response. Then it shall be as such. Until tomorrow. After concluding the call, Luo Qiyun stepped out to procure a new set of toiletries. Although she currently inhabited another's body, utilizing old toothbrushes and the like should not have seemed peculiar, yet she found it unsettling. On Qin Yu's end, the situation mirrored her unease. Half an hour later, he sat upon his bed, awaiting the dawn of a new day. This night, however, would likely prove to be anything but tranquil. At 6:30, a knock reverberated through the room once more. Recognizing it was Luo Shu, Qin Yu reluctantly invited him in. Come in. It's time for dinner. Luo Shu leaned casually against the doorframe, his gaze landing on the still-open dialing interface on the phone. It appears a meeting has already been arranged. I'm not hungry. I don't wish to eat. Qin Yu attempted to deflect. Father has returned as well. You wouldn't want to provoke his ire, would you? Luo Shu remarked with a hint of regret. I wanted to keep this morning's incident from him too, but do you think he might suddenly take an interest and investigate? He is quite concerned for you. This was indeed true, though the manner in which their father expressed his concern often felt rather rigid. Luo Qiyun's father, Luo Qiyun, had navigated the business world with shrewdness throughout his life, yet he remained somewhat awkward when it came to familial matters. When his wife was alive, the household maintained a semblance of harmony, but after her passing, countless conflicts erupted. Very well, Qin Yu acquiesced with resignation. It's merely dinner. What could possibly go wrong? Upon reaching the dining table, however, the sight of his father's stern countenance made him acutely aware of his nervousness. It was as if his ambitious aspirations had transformed into nonsensical ramblings. Even as he pulled out a chair to sit, his trembling hands nearly caused him to stumble. Your workload has been heavy of late. Do be sure to rest adequately. Luo Shu quickly supported him, gently guiding him into a seat. Understood. No matter how much he pretended, Qin Yu was, after all, not Luo Qiyun, and thus he lacked the confidence to maintain the facade. Their father removed his glasses, looking as though he had encountered a ghost. What on earth is happening? This scene of brotherly camaraderie and sisterly respect was one he had only ever witnessed in dreams. Everyone is here. Let us eat, Luo Qiyun declared, picking up his chopsticks. In truth, he could not fathom why a family of 4 could harbor so many grievances. He prided himself on being an open-minded parent. Previously, he had inquired among his business associates about the myriad of bizarre customs in their households. For instance, at their dining table, speaking while eating was strictly forbidden. Yet, he had never imposed such rules, nor had he lectured his children on moral philosophy. Despite this, the family still felt estranged. Why are you so well-behaved today? Have you gotten into trouble outside? Luo Qiyun jest, attempting to lighten the atmosphere. Coughing. Qin Yu nearly choked on a spoonful of soup. Slow down, Luo Shu smiled at his sister. Nothing happened. I was perfectly fine outside, father. Qin Yu replied dismissively, his voice slightly faltering. He thought he had successfully diverted the topic, but upon raising his gaze, he found both father and brother staring fixedly at him. What is it now? Luo Qiyun lamented inwardly. His daughter, prior to the age of 3, would wait at the doorstep for him, leaping into his arms while affectionately calling him daddy and expressing how much she missed him. Yet, inexplicably as she grew older, such sentiments vanished. By the age of 12, she had begun addressing him by his name. The last time they had quarreled, what had she called him? Oh yes, old dang. Seeing his father's expression, Luo Shu was nearly moved to tears. Perhaps we should focus on eating, he quickly suggested. Clearly, their father remained oblivious to the fact that this was not his daughter. Qin Yu felt a prickling discomfort in the strange atmosphere. After consuming a couple of spoonfuls of soup and nibbling on half a pigeon, he could no longer endure the situation. He needed to devise a way to escape. His father and brother's unwavering gaze felt as though it could unearth his every secret. Qin Yu's usual appetite was modest. He ate with great care, starkly contrasting with Luo Qiyun's voraciousness, who would devour her meals while upholding table manners. It was true that this family rarely sat down to enjoy a meal together. Pondering the arrangement of their family, Qin Yu recalled that there should be 4 members. Luo Qiyun had mentioned that her brother was home. Why had he not joined them for dinner? What of Qiyun? Why has he not come? Qin Yu inquired. Luo Shu leaned back slightly. It seems this faux sister of mine has yet to meet the 3rd brother. I wonder how they would fare upon encountering one another. He is likely still lost in his gaming world. Why not go summon him? He usually listens to you, Luo Shu suggested mischievously. He's in the 1st room on the 3rd floor. Oh, then I shall reluctantly go pay him a visit, Qin Yu said, wiping his mouth before rising to leave. Am I mistaken? Luo Qiyun found himself utterly bewildered. Was their sibling bond truly so strong? Rest assured, nothing will go awry, Luo Shu chuckled, wondering if a confrontation might arise later. Chapter 5. You can only play for another 5 minutes. Luo Qiyun and Luo Qiyun were fraternal twins. Due to her being born a few minutes earlier, she was deemed the elder sister. However, it was evident that this title held little weight in the eyes of her brother. During their childhood, they frequently engaged in quarrels, and as they matured, they grew increasingly distant, often merely exchanging nods of acknowledgement when passing each other. Arriving at the door of his room, Qin Yu raised his hand and knocked. After all, he had a sister, and he was not inexperienced in dealing with siblings. Come in, came Luo Qiyun's voice from within. He was hunched over in an esports chair, engrossed in the screen, and the room was filled with a haze of neglect. The night had fallen, and he had not bothered to turn on the lights. The bluish glow from the monitor rendered him ghostly. While others might be startled by his demeanor, Qin Yu was accustomed to it. His own lifestyle bore a striking resemblance to Luo Qiyun's. Pushing the door open, Qin Yu approached slowly. It's time for dinner, he announced, standing behind his brother. No thanks, I'm not eating, Luo Qiyun replied, his focus unwavering as he concentrated on the game, his tone lacking patience. Qin Yu recognized this retort. Typically, someone in Luo Qiyun's intense gaming state would consider it a feat to respond kindly to someone nearby. His claim of not being hungry was already a courteous gesture. Should Qin Yu press further, he would likely face an outburst of irritation, demanding he leave at once. Thus, Qin Yu remained still, watching as Luo Qiyun continued to play. In the next 3 minutes, he was eliminated in a solo encounter, eliciting a frustrated click of his tongue. He repeatedly pressed the score panel, nearly causing sparks to fly from the keyboard. Fortunately, respawn times in the early game were brief, and he dove back into battle. 2 minutes later, he met with another defeat due to economic disadvantage and a misjudgment in execution. Luo Qiyun exclaimed, frustration mounting as he raised his hand to slam down on the mouse. In that moment, his peripheral vision registered someone standing beside him. The dim lighting startled him, causing him to drop both the mouse and his headphones on the desk, springing up from his chair. Luo Qiyun, what are you doing? Trying to scare me, he exclaimed, clutching his chest as he gasped for air. Qin Yu wore an innocent expression. I merely came to invite you to dinner. Do you prefer playing in the dark? Perhaps I shall scare you again, next time. Naturally, he did not reveal this thought. I noticed you were so engrossed. I felt it rude to interrupt. Qin Yu raised his hand, gesturing for him to continue. You may go on. I will wait for you to finish this round. Luo Qiyun shot him a disdainful glance. Half his headphones on as he grumbled. This match might take ages. It could be another 30 minutes. You might as well leave. For reasons unknown, he felt that today, Luo Qiyun seemed less intolerable than before. Nonsense. This match will only take 5 more minutes at most, Qin Yu declared with confidence. Qin found the situation amusing. Could his dear sister truly comprehend the intricacies of the game? He was skeptical. What did she mean by only 5 minutes? They were clearly in a favorable position. A slight disadvantage was of no consequence. Just follow my lead and retreat for now. Qin was brimming with confidence, intending to showcase his skills and simultaneously embarrass Qin Yu. However, as the 5 minutes decreed by Qin Yu elapsed, the dire circumstances forced him to concede defeat. He touched his cheek, his forehead slick with sweat. She was absolutely right. It must have been mere coincidence. That was just luck. I shall play again. Qin was quite disgruntled. Yet, as soon as the characters were selected for the next match, Qin Yu spoke again. This time, it would be quicker, within 10 minutes. You would be out of the game. Such audacity. It was a stroke of luck for you to win once. To expect a second victory is folly. Qin adjusted his keyboard, ready to demonstrate his prowess. 10 minutes later, he was cradling his head in despair, wishing he could smash the monitor to pieces. Can we eat now? Qin Yu inquired once more. Absolutely not. One more game. Qin was relentless. Enough already. Look at your performance today. An entire page of defeats. Losing all day long. The autumn leaves of Xiangshan are not nearly as crimson. Perhaps sensing a kinship with Qin due to their shared gaming enthusiasm. Qin Yu momentarily forgot her current identity. Another round would yield the same result. Grand proclamations in the early game, nonsensical ramblings mid-game, and silence by the end. The problem was in most matches, he hadn't even made it to mid-game. Qin Yu looked at him with pity. How about this? I will play a match. If I win, we can go eat. Upon hearing this suggestion, Qin's eyes lit up. That sounds splendid. He and T heard of his sister being adept at gaming. If she were to commit a blunder, he could indulge in mocking her. What a rare opportunity. Qin stood up triumphantly, watching as Qin Yu took her seat. However, the moment Qin Yu donned her headset and grasped the mouse, her demeanor transformed entirely. There was an aura of menace. Qin took a step back. His hand froze in midair as he reached for a cigarette. From the moment Qin Yu selected her character, he didn't even blink, his gaze fixed intently. Every subtle maneuver, every psychological duel sent shivers down his spine. 25 minutes later, Qin Yu swiftly concluded the match, garnering 5 reports for suspicious activity. How was that? Qin Yu turned to look at her incredulous brother. No way, Qin scratched his head. This is impossible. Although he didn't pay much attention to his sister, he was aware that Luo Qiyun dedicated most of her time to fitness. Each week included horseback riding, swimming, and archery. Where would she find time to play games? Little brother, there's much you still need to learn. Qin Yu instinctively reached for the cigarette box on the table, extracting one and searching for a lighter. Oh, I have one. Qin, still dazed, reached out to ignite it. Just as he was about to press the lighter, their father appeared at the door. Qin, what are you doing? Their father glared, practically ready to kick his son out. No, Qin glanced at Qin Yu, lowering his voice. You set me up. Qin Yu found herself at a loss for words. This was merely muscle memory. Children don't understand. Just having fun, just having fun. Qin Yu hastily tossed the cigarette into the trash. In the end, the siblings received a few light criticisms, with Qin bearing the brunt of it. After leaving their father-esque study, Qin turned to his sister. So, when did you secretly practice? Just a bit of talent, Qin Yu replied proudly. I learned quite a bit just from watching you play for a while. At this hour, both were feeling a bit hungry. Shall we grab something to eat? Qin Yu suggested. Certainly, but you must teach me afterward. Although Qin's skills were lacking, his love for gaming and unwillingness to concede defeat shone through. Qin Yu nodded. If the opportunity arises, she wouldn't mind teaching him. Meanwhile, Luo Qiyun was also carrying 2 bags of fruit, preparing to face her own challenges. Chapter 6. Have you forgotten yourself? Qin Yu mentioned having a younger sister in her first year of university and a mother who single-handedly raised them. In light of this, Luo Qiyun engaged in a bit of mental exploration. Qin Yu typically lived alone in a rented apartment, hardly stepping out. Even being so close to home, he only returned occasionally, suggesting that familial ties might be somewhat strained, and his relationship with his sister likely wasn't the best. Although he claimed to come home for meals, he might also be confronting discussions about marriage proposals and work-related criticisms. In Luo Qiyun's mind, traditional parents would probably not approve of a career as a streamer. Following the directions provided by Qin Yu, Luo Qiyun raised her hand to knock as she approached the small courtyard, and the door opened instantly. Standing before her was a petite girl, around 5 feet 5 inches tall, just reaching her collarbone. She wore a pair of black-framed glasses, her hands tucked into the overly long sleeves of her black knit sweater, and she donned a white pleated skirt, her little white shoes touching at the heels as she leaned slightly forward. Her delicate and adorable face bore a mix of delight and mild reproach. Luo Qiyun felt as if she had been cornered. However, the girl was quite charming. Under the streetlight, her bright eyes sparkled with liveliness, and the slight pout of her pink lips conveyed her dissatisfaction. "Why are you so late?" She was Qin Yu's younger sister. "There was a bit of traffic on the way," Luo Qiyun replied calmly. This explanation seemed to satisfy Qin Yu, who then, under Luo Qiyun's puzzled gaze, extended her arms wide open. Surely she was expecting a gift? Luo Qiyun weighed the items in her hands, just as she was about to hand them over when her sister suddenly enveloped her in a hug. She was taken aback. Do they share such a close sibling bond? "We've been waiting for you for ages. Come in quickly." Qin Yu tugged at her brother's wrist, leading him inside. The house was an old one, the yard measuring only about 90 square meters. Yet it was well kept by Yao Jin, radiating warmth. Upon entering the living room, Luo Qiyun placed the items she was holding on the table and sat down on the sofa, comporting herself like a guest. From her position, she could only see the silhouette of someone busy in the kitchen. It was slightly chilly outside. "Would you like a cup of ginger tea?" Her sister, like a little cat, approached with a teacup, gently setting it down before darting back into the kitchen. Luo Qiyun surveyed her surroundings, finding them aligned with her expectations, a rather homely decor. 3 minutes later, their mother, Yao Jin, emerged from the kitchen carrying 2 dishes, glancing at her son, who was in a daze on the sofa, and cheerfully said, "Wash your hands. It's time to eat. Don't just daydream." "Oh," Luo Qiyun replied. In her imagination, Yao Jin was a middle-aged woman with graying hair at her temples, bearing the marks of age. However, upon seeing her now, this mother appeared not only youthful and beautiful, but also exuded a vitality that suggested she had not been worn down by the hardships of life. Seated at the dining table, Luo Qiyun, who had been starving all day, gazed in awe at the plentiful spread before him. "Eat up, don't just stare." Yao Jin smiled at her son. Luo Qiyun picked up his bowl and began to devour the rice fervently. At the dining table, the mother and daughter discussed the recent weather before moving on to what they would have for breakfast the following day. The topic then shifted to whether the younger sister had a boyfriend. No one broached the subject of Qin Yu. They simply enjoyed their meal in a relaxed atmosphere, chatting about trivial matters. Luo Qiyun picked up a piece of sweet and sour ribs. It seemed that many of the concerns he harbored prior to arriving were merely figments of his imagination. There was no dissatisfaction with Qin Yu's career, nor any pressure regarding marriage. Unbeknownst to him, Luo Qiyun began to loosen his previously taut nerves, finishing his 3rd bowl of rice. "You didn't manage to have lunch today, did you?" Yao Jin observed her ravenous son, raising an eyebrow with a mischievous glint. "Yes, I stayed up late yesterday and overslept," Luo Qiyun nodded. "No matter how busy work gets, you must remember to eat," Yao Jin advised. Understood. This was the first piece of advice Luo Qiyun had heard since entering the household, and indeed, the only one. After dinner, the siblings settled on the sofa, watching a dull television program. Sitting cross-legged, the younger sister yawned while hugging a cushion, as their mother busily tidied up the dishes. A serene atmosphere enveloped the room. "Brother, I'm heading to take a shower and then off to bed. See you in the morning," Qin Yu announced, rising to don her slippers before making her way to the bathroom. Once the sister had departed, their mother emerged from the kitchen, stretching languidly before settling into the seat beside Luo Qiyun. "What is the matter today? You seem rather distracted," Yao Jin suddenly inquired. "Oh, it's nothing really, just a bit overwhelmed with work lately," Luo Qiyun replied nonchalantly. "Is that so?" The fine hairs on Luo Qiyun's arms stood on end. Was she about to be seen through? Yet, their mother showed no inclination to probe further, gently stating, "Whenever you feel tired, come home and rest. The bed is ready for you. Go lie down for a while." Seizing the opportunity, Luo Qiyun swiftly got to her feet and slipped away. Thankfully, Qin Yu had provided detailed instructions on which room to find. Upon returning to her room, Luo Qiyun finally exhaled in relief. Compared to Qin Yu's rented apartment, this room was significantly smaller, barely over a dozen square meters. The bed, desk, and wardrobe occupied the majority of the space. In the corner stood a music stand, adorned with 3 electric guitars. The outermost, a black beauty, bore noticeable signs of wear on its fretboard. After surveying her surroundings, Luo Qiyun dialed her own number. On the other end, Qin Yu had just completed a round of a closed-eye shower challenge and changed into his pajamas, anxiously fearing that Luo Qiyun might slip up, when his phone vibrated. "Hello, how is it? Did anything go wrong?" Qin Yu asked, a hint of urgency in his voice. "No, nothing was questioned, nothing was said," Luo Qiyun replied truthfully. "But I don't understand. Isn't it quite comfortable at home? Why did you choose to move out?" "Why? I've never really thought about it," Qin Yu admitted. "There is no special reason. I just find it more convenient to live alone." Luo Qiyun felt a twinge of irritation. "Before we head out tomorrow, I'll have the stylist come over. You should wear the silk shirt from the 2nd row on the left side of the wardrobe, paired with the gray knitted cardigan from the 3rd row. and the black round skirt from the bottom row on the right. What? Qin Yu felt overwhelmed. But Luo Qiyun wasn't he finished? And were the 7th pair of little leather shoes from the right. Wait, shouldn't we be focusing on how to switch back instead of planning outfits for ourselves? Also, tie a light blue necktie. It must be light blue. Qin Yu felt a sharp pain in his chest, vexed by the situation. So, all this preparation is to maintain your artist image? I really need a legitimate reason. No, I just want to see. Qin Yu inhaled deeply. See you tomorrow. He then abruptly hung up. The following morning, after breakfast, Qin Yu endured another hour of styling, finally feeling the urge to break free from the constraints. He dashed into the garage and drove off. However, at the appointed time in the cafe, Luo Qiyun was still nowhere to be seen. He was nearly dozing off, propping his chin on his hand, when an unfamiliar yet striking figure approached. Sorry, this seat is taken. Qin Yu looked up. Was he failing to recognize himself? It was paradoxical, yet that voice was both familiar and strange. Is that me? Qin Yu raised his head to gaze at himself, incredulous. The reason for the delay that morning was that Luo Qiyun had taken time to cut her hair and assemble several outfits. She found it difficult to appreciate the black, white, and gray tones in Qin Yu's wardrobe, and couldn't comprehend why his hair was allowed to grow so long, obscuring his face and vision. While standing before the mirror yesterday, she had noticed the depth of Qin Yu's eyes, framed by thick brows. Perhaps it was due to his erratic eating habits, but his face appeared somewhat gaunt. He was not unattractive, though his hair nearly concealed half of his face, an odd sight indeed. Thus, Luo Qiyun decided to take matters into her own hands, trimming the unruly bangs while preserving the wolf tail as a distinctive feature of Qin Yu. This face was undeniably his, yet the attire felt uncharacteristic. The dark patterned shirt, striped waistcoat, chestnut overcoat, and corduroy trousers were a far cry from his usual casual wear. Oh, but those off-white sneakers were indeed his. He typically favored shorts and flip-flops throughout the year, relying on heating in the cold and air conditioning in the heat. However, beyond these external changes, the most significant transformation lay in the aura she exuded. While Qin Yu often walked with a lack of confidence, his gaze flitting between the sky and the ground. Now, with Luo Qiyun inhabiting his body, she radiated a commanding presence, absent of his usual self-doubt. Please have a seat. Qin Yu was not there to witness Luo Qiyun's grand transformation. Luo Qiyun sat opposite him, and finally, they had their long-awaited encounter. All right, there's no need for me to elaborate further. You're already aware of the circumstances. Now, let us think of ways to switch back. Qin Yu pondered aloud. I recall the exchange occurred after I fell asleep. We both went to sleep last night without reverting. Thus, replicating that scenario may not be effective. Perhaps we should try to touch each other? A handshake, perhaps? What if it turns awkward? What if we need to kiss or engage in something more intimate to revert? He thought to himself, even if Luo Qiyun might not agree. The notion of attempting something foolish like electric shocks or drowning seemed ludicrous. Risking their lives felt rather foolish. After mulling over the situation for 3 to 5 minutes, Qin Yu noticed that the person sitting across from him remained silent. You. He glanced over to find Luo Qiyun stirring sugar cubes, intrigued as she gazed at him. Had she not absorbed a single word? What are you staring at? Qin Yu asked, a vexed expression crossing his face, instinctively puffing up his cheeks. I'm admiring myself. Is that not allowed? Luo Qiyun genuinely hadn't comprehended a word. It was peculiar. Why did the mere act of switching bodies render her so soft and endearing? She was acutely aware that she had never been labeled as cute before. Qin Yu felt an urge to scold her. Are you going to reprimand me? Go on, try it. Would it invoke that adorable feeling? Give a shot. Luo Qiyun was clearly enjoying herself. Qin Yu, however, had no intention of letting her lead him by the nose. Just as he was about to demand that Luo Qiyun adopt a more serious demeanor, she interjected, stand up. Resigned, Qin Yu clenched his fists and complied. Now turn around. Reluctantly, he spun around slowly, feeling a sense of indignation. Is that enough? Can we discuss serious matters now? Just as he was about to sit down, Luo Qiyun rose and gently embraced him, her left hand resting on his waist, mischievously gliding up his spine. While this might have seemed a peculiar action, Qin Yu rationalized that it was merely Luo Qiyun embracing herself, which was altogether reasonable. So this is what it feels like to embrace oneself, soft and fragrant. Is that enough? Qin Yu gently pushed her away. Enough. The experiment is over. Physical contact won't revert us. Luo Qiyun returned to her seat, her calm demeanor inciting Qin Yu's frustration. Aren't you even a little anxious? Aren't you afraid I might misuse your body? Qin Yu queried. You're in my body, and I'm in yours. Luo Qiyun reasoned, feeling this constituted a fair exchange. She hadn't been forcibly possessed by Qin Yu. The sense of threat was mutual. Since they could not revert for the time being, why not embrace their respective roles? Luo Qiyun proposed. Well, I suppose we have no choice but to proceed this way for now. But what if we can never switch back? Qin Yu's worry was palpable. I will take good care of my sister and honor my mother, so you need not worry, Luo Qiyun assured him earnestly. Qin Yu glared at her in frustration. He fancied himself a roaring lion, yet in Luo Qiyun's eyes, he appeared merely as an irritable kitten. I'm being serious. Before their encounter, Qin Yu had presumed that Luo Qiyun would be more flustered, considering she was a young lady of considerable stature, deeply engrossed in her own pursuits, and likely averse to anyone disrupting the trajectory of her life. However, upon meeting her, the reality was quite different. I cannot temporarily assume your responsibilities, nor can you manage mine. We shall both feign discomfort to buy ourselves some time, while also taking the opportunity to discuss our interpersonal relations to ensure no issues arise. Luo Qiyun articulated with a calm demeanor. In truth, she had already devised a plan, far ahead of Qin Yu's anxious musings. I allocate an hour and a half each day for exercise, and I have weekly training in swimming, equestrianism, and archery. You must adhere to this schedule. I will arrange assistance for you, so you need not worry. Additionally, you must follow my regimen for daily maintenance, she instructed with authority. I have not trained or maintained myself to such an extent, Qin Yu retorted. Extending her right hand, Luo Qiyun proposed, shall we formalize our agreement? Qin Yu reciprocated, but found his hand inexplicably reluctant to withdraw. So this is the sensation of my hand. So soft, he mused. Please do not become overly obsessed with your own physique. She admonished. Oh, and you may utilize the funds in my account if necessary, and do not hesitate to message me if you encounter insurmountable troubles, Luo Qiyun added. Likewise for you, Qin Yu replied, hastily retracting his hand and nodding. By the way, why did you strike someone on set? Because her words were foul, Luo Qiyun replied, unyielding, as she held no grudges for more than a day. Very well, Qin Yu acknowledged, understanding her perspective. Let us proceed in this manner, each retreating to our respective abodes and minimizing our activities, if possible. Luo Qiyun glanced upward before readily agreeing. No problem. As they departed, Qin Yu received a message as soon as he entered his vehicle. Old Qin, did we not agree that you would pick me up at the airport today? Where are you? Followed by 3 furious emojis. It was clear now that minimizing activities would be impossible. Chapter 8. Is this how girls dress in private? Recently, feeling under the weather, Qin Yu had only just awakened from slumber, having inadvertently forgotten about prior engagements. I'm fine, just need a rest, he replied casually. That is good to hear. Shall I contact you tomorrow, once I've settled everything? His close friend responded with ease, resolving the matter with a simple exchange. Subsequently, Qin Yu shared their chat history with Luo Qiyun for transparency, ensuring there was no lapse in communication. She replied with an okay and reminded him to return to his original residence, mentioning a fellow actor who would be living with her. It seemed unproblematic. Once he returned to the apartment rented by Luo Qiyun, all would be well. Yet, Qin Yu couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. Before anything else, he needed to return to the Luo family estate. As he stepped through the door, Luo Shu departed soon after. Is everything going smoothly? Luo Shu paused to assess his younger sibling. Generally, yes, Qin Yu responded nonchalantly. Really? Are you having someone keep tabs on me? He queried, a hint of confusion in his voice. Were you not supposed to be working? Luo Shu approached him, ruffling his hair playfully. Irritated, Qin Yu swatted his hand away. I'm leaving. Take care of yourself. Luo Shu slid his hands into the pockets of his fitted trousers. What a peculiar fellow. After agreeing to live in the other's persona for a while, Qin Yu pondered how to evade unnecessary troubles. From a superficial standpoint, Luo Qiyun appeared to be rather haughty, dismissive of others' worth. She had mentioned her lack of patience for grudges. Anyone who provoked her would receive immediate retribution. In this light, it seemed she seldom displayed friendliness or kindness. As these thoughts occupied his mind, he walked forward, avoiding eye contact with his father, Luo Qianshan, who passed by without acknowledgement. Qiyun, dinner, his father called, a smile gracing his features. Yesterday's encounter with Luo Qiyun had reinvigorated him, leading him to believe his beloved daughter had returned. I'm leaving, Qin Yu stated, continuing onward. His father's expression fell, and he hurried after him. Why leave after only one day? Luo Qianshan had never felt such a sense of urgency, not even when cornered by competitors. Did Qiyun upset you? It doesn't seem so. You two were laughing together last night. Ah, yes, he had lost his temper over Luo Qiyun's smoking habits. This is dire, Luo Qianshan exclaimed, smacking his forehead. I understand your pressure, and it's perfectly fine to unwind occasionally. I want to mention it again, all right? Qin Yu entered his room and slammed the door, soon realizing he had no belongings to take, prompting him to step back outside. His father stood at the door, forcing a smile. You're blocking my way. Qin, you should have been more direct, but he found it difficult to utter such blunt words. Oh, right, his father stepped aside, gesturing for him to pass. Do you remember when you always wanted to go fishing or fly kites with me? I'll arrange it. We can go soon and make up for lost time. Luo Qiyun smiled. It's autumn now. Qin Yu remarked, finding his father's jovial demeanor somewhat foolish and pitiable. True, true. So let us go. Enough. Qin Yu lowered his voice, feigning annoyance. Indeed, past regrets linger in one's memory forever, and rectifying them becomes increasingly challenging. His father grew melancholic again. Qin Yu hurried down the stairs. I'll return next weekend if I have time. Although he didn't glance back, he was aware that his father's spirits had lifted. Upon reaching the bottom, Qin Yu collided with Luo Qiyun, who was just stepping out to refill her water. The young man clearly hadn't slept well the previous night. Good morning, sister, Luo Qiyun greeted, his eyes bearing the weight of weariness. Qin Yu responded flatly, intent on leaving. Are you really going? Luo Qiyun perked up, hastily following him. Take care of yourself, and don't stay up too late, Qin Yu advised. Genuinely concerned for him. The young man was both inexperienced and stubborn. He hoped he wouldn't collapse in front of his computer one day. His father stood by the car. What about me? Luo Qiyun interjected. Same for you, Qin Yu replied. His words cold, yet sufficient to bring joy to Luo Qiyun for a while. Why are you following me? Luo Qiyun queried, eyeing his father. To express my reluctance to part, Luo Qiyun replied, grabbing his younger son. After more than an hour's drive, Qin Yu returned to Luo Qiyun's residence. Compared to the estate, this place exuded a warmer, more lived-in atmosphere. However, the cluttered closet remained unchanged. Just as he settled down, a list arrived on his phone, comprising 15 lines. What's this? Qin Yu messaged Luo Qiyun. Your outfits for the next 15 days. Some new purchases haven't yet arrived, but someone will assist you with organizing them. It's crucial to maintain your public image, is it not? But I plan to hide at home. Is this necessary? Qin Yu still felt uneasy about donning women's clothing, especially short skirts, which provided no sense of security. I have some social engagements as well. And to ensure you do not falter, advanced planning is essential, Luo Qiyun explained, sending a photo of Qin Yu's peculiar-eyed lion cat, affectionately brushing against her pant leg. Isn't that adorable? Were they not engaged in a serious conversation? Why send a cat picture? Can we not cancel all activities? Qin Yu continued to hope to evade unnecessary complications. Certainly, but soon I may find myself the subject of malicious rumors, perhaps as someone's gilded canary, or worse, lifeless. She always seems to have her reasons. Thus, Qin Yu reluctantly acquiesced to Luo Qiyun's arrangements and glanced at her schedule. Daily activities were not overly burdensome. Well then, having something to do is preferable to idleness. After putting down his phone, Qin Yu utilized Luo Qiyun's computer to watch 2 films. By 2 in the afternoon, fatigue began to creep in, prompting him to take a short nap. Upon awakening, it was already 7 in the evening. Rubbing his eyes, a peculiar sound startled him upright. Venturing into the living room, Qin Yu confirmed the source of the noise. It must be that senior actress Luo Qiyun mentioned. Perhaps it will be best not to venture out. Encountering her unexpectedly, he could not fathom what to say. You're back. Much later than I anticipated. Came a voice as gentle as water, laced with a playful teasing undertone. Qin Yu's mind conjured 3 words to describe the alluring woman. Bad girl, and it warranted a bold label. However, he refrained from approaching. The other party was drawing nearer. A waft of fragrance enveloped him, causing Qin Yu to awkwardly retreat a step. Is this what girls were casually? Chapter 9. I can hardly breathe. Her name was Yu Shenran, with slender, enchanting eyes and full, slightly parted lips. When she squinted and smiled, she resembled a languid fox, beckoning you closer with her hand, making it difficult to refuse. She was taller, her figure more voluptuous. Fresh from yoga, beads of fragrant sweat trickled down her collarbone, dampening her black sports tank, while her ample bosom strained against the white crop top layered above. Qin Yu's gaze traced the hem of the crop top, revealing a wild and powerful curve of her waist. Sweat glided down her sides, enticing and captivating. The athletic shorts she wore had loosened slightly from her recent movements, resting precariously at the divide of her hips. Her long, fair legs were positioned one in front of the other. The left leg hindered Qin Yu's movement, while the right leg extended behind her, pressing her closer to him. Qiyun's sister, why are you ignoring me? Yu Shenran's smile curled at the corners, her slightly tilted head and alluring eyes sending Qin Yu's heart racing. How to describe it? She stood with an elegance that was quite fitting. Fortunately, Qin Yu was devoid of any tools for mischief, thus avoiding any self-assertive antics from his brothers. I haven't been feeling well lately, Qin Yu replied, merely deflecting. Is that so? Yu Shenran formed an O with her luscious lips and leaned her forehead against his. With her short, pink highlighted hair swaying, Qin Yu found himself momentarily distracted. "You're all sweaty." He quickly supported her shoulders and pushed her back. The delicate, seemingly fragile demeanor of Yu Shenran did not escape her notice, prompting her to raise an eyebrow with an expression that conveyed a sense of understanding. As Qin Yu busied himself wiping away the sweat she had rubbed onto him, he failed to notice her gaze. "Your temperature seems perfectly normal, and your outfit today is quite cute, different from your usual style." This must be the kind of polite flattery exchanged among girls. It was unreasonable for her to discern something amiss simply because he had changed clothes. Moreover, this outfit was personally chosen by Luo Qiyun. "I'm going to take a shower now. Would you like to join me?" Yu Shenran reached out, hooking a finger around the collar of Qin Yu's shirt, sliding it down casually over the fabric. "No, you go ahead and wash by yourself." Qin Yu turned his head away, slipping out from under her arm and sulking on the sofa while fiddling with his phone. Yu Shenran regarded the obedient and charming Qiyun's sister and walked into the bathroom unperturbed. It was not until the sound of water filled the air that Qin Yu exhaled in relief. How perilous! Were all of Luo Qiyun's acquaintances this difficult to handle? She had been so close just moments ago. Was this the standard mode of interaction? Qin Yu was uncertain. Yet, since Yu Shenran neither pointed at him and exclaimed, "You are not Luo Qiyun. Who are you?" nor engaged in any excessively provocative actions, perhaps there was no cause for concern. By the time Yu Shenran finished her shower, half an hour had passed. Qin Yu was reclining on the sofa, browsing recent gaming news while posting occasional updates to appease his fans in a live stream. He found himself genuinely missing his brothers from the stream. "I'm back." Yu Shenran stretched lazily beside Qin Yu, lifting her arms, causing him to instinctively avert his gaze, lest he suffer an ocular injury from an anti-tank mine. Rumors of violence on set had spread through the industry, so what would she do now? Would she continue to rest idly? Yu Shenran inquired. "Sister Jean Ming will handle it. You needn't concern yourself," Qin Yu replied, slightly irritated. "Sister Jean Ming? That's an amusing title. Do you realize how it sounds when you say you needn't concern yourself? It implies, this is my trouble. Don't involve yourself," Yu Shenran remarked, seemingly lost in her thoughts. Qin Yu wondered if she had lost her mind or if he had lost his. How could one derive concern from such a venting of emotions? "I'm going to rest." Qin Yu prepared to wash up and retire for the night. Yu Shenran watched Qin Yu's retreating figure and softly said, "Some things need to be said with care, my little cutie." Given how Qin Yu had just displayed a petulant demeanor, it was hard to perceive him as genuinely angry. After washing up, Qin Yu awkwardly followed Luo Qiyun's skincare instructions and lay on his bed, lost in thought. A flash of lightning illuminated the sky outside, heralding an unusual downpour for autumn. He adored rainy days. The sound of rain lulled him into a deep, peaceful slumber. However, it was barely moments after he settled in that a knock echoed at the door. "What is it?" Qin Yu frowned. "I'm a bit scared. Can I sleep with you?" Yu Shenran's voice was weak, devoid of any pretense of fear. "No." Yet Qin Yu could not entertain such kindness. It was inappropriate. "Then I'm coming in. Are you deaf?" Qin Yu lifted his head to look. In the dim light, Yu Shenran clutched a pillow, her shoulders hunched. How old was she to still be afraid of thunder? "I'm very well behaved when I sleep. Don't worry, I'll just occupy a tiny corner of the bed. I won't disturb you," Yu Shenran said, pinching 3 centimeters with her fingers before inching closer, quietly lying down on the other side. "Then let it be." Qin Yu tucked himself under the thin blanket, continuing to savor the peaceful slumber brought on by the rain. "How delightful." Yu Shenran secretly chuckled from her corner. "If you're not going to sleep, you can leave." This time, Qin Yu was genuinely angered. "Please, I can't sleep alone." Yu Shenran's tone was pleading. "In that case, be quiet." Did he truly believe her fear of thunder? He would not be surprised if, in front of Yu Shenran, he swore she was his eternal love, unyielding unto death, only to be struck down by lightning. Nevertheless, Qin Yu found himself ensnared. The next morning, upon awakening, he discovered Yu Shenran clinging tightly to him. His face was pressed against her chest, making it difficult to breathe. After a struggle, he managed to turn his head, only to find his legs ensnared. His left leg was firmly trapped. Her sleeping posture was truly abysmal. Meanwhile, Luo Qiyun spent another night at home. Today, she had much to adapt to, not only helping her mother with chores, but also greeting the neighbors. This familial environment and neighborhood dynamic were remarkably novel for her. In the meantime, she had devised an exercise plan. Qin Yu's health was far too poor, and should he pass unexpectedly, she would be left with the burden of regret. As a fulfilling day drew to a close, Luo Qiyun went to bed early. The next day, she received a message from her good friend Shui Hao, mentioning a gathering at their old haunt in the evening. The so-called old haunt was a barbecue restaurant near Qin Yu's high school, where the two had often indulged in late-night snacks during their student years. After graduating high school, Shui Hao had spent several years abroad and had only just returned. Luo Qiyun asked Qin Yu for a photo of Cui Hao, but he had none to offer, leaving her to describe him based solely on her memories. However, would they even recognize each other after years apart, relying solely on descriptions? At the appointed time, Luo Qiyun stood inside the barbecue restaurant, awkwardly scanning the room. Seated in the sunlit corner against the wall, the exuberant young man waved his hand. "You're here?" Luo Qiyun stood by the table. Given the considerable changes in this body, Cui Hao immediately recognized him. Xiao Qin looks even more handsome than before. Indeed, he remains my dear comrade. Long before the late-night feast began, Cui Hao was already intoxicated. Luo Qiyun sensed that the evening might prove rather arduous. Chapter 10, he must be quite irksome, right? Cui Hao sported a short buzz cut, his stature comparable to Qin Yu's, though somewhat more robust. His attire was plain, yet Luo Qiyun discerned that each piece was of considerable value, though on Cui Hao, it resembled something worth 29 yuan and 99 cents with free shipping. His features were rugged. A square jaw, quintessential northern Chinese masculine visage. Qin Yu hadn't divulged much about Cui Hao, merely stating that they were close friends with an unbreakable bond, and that Cui Hao had aided him extensively in the past. Judging by this, Cui Hao's family background must be decent. It's been so long. Come here and let me hug you. Cui Hao had already consumed a bottle of white liquor. I'm afraid you'll vomit all over me. Luo Qiyun sat opposite him, pouring herself a glass of beer. Nonsense, we've barely started. Cui Hao pressed his hand to his forehead, cheeks flushed, exhaling deeply. Not feeling too well lately? When Qin Yu first began live streaming, Cui Hao had been a steadfast supporter, even personally overseeing the purchase of his initial streaming equipment, offering assistance without expectation, pure brotherly devotion. Yes, mentally exhausted. Plan to take a break for a while. Luo Qiyun managed to handle the situation with relative ease. Despite their close friendship, years apart inevitably brought some changes, which was understandable. Cui Hao couldn't find any fault at the moment. You've always been physically fragile. I remember when I first met you in sophomore year. After a month, I patted your back, and you immediately squatted down coughing for 5 minutes. Since then, I never dare to pat you so hard again. Luo Qiyun nodded. That was indeed rather feeble. The year we graduated, I originally intended to attend the same university as you, but family matters. Cui Hao raised his glass again. Forget it, trivial nonsense. Let us drink. Luo Qiyun lifted her cup. Reunions among close friends often culminate in such drunken revelry. Yet Cui Hao had already downed a bottle before she arrived, leaving untouched the skewers on the table, clearly drowning his sorrows. Had something distressing happened to him outside? Qin Yu mentioned that their conversations rarely delved into daily life matters, though their friendship remained steadfast. Such camaraderie was somewhat perplexing. Yes, I had a foreign girlfriend. After 2 years of passionate love, she dumped me, so I slink back home. Cui Hao's words were a falsehood. She simply lacked discernment. Luo Qiyun smiled. The two exchanged glances and resumed drinking. From 9 o'clock in the evening until 3 in the morning, after the last round, Cui Hao required support to walk. Fortunately, Qin Yu's physical condition allowed him to handle his liquor well, and Cui Hao refrained from pressuring him to drink, so Luo Qiyun remained relatively clear-headed. I'll call you a cab. Where do you live now? Luo Qiyun took out her phone. Home. I'm not going home. Cui Hao pushed his good friend away, then leaned back in, clasping his shoulder and patting it repeatedly. There's no one in this world who understands me better than you. No one. He exclaimed loudly. Brothers for life. This drunken declaration left Luo Qiyun exasperated. Brothers for life, brothers for life. Can I at least take you home now? As she spoke, Cui Hao turned and staggered away, tilting his head under the dim street lamp, one eye larger than the other, fixated on something by the roadside, muttering softly. What now? A kitten, a little black kitten? Cui Hao bent down slowly, eyes glued to the tiny feline. Local kittens are the cutest, so small and meowing. He took a few steps forward, nearly stumbling. Luo Qiyun sighed and steadied him. Cui Hao crouched and reached out, only to touch a black trash bag. The cat had turned into a garbage bag. The poor fellow's eyes were bleary, yet he still tried to tease the cat. Hey, look over there. Luo Qiyun followed his gaze. A beautiful woman in black stockings. You can see that clearly. Can you? Come on, let us go sing. Cui Hao pulled Luo Qiyun along to karaoke, where, of course, they consumed copious amounts of alcohol, enduring 3 hours of Cui Hao's hoarse voice. Only when he completely collapsed did Luo Qiyun finally breathe a sigh of relief. It's finally over. What now? The two sat by the roadside, feeling the evening breeze. Such caretaking was a novel experience for Luo Qiyun. Usually, at drinking occasions, she gauged whether it was appropriate to have a couple of drinks based on the company's demeanor. Considering the hour, Qin Yu likely had not yet awakened according to his routine, so Luo Qiyun waited a while. Not until 7 o'clock did she message Qin Yu, sending a photo and inquiring about the next steps. Drunk like this? Qin Yu provided the contact information of Cui Hao's family. Upon dialing, a cool female voice answered. Qin Yu? The tone lacked patience. Luo Qiyun decided not to summon anyone to fetch him, simply inquiring about Cui Hao's current residence, offering to escort him home herself. Where are you now? I'll be there soon. Yet the other party seemed somewhat uneasy. After about 20 minutes, Cui Hao suddenly woke, producing a cigarette pack and handing it to Luo Qiyun. Quit. Luo Qiyun shook her head. Good, you quit. Cui Hao lit one, smoked halfway, then fell asleep again. Just then, a black Maybach pulled up. A meticulously made-up professional woman descended from the rear seat. Luo Qiyun thought she resembled the elegant assistants and secretaries under Luo Shu's command. Thank you for your trouble, she said, flicking the cigarette from Cui Hao's mouth and personally supporting him into the car. Before leaving, she turned back and promised, let us meet again soon. Dinner is on me. Is she Cui Hao's sister? Luo Qiyun nodded, preparing to return to her rented room to rest. Meanwhile, Qin Yu received the photo confirming Cui Hao was safely in the car, then rose to wash up and changed into the outfit Luo Qiyun had selected for him. Pondering breakfast options. Just then, Yu Xinran, reeking of alcohol and chilled by the cold wind, stumbled into the living room and immediately lunged at Qin Yu like a famished beast. Too many drunkards today, Qin Yu exclaimed. Wow, I'm heartbroken again. Yu Xinran seemed genuinely sorrowful. Qin Yu pushed her away resolutely. You must confirm a relationship before calling it heartbreak. Someone like you, constantly claiming heartbreak, is merely honing your acting skills. Want you comfort me? Yu Xinran pouted her rosy lips, her body soft and pliable, clearly vulnerable. Qin Yu stood aside, pondering the adage that a clever hunter sometimes appears as prey. Lie down. Qin Yu tied his apron and entered the kitchen, seeing the adorable little chef. Yu Xinran obediently lay down, a mischievous grin playing on her lips. Soon, Qin Yu prepared a bowl of century egg and lean pork congee, bringing along a cup of honey water. Eat, I made extra. Turning away, Qin Yu felt his expression must be imperious, almost condescending, like offering alms, quite off-putting. Is the honey water left over too? Yu Xinran asked. It was close to expiring, better than wasting. Qin Yu's face flushed. He turned and left, checking his phone. Despite Cui Hao's drunken state, he had managed to send a snippet of a chat. Chapter 11, Don't Steal My Persona. The message was a screenshot from a high school classmates group chat, which Qin Yu had long since exited. They planned to hold a reunion tomorrow, an event Qin Yu would undoubtedly skip per his usual habits. Yet, Cui Hao, having just returned to the country this year, was keen to attend. Qin Yu forwarded the message to Luo Qiyun, seeking her opinion. So sudden? Are you going? Luo Qiyun, after reading, felt indifferent. She found Cui Hao to be quite an intriguing companion. His rapport with Qin Yu revealed that he was genuinely a good person. Would you care to join? With her body not entirely her own, Qin Yu felt compelled to consult Luo Qiyun for her opinion. Certainly, Luo Qiyun acquiesced, subsequently sending a sleeping emoji, reminding Qin Yu not to forget that someone would be delivering clothes today. Qin Yu nodded in understanding, turning to see Yu Xinran sipping congee. The bowl of unremarkable congee somehow transformed into a delightful feast in her hands. Darling, you're so wonderful to me. Yu Xinran blew a kiss toward Qin Yu, sending a shiver down his spine. This woman was quite the actress. He was fortunate to be inhabiting Luo Qiyun's body, or else he might have found himself utterly bewildered by her antics. After finishing his meal, he was eager to retire for a nap, unwilling to be overwhelmed by the scent of alcohol during daylight hours. In truth, he had only prepared a single serving. Now that Yu Xinran had consumed it, he was left to soak a bowl of cereal, sulking quietly in the corner. Today's attire included a pair of ADD over-the-knee white socks that Luo Qiyun had chosen for him. Habitually, Qin Yu preferred to sit cross-legged while dining, his dainty feet encased in those white socks swaying beside Yu Xinran. Are there any desserts or ice cream after the meal? Yu Xinran suddenly interjected with her seemingly random remark. Qin Yu had checked the refrigerator that morning. There was no ice cream to be found. I am not your servant. Having breakfast is already a privilege. You expect dessert as well? Qin Yu could hardly fathom that someone would obsess over his feet. After breakfast, Yu Xinran lounged lazily on the sofa, her head angled toward Qin Yu, almost resting on his lap. Qin Yu hastily withdrew, slipping into the kitchen to wash the dishes. He initially planned to retreat to his room once Yu Xinran fell asleep, but upon his return, he found her gazing at him with bleary eyes, patting the space beside her. Shall we indulge in a delightful nap together? Qin Yu scoffed, tilting his chin dismissively. You sleep. It would be best if you never woke again. How heartless, Yu Xinran pouted, clutching her pillow as she lay down. In reality, Qin Yu was not as idle as he appeared. In order to adapt to Luo Qiyun's lifestyle, he needed to diligently catch up on many aspects of common knowledge. even struggling to figure out how to wear certain garments properly. Glancing at the browsing history on his computer left him feeling exhausted. His notes had nearly surpassed 10,000 words. Though Luo Qiyun was meticulous about fashion, she had always been somewhat reticent regarding interpersonal relationships. Her silence led Qin Yu to subconsciously believe that she had poor social connections. Yet, judging by Yu Shenran's demeanor, it seemed illogical that Luo Qiyun's social standing was as dismal as he had imagined. By midday, Qin Yu received a phone call, accepted the various dresses that Luo Qiyun had purchased, suppressing his underlying resentment as he instructed the delivery person to place the garments in the designated spot. Lacking an appetite, he prepared a bowl of plain noodle soup. Just as he lifted a noodle with his chopsticks, Yu Shenran emerged quietly, drawn by the enticing aroma. Having found the sofa uncomfortable, she had returned to her room 3 hours prior. Wow, what delectable dish is that? It smells amazing. Yu Shenran poured herself a glass of water and sat nearby. She remained silent, propping her chin on her hand, fixated on Qin Yu. Each time he glanced her way, she would feign innocence, avoiding his gaze before letting out a small sigh. Do you know what is most awkward when someone else is eating? Qin Yu set down his chopsticks. Yu Shenran, eyes wide with curiosity, eagerly replied, Is it not being invited to join? Stop pretending. I did not invite you. Go find your own meal, Qin Yu retorted, his irritated demeanor sparking a sense of triumph in Yu Shenran. But I'm so hungry now, and my head hurts a bit, she lamented, pressing her temples as she leaned wearily on the table. Enough with the theatrics. Could Qin Yu be fooled repeatedly? Absolutely not. Yet Yu Shenran fell silent, bowing her head and clutching her stomach, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, lips tightly pressed together, as if genuinely in pain. No way. Reluctantly, Qin Yu found himself preparing another meal for her. This is the last time. Understood. Yu Shenran lifted her head, and as Qin Yu retreated to the kitchen, she quickly returned to her usual self. When Qin Yu emerged with the freshly cooked noodles, she instantly resumed her earlier act of feigned suffering. I seem unable to lift my chopsticks. Could you feed me? Yu Shenran opened her mouth, revealing her delicate lips and pearly teeth. From Qin Yu's perspective, he could even glimpse her soft tongue. Is it that serious? Perhaps we should head straight to the hospital. He set down the bowl. Don't push your luck. Oh, I think I'm fine now. I feel so much better. Yu Shenran suddenly appeared revitalized, obediently sitting aside to eat her noodles. Yet despite having achieved her goal of getting Qin Yu to cook for her, she continued to gaze at him intently. Stop staring at me like that. Qin Yu could no longer endure it and contemplated appending the noodle bowl onto her head. Has anyone ever told you that you look adorable while eating noodles? Yu Shenran felt justified in her admiration. Qin Yu, being sensitive to heat, habitually picked up a few noodles to cool before savoring them. Whether or not anyone had previously commented was inconsequential. The sight of noodles dangling from her head was undoubtedly unflattering. Qin Yu maintained a stern expression. Yu Shenran, feeling wronged, lowered her head, refraining from provoking him further. After lunch, Yu Shenran voluntarily offered to help tidy up, and Qin Yu gratefully accepted before retreating to his room. In the afternoon, Luo Qiyun sent Qin Yu a photograph of herself dining downstairs, having ordered a plate of sweet and sour pork and 2 plates of mustard greens dumplings, all of which he adored. Those were all meant for me. Qin Yu felt a pang of frustration. That's odd. Which restaurant did you enter downstairs? He messaged Luo Qiyun, the one closest to the main entrance of the community, Sue's Dumpling House. That's unfortunate. You should have gone to Wu's Dumpling House next door. Is there really a difference? Luo Qiyun responded while relishing her meal. Is the one next door better? Hard to say, but you'd best not look back now. Qin Yu advised. What S with a mysterious tone? Is there a ghost lurking behind me? Luo Qiyun turned around, startled. The owner of Wu's Dumpling House was standing there, wearing an apron emblazoned with her establishment's name, casting a complex expression through the glass. Her face reflected a mixture of resentment, complaint, and, more prominently, regret and astonishment. Upon noticing Luo Qiyun's gaze, she shook her head as if the sky had fallen, hunching away. The owner next door knows me. She often gives discounts, Qin Yu messaged, leaving Luo Qiyun with an inexplicable sense of guilt. After dinner, Luo Qiyun received a text inviting her to lunch the following day. How could she deceive Qin Yu into accompanying her? Should I go for a walk tomorrow? Luo Qiyun dialed her phone. Where to? Are you also coming out? Qin Yu inquired while on his way to the gym on the top floor. Someone has invited me to lunch. Could you accompany me? After a moment's thought, Luo Qiyun added, she's a friend of mine. Qin Yu understood. For Luo Qiyun to consider someone a friend, that person must hold a relatively significant position in her life. If Luo Qiyun could assist him in dining with Cui Hao, then it was only fitting that he help her with her appointment tomorrow. Time and place. I will be there on time. No problem. But if she starts to take liberties and speaks condescendingly, feel free to put her in her place. That night, Yu was surprisingly well-behaved. Upon waking the next morning, Qin Yu had a simple breakfast. At 8 o'clock, Luo Qiyun's stylist arrived to do his makeup and style his hair. Are you planning to change your career path? The stylist, pleased with her flawless work, nodded in satisfaction. Why do you say that? Qin Yu thought it was merely a form of torment. Your recent requests are quite different from before. The stylist couldn't shake the feeling that the Luo Qiyun in WeChat bore little resemblance to the person before her. How could she harbor such an odd delusion? So, is today the day for an audition? The stylist inquired as she finished the last braid, tilting her head curiously. No. Qin Yu couldn't quite fathom it. Wasn't it merely a meal? Why did it feel as though a decisive battle was about to unfold, prompting her to change into an entirely different outfit at the last moment? Nevertheless, this ensemble did provide warmth and modesty, granting Qin Yu a sense of security. She donned a white high-neck wool long-sleeve base layer, a fitted white vest that accentuated her curves, and a white knitted coat for additional warmth. Having rained earlier, the temperature in Yanjing had dropped significantly. Her lower half was clad in white knee-high socks paired with white ankle boots, while a black plaid mini-skirt sat elegantly about 20 centimeters above her knees, revealing a tantalizing glimpse of her legs. Altogether, she appeared cozy and inviting, seemingly perfect for an embrace. However, Qin Yu found herself puzzled as she held a fuchsia wool beret. If she was to wear a hat, why bother with such intricate and ornate braids? Once the stylist finished her work, Qin Yu stood up. Thank you for your efforts. After all, since I'll be wearing a hat, there is no need to go through such trouble with my hair. The stylist was taken aback. It was already a surprise to hear words of gratitude from this young lady, but to think she would express discontent over the complexity of her hairstyle? This was to ensure that the overall appearance remained intact, even if the hat were to be blown away by the wind. The stylist waved a comb in front of Qin Yu. All right, my assistant will arrive at 2 o'clock to help you remove your makeup. After stepping outside, Qin Yu drove to the designated location. Upon entering the private dining establishment, she nearly collided with a tall man. I'm sorry, she said, clutching her bag with both hands and bowing slightly in apology, then brushed past him. The man turned to gaze at her retreating figure, feeling an unsettling familiarity. Before he could call out to Qin Yu for clarification, the guest he was waiting for had already arrived. Perhaps it was just a case of mistaken recognition. In the private room, Qin Yu set her handbag down, her heart weary. If she had to perform such theatrics every time she stepped out as Luo Qiyun, she would surely be exhausted. Meanwhile, Luo Qiyun's friend had been waiting for a while, and upon seeing Qin Yu, first displayed an expression of disbelief before glancing at her own attire. Luo Qiyun, you've put in a lot of thought. Please take a seat. The atmosphere shifted slightly at her words. She seemed rather displeased. Qin Yu glanced at her wrist, noting the time. Wasn't she almost 10 minutes early? She responded coldly. This friend of Luo Qiyun's was Bai Suejing, a peer from the same social circle. The Bai and Lu families had shared a close relationship in their youth, having been childhood playmates for a period. Bai Suejing's irritation flared as she observed Qin Yu sitting with such poise and grace. Is this a facade? I wonder how long this violent girl can maintain this charade. Given their childhood closeness and similar ages, comparisons were inevitable. As a child, Luo Qiyun had been a sweet, clingy girl, while Bai Suejing, being somewhat timid, had often been criticized for falling short in comparison. This motivated Bai Suejing to transform herself into a gentle and sweet girl, striving to be adored by all. Ironically, Luo Qiyun had grown increasingly aloof following her mother's passing. But what was this? Was she attempting to usurp her persona? After exchanging pleasantries and discussing trivial matters, when the dishes arrived, Bai Suejing reacted with a standard response, not only praising the restaurant's cuisine, but also playfully flirting with the young waiter, leaving him blushing and too shy to meet her gaze. Here, Qiyun, these are all your favorites. Bai Suejing eagerly awaited Qin Yu to drop her facade. Reveal your true self. But within Luo Qiyun's body resided another person. Qin Yu, naturally slow at meals, was cautious and meticulous in her movements. Sunlight streamed through the window, and Bai Suejing experienced a peculiar sensation. How could this woman appear so charming? Is your appetite not quite right lately, Sister Qiyun? Bai Suejing asked sweetly. Setting down her chopsticks, Qin Yu recalled Luo Qiyun's instructions. Why have you stopped eating? Is it not to your liking? It's my fault for not getting to know you better. I don't even know what you enjoy eating now. Bai Suejing's self-reproach seemed genuine rather than feigned. No, it's just a tad rich, Qin Yu replied, striving to adopt a demeanor befitting Luo Qiyun. Her lips pursed in a composed frown. Not at all. These dishes are quite light. Bai Suejing poked her own cheek. Could it be that I'm too sweet? This was pure audacity. It's because your sweetness has exceeded acceptable limits. Has someone kidnapped your vocal cords? Why are you speaking in such a clipped manner? Bai Suejing was momentarily taken aback, then casually slumped back in her chair, crossing her arms. If you had acted this way from the start, it would have been much more comfortable for me. She dropped the pretense. Let us eat. Bai Suejing then broached the topic of Luo Qiyun's work, indicating her genuine concern for her friend and offering to assist. Qin Yu shook her head, knowing full well that Luo Qiyun likely wouldn't pursue acting. Speaking of which, did you know someone has returned? Bai Suejing said mysteriously. I don't know, Qin Yu replied. How could she be aware of matters within Luo Qiyun's circle? I thought since you were so attached to him as a child, and considering your betrothal, you would be keen on his whereabouts. But now it seems I've overthought. Bai Suejing's words left Qin Yu momentarily speechless. What? Betrothed? Attached to him? Why had Luo Qiyun never mentioned her betrothal to her? Chapter 13. Pretending not to recognize him. Is he back? Qin Yu was oblivious to the details of this so-called betrothed individual, so she could only cautiously inquire. Yes, the Ji family has returned. Ji Cheng has also come back, just recently arrived in Yanjing after nearly 10 years. Do you still have feelings for him? Bai Suejing jest, thinking the atmosphere was lighthearted. But Qin Yu's heart was in turmoil. During the latter part of the meal, she was somewhat absent-minded, with Bai Suejing doing most of the talking. She assumed Qin Yu was simply feeling down lately, which she could understand. After finishing their meal, the two departed together. Today was rushed. I have matters to attend to this afternoon. I'll reach out to you later when I have time. Bai Suejing, dressed in soft pink, complimented by her doll-like face, appeared rather endearing. All right, Qin Yu waved goodbye as they parted in the parking lot. She took out her phone to inquire with Luo Qiyun about the situation. As she lowered her head, the hat on her head was caught by the wind and blown a few meters away, landing in someone else's hands. Turning around, she saw it was the tall man she had almost collided with upon entering. As she looked at him, he was also observing her. That sense of familiarity surged again. He was Ji Cheng, and at that moment, he recognized the person before him as Luo Qiyun. However, Qin Yu did not know him and merely perceived him as an ordinary, tall, handsome stranger. Thank you. Qin Yu approached him, extending her hands to retrieve the hat, adjusting its shape before placing it back on her head. Ji Cheng remained silent, his gaze fixed on Qin Yu's face. Noting the earnestness with which she had regarded the hat and the slight upward glance she made after donning it. She didn't recognize him? That seemed unlikely. If she hadn't recognized him, how could it be so coincidental to encounter one another here twice? Ji Cheng, with his hands hanging by his sides, replied, No need to thank me. His voice, reminiscent of Luo's shoes, was calm and deep, imbued with a hint of lazy magnetism. Yet unlike Luo Shu, who always appeared in formal attire, Ji Cheng was far more versatile, clad in a gray shirt, a light khaki trench coat, black trousers, and low-top combat boots, with a gray scarf draped halfway across his chest. As Qin Yu raised her head, her right hand pressing against her hat, her clear black eyes met Ji Cheng's gaze. A gentle breeze lifted the hem of the skirt, causing Qin Yu to instinctively blink. I shall take my leave now, he said, turning away. Ji Cheng stood beside the car, his left hand tucked into the pocket of his trench coat, his deep-set eyes avoiding direct contact. He inhaled deeply, the flared nostrils of his hawk-like nose twitching slightly. He must be losing his mind. Just a moment ago, he felt his heart race. Clearly, the other party was still employing this chance encounter to capture his attention. He nearly fell for it. Unbeknownst to the departing Qin Yu, this young man was wrestling with a torrent of inner turmoil. After returning home and parking the car, he walked downstairs only to find Yu Shenran standing by the roadside with a frosty expression. A man with bloodshot eyes stood before her, of a similar stature, whispering something with his head bowed. The bouquet in his hand had evidently been discarded, with dust clinging to its petals. Qin Yu halted his steps, intending to discreetly observe the unfolding scene. Did you not say it was merely a game? Yu Shenran appeared utterly heartless, akin to shooing away a small dog that was wagging its tail in desperation. Qin Yu only revealed half of his figure, yet Yu Shenran's gaze swiftly fell upon him. Darling, you've finally returned, she exclaimed joyfully, striding toward him. The man standing still, upon hearing such an endearing address, seemed to lose all his strength and collapse to the ground. Qin Yu was pulled away by Yu Shenran, who wrapped her arm around his. Come, let us return home. Until they left, the man holding the flowers did not lift his head again. Once they entered the elevator, the facade of excitement on Yu Shenran's face vanished completely. Are you using me as a shield? Qin Yu did not wish to find himself knifed on the street later. I apologize. At that moment, Yu Shenran appeared particularly earnest, then dejectedly asked, Do I really come across as the type to seduce married men? Why do you say that? Qin Yu questioned, confused. What can one discern solely from appearance? Because that man just now is indeed a married man, Yu Shenran replied with a bitter smile. She had taken to drinking in solitude due to this incident. The man had flirted with her under the pretense of being single, only for the truth of his engagement to come to light less than a fortnight later. Should I not have told him to leave? Am I to wait for his fiancée to come and tug at my hair? Yet that young man had become irrational, insisting that Yu Shenran was his true love, even chasing her to this very spot. Did you know about this from the start? Qin Yu inquired. Yu Shenran shook her head. I had no idea you were so oblivious. Qin Yu was not disbelieving. He simply found himself at a loss for words. I only become perceptive in the presence of someone I cherish, Yu Shenran said as she embraced him. Thus, I hold you in the highest regard. Qin Yu pushed her away with one hand. Darling, do you not have someone you adore? What had begun as a casual question prompted Qin Yu to contemplate seriously. He thought of Luo Qiyun's engagement. At some point, he too felt that such serendipitous exchanges would ultimately lead the two involved to be together. However, this notion flickered through his mind like a fleeting shadow. His status and Luo Qiyun's were far from equal. She would have to pause her career in life because of him. Was it not cruel to strip her of the right to pursue her own affections? Qin Yu twisted his fingers anxiously. Perhaps Luo Qiyun did not care much for that Ji Cheng after all. She had never mentioned him before. He failed to realize that at this moment, he was not even preoccupied with his own situation. Of course, I too have had someone I fancied, Qin Yu stated. As the elevator doors opened, Ji Cheng stood outside, having just caught the tail end of his words. A look of realization washed over his face. As if everything made sense now. What a coincidence. Qin Yu greeted casually, noting that this was the third time he had encountered this individual today. He then turned to enter his residence. Ironically, they lived directly across from one another. Ji Cheng found it rather amusing that they could be neighbors yet act as if they were strangers. Did he expect Ji Cheng to take the initiative to recognize him and feign a long-lost reunion? Yu Shenran, observing the scene unfold, quickly followed after Qin Yu. Throughout the afternoon, Qin Yu refrained from messaging Luo Qiyun as she was to attend a class reunion on his behalf that evening. He resolved to inquire further the following day. At 6 o'clock, Cui Hao arrived to pick up Luo Qiyun. As soon as he entered the car, he began to rant. Last time was a disaster. I got berated by my sister for ages after I got home. I need to keep it together tonight. Luo Qiyun smiled slightly, finding Cui Hao's drunken antics rather entertaining. So, are you prepared for today? Cui Hao was brimming with enthusiasm. Prepared for what? Luo Qiyun asked, puzzled. You didn't know? Summer Ran is on that list, your first love. Cui Hao balled his right hand into a fist, eager to celebrate the moment with Luo Qiyun. Seize this opportunity. Luo Qiyun furrowed her brow, gazing out of the window. Qin Yu had never mentioned this matter. Why are you nervous? Cui Hao retracted his fist, now concerned for his friend. That was then. People change. Just look at you now, a bona fide handsome man. There's nothing to worry about regarding your image. He continued, I've done some digging. Summer Ran had a brief romance these past few years, lasting only a month before they split. You two used to get along quite well, didn't you? She was always so aloof, yet you could make her laugh. Revisit the past, and perhaps ask for her contact details to stay in touch. Cui Hao continued to chatter, but Luo Qiyun's expression had already shifted dramatically. It was hard to articulate why she felt so unsettled. She should not have been concerned about Qin Yu's social connections, nor felt jealousy. Yet an uncomfortable sensation lingered in her heart. Are you even listening to me? Cui Hao suddenly raised his voice. Luo Qiyun replied coolly. Don't let her past as a school beauty intimidate you. My buddy is deserving of anyone. Cui Hao was adamant that Qin Yu was worthy of the best. Just relax and enjoy each other's company. Luo Qiyun raised her hand, and Cui Hao bumped fists with her. That's the spirit. Yet at that moment, Luo Qiyun was not preoccupied with how to interact with Summer Ran. Instead, she was curious to discover what made this first love so exceptional. After parking the car, the two of them walked into the private room, one after the other. Cui Hao entered first, clearly well-liked, as most of the dozen or so attendees stood up to greet him. Wow, buddy, what happened to you? Cui Hao exclaimed, observing how some friends, having only just started working a year or two ago, looked utterly haggard. You're still all right. At least you haven't gone bald, he remarked to another person, who smiled ruefully. The wig just arrived. Laughter erupted among the group, their spirits high. Oh, right, Qin Yu is here too. Cui Hao stepped aside to allow Luo Qiyun to enter. The moment she stepped in, an uncanny silence enveloped the room. All eyes converged upon her, and had Qin Yu himself been present, he would have felt mortified. But within this body was Luo Qiyun, who had never faltered in front of cameras or the spotlight. Is this Qin Yu? Someone exclaimed in disbelief. In their memories, Qin Yu was the boy with bangs long enough to obscure his eyes, always walking with his head down, often relegated to the corner observing others. No way. Has he changed this much? Luo Qiyun herself was indifferent to their comments, yet Cui Hao beamed with pride. So what do you think? Isn't Qin Yu way more handsome than before? Indeed, not only was he significantly more attractive, but his entire demeanor seemed transformed. As Luo Qiyun guided Qin Yu's body, an enigmatic charm radiated from within, making it difficult for anyone to divert their gaze from his face. Well then, let us take a seat. We're definitely going to party until we drop tonight, declared Zhang Yao, the class monitor and organizer of the gathering, looking at Qin Yu with a hint of disdain. Wait, who are you? Cui Hao stared at Zhang Yao, initially failing to recognize him. I'm Zhang Yao. Upon hearing this, Cui Hao burst into laughter. What on earth happened to you? Look at you, plump and dressed in such an outdated manner. One might mistake you for an insurance manager. Someone jest, eliciting laughter from the crowd. This was typical of Cui Hao, who often employed humor in his banter. You're not much different, Zhang Yao retorted, playfully tapping Cui Hao's belly. What happened to your 8-pack abs? Cui Hao fell silent, and the onlookers were amused by his awkward expression, prompting several girls to giggle. Everyone held a fondness for Cui Hao. He was never boastful, and while he enjoyed teasing others, he was equally open to being teased himself. Once seated, Cui Hao and Qin Yu found themselves at the center of attention. Curious glances were cast at Qin Yu, who had undergone a noticeable transformation, while Cui Hao's experiences abroad piqued the group's interest. During the initial rounds of drinking and chatting, the conversation predominantly revolved around Cui Hao. This lad was a consummate braggart, embellishing his years of study abroad as if he were a super soldier, and the group found his antics amusing, not taking them too seriously. And you, Qin Yu, what prompted you to leave the group? Naturally, attention shifted to Luo Qiyun after Cui Hao's stories. It's been so long, I simply forgot, she replied nonchalantly. After you left, Xiaoran mentioned you, expressing curiosity about your well-being. I heard you're quite the popular streamer now. It's mediocre. I'm barely scraping by. Luo Qiyun's demeanor remained aloof, her politeness strikingly minimal. As long as everyone is doing well, I feel reassured, Cui Hao proclaimed in a fatherly tone, only to be met with a wave of playful retorts. The group soon prepared to sing and engage in drinking games. What future does a mere small streamer have? Zhang Yao's abrupt comment rendered the room silent. Despite the music playing in the background, his words cut through the atmosphere sharply. How much can you earn in a year? Working tirelessly without day or night, catering to a bunch of clueless viewers. Zhang Yao, flushed from alcohol, seemed oblivious to the offensiveness of his remarks, continuing unabated. This was a gathering meant for reminiscing, where everyone exchanged pleasantries, not one where someone would make such jarring comments. Zhang Yao had overstepped. Why not join me? I remember we were in the same major in college, although you've been out of work for 2 or 3 years. But that doesn't matter. You can start as an intern under me, and I guarantee you'll earn more in a year than you have so far. Everyone was aware that Zhang Yao had started a startup and was doing quite well, but he had never mentioned it before, and no one had paid it much mind. They afforded him the respect due to a former class monitor and organizer of the gathering, despite his greasy appearance, with only Cui Hao daring to joke about him. However, you need to correct those bad habits of yours. I know many in your field have plenty of vices. Zhang Yao poured himself a glass of brandy and headed straight for Luo Qiyun, utterly oblivious to the shift in the atmosphere around him. Cui Hao's fist clenched tightly, and he sensed the tension rising. Drink this first. I want to see how well you can hold your liquor tonight. Zhang Yao's voice boomed, drowning out the background music. Luo Qiyun glared at him, ready to retaliate with a swift punch if he uttered another word. That's enough. Cui Hao stood up, declaring that if anyone was going to act foolishly, they should do so outside. Look at you, always like this. We all know you two are close. But what does that have to do with you? Zhang Yao retorted, showing no signs of backing down. In a fit of anger, Cui Hao snatched the brandy from Zhang Yao's hand and splashed it right onto his pudgy face. The scene shocked Luo Qiyun, and the rest of the attendees were equally taken aback, sensing that the situation was spiraling out of control. Chapter 15, he might not have cared about Zhang Yao being drenched in alcohol, nor did it extinguish the simmering jealousy within him. The crowd, witnessing that the two had yet to come to blows, quickly intervened. Zhang Yao has had too much to drink and is speaking out of turn, they said, pulling Zhang Yao away while separating Cui Hao and Qin Yu. Come on, let's have a class monitor and I sing a duet. With Zhang Yao and Cui Hao both being led away, only Qin Yu, who remained still, and Xiaoran, who sat nearby, were left. Although the two were not far apart, the separation had prevented Luo Qiyun from seeing the rumored white moonlight that was Xiaoran. As she cast her gaze over, the latter approached her directly. Xiaoran, tall and wearing a light gray sweater dress that accentuated her long legs, sat down with her white ankle boots glinting under the lights. It's been a long time, she smiled gently, her eyes twinkling, with a beauty mark adding charm to her lovely profile. The earrings swayed slightly as she nodded, momentarily distracting Luo Qiyun from her intent to scrutinize the fabled white moonlight. Indeed, it has, Luo Qiyun replied, feeling that after their pleasantries, the conversation might dwindle. You've changed quite a bit when you walked in just now. I almost didn't recognize you. Xiaoran maintained a faint smile, appearing approachable, though Luo Qiyun had not heard her speak a single word prior. Really? I thought I was still the same, Xiaoran remarked, leaning in to inspect Luo Qiyun closely, their faces mere inches apart, crossing the boundaries of social etiquette. Yet, I perceive you remain as reserved as ever, Xiao Ran continued. Do you recall our first encounter? Luo Qiyun shook her head, finding it difficult to engage with someone so gentle and patient, as it often left her speechless. You were carrying a guitar case, and I foolishly chased after you, asking you to play for me, Xiao Ran reminisced, a hint of wistfulness in her tone. Play guitar? Luo Qiyun recalled seeing Qin Yu's old instruments at his place, and the encounter felt reminiscent of a drama's opening scene. Could it be true, as Cui Hao suggested, that Xiao Ran was indeed Qin Yu's white moonlight? You didn't know me then. You ran away like a frightened rabbit. Head down, Xiao Ran laughed heartily. Following that instance, she began to spend time with Qin Yu, initially driven by a simple and naive desire to hear him play guitar. I've watched your streams before. I had no idea you were such a skilled gamer. Her compliments left Luo Qiyun feeling bewildered, and as the conversation progressed, she quickly found herself out of words. So how have you been? She decided to turn the conversation around. Quite well. Oh, by the way, you probably don't know, but I'm now a short drama actress. With that, Xiao Ran pulled out her phone, eager to show Luo Qiyun her work. Perhaps due to her professional instincts, Luo Qiyun watched intently. Xiao Ran had taken on various roles, from a whimsical apprentice in fantasy tales to a canary in corporate dramas. Yet, Luo Qiyun had never felt the pressures of life that come with being an actor, unaware of the stress that those without roles faced. Seeing Xiao Ran's example in front of her made her realize that even small actors have their own ways of making a living. The resentment she had harbored towards Xiao Ran began to dissipate. Your acting is quite impressive, Luo Qiyun offered sincerely. Thank you, Xiao Ran replied, tucking her phone away. Such praise was something she was accustomed to, yet it still brought her joy. Perhaps it was Luo Qiyun's cool demeanor that made Xiao Ran feel confident that her compliments would not lack sincerity. Then, Xiao Ran continued to discuss her work arrangements, mentioning her upcoming studies that would keep her in Yinjing for a while. Her words hinted at the possibility of getting to know one another better in the future. Unbeknownst to them, their proximity increased as Xiao Ran maintained her gaze on Luo Qiyun, her seriousness evident. Meanwhile, the earlier commotion had settled. Cui Hao and Zhang Yao had been coaxed into singing a duet, and the gathering resumed as if nothing had transpired. As soon as it dawned on him that Xiao Ran had drawn closer to Luo Qiyun, the atmosphere took on an oddly charged quality, particularly for Zhang Yao. The anger he had painstakingly suppressed flared up once more. Have you two struck up a conversation? Cui Hao threw a knowing glance at his close friend, pondering whether this lad had some charm after all. Meanwhile, Zhang Yao felt a wave of discontent wash over him as he observed their jovial banter. Earlier, when he had mentioned his professional achievements to Xiao Ran, she had responded with a nonchalant demeanor, merely exchanging a few polite remarks. Yet now, seated beside Qin Yu, she was laughing and chatting with abandon. A sense of imbalance gnawed at him. Thus, he stepped forward once again. Everyone, please make way. I have something of great importance to address today, and I would like my old classmates to bear witness. Zhang Yao seized the microphone and approached Xiao Ran, completely disregarding Qin Yu, who sat nearby. Xiao Ran, His words were abruptly interrupted by a piercing hum in the air. I know, Xiao Ran interjected. Though her voice was scarcely above a whisper, it resonated clearly among the crowd. I declined. Just like that, she dismissed him, not even granting Zhang Yao the courtesy of a proper confession. Why? Weren't we on good terms before? The two had indeed been close as class representatives, often collaborating on various minor matters, even co-hosting the graduation gala. There is no reason. I simply do not like you. At that moment, Xiao Ran's demeanor starkly contrasted with the one Luo Qiyun had witnessed earlier. I understand now, Zhang Yao murmured, lowering his head before suddenly glaring at Luo Qiyun with reddened eyes. Qin Yu, he charged forward, closing the distance between them, leaving no time for anyone to intervene. The onlookers were paralyzed with fear. Zhang Yao was no novice in physical confrontation, and given their size disparity, a punch to the face could lead to unforeseen consequences. Stop! Cui Hao rushed forward, but Luo Qiyun merely sighed in resignation, rising to her feet. She delivered a swift blow to Zhang Yao's ribcage, the excruciating pain rendering him incapable of retaliating, causing him to collapse onto the sofa. No one anticipated that Qin Yu would possess such prowess, leaving everyone in stunned silence. Only Cui Hao continued to push forward in a bid to protect his friend, knocking over a table in the process and falling in a rather undignified manner. Get up, you fool, Zhang Yao lamented, burying his face into the sofa's backrest, tears streaming down his face. It was unclear whether he was weeping from pain or heartbreak. Are you all right? Someone approached to check on him, only to be brushed aside. Let's go, Luo Qiyun urged Cui Hao. It's time to leave. Qin Yu, Xiao Ran stood, glancing at his retreating figure, yet ultimately chose not to intervene. Forget it. Perhaps he never cared that much. After exiting, Luo Qiyun arranged for a designated driver for Cui Hao while she took a taxi home. The moment she lay in bed, she dialed Qin Yu's number. Hello. They spoke simultaneously. I have something to ask you. Again, they chimed in unison. You go first, Luo Qiyun suggested. Qin Yu contemplated that perhaps Luo Qiyun had encountered some unpleasantness at the gathering that evening. Why didn't you tell me about your white moonlight? She inquired. She was certain that given the opportunity, she would not hesitate. You must explain yourself. Qin Yu. What? What white moonlight? He responded, puzzled. Did he possess a script of unrequited love involving a white moonlight? Qin Yu did not recall it that way. Xia Ran. Upon hearing his words, Luo Qiyun felt a flicker of understanding. Who is Xia Ran? Qin Yu searched his memory. He was adept at recalling trivialities, but often forgot the names of people from his past. He could only distinctly remember Cui Hao from high school. So you truly forgot? Luo Qiyun discerned no hint of deception in his tone. She is a campus belle who could only be amused by you, always pestering you to play the guitar for her. A touch of description, she thought, might jog his memory. Oh, Xia Ran. Qin Yu mused, recalling the girl who had persistently invaded his space, relentlessly urging him, who had barely grasped the basics of guitar, to play for her. He had nearly given up on learning the instrument due to her overwhelming presence. White moonlight. Qin Yu chuckled, realizing that was a phrase Cui Hao would use. Indeed, he acknowledged that in his youth, it was difficult not to be captivated by a beautiful girl approaching him. However, it certainly did not reach the extent that Cui Hao described as white moonlight. It was merely a fleeting, naive infatuation. In that case, there is no harm done. Luo Qiyun shared Qin Yu's sentiments, wishing not to impede his life due to this matter of exchange. What were you going to ask earlier? Speak up. Luo Qiyun suspected Qin Yu might be facing some troubles in his life, perhaps struggling to adapt to her rigorous exercise routine. Are you aware that your betrothed has returned to the country? Qin Yu placed his phone on the table, fingers entwined anxiously. Who? Never mind. Luo Qiyun surmised that she might have forgotten about it herself. Ji Cheng. This name rang a bell for Luo Qiyun. Reflecting on the notion of a betrothal, she recalled it as a joke made by two old men in front of others. As a little girl, she had been somewhat clingy, and Ji Cheng, as the quintessential neighborly older brother, had been gentle with her. It was entirely normal for her to want him to play with her. However, when Ji Cheng left, she neither chased him to the airport to bid farewell, nor did she resolutely avoid contact with other males for the sake of this so-called engagement over the subsequent decade. Nor did she inquire about him upon his return or throw a grand welcoming feast. Indeed, her lack of such actions merely indicated that Ji Cheng did not hold a place of deep affection in her heart. Yet, the fact remained that 3 days after Ji Cheng departed, during dinner, Luo Shu had asked his sister whether she missed Ji Cheng. Her response had been to look up and inquire, who is Ji Cheng? She merely remembered him as the young man who frequently visited their home and was always willing to lend a helping hand. In any case, I owe you an apology for not clarifying this matter. Luo Qiyun acknowledged her oversight. I am sorry. Her sincerity took Qin Yu by surprise. Now it's your turn. Qin Yu anticipated her would-be counterattack. Then I apologize as well. Just as he began to express his regret, he was cut off. No, you cannot repeat my method of apology. I've already used that. Huh? What does she want then? Qin Yu was uncertain of Luo Qiyun's intentions. Could it be that she expected him to visit her to apologize? You need to go to the cloakroom. There's a hidden compartment beneath the hat rack. Luo Qiyun instructed. I've never heard of an apology requiring a change of clothes. Nevertheless, Qin Yu complied, opening the compartment to find a neat array of hair accessories. Do you see the black cat ear headband? Yes. Good, now put it on. Luo Qiyun commanded before abruptly hanging up. Qin Yu, his expression one of incredulity as he held the cat ears, soon received a video call from Luo Qiyun. She stared at him with an expressionless face. Put on. What a joke. This isn't an apology. It's sheer humiliation. He protested. Today I got into a fight because of your white moonlight. It was rather perilous. Luo Qiyun fanned the flames, applying pressure on Qin Yu. Then just wear it. Reluctantly, Qin Yu donned the cat ears. There, is this acceptable? His ears flushed with heat, and he dare not look directly at the phone screen. Meow for me. Let me hear. Don't push your luck. Qin Yu snapped in frustration. You truly are insatiable. My wrist still aches, and who knows how Cui Hao is faring after that tumble. Luo Qiyun rested her chin on her hand, secretly activating her phone's screen recording. All right. Fine. Hurry and meow, so we can wrap this up. An indescribable sense of shame enveloped Qin Yu as he crouched in the cloakroom, glancing about to ensure that Yushin Ran would not make a sudden appearance. Lowering his gaze, he softly murmured, meow. How adorable. Luo Qiyun turned her face away, stifling a laugh. All right, send me a selfie later. With that, she hung up, likely fearing a verbal onslaught from Qin Yu. What a profound humiliation. Qin Yu gritted his teeth, realizing he was entirely at the mercy of this woman. Reluctantly, he prepared to send a casual selfie to Luo Qiyun. Squatting in an adorable pose, his right hand propped against his cheek, tilting his head slightly for the shot. She had even sent specific instructions. Qin Yu chuckled in exasperation. Following her directions, he snapped a photo and sent it off, to which Luo Qiyun promptly replied with an okay. It was over. He had been thoroughly bested. Removing his headpiece, Qin Yu trudged out of the cloakroom, only to nearly collide with Yushen Ran as he lifted his head. You startled me, he exclaimed, stepping back. Leaning against the doorframe, Yushen Ran exuded an air of charm. Darling, I prepared dinner. Come eat. Could she really cook? Qin Yu regarded her with skepticism. However, having taken care of her in the past, even if it was just ordering takeout, he thought it might be nice to share a meal. Let's go, he said, passing by her. By the way, have you secretly adopted a kitten? Qin Yu froze in place. No, he retorted angrily, striding ahead. Yushen Ran watched his retreating figure, relishing the thrill of teasing him. How adorable. Once seated at the dining table, Qin Yu's eyes widened in surprise. For dishes and a steaming soup lay before him. Clearly not takeout, but rather a meal meticulously prepared by Yushen Ran herself. Surprised? Did you not expect me to possess such culinary skills? Indeed, I did not. She continued. I once aspired to be a devoted wife and mother, but alas, I have always encountered the wrong people. If only I could find a boy like you. I would marry you. Just as Qin Yu took a sip of the rib soup, he nearly spat it out. Slow down, it's still hot. Yushen Ran immediately reached for a napkin to help him wipe his mouth, but he blocked her, tending to it himself. I've been planning to take a break for a while, Yushen Ran said, retracting her hand with a hint of disappointment. And then, Qin Yu set down his chopsticks, scrutinizing her. You aren't thinking of turning this meal into something more, are you? Can I sleep with you starting from today? Goodness, she jumped straight to that. No way. Then I'll sleep beside you. Absolutely not. On the floor. Qin Yu shook his head. Just for tonight, I'll quietly sleep beside you. Yushen Ran was adept at negotiating her way through situations. I've just gone through a breakup. Shouldn't you comfort your dear friend? It's perfectly normal for us to sleep together. She wore a look of feigned innocence. She could certainly find reasons. You must promise to sleep quietly beside me. I promise. I just want someone to talk to alleviate my inner turmoil. Qin Yu believed her, sensing a hint of genuine sadness. However, as night fell, Qin Yu awaited her to initiate a conversation, only to find that Yushen Ran had already succumbed to slumber. He had fallen for her tricks once again. The following morning, Luo Qiyun, having learned from her previous experience, ventured to the dumpling shop frequented by Qin Yu. Before she even stepped inside, she spotted a familiar face. Why was she here? It was Xiao Ran. Upon seeing Luo Qiyun, Xiao Ran's face lit up, and she approached with a spring in her step, shyly standing beside her. Are you here to eat? Luo Qiyun inquired, pointing at the shop. Yes, I heard the food here is quite good. The owner may not be a professional dumpling maker, but he has his own flair, Xiao Ran replied, inching closer. Shall we go together? Luo Qiyun shook her head. If you're going, then I won't. I suddenly crave pancakes. I'm heading across the street. She turned and walked away. Oh, what a pity, Xiao Ran said politely, realizing she had perhaps overstepped, as they had not even confirmed a casual friendship. Just as Luo Qiyun was about to leave, she heard a gentle yet urgent call. Little Qin, the owner of the shop, whom Luo Qiyun had seen before, stepped out and approached her. Are you here to eat? The owner beamed, inexplicably cheerful. Oh, I saw a young man who resembled you dining next door, and I wondered if I had mistaken him. But today I see I was mistaken. He is certainly not as handsome as you. Luo Qiyun broke out in a cold sweat. And he knows your mother is from Jiangcheng, and I'm also from Jiangcheng. Recently, my relatives brought some of the finest lotus roots from there. I even got up early yesterday to prepare rib and lotus root soup. Come in, and I'll serve you a pot to taste the flavors of your hometown. Luo Qiyun, unable to refuse, reluctantly entered the shop. Xiao Ran looked on, bewildered by the exchange. Shall we eat together? Luo Qiyun suggested to Xiao Ran. The pot of soup the owner referred to was indeed a full clay pot. Luo Qiyun ladled herself a bowl. The flavor was sweet and rich, truly delightful. Is this the taste of Qin Yu's hometown? She had thought his parents were from Yanjing. The owner, familiar with Qin Yu's preferences, began serving the dishes he loved. Oh, I nearly forgot. Is this your girlfriend? She's so beautiful, just like a star. Xiao Ran blushed. Thank you. But she did not clarify that she was not Qin Yu's girlfriend. She glanced at Luo Qiyun, who was engrossed in savoring the lotus root soup, marveling at the delicate strands that formed when she bit into the pink-hued slices. Shall your girlfriend have what Qin Yu likes? The owner inquired with a smile. She's not my girlfriend. Luo Qiyun finally emerged from a reverie. Just a classmate. The term classmate felt awkward, laden with an unspeakable distance, barely even qualifying as friends. Yes, just a classmate, Xiao Ran replied with a somewhat stiff smile. I'll have what he has. Even though they were sitting at the same table, to Luo Qiyun, their relationship barely amounted to sharing a table. As they dined, Xiao Ran chatted about various topics as before, with Luo Qiyun responding intermittently. Xiao Ran assumed she was listening attentively, but in reality, Luo Qiyun was marveling at how this restaurant's offerings surpassed those of the one next door. Just as Qin Yu claimed. Once the soup was finished and the meal concluded, Luo Qiyun received a message from Cui Hao. He conveyed that Zhang Yao had asked him to apologize, acknowledging that his behavior the previous day had been impulsive and rude. This was understandable. During their high school days, the focus had been on the charismatic and well-liked Cui Hao and the school beauty, Xiao Ran. The fact that one considered Qin Yu merely a good buddy, while the other frequently gravitated towards him, created a significant contrast for Zhang Yao, who had once been praised as exemplary. At the previous night's gathering, Zhang Yao had become somewhat greasy due to work pressures, while Qin Yu had undergone a remarkable transformation, garnering admiration and adulation from everyone, which had unleashed a long-suppressed resentment. Hence, he had lost his composure. Xiao Ran's attitude towards Qin Yu had been the final straw. He wants to thank you. That punch of yours really woke him up, Cui Hao sent in a voice message, followed by a photo of his head. Bandaged from a bump. Buddy, I risked it all for you, but unfortunately, you missed your chance. Cui Hao sent another voice message accompanied by 3 exasperated emojis. Luo Qiyun lifted her head to glance at the opposite Zairan. Zairan, in turn, looked back at her, her expression flawless, and her posture so elegant that one could hardly find fault. In truth, Luo Qiyun did not harbor much affection for her, nor had she ever. Luo Qiyun replied, Is that true? Cui Hao, half in disbelief, then sent a photograph showing his sister tugging at his ear while saying something. Cui Hao's face was contorted in a comical manner, reminiscent of a monkey beneath Wuzishan. Unable to contain herself, Luo Qiyun let out a light laugh. What is the matter? Zairan inquired. Nothing, just a trivial matter, Luo Qiyun responded nonchalantly. Before finishing their meal, Zairan had already risen to settle the bill with the proprietress. The soup is on the house, the proprietress remarked, calculating the total, while thinking that this girl seemed quite well suited for Xiao Qin. Why is Xiao Qin so aloof? The person remained the same, yet it felt as if with the change in appearance, the essence had shifted as well, losing the timid charm he once possessed, and the sense of intimacy had diminished. Thank you. Does he come here often? Zairan asked. He has been coming for over a year now. This child always seemed a bit weary, the proprietress replied. My son is of similar age and is starting a business back home. Seeing him reminds me of my own. Zairan nodded, her heart racing incessantly. When Luo Qiyun finished dismissing Cui Hao and stood to settle the bill, she discovered that Zairan had already taken care of it. I'll transfer my share to you, Luo Qiyun said. No, you needn't. Zairan initially intended to decline. Then let us add each other on WeChat. You can send it to me. She suddenly thought of adding Qin Yu as a friend. No need, how about Alipay? Luo Qiyun produced her phone. After breakfast concluded, the two departed the establishment together, and upon returning to the community, Luo Qiyun noticed Zairan walking alongside her. As they entered the elevator, Zairan remained beside her. Upon reaching their floor, she was still there. What a coincidence, Zairan exclaimed, pleasantly surprised. They lived next door to each other. Quite a coincidence indeed, Luo Qiyun replied, inputting her code and stepping inside. Goodbye, Zairan said, taken aback by the closing door, standing there in a daze. Meanwhile, Qin Yu, having enjoyed a heart-shaped breakfast made by Yushin Ran, contemplated the intricacies of the egg for a significant while before changing his clothes and heading out. Today he was to practice equestrianism at the riding arena. Upon arriving, as Qin Yu opened the car door, he looked up and saw that familiar face once more. Is this fellow stalking me? Chapter 18. Could this be some sort of perverted stalker? Qin Yu scrutinized Ji Cheng from head to toe, thinking he ought to inform Luo Qiyun about this encounter and see her reaction. However, Ji Cheng had entirely different thoughts. Having just returned to the country and meeting Qin Yu on 2 occasions, upon returning home, he discovered they lived directly across from one another, and now this unexpected encounter. Was this not a deliberately orchestrated meeting? This little one has some depth to his thoughts, Ji Cheng mused. Qin Yu was oblivious to Ji Cheng's inner monologue, as he proceeded to locate the designated area. Before leaving that morning, Luo Qiyun had reassured him not to worry, stating that she had arranged for a coach. And in case Qin Yu felt unprepared, he could simply claim to be unwell. Blame it all on the illness, it would surely suffice. Upon arriving at the lounge near the stables, Qin Yu was still trying to find his way when a tall, elegant riding instructor approached him. With her hair in a short ponytail and a warm, friendly smile, she greeted Qiyun. It's been a while. Qin Yu replied curtly, still as indifferent as before. As Luo Qiyun's coach, Zhou Shu had only trained her for less than half a month. Luo Qiyun learned rapidly and, once proficient, had dismissed Zhou Shu. When you messaged yesterday, saying you wanted to relearn, I thought I had read it incorrectly. Zhou Shu chuckled. Follow me. Qin Yu slung his bag over his shoulder and followed closely. Luo Qiyun had mentioned she owned a chestnut mare here. Being a mare, it should be quite docile and manageable, or so he thought. Yet, upon laying his eyes on the horse, he realized Luo Qiyun had deceived him once again. The mare was so tall that Qin Yu had to stretch his neck to meet her gaze, and upon seeing him, she tossed her head wildly, showing no signs of docility whatsoever. Originally, I intended to select a gentler one for you, but you were adamant about not conceding, Zhou Shu recalled, realizing she had underestimated Luo Qiyun's capabilities. I never imagined you truly managed to train her. Qin Yu felt a bitter pang at the back of his throat. That was Luo Qiyun. He lacked such ability. What if an accident occurred, and this several hundred-pound beast casually pinned him down? Luo Qiyun's well-being would be at stake. He felt a responsibility toward her. Taking out his phone, Qin Yu contemplated sending Luo Qiyun a message to inform her of the risks. However, just as he lowered his gaze, the mare leaned in and nudged his head. Qin Yu extended his hand to pat the back of her neck. The mare stuck out her tongue, appearing quite content. He then covered one of her eyes with his hand. She remained calm and undisturbed. She trusts you. You can reciprocate that trust, Zhou Shu stated, leading the horse away from the stable and saddling her up. Qin Yu found himself at a loss as to how to mount. Oh well, let us give it a try. Yet, as he finally attempted to mount, he discovered that the muscle memory from Luo Qiyun's body had been triggered, and he simply needed to follow his instincts, quickly falling into the rhythm. So this is how it is. Qin Yu felt a wave of joy wash over him. Who and he fantasized about journeying through the world with sword in hand. Shall we take a lap? Zhou Shu gestured invitingly. Qin Yu nodded, gently squeezing the mare's sides. In his first attempt, he didn't dare to go too fast, primarily fearing that he might lose his grip and fall off. Fortunately, the mare seemed to understand his apprehension, trotting slowly around the arena. The pace was leisurely, yet the exhilarating sensation of slicing through the wind atop the horse made Qin Yu smile uncontrollably, his expression akin to that of a child lost in joy. After completing a lap, Qin Yu stopped before Zhou Shu to inquire about the mare's recent condition. Not far off, Ji Cheng, who had come to meet a friend, had been observing Qin Yu intently, his gaze unwavering. Ji Cheng, his friend, called loudly, prompting him to divert his attention. What is the matter? Have you developed feelings for her? Ji Cheng shook his head. No. Who knows whose daughter she is, but she's rather charming. Ji Cheng's friend, also new to the area, was unfamiliar with many of the regulars at the riding arena. However, with her adeptness, she's likely putting on a display for someone who rides at such a leisurely pace. One might think she's merely out for a stroll. His friend chuckled at the absurdity. Unbeknownst to Ji Cheng, the comment stirred a few thoughts within him. For whom could she be performing? It must be for herself, perhaps, to showcase some brilliance after such a long absence. That made sense. Ji Cheng was known to favor strikingly beautiful women, and this one appeared to be quite the opposite of his usual taste. But enough of that. It's inappropriate to speak of her behind her back. Is that so? You seem to know quite well what type of woman I prefer, Ji Cheng shot back, not entirely convinced that he had any romantic exploits worth gossiping about. Everyone knows you're surrounded by beauties, changing partners every 3 days. And how many have wept for you? Ji Cheng's expression darkened. What utter nonsense. Years ago, he indeed favored voluptuous, heavily made-up beauties, but in recent years, such individuals had become scarce in his life. He believed he had been sufficiently virtuous. Of course, he was not alone in critiquing how Qin Yu portrayed Luo Qiyun in a seemingly delicate manner. Ji Cheng had 3 companions who were also fixated on Qin Yu. She is deliberately humiliating us. Su Liao, the ringleader, felt that Qin Yu was mocking her. She had engaged in 3 contests against Luo Qiyun and lost all 3 decisively. In the final encounter, Luo Qiyun executed a graceful, ornate maneuver on horseback, delivering an ultimate insult. She even declared that a third-rate jockey like Su Liao ought not to torment horses, suggesting she might as well mount a pig instead. At that moment, over a dozen spectators, renowned figures within the circle, were watching. Su Liao was publicly shamed, utterly exposed. Although every conflict had been instigated by her, Luo Qiyun showed no mercy in sparing her dignity. Seeing this infuriated Su Liao's followers. She comes precisely when we're present, neither earlier nor later. One disgruntled retainer muttered. They had been avoiding Luo Qiyun for some time, only re-emerging upon hearing she and T appeared recently. Considering the full context, it was hard not to believe that Qin Yu, now astride a horse, was deliberately humiliating them. I'll go confront her, another retainer exclaimed impatiently. Wait, Su Liao hesitated. She was reluctant to provoke trouble, but since her friend had already approached Qin Yu, she felt compelled to follow. Ji Cheng, who had been quietly listening nearby, sensed their intent to cause trouble and immediately rose to accompany them. Should Qin Yu encounter difficulties, he would intervene to assist. On the field, Zhou Shu was speaking to Qin Yu. Try to run faster this lap. The horse has been waiting for you a long time and surely wishes to give a full-speed sprint. Qin Yu was thoroughly enjoying himself, nodding in agreement. He tightened his grip on the reins, preparing to surge forward. Yet before he could accelerate, someone called out to him. Luo Qiyun. Instinctively, Qin Yu reined in sharply, performing a dazzling display of Western horsemanship that stirred a cloud of dust. Then he turned his gaze toward the voice. Su Liao was astonished by this maneuver. Luo Qiyun's horse was an expensive thoroughbred. Were it not for its temperamental nature, it would be competing on genuine racecourses rather than this setting. Yet now, it was being handled with such mastery? Still in shock, Su Liao barely noticed Ji Cheng arriving behind her, who had just regained his footing after falling face first into the mud. Chapter 19. The vanquished do not deserve to have their names remembered. Ugh. Ji Cheng fancied himself heroic in attempting to salvage the situation, but to onlookers, he merely appeared foolish. Again, it's you. Qin Yu's gaze shifted to the retainer speaking to him. What do you want? The retainer's arrogant demeanor was infuriating. Su Liao, who had intended to let bygones be bygones, suddenly snapped. After so long, she was still as aggressive as ever. Me? Aggressive? Qin Yu, still exhilarated from riding, was oblivious to any old grudges between these people and Luo Qiyun. He asked, who are you? You're so damn arrogant. Su Liao's teeth clenched as she glared fiercely at Qin Yu. Should I say you're forgetful of your benefactors, or commend you for your acting skills? But if you pretend not to know us, that's just pathetic. Mounted high atop his steed, Qin Yu naturally exuded a commanding presence that surpassed everyone else. He frowned, slowly realizing this woman likely bore a grudge against Luo Qiyun. Yet what magnitude of enmity compelled her to confront him now? We have been avoiding you. Yet you still act so aggressively. It's truly excessive. The retainer protested. Indeed, you never truly cared for horses. This is merely a pastime to flaunt yourself. Liao cherishes horse racing and equestrianism sincerely, unlike you, who perform merely for show. Another of Su Liao's retainers, perhaps unaware they were digressing, spoke increasingly harshly. Su Liao felt awkward. She did not wish to speak so severely. While Luo Qiyun had initially come to the racetrack out of sudden interest, she possessed genuine skill and had defeated Su Liao 3 times fairly, no deceit involved. After the first loss, Su Liao had lost her composure, dismounting to criticize Luo Qiyun, insinuating underhanded tactics. Reflecting afterwards, she admitted she had overstepped. If she regarded victory as everything, she could hardly claim pure passion. Hence, after losing twice more, she remained silent. Most importantly, after her first outburst, Luo Qiyun had knocked her to the ground with a single punch, a memory that still made her ribs ache. She was determined not to provoke Luo Qiyun again and risk another such blow. So who is Liao? Qin Yu remained unmoved, his expression utterly impassive. She still pretending. The retainers laughed in disbelief. I am Su Liao, your thrice-defeated adversary, scared into hiding from the racetrack, publicly humiliated by you. That's me. Su Liao could no longer restrain herself. She was unafraid of another beating. Oh, Qin Yu responded meaningfully, pondering that these were Luo Qiyun's defeated followers, yet inwardly dissatisfied. He was still a novice. If they sought to challenge him, it could spell disaster. Tarnishing Luo Qiyun's reputation would be regrettable. Even if you defeat me, there's no need to belittle others so contemptuously. Su Liao nearly lost control, as tensions escalated toward violence. Ji Cheng hastily spat the mud from his mouth and stepped forward to intervene. This matter, before he could mediate, Qin Yu interrupted. Here, all defeated opponents are nameless. Folding his hands on the saddle, Qin Yu's tone left Su Liao stunned by his audacity. She looked up, noticing that although Qin Yu was arrogant, his expression was less cold than before. When he had been Luo Qiyun's body double, he had never spared a glance for defeated foes, not even exchanging eye contact. Yet now, his gaze lingered, seeming to convey something else. If you feel shame, you should focus on defeating me, not behaving like this, Qin Yu remarked. Indeed, Su Liao reflected. Since losing 3 times to Luo Qiyun, she had avoided her completely. But continuing thus meant no progress. Conquering her inner demons remained a distant dream. Such cowardice and retreat were unsuitable. She must not persist in this way. Give herself a chance. When you have the strength to see my back, I will remember your name. With that, Qin Yu accelerated away. Su Liao stood frozen, realizing he was encouraging her. she had pondered much lately, before Luo Qiyun's emergence. She had been invincible in this small circle, yet there were always stronger rivals beyond. A formidable opponent could teach her far more than 10 close friends. And what had she been doing? She had arrived half a day ago, but had yet to begin training. I will make you remember my name. Su Liao raised her hand, but quickly lost sight of Qin Yu's rapidly retreating figure. He was truly swift. Su Liao smiled faintly. Her two retainers looked on, bewildered. Let us go. We should train as well. Su Liao turned, only to find Ji Cheng standing aside, his face still smeared with dirt. Sir, who might you be? By the way, you ought to brush your teeth. That mud isn't exactly clean. Ji Cheng wished he could disappear. Could he admit he was there to assist Qin Yu? He could not bring himself to say so. Oh, I was just here to watch, that's all. Wiping the dirt from his face, Ji Cheng retreated sullenly. Afterward, Qin Yu rode 2 more laps. Only once both he and the horse were thoroughly satisfied did he dismount. He remained unaware of Su Liao's internal turmoil, knowing only that he had preserved Luo Qiyun's proud persona. Is it over? Zhou Shu stood nearby. Yes. I had a great time today, Qin Yu replied. But you've paid me a full day's wages, and now I have half a day with nothing to do. Zhou Shu found this version of Luo Qiyun far more approachable than before. Well then Qin Yu happened to see Su Liao and her group emerge. Go and coach them, he suggested. Further, humiliate them to deepen their character development. Afterwards, Qin Yu departed promptly. Su Liao, somewhat surprised, noticed Zhou Shu approaching her. Qiyun asked me to assist you, Zhou Shu said. Su Liao was taken aback by this declaration. Zhou Shu was the finest coach at the equestrian club, and it was precisely because she recognized Luo Qiyun's potential that Luo Qiyun qualified for such mentorship. Does she truly regard me as a worthy rival? Su Liao murmured to herself, realizing a new facet of Luo Qiyun's intentions. It seemed she had come to perceive Luo Qiyun in a completely different light. Meanwhile, Qin Yu just entered his car and briefly checked his phone before hastily setting it down, his face clouded with worry. Yu Shenran had sent him over 50 messages, nearly one every 5 minutes, inquiring when she would return, peppered with selfies and endearing pet names. Frankly, Qin Yu felt overwhelmed. After some contemplation, he decided it might be best to return to the Luo residence. Soon, he acted on this impulse and rerouted his journey home. Upon arriving, he found Luo Qiyun directing the movement of various items, both large and small. What is going on here? Qin Yu inquired. Chapter 20, I require a thorough reprimand. Thank you all for your hard work, Luo Qiyun said. His complexion somewhat improved compared to the last time Qin Yu saw him. What is this? Qin Yu approached. Sis, the savior has returned. Luo Qiyun advanced to embrace Qin Yu warmly, only to be blocked by a fist. If you want to avoid a beating, better keep your distance. After you left last time, I gave it some thought and decided to apprentice under you, Luo Qiyun declared. He had orchestrated a significant renovation of the room, and the workers were there to deliver and install the equipment. Apprentice under me? I've never encountered a disciple with such poor aptitude, Qin Yu chuckled. Yet, Luo Qiyun possessed a commendable trait, an indomitable spirit. He refused to quit even after a night of defeats, which was a rare quality. By the way, the equipment is all set up. Come by my room later to take a look. I'll see off the technicians first. Luo Qiyun exhibited none of the airs typical of a wealthy heir. He was always gentle and approachable. Qin Yu decided it was time for a shower and to change clothes. Meanwhile, he sent a brief message to Luo Qiyun, recounting the morning's events. Luo Qiyun replied with a single message containing a set of casual outfits suitable for home wear. Has she truly taken me for a doll? Qin Yu mused. Once Qin Yu was ready and stepped out, Luo Qiyun was busy plugging in and powering on the equipment. Qin Yu had expected Luo Qiyun to indulge in the finest and most extravagant hardware, but the reality was even more extravagant than anticipated. Luo Qiyun had moved his bed and other furnishings to the adjacent room, transforming this one into a dual-seat esports arena. The hardware was top-tier, custom water cooling systems, the priciest monitors available. Qin Yu picked up the mouse on the desk, feeling its contours. It was custom-made to fit his hand. By the way, I didn't know your hand size, so I entered your room last time to measure. Hope that's all right, Luo Qiyun said sheepishly, clearly having experienced Luo Qiyun's righteous wrath firsthand. No problem. The desk and chair had already been adjusted to the proper height, and the mousepad was a treasure Luo Qiyun had painstakingly acquired, adorned with signatures from elite professional players and world champions. Qin Yu gestured toward the equipment. The tower, monitor, keyboard, and mouse all understandably warranted top-tier investment. But then he pointed at the mousepad. Let me guess, when you can't win, you call upon divine intervention? Luo Qiyun bit his lip, admitting that was precisely his thought. All right, let us see your performance, Qin Yu said, standing aside. Hold on sis, have you eaten? I prepared lunch, but I haven't eaten it yet. Luo Qiyun dashed out, having only prepared his own meal. Eat mine first. I'm not very hungry. Qin Yu insisted. Isn't this proper etiquette before apprenticeship? It makes things easier later on. You eat while I play, Luo Qiyun said confidently, switching to his historical match records. His recent performance wasn't stellar, but showed some progress. Just a small gleam of green amidst a sea of red. The one victory was hardly impressive, more of a lucky win. I haven't had much time to practice these past 2 days, busy with the installations. So my results dipped a bit, but I really have improved. Luo Qiyun asserted with confidence. All right, Qin Yu took small bites, watching Luo Qiyun's gameplay. But after only 3 minutes, his blood pressure was about to spike. Luo Qiyun made frequent errors, failing even simple maneuvers. He seemed unfamiliar with the opponent's abilities, either cowering too far back or recklessly charging in only to be instantly defeated. After a match concluded, Qin Yu had finished his meal, rubbing his face. Luo Qiyun turned back. That round lacked caution, a minor mistake. Seeing Qin Yu had finished eating, he quickly stood. Want some snacks? Qin Yu shook his head. If I keep watching you play while eating, I'll burst from overeating. Why is that? Because your fiery gameplay, what's my appetite? Luo Qiyun pouted. Do I really have no talent at all? Life is so unfair. Seeing him so dejected, Qin Yu refrained from further teasing. Be honest with me. What level do you aspire to reach? If it's just for fun, you could try casual or normal matches and stop playing ranked. Or even switch games. No need to stubbornly struggle here. Qin Yu understood. After all, Luo Qiyun was a wealthy heir seeking amusement in a mundane life. His hobby was harmless, just gaming, though perhaps with unhealthy hours. If he were willing to try other games, Qin Yu could teach him from scratch, and he would surely improve, no longer getting pummeled daily. I want to become a professional player. Luo Qiyun almost shouted. Qin Yu stood. Sis, where are you going? I'm no master, and you're no stone monkey. You want to become Sun Wukong. Hearing this, Luo Qiyun slumped onto the desk, utterly drained. How can this be? Do I truly lack any talent? Qin Yu looked at him with a hint of pity. Actually, I once had a mentor too, a retired pro player. Really? And you still play like this after being coached by a pro? Sounds like a scam. Tell me exactly what happened. Qin Yu sat back down. He was serious at first, and so was I. I asked him to point out my flaws, Luo Qiyun recounted. Hearing point out my flaws. Qin Yu didn't want to hear more. But I had too many issues, and we ended up arguing. He criticized me for 30 minutes, which was frustrating. He mentioned a minor detail I thought inconsequential. I said that is a problem too. You can guess what happened next. Qin Yu didn't voice the expletive he wanted to use. How do you know? Luo Qiyun looked up. Qin Yu forced a stiff smile. He knew all too well. Those who are both untalented and stubborn often feign humility, but refuse to absorb any criticism. Since you already drove away one coach, why come to me? Besides, I'm no pro player myself. Qin Yu had only received an invitation from Club's youth training program, but was not keen on professional play, so he never pursued it. Because when you scold me, I don't dare talk back, and somehow I feel motivated, as if I can concentrate better. What? You have a masochistic streak, and treat harsh words as a stimulant? So, I have an unusual request. Can you scold me harshly and mock me whenever you see me make a mistake? Qin Yu was ready to leave. He was naturally kind-hearted and never cursed at others. Don't go. I'm willing to do anything you ask. I'm practically begging. All right, let us give it a try, but you'll have to switch games. Anything else you excel at? Chapter 21 Dota 2. I'm quite good at that. My roommate introduced me to it in college, and he said I have talent, Luo Qiyun replied. Really? Qin Yu decided to give her trust a chance. Then show me what you've got. But I must make it clear that since you claim to be quite skilled, I will hold you to the standards of an experienced player. Qin Yu settled into her seat. Are you certain you want me to unleash my full power? Luo Qiyun nodded emphatically. Of course, he truly needed some motivation and encouragement. Then let us begin. Luo Qiyun launched the game, entering the matchmaking queue, which took over 6 minutes before he found a match. However, having not played in a while, he struggled with selecting a hero. Hurry up, or you'll lose your starting gold. Qin Yu urged him. All right, I'll pick someone I'm proficient with. In this casual match, Qin Yu primarily focused on his gameplay and awareness, temporarily disregarding other aspects. Luo Qiyun chose a hero suited for beginners. 5 minutes into the game, he reached level 3. He glanced at his skills and allocated a point to an ability that was ineffective in the early game. You missed the mark. Isn't there a recommended skill build? Qin Yu observed him closely. Oh, I'll correct it at the next level. But he had already fallen behind in the early game tempo. The young man was sweating. Just 3 minutes in, he felt immense pressure. At the 4-minute mark, it was time to use the courier to deliver items. In the game, players often referred to the courier as the chicken. Where's your chicken? Deliver the items. Don't head back home. Are you a monk? Don't you have a chicken? Luo Qiyun began to reminisce about his previous mentor, who at least had not been so aggressive. 10 minutes in, the landing phase concluded. Someone is coming to gank you. Qin Yu could tell just by glancing at the mini-map in the game, highlighting the disparity in awareness. Understood, Luo Qiyun replied verbally, yet in practice. He remained entangled in a skirmish with jungle monsters. 10 seconds later, his hero's icon turned black. He had died. You're not deaf, are you? Qin Yu scrutinized him. I'm not deaf. He decided to let it slide this time, as a substantial team fight was about to unfold. When Luo Qiyun engaged, he fumbled, appearing to do many things while in reality, he merely charged in to meet his demise. Consequently, his team was wiped out. That is not right, Qin Yu remarked. What is not right? The game you opened might be incorrect. Qin Yu feigned confusion. That can't be. This is a replica of the game. Luo Qiyun laughed, thinking Qin Yu was joking. Then why is your hero missing a skill? You didn't use that skill even once in the last fight. Qin Yu pointed at the screen. Luo Qiyun was startled, sitting up straight, breath quickening, not daring to utter a word. Fortunately, after being scolded, he seemed to focus more in the second team fight. He managed to recover some of the disadvantages. However, while attempting to escape, his movements were stiff, and he fell victim to the enemy's trap, dying once more. Give me a reason. You could have run straight. Why are you zigzagging across the map? Is that to flaunt your backside? Qin Yu suppressed his frustration. My hands were shaking. So, if your hands are shaking, they shouldn't shake when you're chopping. Luo Qiyun felt wronged, on the verge of tears. All right, we can end this match and restart another. Qin Yu shook his head. By the 20th minute, the game had become a slow death. Qin Yu had completely lost interest. As he predicted, the game concluded 5 minutes later. Luo Qiyun sat despondently in his chair. At that moment, Qin Yu turned to him. Even the slightest movement startled Luo Qiyun, almost causing him to hide under the table. Don't be afraid. The game has ended. I won't say anything more. He truly felt speechless. The latter half was somewhat salvageable, but the overall situation had deteriorated beyond repair. Qin Yu offered some advice. Listen, if you want to improve, watch more instructional videos, practice diligently, but don't just grind mindlessly. You could find another mentor. But remember, don't be stubborn with your new mentor, understand? Luo Qiyun exhaled in relief. It turned out he'd been acting all along. It was genuinely frightening. With that thought, Luo Qiyun turned back to Qin Yu, grinning foolishly. But Qin Yu merely shot him a cold glance, causing the boy to retract immediately. How about we play something else to relax? Luo Qiyun proposed. What do you wish to play? Qin Yu, a professional game streamer, had the tag jack of all trades displayed in his streaming room. A relatively niche shooting game. Luo Qiyun replied as he opened the game and logged into his secondary account on Qin Yu's side. The lad had ulterior motives behind this decision. He believed Qin Yu might not excel in shooting games, and since they were playing a loot-based game, without the appropriate gear, he would likely suffer in multiplayer confrontations. Moreover, he thought his sister couldn't possibly be so talented as to grasp every type of game effortlessly. Upon launching the game, Luo Qiyun created a private room for a one-on-one duel. Once Qin Yu got his hands on it, he quickly scanned the equipment interface and immediately saw through Luo Qiyun's intentions. His gear had a slow skill cooldown, and his weapons were of low blue quality. While Luo Qiyun's side was equipped with optimized gear meant for competitive play. Are you ready? I'm about to start. Luo Qiyun chuckled inwardly. 30 seconds. Qin Yu swiftly adjusted the mouse sensitivity and key mappings in and out of the game. Let's go. This match's objective was to reach 30 kills to win. What was originally a 20-minute match ended in just 10 minutes. The score was 30-3, a tenfold annihilation. Luo Qiyun fell to the ground in agony, clutching his head in disbelief. This is impossible. Why? You played sneakily. Qin Yu looked at him with a helpless expression. Do you want to know why? Luo Qiyun raised his head, tears forming in the corners of his eyes. Why? If you're asking why, then let me enlighten you. It's because your gun isn't fast enough, nor is it ruthless enough, he said, forming a fist before Luo Qiyun. I'm off. It's time to head downstairs. Luo Qiyun chased after him. As for Qin Yu's return to the Luo household, his father, Luo Qinshan, was still unaware. Upon hearing from the family servant that his daughter had returned, he immediately contacted someone to arrange an event. During dinner time, his elder brother, Luo Shu, also arrived home. As soon as he entered, he walked over to Qin Yu, scrutinized her from head to toe, then playfully ruffled her hair. Didn't you say you'd return on the weekend? Luo Shu inquired. Shall I leave then? Qin Yu refused to indulge him. No, don't leave. Dad has arranged an event for tomorrow, so we can all gather as a family. Luo Qinshan mouthed words at Luo Shu, feeling an urge to reprimand the boy. At dinner, Luo Shu brought up a matter. Ji Cheng has returned. This was news that Luo Qinshan was unaware of. Oh, really? Both father and son turned their attention to Qin Yu. Only Luo Qiyun felt perplexed, wondering who Ji Cheng was. Of course, he is the fiancé of my lovely sister. Luo Shu replied. What era are we in? Still playing that old game? I've never heard of this person. Does he deserve my sister? Luo Qiyun found it laughable. The Ji family is quite capable, though their business dealings with us have diminished in recent years. Luo Shu certainly had no intention of matchmaking Ji Cheng with his sister. He wasn't that bored. Moreover, his sister was currently delightful and intriguing. I have no interest in him. In fact, I long forgot about this person. Qin Yu recounted her sister, Luo Qiyun's words. I recall this matter. It was merely a joke between the two elders, and the person is long gone, so it doesn't count. Luo Qinshan was even more straightforward. Who is Ji Cheng? Get lost. Moreover, do you think I'm unaware of what kind of person Ji Cheng is? Years ago, everyone knew that boy was quite the flirt. A person like him is unworthy of my precious daughter. Luo Qinshan held Ji Cheng in disdain. Luo Shu did not refute. Indeed, Ji Cheng had acted that way years ago. As for whether he was deserving of his lovely sister now, the answer was certainly no. So who exactly is Ji Cheng? Luo Qiyun asked again. Both his father and elder brother felt this fool should not belong to their family. Did you just disregard everything I said? Qin Yu replied, then continued to eat her meal. Indeed, she had been busy all day, and afterward, she retired early, informing Luo Qiyun about their fishing trip plan for the next day. It seemed that Qin Yu exhibited little interest in most matters, except when she sent her daily outfit selfies, which managed to elicit her attention. Remember to apply sunscreen, was all she advised. The following morning, as Qin Yu prepared to head out, the rest of the family was already waiting. What are you doing here? Qin Yu glanced at Luo Shu. Am I not part of this family? Luo Shu chuckled. Qin Yu pouted, believing he must have something else to attend to. Luo Shu personally drove them to the camping site meticulously arranged by their father, where today's activity indeed revolved around fishing. How wonderful! It has been ages since our family gathered like this, their father lamented, lowering his gaze, eager to take in the sight of his children. However, he soon realized that the three had wandered off. Slow down. Wait for your old man. Luo Qinshan hurried after them. Qin Yu was not particularly enthusiastic about fishing. Rather, it was Luo Qiyun, who seldom ventured out, who found it intriguing. He busied himself with baiting hooks and preparing the fishing gear. Only then did they commence fishing. You seem quite adept at this. Have you fished often before? Qin Yu, donning a cap, seated herself nearby. Not really, but I frequently watch fishing videos. Though I've never fished in real life, I'm quite the expert in the game, he replied with a hint of pride. Meanwhile, Luo Shu accompanied their father, claiming it was for leisure, but their conversation inevitably drifted to work matters, merely a change of scenery to discuss business. Their father had always held a favorable view of his eldest son. That boy Qiyun is a bit simple-minded. He'll be like this for life. Qiyun is doing well now. Not as distant as before, Luo Qinshan remarked. Indeed, Luo Shu replied, having heard such sentiments countless times. Their father was about to impart the usual wisdom about being a good older brother and taking care of his younger siblings, emphasizing that he shouldn't overexert himself and that he now resembled a middle-aged man in demeanor. I see those rich, handsome protagonists in those short dramas. You, my boy, are nearly there. Luo Qinshan mused, leaving Luo Shu somewhat surprised at his father's ability to notice his need for rest. Was this the long-lost warmth of paternal love? At that moment, Luo Qiyun was intently watching the water surface. Suddenly, the bobber plunged down. I got one, he shouted. Surprisingly, he managed to handle the fish quite well during the fight. Sister, quick, bring the net, he called out. Is it a big catch? Qin Yu picked up the net, preparing herself. 3 minutes later, Luo Qiyun reeled in a small fish, about the length of chopsticks, scratching his face in embarrassment as he crouched down to remove the hook. Do we still need the net? Qin Yu laughed as she twirled the net in her hands. I thought it was much bigger. Who knew it would be such a little thing? Luo Qiyun said, his pride slightly diminished. Let me handle it. Qin Yu took over. At the same time, Luo Shu received a phone call, and, after replying a few times with he got up. Is there something at the company? Luo Qinshan inquired. We have guests at home. I need to head back, Luo Shu said before leaving. About 10 minutes later, Qin Yu was suddenly yanked forward. Now this is a big one. Oh, it's coming. Luo Qiyun had been ready at the side. Qin Yu focused intently, battling the fish until it finally exhausted itself. With her robust physique, Luo Qiyun was quite capable. This must weigh close to 30 pounds. Their father joined in, and everyone appeared to be enjoying themselves. On the other side, the guest Luo Shu mentioned was none other than Ji Cheng. As the three returned home in the afternoon, they encountered Luo Shu entertaining Ji Cheng. Why is it him? Qin Yu observed Ji Cheng coldly from the side. This is Ji Cheng. He has changed somewhat over the years, Luo Shu explained. What? Qin Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. The situation had become awkward. She had intended to avoid interacting with Ji Cheng, yet in just a few days, they crossed paths so many times. This is bad. I need to excuse myself, she declared, making her way upstairs. I'll head to my room as well. Luo Qiyun glanced at Ji Cheng before following suit. That guy is nothing special. He is probably just tired, Luo Shu remarked. Or perhaps just shy. Ji Cheng added with a smile. Luo Shu's expression hardened. Who do you think you are? Don't get ahead of yourself. She mentioned just yesterday that you are inconsequential. Luo Shu was not fond of Ji Cheng's attitude, especially considering his previous demeanor, which left a sour taste in her mouth. All right, I was just speaking casually. I meant no offense, Ji Cheng acknowledged, realizing he may have overstepped. Actually, my uncle has returned as well. I came to discuss potential collaboration between our families. This was his primary motive after all. Collaboration? A strong alliance is a good thing. Luo Qiyun chuckled as he settled down. Furthermore, I recall I have a betrothal with Qiyun. Ji Cheng raised his voice slightly. Luo Qiyun rubbed his ears. What did you just say? My old ears aren't as sharp anymore. Luo Shu shook her head. The implication was quite clear. Let us discuss the collaboration in detail later. Uncle, you've had a long day. You should rest well, Ji Cheng said as he stood up. As Luo Shu escorted him to the car, she stated, if your intentions are purely for collaboration, we could discuss it. However, if you have ulterior motives, I suggest you take your leave. Luo Shu rarely adopted such a tone with anyone. It's purely for collaboration. Ji Cheng chuckled awkwardly. Perhaps the entire city of Yanjing was aware of his past, and his playboy persona had become firmly established. Now, he not only seemed insincere, but also frivolous, making him appear rather detestable. Meanwhile, Luo Qiyun encountered Xia Ran daily, yet she found it difficult to express anything to someone as gentle and sunny as Xia Ran. Ultimately, she decided to return home. However, upon entering, she felt the urge to slip away again. Chapter 23. Could it truly be fate? Could someone explain why Xia Ran was here? Moreover, she appeared to be quite chummy with her sister, looking far from mere acquaintances. Xia Ran was dining here, and her mother sat nearby, visibly pleased with the cheerful exchanges between them. Well, she has made the effort to visit. It would be unreasonable not to join for dinner. Luo Qiyun mused as she walked in to pour herself a cup of tea. Qin Yu, is this your home? Xia Ran asked, surprised. Not my home, but yours. Luo Qiyun replied from her seat. Haha, this is a bit awkward, Qin Yu quickly intervened. So you two know each other? We were high school classmates. I've heard Cui Hao mention Qin Yu has a sister, but I never expected it to be you. Xia Ran felt an inexplicable surge of excitement. She and Qin Yu had met online a year ago and had only recently seen each other at an event in the South 6 months prior. Now, Xia Ran had returned to Yanjing for a short stay, and Qin Yu had invited her over for dinner. Indeed, this must be fate. Qin Yu glanced around, sensing the atmosphere had grown a bit tense. I'll go prepare dinner. If I stay here, you young people won't be able to chat freely. Their mother headed to the kitchen. I'll help as well. You all carry on. Luo Qiyun also excused herself. Could this truly be fate? Luo Qiyun, however, was skeptical of such notions. Aren't you going to chat with her a bit? Yao Jin inquired of her son. There's not much to say. We live next door, Luo Qiyun replied. Have I ever mentioned anything about her before? She suddenly grew curious. Their mother, holding a knife, pondered for a moment. Actually, you haven't. During high school, only Cui Hao frequently visited, and you rarely spoke of school matters. The most I recall is you frowning over your report cards. Reflecting on those years made Yao Jin smile involuntarily. If it weren't for your friend Cui Hao during those years, I truly fear you might have succumbed to depression. By the way, has Cui Hao returned to the country? Luo Qiyun nodded, affirming. Make sure to invite him over for dinner. It has been quite a while since I last saw him. That boy, though seemingly brash, possesses a tender heart. He appears carefree, yet he is meticulous beneath that rough exterior. Yao Jin squatted down and retrieved a small bucket. The first time he visited our home, I prepared an extravagant feast, and he stubbornly finished every morsel, constantly praising my culinary skills. This is something Luo Qiyun could sense even during their initial encounter. He is indeed someone worth forging a deep friendship with. What is this? Luo Qiyun inquired, observing the eels in the bucket. Typically, the ingredients she encounters are prepped and ready for cooking. We are making steamed eel today. Your sister enjoys this dish. The eels, writhing like small serpents, piqued Luo Qiyun's curiosity regarding how they would be transformed into edible fare. As she pondered, Yao Jin seized one, deftly stunning it with a swift blow, then slicing into its belly, expertly gutting it. Wow, that looks quite entertaining. May I give a try? Luo Qiyun rolled up her sleeves and donned an apron. Go ahead and give it a shot. Yao Jin stepped aside, eager to witness her amusing attempts. However, Luo Qiyun's aptitude for learning was remarkable. She mimicked Yao Jin's movements seamlessly and efficiently. Well done. Yao Jin offered her praise. Next, they proceeded to extract the fish bones, chopping them into segments with a cleaver. After marinating the pieces, they were steamed until perfectly cooked, infused with flavor. This must be a dish from our hometown, Luo Qiyun mused. Subsequently, she assisted in chopping ingredients and washing vegetables, and soon the meal was ready. Your brother seems quite the cook, Xiaoran remarked. Indeed. My brother is a jack of all trades, Qin Yu proudly stated. 10 minutes later, the dining table was filled with laughter, with Xiaoran continuously extolling Yao Jin's culinary talents. After dinner, Xiaoran bid farewell, mentioning she had work the following day and wouldn't linger. What a lovely girl, Yao Jin remarked wistfully. She's also quite beautiful. Luo Qiyun raised an eyebrow, thinking she couldn't possibly be more attractive than her. Indeed, Sister Xiaoran is diligent and hardworking, and she is very down-to-earth. Qin Yu agreed. Listening to their exchange, Luo Qiyun suddenly felt a hint of being set up for a romance. Surely they wouldn't expect her to pursue Xiaoran next? Yet, contrary to her expectations, the mother and daughter duo never broached the subject of Xiaoran again, let alone attempt to play matchmaker. Their silence only intensified Luo Qiyun's curiosity. Sitting beside her sister, Luo Qiyun remarked, I thought you were going to encourage me to get to know her better. A misconception, Qin Yu replied. Are we not compatible? Luo Qiyun protested slightly. It's not about compatibility. Who you like is your own affair. If you truly fancy her, you would naturally seek to build a connection. Imposing desires upon others is futile. Upon hearing this, Luo Qiyun suddenly smiled, feeling a sense of relief. I shall take my leave now. I want to be staying here tonight. Are you going back? Her sister looked up at her. Yes, sisters are certainly more endearing than brothers. Luo Qiyun would not be this concerned about her. Meanwhile, Qin Yu was being driven to distraction by Luo Qiyun. Sister, are you going to rest now? Luo Qiyun stood outside the door. Yes, Qin Yu replied, lying on her bed scrolling through her phone. But it's only 8 o'clock. Let us play a little longer. I prepared a late-night snack, all your favorites. How would he know what Luo Qiyun enjoys? The sibling bond isn't that close, is it? How do you know what I like to eat? Qin Yu flipped over and approached the door, cracking it open. I do bake, he replied. Bang. Luo Qiyun was met with a closed door and left in defeat. About 10 minutes later, Qin Yu received a message from Luo Qiyun. How was today? At the Luo residence, Qin Yu recounted the day's events, mentioning that Ji Cheng had also dropped by. My day hasn't been much better. Luo Qiyun shared how she kept running into Xiaoran, and that Xiaoran happened to be her sister's friend. What a coincidence. Qin Yu could only express this sentiment. You might try to avoid her. She has work and will likely leave at a fixed time each day. It can't be that coincidental to keep running into her. Can it? That makes sense. Luo Qiyun sent a video call invitation. What is up? Qin Yu lay on her bed, looking at her phone. Nothing much. I just want to compare how I did in my cooking, Luo Qiyun replied. Compare with whom? Xiaoran. What is there to compare? Although Qin Yu had never met Xiaoran, she felt they were not of the same ilk. Have you arrived at a conclusion? I'm about to sleep. Qin Yu remarked, finding it peculiar that Luo Qiyun felt sleepy at the same time each night. Her biological clock is remarkably punctual. I still look better. Naturally. Qin Yu yawned broadly. A night passed without incident, and the next day, Luo Qiyun left the house at 9, hoping to avoid Xiaoran. However, she unexpectedly encountered her again, and not only that, Xiaoran was limping as she made her way outside. Chapter 24. Don't be defeated by a love-struck mind. Did she break her leg on the way home yesterday? Luo Qiyun observed her, with her right foot raised in the air as she hopped along, using the wall for support. You were injured last night, Luo Qiyun inquired. I stubbed my toe against the bathroom door while showering. My pinky nail got flipped. Xiaoran felt her ears flush with embarrassment. Am I really that clumsy to get hurt so absurdly? Aren't you resting after your injury? Luo Qiyun was perplexed. I was supposed to rest. But I have something important today. It's work-related, and I don't want to be absent. I don't want people to think I'm becoming difficult just because I have a modicum of fame. So you're hopping on one leg to get there? Luo Qiyun had seen many newcomers in the industry. Most of them, like Xiaoran, were incredibly diligent, often disregarding small injuries and illnesses in their pursuit of work. Yet in the end, they often found no opportunity to shine. Let me give you a ride, Luo Qiyun offered. Would that be too much trouble? Xiaoran stepped forward. Not at all. I have nothing pressing to attend to, Luo Qiyun replied, moving ahead. In the next moment, Xiaoran instinctively reached out to grasp Luo Qiyun's shoulder. Hold on to my arm instead. All right, simply clasping the shoulder felt too intimate. That wouldn't do. After descending the stairs, Luo Qiyun located Qin Yu's vehicle, an older model motorcycle that appeared to have seen little use. Once inside, she confirmed the destination. To her surprise, she discovered that Xiaoran was headed to her own agency. Familiar terrain, they set off without hesitation. The autumn breeze was slightly chilly, and Xiaoran instinctively wrapped her arms around Luo Qiyun's waist, pressing against her back. So warm. Please don't hold me like that. Grab the bike's frame instead. Suddenly, she felt cold again. The half-hour ride was made smoother thanks to Qin Yu's early acquired license plates. Otherwise, they would have managed some routes. Upon arrival, Xia Ran was still contemplating where to park, while Luo Qiyun had already parked securely. Let me assist you over there. Luo Qiyun extended her hand, helping Xia Ran as they slowly made their way into the first floor of the East Wing. As Luo Qiyun understood, all the small artists signed with the company gathered here, often sharing a manager among dozens of them. If one were fortunate enough to encounter a responsible manager, there was hope for landing a good role or obtaining some popularity, which could lead to stardom. However, if one fell into the hands of a third-rate manager, even gold would gather dust. Luo Qiyun found herself puzzled. Did she ever think about these things before? She had her own family background and resources. The first drama she starred in was funded by Luo Shu, and even if it flopped, it was inconsequential. The entire production crew treated her like a privileged child. Her career began under a top-notch manager who catered to her every whim, indulging her. Every talent in her Jin Ming was a first-rate star. Even if he had his eye on a newcomer, they would undoubtedly possess exceptional skills, destined for greatness. Luo Qiyun had the talent, yet her temperament was somewhat lacking. What's wrong? You seem lost in thought, Xia Ran asked with concern. Perhaps it is a matter of being unaccustomed to such an environment for the first time? Xia Ran was aware that Qin Yu harbored a degree of social anxiety, especially in a place where every individual seemed to be a socialite. Their gazes incessantly directed toward the two of them. No, Luo Qiyun inquired with curiosity. Do you know Luo Qiyun? Upon reflection, Xia Ran realized she had only heard of her, having been informed that she was a stunning beauty. That's not a particularly insightful assessment. Let us go. Are we nearly there? Luo Qiyun urged Xia Ran to lead the way. The fact that even those without identification could freely enter this establishment genuinely surprised Luo Qiyun. Here we are, the rehearsal room ahead, is it? Xia Ran pointed out as she spotted her manager. However, the latter appeared to be in a foul mood. Her gaze fixed intently on Luo Qiyun, brows furrowed and lips moving in agitation. I'm sorry, it seems I'm a bit late. Xia Ran managed to stand awkwardly. It's all right, this is considered early. Her manager dismissed her tardiness. Come with me, and please have your friend wait outside. Today was merely a brief meeting. Afterward, Xia Ran would accompany some actors to the shooting base to observe the grand production's processes. Performing well might lead to being selected for a role in those high-investment dramas. A rare opportunity to alter one's fate, certainly worth seizing. About half an hour. I apologize for making you wait, Xia Ran said, joining her hands in a gesture of apology. Luo Qiyun shook her head and waited outside. After walking a short distance, her manager lowered her voice, reproaching her with evident dissatisfaction. What were you thinking? If you were injured, you could have stayed home. It's not a significant matter. Yet you allowed him to support you here. This could tarnish your image. Are you not aware? You're making the sort of mistakes that only a naive girl would. Xia Ran was taken aback by the scolding. So, what is your relationship with him? If he is your boyfriend, find a way to break up, and if not, keep your distance. Do you even know him? Are you aware of his intentions toward you? Her manager placed immense value on Xia Ran as a promising talent and wished to avoid any blemishes or mishaps early in her career. We are merely high school classmates. We happened to run into each other upon my recent return to Yanjing. There is nothing more to it, Xia Ran replied. Just a chance encounter? Her manager found it amusing, questioning why she was playing out a cliché drama. She glanced at Luo Qiyun, having seen many like him, those who, relying on their decent looks, feigned innocence while harboring ulterior motives that could wrap around the earth thrice. With no restrictions on entry here, you could easily be photographed and have that posted online, which would cause issues. Your fans currently believe you to be single. It's not that it's wrong for artists to date, but it involves the concept of deceiving fans. I understand, Xia Ran nodded, wanting to assure her that she would reduce her interactions with Luo Qiyun. Yet the words eluded her. No, I need to hear you promise me that you will cease all contact with him. Her manager insisted firmly. Xia Ran turned to look at Luo Qiyun, who, at that moment, was also looking back at her. How unfortunate, Luo Qiyun thought to herself. Just 2 minutes late and subjected to such a scolding. Had it been me, I would have retaliated with a punch. A twinge of sympathy for Xia Ran arose within her. With that thought, Luo Qiyun let out a small sigh. Little did she know, such an action caused Xia Ran's pupils to tremble. The resolute guarantee to reduce her interactions with him remained unspoken. Let us leave it at that, her manager said, feeling a headache coming on. How many promising talents have fallen prey to the distractions of romance? I hope you won't regret this. Simultaneously, Luo Qiyun received a message. Qin Yu had forwarded her several chat records. A live streaming platform had invited Qin Yu to participate in a minor event. No significant agenda. Just a face showing and a brief appearance. Are you going? Qin Yu thought that since Luo Qiyun was quite bored, she might as well go and take a look. No one there had seen him in person. Sure, why not? Luo Qiyun readily agreed. Chapter 25 this afternoon. Xia Ran would audition for any activity that Qin Yu needed to attend. She would participate, conveniently avoiding Xia Ran. As Xia Ran had mentioned, this excursion did not consume much time. The group of young actors briefly met, exchanged greetings, and then departed. Luo Qiyun drove Xia Ran home, during which Xia Ran remained unusually silent. She assumed Luo Qiyun had heard her manager's words and was grappling with her thoughts. In truth, it was perfectly acceptable for her to decline. There was no need to force herself. Just as Qin Yu left Luo's residence, he found himself waiting for the elevator. His reputation within the streaming community had always been somewhat lackluster. In the early days of his streaming career, he faced accusations of cheating due to his rapid ascent in rankings across various games. At that time, he was just a fledgling streamer, having garnered a following based on his skills. Subsequently, he was reported and had his account suspended for verification. During that period, many fellow streamers publicly ridiculed him, claiming he was cheating, and his live streaming room was inundated with fans of other streamers, creating a hostile atmosphere. Only his good friend Jiang Feng, who had introduced him to the industry, consistently defended him. Fortunately, the account was eventually unbanned, confirming the suspension was a mistake, and his grievances were finally vindicated, leading to an improvement in his streaming environment. Since then, Qin Yu had always intended to invite Jiang Feng out for a meal, but opportunities have been scarce. No way. Luo Qiyun responded, her interest piqued by all things novel. Qin Yu smiled upon reading Luo Qiyun's reply and stepped into the elevator. As soon as he entered his home, Yu Shenran stood at the door, her expression filled with reproach. Baby, are you intentionally avoiding me? She pouted, cheeks slightly puffed, resembling a teasing girlfriend. Had it not been for the time spent with Qin Yu, he might have fallen for her act. How could I? Qin Yu replied helplessly. Then let me hug you. Yu Shenran suddenly lunged toward him. Qin Yu blocked her. Stop it. I need to rest for a while. Finding a quick excuse to evade Yu Shenran, he attempted to retreat to his room. But I'll soon have to start working. I can't spend every day like this with you, Yu Shenran lamented, as though it were a terrible burden. Really? That's wonderful. Qin Yu chuckled to himself. Is that true? What a pity. Work hard. And we'll meet again when your schedule clears up. He waved as he stepped into his room. Why wasn't this mentioned sooner? Yu Shenran shook her head, exasperated. Yet, would Qin Yu truly not see her again for an extended period? Shortly after taking a brief afternoon nap, Qin Yu was awakened by a phone call. Hello? Who is this? Jin Ming. He recognized the voice instantly. He had nearly forgotten that Luo Qiyun had work obligations and that Jin Ming was overseeing her. Ahem. Qin Yu planned to carry on with his act of feigning illness. What is up, Jin Ming? Is there something going on? Cough, cough, came 2 more coughs. With the change in seasons, I seem to have caught a bit of a cold. My cough is quite persistent. Jin Ming paused momentarily on the other end. Sick? Luo Qiyun is not like Lin Daiyu. She has always been in good health and rarely suffers from serious illnesses. Minor coughs and colds only occur once every few years. Nothing else, just that I've been worried since I haven't seen you in a while. Let us go out for a meal, Jin Ming suggested, tapping her fingers on the table, already formulating a plan in her mind. Just a meal? Qin Yu had no reason to refuse. Confident that Luo Qiyun wouldn't see it as a significant matter. When? He inquired. Tomorrow morning. Be there by 8. I'll send you the address later. Jin Ming had already made the arrangements. Qin Yu readily agreed. Perhaps it was the anticipation of entering work mode. Today, Yu Shenran was notably more subdued, not pestering Qin Yu, and remained quiet during their meal. The following morning, Qin Yu arrived at the designated location. As per Luo Qiyun's request, he dressed similarly to her usual style, draped in a black turtleneck sweater beneath a chestnut-hued trench coat and sporting black leather stilettos. Qin Yu felt a wave of relief wash over him. Today, he was finally spared the humiliation of donning a skirt. The black jeans that adorned his lower half provided an undeniable sense of security. Complementing his ensemble were the artist-standard brown aviator sunglasses, serving their purpose of concealing his identity. Are you here? He received a message from Jin Ming, who sat across from him, clearly embroiled in a whirlwind of activity throughout the year. She had recently signed a new talent and was diligently navigating the casting process to align with the newcomer's image. After disseminating the relevant materials, numerous directors had approached her for potential collaborations. Such was Jin Ming's prowess. She could secure the finest opportunities for her artists. Qin Yu removed his sunglasses, and Jin Ming lifted her gaze, scrutinizing him for a moment. A sense of tension coursed through Qin Yu, as he feared revealing any telltale signs of his true identity. Surely, Jin Ming, with her keen intellect, would not easily dismiss the notion that he was not Luo Qiyun. Would she? Yet, Who would genuinely believe in the concept of soul swapping? You mentioned you were unwell? Jean Ming inquired, lowering her gaze once more. I took some medicine last night. I'm feeling much better, Qin Yu replied nonchalantly. I've smoothed over the issues from the last shoot for you. You needn't concern yourself with that production any longer. Jean Ming stated. I've clarified the situation. She insulted your mother, and she deserves a reprimand. A hint of melancholy crossed Jean Ming's expression. Luo Qiyun's mother was a dear friend of hers, a once-celebrated leading actress who vanished from the limelight after marrying Luo Qiyun. The transition into high society was certainly fraught with challenges, and the idol media had not been remiss in exploiting the opportunity to disseminate negative stories about Luo Qiyun's mother. Luo Qiyun had been relentlessly questioned by unscrupulous journalists at a ribbon-cutting ceremony about whether he was concerned about his wife's past entanglements. Fortunately, his love for her remained steadfast, unaffected by the turmoil. Well then, let us dine, Qin Yu nodded. Since no further complications had arisen, he planned to make a swift exit post-meal. As 5 dishes were served in succession, Qin Yu nibbled at his food when suddenly, Jean Ming thrust her phone towards him. What is this? Qin Yu asked, puzzled. It was a promotional poster for a new film, featuring a well-known prodigy as the lead actress, a luminary among young talents. The production boasted significant investment, with a top-tier director and screenwriter. But what relevance did this hold for him? What is this? Qin Yu's grip on his chopsticks faltered midair. This afternoon, you are auditioning, Jean Ming pointed decisively at him. Qin Yu regarded her finger, feeling as if he had been ensnared in a spell, rendered immobile. This was truly disastrous. He had no aptitude for acting. I refuse to go. No, wait. Do not panic. Qin Yu resolved to maintain his facade and outright declined. I fear you cannot refuse. Jean Ming snapped her fingers, summoning the stylist and costume designer, who promptly whisked Qin Yu away. In a panic, he quickly typed a message to Luo Qiyun. Help me. Chapter 26. An audition? Me? Are you aware of the tarnished reputation you hold? Jean Ming wore an expression of exasperation. I've offended numerous individuals to secure this opportunity for you. Even if the audition fails, you must attend. Qin Yu sent 3 urgent messages to Luo Qiyun. Meanwhile, Luo Qiyun was still perplexed. Your agent insists I attend this audition. Just as he sent the message, Jean Ming snatched the phone from his grasp and promptly turned it off. Oh, Luo Qiyun remained unfazed, her playful spirit ignited. She quickly reviewed Jean Ming's schedule in their group chat and swiftly deduced the audition location. Such an intriguing event was not to be missed. She had to witness Qin Yu's performance firsthand. Let us go. Jean Ming settled the bill in record time, hastily ushering Qin Yu into a chauffeur-driven vehicle and fastening his seatbelt. This was genuinely life-threatening. A mere 30 minutes later, Qin Yu found himself escorted into the makeup room like a condemned prisoner, where the stylist swiftly prepared him. Here are your lines. Jean Ming handed him the script. This audition was for the role of the second female lead in a period drama, where he was to portray the darkly transformed character following her engagement being rescinded, a quintessential villainess. The audition scene unfolded on the day of the wedding, as the male lead and female lead burst into the bridal chamber, confronting the second female lead with fervor. Qin Yu caught sight of a vibrant red wedding gown nearby. That one T, I be required to wear that? He pointed to the gown. Why else would it be here? Jean Ming nodded. No. Qin Yu felt the urge to flee. If you're to proceed with this, what if he ruined Luo Qiyun's career? But with Luo Qiyun currently unable to assist him, what if he failed? Then we wait for the next opportunity, Jean Ming replied, perplexed as to why he would voice such a concern. Luo Qiyun had faced her fair share of rejections, some stemming from her negative publicity, others due to sheer incompatibility. Just seize this opportunity, Jean Ming urged. Understood, Qin Yu nodded earnestly. It seemed he had no choice but to press on. He glanced at the script, merely a few lines. It could be too difficult. Yet, given it was an audition, surely the costume could remain unchanged? He truly wished to avoid donning that exquisite red gown. This time, your competitors are all top-tier actors from various agencies. You must excel in every aspect. Jean Ming had made this decision after assessing the competition. Neglecting the small details could result in missed opportunities. Resigned, Qin Yu allowed himself to be dressed in the gown, clutching the veil in hand. Moreover, a crowd would be observing. Several newcomers from their agency had come to learn from the experience. Performing well could salvage his reputation even if he was not selected. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Qin Yu resolved to proceed. He only hoped he would not find himself speechless when the time came, with 3 actors preceding him. Dozens of eyes scrutinized from the audience. Next, the director's reaction was tepid as he whispered to his assistant, who promptly eliminated the name of the preceding actor. I believe one of the auditioning actresses is named Luo Qiyun, the screenwriter suddenly remarked. Luo Qiyun? The director had heard of her illustrious reputation, but he scoffed. Were it not for Qin Ming's influence, she wouldn't even qualify to appear here. He found such resource-dependent individuals insufferable. He wished for them to be far removed. Once she finished her audition, he would seize the opportunity to voice his disdain and reprimand Qin Ming for continually presenting such connections. Meanwhile, Luo Qiyun had skillfully infiltrated the crowd, blending seamlessly among unfamiliar crew members who mistook her for a colleague. Soon, it was Qin Yu's turn to take the stage. As he stepped forward, his heart raced with apprehension, expecting to feel utterly lost. Yet, the moment he stood on stage, a familiar sensation returned. His heartbeat steadied, guided by the muscle memory of Luo Qiyun's form inhabiting his being. "Let us begin," the director said, pen poised, turning his attention elsewhere with a distinct lack of enthusiasm. A crew member stepped forward to recite the lines. "Miss, the prince has returned." "Understood." Qin Yu felt a quiver of anxiety, his hands instinctively tightening around the wedding gown. "The vile woman, where is she?" The male lead entered, vehemently confronting the second female lead. As Qin Yu absorbed the insults hurled at him, his body instinctively shrank back. The director, capturing these subtle movements, set down his pen and adjusted his posture. "After years apart, I cannot believe you have transformed into such a loathsome creature." The male lead concluded his tirade. Qin Yu abruptly pulled off the veil and beheld Luo Qiyun standing amidst the crowd. The latter raised her right hand and gave a playful wave, accompanied by a mischievous grin. At that moment, Qin Yu was genuinely flustered. His gaze darted around, and he felt utterly misplaced. The director leaned forward slightly. Subsequently, the male lead began to recount the misdeeds of the female lead. Yet Qin Yu absorbed not a single word. Where did you hear all this? He was acutely aware that the other S lines had concluded, and it was now his turn to speak. The male lead then narrated the sequence of events, dramatically storming out. Qin Yu mumbled a few lines, delivering them rather awkwardly. Although his delivery seemed somewhat clumsy, the director perceived it as fitting for the character, reflecting the appropriate sense of confusion and self-dialogue. Following this, the female lead made her entrance, launching into another round of mockery. "You will never be able to approach him again." With that pivotal line delivered, Qin Yu glanced at the audience, who were all silently fixated on him, eager to witness his next move. However, Luo Qiyun suddenly let out a light laugh. Qin Yu gritted his teeth. This was too much. Not only did he endure this humiliation for her sake, but she also had the audacity to laugh at him from the sidelines. "You!" Qin Yu stood up, pointing an accusatory finger at Luo Qiyun. "Don't be so arrogant." Luo Qiyun raised her left hand, forming an OK gesture, and quietly retreated from the crowd. It was then that Qin Yu realized his performance had come to an end. Excellent. Given his subpar display, he should be spared from joining the production, right? Saved at last. Qin Yu exhaled deeply. Good. The director stood up, leading the applause. What is happening? Qin Yu glanced around, noticing everyone else joining in the clapping. Qin Ming gave him a thumbs up from the side, indicating he had done well. It seems I had misjudged you before. The director began to reflect on his earlier assessment. He had just witnessed that stunning expression of rage, perfectly conveyed emotions, and had already decided she was the ideal choice for the second female lead. No further additions were necessary. The selection was made. Enough of this. Qin Yu rubbed his face, feeling as if his very life was at stake. Chapter 27, I can consider myself your friend. Here is your phone. Qin Ming returned the device to Qin Yu. Upon receiving it, Qin Yu immediately sent 3 question marks to Luo Qiyun. You performed well, came her reply, consisting of just 4 words. But was Qin Yu there to seek her praise? You were laughing at that time. What if I stirred up some trouble? Don't you care about your reputation? Qin Yu found it increasingly difficult to comprehend her. I believe you wouldn't mess things up. This was Luo Qiyun's genuine conviction. Does she think that by saying such things, she can pretend nothing happened? But what if I truly end up in the production? I know nothing about it. Qin Yu fretted. There had been no sign of them reconciling. Don't worry. Just try to adapt. If something does go awry, it can't be helped. Luo Qiyun maintained her usual calm demeanor. Moreover, she felt Qin Yu had done quite well. Keep it up. Keep it up indeed. It appears you have been chosen. There is a month of preparation ahead, with several activities to attend in between. Qin Ming felt a surge of relief. She had originally held no expectations. Yet unexpectedly, he was selected outright. Keep up the good work. Qin Ming winked at Qin Yu, signaling her approval. Meanwhile, Luo Qiyun had just departed when she spotted Xiao Ran in the distance. Her foot injury had improved slightly, but her gait still appeared somewhat awkward. At that moment, she was conversing with her fellow actors, displaying great enthusiasm, yet the others were clearly indifferent, unwilling even to feign courtesy. It's truly not easy. Luo Qiyun observed her. Just because she bent down to tie her shoelaces, she was left far behind by everyone else. Looking up, She realized the others had disappeared from view. Helpless, Xiao Ran could only rise and sigh, preparing to head home alone. The morning's work at the set had concluded, and others had made plans to return together, leaving Xiao Ran to walk the path of solitude. Following her principle of not meddling in others' affairs, Luo Qiyun initially intended to leave directly. However, she soon noticed that Xiao Ran's wound had reopened, blood seeping through her shoe. Furthermore, the pain made it increasingly difficult for her to continue walking. Is it really necessary to push yourself this hard? Luo Qiyun approached. For reasons unknown, Luo Qiyun felt a pang of sympathy whenever she saw Xiao Ran exerting herself so fiercely and wished to lend a hand. She and T always been like this. Actually, it didn't seem so painful this morning. I thought today's event was crucial, so I came, Xiao Ran replied, not wanting her peers to perceive her as someone who looked down on others due to her modest accomplishments. Are you heading home now? Luo Qiyun inquired. Yes. Xiao Ran managed to force a faint smile. I'll give you a ride. Sitting in the back seat of Luo Qiyun's vehicle, Xiao Ran suddenly felt a wave of grievance, on the verge of tears. She had done nothing wrong, but was subjected to unwarranted misunderstandings and cold stares. Only when seated in the back seat did she feel a sense of security, her entire being relaxing completely. Yet the words of her manager from the last time echoed in her mind. Xiao Ran leaned against Luo Qiyun's back, and this time, Luo Qiyun remained silent. The cold wind that day was indeed chilling. Even she felt underdressed, shivering in the brisk air. Perhaps I overestimated Qin Yu's physical resilience. During this period, she had been engaging in daily exercises, and her routine had stabilized considerably, yet it appeared that improving her physical condition would require a long-term commitment. Upon arriving home, the two ascended the stairs in silence. Exiting the elevator, they each returned to their respective homes. Xiao Ran input her password, and, just as she grasped the doorknob, inhaled deeply, and summoned her courage to speak, she asked, would you like to have lunch together? Sure, that sounds good, Luo Qiyun nodded. In a similarly cozy small room, Xiao Ran's space was even more inviting. The 10-square-meter living area, complete with a kitchen, appeared a bit cramped. She had adorned it with lilies and greenery, exuding a vibrant domestic atmosphere. Make yourself comfortable. I'll prepare lunch. After changing her shoes and tending to her wound, Xiao Ran busied herself in the kitchen. Before long, 4 dishes and a soup were served at the table. Xiao Ran dished out a bowl of rice for Luo Qiyun and took a seat opposite her. It was evident that Xiao Ran was quite skilled in the kitchen. While the presentation of the dishes was average, her cooking was remarkably proficient, managing to prepare the entire spread in just over 20 minutes. Luo Qiyun picked up a chopstick full of shredded potatoes. Quite good. Your culinary skills are impressive. She then immersed herself in her meal. Thank you. Xiao Ran picked up her own chopsticks, but the pain in her foot caused her to instinctively wince. Luo Qiyun could no longer bear to watch. Even if this opportunity is genuinely significant for you, there is no need to subject yourself to such discomfort. She lifted her gaze, speaking earnestly. Those who left earlier today are mere irrelevant passersby to you. Xiao Ran was taken aback by Luo Qiyun's words, momentarily pausing her actions. I just feel that it would be wonderful to have a friend to strive alongside. Xiao Ran confessed. I once had a very close friend when I was a short drama actor. However, we fell out over a role. Since Xiao Ran arrived late and was selected, her friend believed Xiao Ran had resorted to petty tricks. The bond that once flourished between them gradually faded, eventually devolving into harsh words. At that time, I wanted to relinquish the role, but she thought I was merely offering charity. Xiao Ran felt a tinge of absurdity as she recalled this. Yet once she entered the production, the trivial matters she had shared with her so-called best friend became widely known throughout the crew. Xiao Ran bit her lip, tears welling in her eyes, unsure whether it was from the pain of her wound or the memories of her heartache. So what drives you to seek friendship so earnestly? Luo Qiyun noticed her distress. For what reason? Xiao Ran gazed at the serious figure before her. Why indeed? Perhaps it is the curse of loneliness. Having lived alone for an extended period, Xiao Ran's relationship with her parents had become strained due to her career as an actress, even during holidays. They seldom communicated by phone. If you ever need anything, consider me your friend, Luo Qiyun offered gently. Those inconsequential people, if they wish to distance themselves, let them drift as far away as they please. Xiao Ran responded with a radiant smile. Such detachment seemed not entirely unpleasant after all. The atmosphere around the dining table warmed considerably thereafter. Xiao Ran spoke intermittently, while Luo Qiyun's reactions remained composed. In truth, she somewhat regretted her earlier words. Although she and Qin Yu had agreed to keep away from troublesome matters, witnessing Xiao Ran crouched helplessly with blood-stained shoes softened her heart. This was not the kind of behavior she would have expected from her. Qin Yu, did you leave your compassion within this body? She mused. After lunch, Luo Qiyun returned home and messaged Qin Yu, exchanging a few casual words. The next morning, having changed her attire, she prepared to attend Qin Yu's event. Chapter 28. My dear young lady, have you seen my sister? The venue was somewhat distant, so Luo Qiyun opted to take a taxi rather than ride her bike. Outside the event hall, she noticed a group of cosplayers. Among these charming young ladies, one figure was unmistakably familiar, Qin Yu. My sister never mentioned any side jobs to our family. We've always been close. Why would she keep this secret? Unless she simply prefers not to disclose it yet, or believes the time is not right. Luo Qiyun observed several photographers capturing shots of the cosplayers. Her sister appeared somewhat uneasy before one particular photographer, whose practiced gestures and meticulously crafted expressions unsettled Luo Qiyun. She resolved to inquire further and planned to visit her sister again later. For now, she needed to meet with Jiang Feng, the guide for Qin Yu's live broadcast. After searching, Luo Qiyun arrived at the entrance to the streamer's lounge. Most of the streamers present had amassed over 1 million followers, with regular viewership exceeding 5,000. Jiang Feng stood out as a leading figure with 3 million fans. All were streaming live, exchanging greetings, allowing those who rarely revealed their faces to momentarily show their true selves to their audiences. Since most had arrived early, conversations soon flourished. Jiang Feng awaited Qin Yu's arrival, curious to meet the prodigiously skilled young man in person, whom he had never seen offline. Has Qin Yu arrived yet? Someone nearby inquired, eyeing the vacant seat beside Jiang Feng. Perhaps Qin Yu felt embarrassed to appear publicly, given his controversial reputation. Several of Qin Yu's long-standing adversaries seized the opportunity to deride him with biting sarcasm. Either admit your lack of skill and become an entertainer, or prove your prowess offline. But someone who never shows up in person, everyone knows what that implies. The atmosphere soured as the topic shifted to Qin Yu's prior account suspension, fueling further disparagement. Not only did the streamers relentlessly mock him, but their chat rooms erupted with vitriolic jeers. How dare a cheater attend an offline event? May their whole family perish. Jiang Feng frowned deeply. A former professional player turned streamer, Jiang Feng had once recommended Qin Yu to a professional team. Witnessing the growing hostility made him uneasy. Wearing the jacket he had donned during his championship victory, paired with black athletic pants and white sneakers, his somewhat portly figure and casual demeanor contrasted with the tense mood. Let us be reasonable. Everyone knows the truth. If it weren't for some individuals mobilizing their brainless fans to mass report, Qin Yu's account wouldn't have been suspended. Besides Jiang Feng, a few others maintained amicable relations with Qin Yu, whose fans are brainless. Speak up if you dare. What did you say? The tension escalated rapidly, with chat rooms flooded by instigating comments. Fight, fight. I want to see bloodshed. Real combat, one-on-one duel. Fortunately, these seasoned streamers exchanged harsh words without escalating to physical conflict. Such a spectacle would surely end their streaming careers. The mere presence of some individuals stirred such uproar. What might happen if they actually showed up? He is too afraid to come. You don't understand him. Early in his streaming career, he recorded a tutorial video showing his face, and the comments were full of insults about his appearance. Really? What kind of monster must he be to provoke that? Laughter erupted. That was a baseless rumor. Qin Yu had never revealed his face on camera. Yet the malicious gossip thrived precisely because many were eager to believe it. The less he showed himself, the more people speculated about his looks. If he were handsome, he surely would have capitalized on that advantage to gain followers. His reluctance suggested an average appearance at best. Jiang Feng glanced at his chat, where viewers mocked Qin Yu's supposed ugliness with worn-out jokes. They joked that merely invoking Qin Yu's name could lull a baby to sleep, and that the famed beauty panned and died from fright upon seeing Qin Yu. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Feng prepared to message Qin Yu, advising him to keep a low profile temporarily. He genuinely feared his friend might be overwhelmed by the relentless attacks. Brother Feng, is this an emergency alert for your good friend? Well, that's good. Don't let him scare my viewers and ruin their appetite, came a derisive voice. The room filled with scornful laughter. Shut your mouth. You can only satisfy yourselves by attacking others' appearances. Jiang Feng was never adept at verbal sparring. Brother Feng, we're only looking out for you. Don't let him affect you, another voice chimed in. Amid the merriment, Luo Qiyun arrived. With her right hand in her pocket, she scanned the room. Today, she was dressed with remarkable elegance and poise. A white blouse under a black trench coat, a decorative long tie loosely fastened at the second button, paired with slim black trousers and black marten boots. Though slender, her disciplined posture and stature, similar to Qin Yu's, commanded presence. The room fell silent, all eyes fixed upon her. You seem to be in the wrong place. This is the streamer's lounge. The model's lounge is on the other side, someone remarked. Indeed, I am Qin Yu. Luo Qiyun replied after searching for a moment. Jiang Feng was momentarily stunned. Was this the timid young man he knew online? His offline aura was so formidable. Well, please have a seat. Jiang Feng laughed heartily, handing her a bottle of water. Thank you, Luo Qiyun said, sitting down with a hint of bewilderment at the intense gazes and the phones pointed at her. What was all this about? Wasn't she just a minor streamer? Why were these people filming her? Some watched others' misfortunes daily, but dared not turn the camera on themselves for viewers' judgment. The streamers who had just mocked her were now as silent as beheaded chickens, speechless. Viewers flooded their chat rooms with laughter, while some even insulted their own streamers as foolish and hypocritically critiqued others. Only Luo Qiyun looked around in utter confusion. What on earth was happening? Later, during the event, Luo Qiyun followed Jiang Feng through a brief walkthrough. In stark contrast to her refined demeanor, the other participants were mostly homebodies, their faces oily and bodies corpulent. Many with hair so sparse it wouldn't suffice to make a toothbrush. The chat rooms were rife with scornful comments about them. Meanwhile, Qin Yu himself watched the live broadcast on his phone, noting, it seems Luo Qiyun handled things admirably. No issues whatsoever. The event continued into the afternoon, and after briefly engaging with Jiang Feng, Luo Qiyun departed to seek out her sister. Let us grab a meal together. Why the rush? Jiang Feng watched Luo Qiyun's silhouette, feeling as though the online and offline personas of Qin Yu were entirely distinct. Standing at the entrance of the venue for half an hour, Luo Qiyun finally spotted her sister as the event concluded. Qin Yu was busy scrutinizing her makeup in a mirror. When she looked up, her brother's figure enveloped her entirely. Hello, are you here to take a commemorative photo? Qin Yu's heart raced, hoping her brother wouldn't see through her makeup. I'm here looking for someone. This lovely young lady. Have you seen my sister? Chapter 29. Who spread this wretched reputation of mine? No, I haven't. Qin Yu lowered her head, attempting to slip past. Come back. Luo Qiyun called her sister back. Brother, I beg you, please don't tell Mom. I'll do anything you ask. Qin Yu clasped her hands together. So scared, Luo Qiyun thought there was nothing shameful about pursuing one's passions, especially since Qin Yu was merely a streamer, and she hadn't heard their mother, Yao Jin, voice any objections. Don't say that. I never intended to report you. Let us find a place to sit. Luo Qiyun guided her sister to a bench by the roadside, noticing her cosplay outfit was rather thin, and she removed her coat to offer it. Thank you, Qin Yu sniffled. Honestly, I'm not intentionally hiding things from you. It's just not time to share yet. Qin Yu confessed, feeling conflicted. On one hand, she was passionate about her small venture, while on the other, she wished to achieve some success before revealing it to her family. This mindset was understandable. However, Luo Qiyun, familiar with the same circles, knew well that girls like Qin Yu, lacking protection, could easily be harmed. Why? Luo Qiyun inquired. I only have a few thousand followers and no event invitations to support myself, so I'd rather not worry you, Qin Yu explained. What a good child you are. It's all right. I can keep your secret, but you must inform me about any shoots or comic conventions, all right? Luo Qiyun replied. Huh? Would that be too much trouble? Qin Yu asked anxiously. Trouble? I might not be able to keep my mouth shut. Luo Qiyun glanced up at the sky. All right. I promise to keep you updated on all my activities, Commander. Qin Yu gave Luo Qiyun a rather unrefined salute before quickly dropping her right hand. By the way, add me on WeChat. I'll send you updates there. Luo Qiyun pulled out her phone. Huh? Why do we need to re-add each other? This is my secondary account. It's less likely to be discovered, Luo Qiyun explained. Okay, Qin Yu looked at the WeChat profile picture of this so-called secondary account. Wasn't he that Luo Qiyun? Luo Qiyun herself had nearly forgotten about that detail. Do you know her? A little. I've heard she is a young lady of some standing. Do you like her, brother? Qin Yu had never heard of her brother having a fascination with celebrities. No, just a random picture I found online. I didn't know it was her. Luo Qiyun clarified. Oh, not liking her is probably for the best. I've heard her temper can be quite poor, and she has even hit people on set. Qin Yu remarked. Luo Qiyun stood up, feeling somewhat irritated. Are we heading home? Qin Yu walked beside her, leaning in to adjust the decorative tie on Luo Qiyun's outfit. Brother, you don't know how to tie a tie, do you? It's all askew. Don't mess with it. It's for decoration and meant to look like this, Luo Qiyun replied, glancing down at her sister. And you have powder caked in the corners of your eyes. Did you notice? Huh. Qin Yu took out a small mirror to check. You're teasing me. On the way home, Luo Qiyun messaged Qin Yu, keeping her sister's situation to herself. When will you join the crew? Are you ready? By the way, send me your location tonight. I'll take a cab to pick you up. Upon receiving the message, Qin Yu glanced at her phone, reluctant to respond. She had dinner plans with the director and investors that evening and needed to prepare soon. Strangely, she noticed that Yu Shenran was not home. She said she was working, but why so busy that she left immediately? Later, As Qin Yu got ready, Ji Ming came to pick her up. Once seated in the car, she noticed a familiar figure beside her. You Shinran? Qin Yu stared at her, puzzled as to why she was in this vehicle. Didn't T Shinran tell you? Starting today, she is also one of my artists, and you two will be in the same production, the director explained. Yu Shinran's role was that of the third female lead. Her sidekick. So that's how it is, Qin Yu thought, realizing she had been naive to believe she could escape Yu Shinran. Today, Yu Shinran's attire was rather restrained. She didn't flaunt her beauty, but opted for a long dress paired with a leather jacket, her demeanor considerably subdued. It was as if she had transformed into a different person, leaving Qin Yu uncertain about who the real Yu Shinran was. Soon, they arrived at the venue, exchanging pleasantries. Present were the director and several lead actors, yet the main leads were still absent, leaving Qin Yu unsure of the circumstances. A seat remained vacant beside the director and assistant director, presumably reserved for the investors. Such social gatherings, filled with toasts and banter, were profoundly uncomfortable for Qin Yu. Fortunately, Luo Qiyun enjoyed certain privileges, allowing her to reject toasts and even overturn tables when others dined. Thus, Qin Yu remained quiet from the outset, and no one approached her with toasts. Most of the drinking was done by Ji Ming and a few others. Try this, Yu Shinran winked at him, offering a piece of fish. Do you know who the investor is? Qin Yu inquired. I don't know. I've heard they're quite powerful, Yu Shinran replied, indicating that the investor was not only wealthy, but also well-connected. Before Qin Yu could speculate further, the investor arrived. To her astonishment, it was Ji Chung. This guy really knows how to linger, she thought. Ji Xiao, the director, rose to greet him, promptly ushering Ji Chung to his seat. The benefactor surely deserved to be treated with respect, especially since he had never interfered with the crew or asked too many questions. What a virtue! Director Wong. Just call me Ji Chung. Ji Chung responded modestly, taking his seat as Director Wong introduced everyone. When it came to Qin Yu, she was preoccupied with her food and didn't even glance at Ji Chung, creating an awkward moment for the director. This girl has a bit of temper, but she is undoubtedly the best fit for our second female lead, Director Wong thought, sweating profusely, genuinely fearing Ji Chung might take offense at Qin Yu's demeanor. When it was time to introduce Yu Shinran, she too maintained a cold expression, her response rather indifferent. Qin Yu observed her, realizing she had misjudged Yu Shinran. She was not overly accommodating to everyone, exuding a certain arrogance. However, Yu Shinran still adhered to basic etiquette, while Qin Yu chose to entirely ignore Ji Chung. It's all right. I understand her temperament. Her brother is my friend, Ji Chung remarked, attempting to smooth things over. So that is how it is. The director sighed in relief. As the drinks flowed and laughter filled the air, the atmosphere lightened. The assistant director, perhaps too inebriated, pointed at Yu Shinran, declaring, I've heard Ji Xiao likes beautiful women like her. I wonder if she meets your standards? At that moment, everyone at the table halted their eating. Ji Ming was the first to scowl, warning, please watch your words. The assistant director, possibly too far gone, ignored the caution. It's just a joke. No one should take offense. Qin Yu raised an eyebrow, feeling somewhat nauseated. After all, Yu Shinran was Luo Qiyun's roommate. While her closeness could be annoying at times, she shouldn't be objectified in such a manner. The most tense individual in the room was not Yu Shinran. She had likely heard similar remarks countless times and was unfazed. It was rather Ji Chung who, upon observing the extreme disdain etched across Qin Yu's countenance, found a half-eaten asparagus tumbling into the plate. He could not help but reminisce about the words he had overheard that day at the racetrack. Everyone was aware that young Master Ji was quite the libertine. How infuriating! He had never engaged in the frivolities of a playboy. Yet he had been unjustly adorned with such a significant label. Director Wong, this individual seems to be inebriated. Might such a person, prone to uttering nonsense when under the influence, disrupt the filming? Ji Chung felt the weight of pressure upon him. His humility did not equate to being amiable. Indeed, the director promptly instructed his assistant to escort the deputy director away. Well then, the drinking session could only reach a certain limit. Who possessed the inclination to continue imbibing? Especially Ji Chung, who was perplexed as to why he had felt so flustered moments prior. Once Qin Yu emerged, he bid farewell to Ji Ming and Yu Shinran. Aren't you returning home today? Yu Shinran inquired, a hint of reluctance in her tone. Home? He certainly needed to return, but merely to his own abode. You all may leave first. I shall take a taxi later. Qin Yu positioned himself by the roadside. Several minutes prior, he had summoned Luo Qiyun to fetch him, though it would likely take a few more moments. Feeling somewhat idle, Qin Yu kicked an empty soda can along the curb. Ji Chung had just exited the parking lot and happened to witness this scene. Wait, slow down. Chapter 30. Let me feel if you've gained weight. Luo Qiyun possessed remarkable coordination. Every part of her body responded impeccably to her commands. Qin Yu propelled the soda can with his toe, alternating between kicking it with his heel and finally executing a powerful shot that sent it into the trash bin. Huzzah! Qin Yu raised both hands in triumph. A perfect score. Ji Chung, observing this through the car window, found it endearing and remarkably genuine. Reflecting on it now, those prior chance encounters likely were fated. During this period, he had taken the opportunity to learn more about Luo Qiyun, and it appeared she truly had no recollection of his existence, nor would she have schemed for any kind of romantic encounter as seen in idol dramas. It seemed merely an arrangement of destiny. Yet, one could argue that this notion only served to affirm that they were indeed guided together by fate. A peculiar sentiment stirred within Ji Chung. Meanwhile, Qin Yu received word that Luo Qiyun had arrived. She waved to him from a distance, and Qin Yu joyfully dashed over. What could have caused her such delight? Ji Chung turned to glance back, momentarily blinded by the high beams of the vehicle behind him. Hurry up, brother. Don't block the way. After being scolded by the driver, Ji Chung had no choice but to urge his chauffeur to accelerate. On the other side, Qin Yu had also reached Luo Qiyun. So, what exactly happened that necessitated my return? Qin Yu questioned, a hint of confusion in his voice. I'll explain when we return, Luo Qiyun replied, extending her hand. What is the matter? Do you want to hold hands? Qin Yu offered his right hand. I meant for you to hand me your bag. Luo Qiyun sighed, yet she still took hold of Qin Yu's right hand. Your hands are rather cold. Is it cold? Luo Qiyun removed her outer coat and draped it over Qin Yu. A bit, he responded. However, your body seems quite healthy, unlike mine. Standing up after a prolonged squat in a restroom makes me feel faint. What sort of talk is that? Let's go. We shouldn't keep anyone waiting. Qin Yu urged. No rush. Watching you two young lovers is rather entertaining, chuckled the taxi driver. Did they truly appear to be a couple? After a 20-minute drive home, upon entering the elevator, Luo Qiyun first peeked outside. Confirming that Xia Ran had not emerged, she swiftly pulled Qin Yu inside, shutting the door with a resounding thud. What is the matter? It feels like we're sneaking around, Qin Yu remarked, puzzled. Luo Qiyun did not wish to be so cautious. Yet she consistently found herself encountering Xia Ran at the most inexplicable moments. Qin Yu dashed into the room, flopping onto his bed and embracing the pillow, exhaling a sigh of relief. It felt so familiar and delightful. He turned over, pondering. So, what exactly was the reason for my visit today? To be precise, it is you. Your menstrual cycle is due, and if my calculations are correct, it should be today, Luo Qiyun stated. Qin Yu sat up abruptly. How could he have forgotten this? How embarrassing. So what should I do now? It would be disingenuous to say he was not flustered. As a man, how was he supposed to know how to handle such matters? Don't panic. That is precisely why I invited you here. You'll sleep here tonight, Luo Qiyun said, preparing sanitary pads and a set of clean underwear. Oh, indeed, it was not such a monumental issue. Qin Yu reclined back down. Go take a shower, it's getting late. And you should rest, Luo Qiyun advised, glancing at the time on her phone. I prepared a new set of toiletries for you, and I've set aside some clothes for you to change into. All right. Qin Yu entered the bathroom, and prior to the water cascading over him, he had no doubts about Luo Qiyun. However, once he dried off and prepared to change, he was incensed. This is what you prepared for me? Luo Qiyun leaned against the bathroom door, stifling laughter. Aside from underwear, she had only provided Qin Yu with one of his own white shirts, which, when worn, would cover his upper thighs. Qin Yu attempted to don it, feeling utterly embarrassed. Can't you wear your own clothes? Luo Qiyun retorted confidently. Fine, Qin Yu scoffed. If this is how you want to play, it's your body. Do as you please. Qin Yu flung open the bathroom door and twirled before her. Satisfied? Indeed. It aligns closely with my expectations, Luo Qiyun remarked, stroking her chin in appreciation. Naturally, Qin Yu could not sleep in that attire. He rummaged through his wardrobe and found a comfortable set of t-shirt and shorts, feeling much more at ease. Lying on the bed, he felt as though he had returned to the time before their body switch, a truly delightful sensation. Before long, Luo Qiyun emerged from her shower and turned off the lights. Settling down beside him, were you really that accurate in your calculations? Qin Yu inquired, intrigued. Generally, they are quite precise. It won't be delayed any longer, Luo Qiyun assured him. Rolling over, Qin Yu initially intended to shift to the other side of the bed, but suddenly realized that they were both occupying this single one. 5-meter bed. With a sigh of resignation, he rolled back. Wait, we are currently sleeping on the same bed. Is this appropriate? He pulled the blanket up to cover half his face. What seems to be inappropriate? Shouldn't you be sleeping on the sofa outside? Isn't it rather unsuitable for us to share a bed like this? Why not you? Luo Qiyun was perplexed. Isn't this situation self-evident? Typically, it's the guy who sleeps outside in these scenarios. Isn't that the norm? But you are currently in my body, Luo Qiyun countered. True. It would be unreasonable for her to act against her own body. Speaking of which, Qin Yu felt a tinge of curiosity. Can you control it now? He speculated that Luo Qiyun might possess extraordinary willpower to govern the body. No, that's a physiological response, Luo Qiyun stated, wishing to change the subject. Secretly, she placed her hand on Qin Yu's abdomen. What does this mean? Are you just trying to check if I've gained weight? It was unusual to behave so whimsically about one's own body. Surely, she merely wished to touch it. The following morning, upon awakening, Qin Yu discovered that Luo Qiyun had indeed been accurate. Following her guidance step by step, he successfully navigated this hurdle. Last night, while sleeping, he had found Luo Qiyun's body to be extraordinarily warm. Previously, Qin Yu had never perceived himself as such. How peculiar. One of the advantages of being home was that Qin Yu could savor the familiar taste of mustard dumplings and cold beef, and even play games on his own computer. How wonderful. Perhaps I should move back here permanently, Qin Yu mused. That is fine, as long as you're not afraid of being sought after by old Deng. Luo Qiyun remarked, referring to her father, Luo Qiyun. Well, perhaps not, Qin Yu conceded, opening a can of cola, only to have it snatched away. Chilled? No, you can't have this. Luo Qiyun took a sip herself and retrieved a fresh can for him. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Qin Yu settled into his chair. Donning his headphones while sipping on a can of cola, the melodic strains of music filling the air as he immersed himself in his gaming world. It was a moment of pure bliss. Suddenly, a knock echoed from outside, prompting Luo Qiyun to glance toward the door. Upon returning, she gestured for silence. Is someone here? Qin Yu queried, puzzled as to who might seek him out. Chapter 31. What business could a friend of yours have? Luo Qiyun opened the door. What brings Xia Ran here at this hour? Well, she began, I overheard the aunt downstairs mentioning that your hometown is Jiangsheng. So I attempted to make spare rib and lotus root soup, hoping you, with your Jiangsheng heritage, could offer your critique. She did not explicitly state that she had brought it over for this purpose, merely asking Luo Qiyun to assist in evaluating her culinary skills. Now isn't the most convenient time, Luo Qiyun replied, wishing to remain by Qin Yu's side. Just for a moment, Xia Ran insisted, holding a ceramic jar, looking somewhat awkward. Very well, Luo Qiyun, she continued, you did say yesterday during dinner that you could be friends. Having spoken those words, she felt obliged to embrace the responsibilities of friendship. Come in then. Luo Qiyun rummaged through the kitchen for a large bowl to serve the soup, then took a seat and tasted it. Although it did not quite compare to the aunt's version downstairs, it was not devoid of merit. In truth, the issue lay not with Xia Ran's culinary prowess, but rather the scarcity of the sweet and fragrant southern lotus root in the north, which undoubtedly affected the flavor. Nonetheless, Xia Ran had excelled in every other aspect, temperature and seasoning. None were lacking. Quite commendable, Luo Qiyun nodded in approval. Yet as a true Beijing, she mused that if anyone with Jiangsheng roots should be tasting it, it ought to be Qin Yu within the room. Actually, I came today to thank you for your guidance yesterday. Otherwise, I might have truly shed tears, Xia Ran said with a smile. Clad in a cozy black sweater dress and fuzzy slippers, truly a homey ensemble. It's good that you can see things clearly now, of course. You needn't take everything I say to heart, Luo Qiyun replied, focusing on her soup, responding in a manner that drifted in and out of conversation. I've decided to take a couple of days off until my minor injury heals. If there's anything you wish to eat in the meantime, do let me know. Consider it an opportunity for me to practice, Xia Ran suggested, feigning a tone that implied distance. No need. That would be too much trouble, Luo Qiyun shook her head. Your decor is quite simple, Xia Ran remarked, shifting the topic as her previous line of inquiry fell flat. She stood and ambled around the room, commenting on how tidily it had been organized. This was not due to Luo Qiyun's efforts. Qin Yu had always been meticulous in categorizing and arranging his belongings. He was merely a lazy dog, not a messy one. May I explore a bit? Xia Ran inquired, moving closer to the bedroom. The bedroom is off limits. It might not be convenient, Luo Qiyun responded. Without the bedroom, there is really nothing else worth touring, Xia Ran conceded, returning to her seat. And a moment of awkward silence ensued. All right, the soup is quite delightful, thank you. I suppose this is my cue to leave, she said, her voice tinged with formality. I'll save the rest for lunch. With that, she donned a stiff smile, opened the door, and exited. What would be the reason for this? Xia Ran pondered, unable to grasp why, despite her repeated attempts to connect, the person before her seemed so distant. Unable to make sense of it, she resolved to keep thinking. Luo Qiyun re-entered the room, carrying the soup. Qin Yu was tapping away at his keyboard, and upon hearing the door, he removed his headphones and looked up. Has the guest departed? Who is it? He asked, as if this rented space were not his. Ah, there is spare rib and lotus root soup, Qin Yu exclaimed, a longing evident in his expression, reminiscing about how long it had been since he had savored such a dish. Where did it come from? Let me taste. Luo Qiyun set the soup down, watching as Qin Yu picked up a piece of lotus root and brought it to his mouth. She observed his expression shift to one of peculiar discomfort, his brow furrowed, and his chewing slowed. The seasoning was adequate, yet the texture of the lotus root was akin to biting into an apple, crisp and unyielding. It was certainly not to his liking. He was a traditionalist at heart, preferring the tender, starchy variety. Who prepared this? Qin Yu assessed the soup, grading it a respectable 70 out of 100, just above passing. Your high school sweetheart. Xiao Ran, Luo Qiyun replied, her face betraying no emotion. She South gotten that close to you? Qin Yu expressed his surprise. Would you believe me if I said our meetings were mere coincidences, and we've yet to exchange WeChat? Luo Qiyun was reluctant to elaborate. Qin Yu nodded, conceding that it was hard not to believe, considering he encountered the unfortunate Ji Cheng daily. After finishing the soup, Luo Qiyun stood to the side, observing Qin Yu as he engaged in his game. She realized she had scarcely learned about his work, now presenting a fine opportunity. As the clock struck 11, her phone rang, prompting Qin Yu to answer. Hello. Luo Qiyun gestured for him to switch to speakerphone. Baby, where on earth did you go last night? Yu Shenran's voice emerged from the receiver, sending chills down Luo Qiyun's spine. What had she transformed into this? Qin Yu, unfazed, quipped. What? Have you become my caretaker now? Should I draft a detailed report for you? Don't be so cross. I'm merely concerned for you, Yu Shenran replied, blowing a kiss into the receiver before hanging up. Qin Yu placed the phone aside, refocusing on his game. What else would there change? Luo Qiyun mused, feeling an urge to punch the speaker. What should she have been like? Qin Yu pondered, perplexed. Had she not been this way before? He recalled her somewhat clingy nature, her fear of thunder while sleeping, and never perceived her as the timid type. Luo Qiyun pressed her forehead in contemplation. She had considered numerous angles, envisaging the troubles Qin Yu might face living in her body, yet she had never contemplated how someone might grow so close to him. She confided in you about her fear of thunder? Indeed, she insists on sharing a bed with me. Is that really necessary? However, she does cook fairly well. Has she prepared for you before? Qin Yu inquired. Luo Qiyun had never enjoyed such treatment. After a brief period of play, she decided to try her hand at the game, and Qin Yu guided her through some basics, assuming her interest was fleeting and would not lead to any obsession. Given her established career, a short while later, Jin Ming's call interrupted. Luo Qiyun, you need to come to my office immediately. Is it urgent? Jin Ming? Luo Qiyun's hand froze over the mouse, bewildered by the formality. What do you call that woman? Qin Yu inquired. Where are you right now? I'll send someone to fetch you, Jin Ming continued. No need. I stayed at a friend's place last night. I'll take a cab. Are you at the office? Friend's house? You don't have any friends. Jin Ming's words cut through the air, and Luo Qiyun heard them loud and clear, even without speakerphone. All right then. Hurry up and come, Jin Ming concluded before hanging up. She seems rather insistent. I'll head over first, Qin Yu said, preparing to leave. You forgot this. Luo Qiyun called after him, tossing him a pack of sanitary napkins. Chapter 32. You seem like a different person lately. Luo Qiyun succinctly relayed some reminders regarding her menstrual cycle, which Qin Yu noted carefully. He then hailed a cab to the company. Jin Ming insisted that Qin Yu should remain at the office even when there was nothing to do, even if it meant sitting idly beside her. As Qin Yu approached the company entrance, he spotted a group of actresses gathered around someone, their laughter ringing out intermittently. Who was this individual so adored? The center of attention was none other than Ji Cheng, who had come to discuss business matters with the company owner. With the Ji family back in the country, he was responsible for the entertainment sector. Unbeknownst to him, a crowd had inexplicably gathered at the gate early in the morning, having somehow learned of his presence today. Ji Cheng, who considered himself somewhat charming, had never imagined he would attract such attention, as if he were a spectacle to be observed. Young Master Ji, do you remember me? We met briefly at the party a few days ago, a familiar voice called out amidst the throng. Ji Cheng was baffled by the number of acquaintances seemingly appearing out of nowhere. He pushed through the crowd, intent on leaving, when his gaze fell upon Qin Yu, who was casting him a look filled with unmistakable disdain. Oh no, this will only cement his reputation as a notorious playboy, Ji Cheng thought anxiously. He hurried to follow Qin Yu, but was quickly surrounded once more. Get lost, Ji Cheng snapped, frustration mounting. After today, he resolved to investigate who was behind the slander, tarnishing his name. As the crowd dispersed, Ji Cheng noticed that Qin Yu had vanished. Later, Qin Yu arrived at Jin Ming's office. No sooner had he settled into his seat than Jin Ming handed him a hefty stack of scripts. Aren't you free? Qin Yu inquired. See for yourself, Jin Ming replied. She had no intention of tormenting Qin Yu. Rather, knowing Luo Qiyun well, she believed that with significant matters looming, it was best to keep her closely tethered, lest she lose control unexpectedly. Qin Yu flipped through the scripts, stifling yawns within minutes. Yesterday, I looked into it. Ji Cheng is your betrothed? Jin Ming remarked. That was an old joke. It doesn't count. Qin Yu responded, casting a glance at Jin Ming. Could it be that Jin Ming fancied matching him with Ji Cheng for his wealth? It seemed unlikely. Although Jin Ming was a shrewd agent skilled in social dealings and negotiations with investors, she had never treated her artists as mere pawns. Good. Ji Cheng's reputation leaves much to be desired. Jin Ming sighed in relief. I know you're not one to be love-struck, and you certainly wouldn't be interested in someone like him. Since Luo Qiyun's mother passed away, Jin Ming had, consciously or not, assumed a maternal role. Apart from the three elders of the Luo family, she was perhaps the only one who truly cared for Luo Qiyun. Qin Yu responded nonchalantly. But I did see a group of glamorous colleagues clustered around Ji Cheng this morning. Is that so? Jin Ming's eyes remained fixed on her computer screen. That only proves the boy truly is a scoundrel. When he first came to negotiate, he was already surrounded by a bevy of admirers. If Ji Cheng tries to use his privileges to harm my artists, I'll walk away immediately. I'm a reputable figure in the industry, even if I switch companies. Many would be eager to cover my exorbitant breach fees. After a brief exchange, Qin Yu curiously leaned over to observe Jin Ming's workload. He had always imagined agents merely gesturing and wielding great power, but the dozens of pending tasks displayed on Jin Ming's computer sent a chill down his spine. This was no easy profession. We're shooting the lookbook tomorrow. The leads will be present, Jin Ming informed him. Should we prepare anything special? Qin Yu inquired. No need. Just don't cause trouble, Jin Ming replied. Do you really distrust Luo Qiyun that much? I know what you're thinking, Jin Ming sighed. When Luo Qiyun entered the industry, Jin Ming saw in her the reflection of a dear departed friend. She had devoted herself to nurturing Luo Qiyun into a prodigy like her mother. But the truth was, Luo Qiyun was her own person. She could never embody the same gentle serenity. When provoked, she never tolerated it, though she only struck when justified. Yet in acting, public opinion is a razor's edge. Even justified actions can swiftly ruin one's reputation. That's reality. You've improved a lot recently, almost like a different person. I heard from your father that you've been adapting better at home. That's good, Jin Ming said earnestly, hoping Luo Qiyun had truly changed. No longer reckless as before. Your early dramas were financial failures, yet Luo Qiyun never complained and kept investing. The Luo family, Jin Ming thought, were cold yet caring in their own way, often acting without voicing their feelings. Soon after, Yu Xinran arrived, now under Jin Ming's management, whose professionalism was impeccable. Here is something for you. Yu Xinran offered a cup of warm pear soup. Qin Yu accepted it, cradling the cup in his hands. Weren't we supposed to shoot the lookbook today? Why the sudden postponement? Qin Yu asked. You see, the director personally selected the female lead, and since she hasn't arrived, the shoot is pushed to tomorrow, Jin Ming explained. Such a big deal, huh? That female lead is your college classmate, right? Do you know her? Jin Ming queried. I don't remember insignificant people, Qin Yu shrugged. Probably Luo Qiyun herself barely recalled this person. She debuted as the lead in a hit youth idol drama in her first year, then transformed in her second project. Initially doubted by many who believed her success was merely due to her youthful, charming looks. Jin Ming knew all capable actors well and could recount their careers effortlessly. Unexpectedly, the actress portrayed a rural woman with meticulous detail in her second drama, reigniting her popularity. She then transitioned to film, regularly appearing in New Year's releases in recent years. A very talented individual, reputed to be humble and easy to get along with, Jin Ming remarked. Qin Yu was indifferent regarding the female lead. With filming commencing in a month, he hoped to reconcile with Luo Qiyun during this interval. As he sipped the warm pear soup, a sudden, hurried knocking at the door interrupted them. The door burst open, ushering in a gust of cold wind as a figure rushed inside. The three turned simultaneously. Ji Cheng? What's he doing here? Is something wrong? Jin Ming's expression darkened. Ji Cheng, flustered and unsure how to begin, had dashed over, pushing aside the obstructive women. He had run nearly the entire way, barely pausing to consider why he felt such urgency. Despite having no established relationship, and even having been met with clear disdain from Qin Yu in Luo Qiyun's eyes, he had come, seemingly mad, humbled to this extent, driven by self-reflection and even guilt, intent on explaining and apologizing. Did he care so deeply about Qin Yu, or rather, Luo Qiyun's opinion? It's nothing, I must have come to the wrong place, Ji Cheng said, turning to leave. Wrong place. Yu Xinran tried not to laugh. Ji Cheng didn't seem to realize his panicked demeanor resembled someone whose beloved was about to depart abroad. I'm not the villain they say I am. Those are all rumors. Ji Cheng couldn't overcome his inner turmoil and solemnly addressed Qin Yu once more. What rumors? Qin Yu's smirk made Ji Cheng feel mocked. Just don't believe any of it. Ji Cheng slammed the door and left, dejected and uncertain if anyone would believe him. Truly baffling, Jin Ming mused, thinking Ji Chung might benefit from a neurological consultation. Outside, Ji Chung stood in the cold, downcast. Calm down, Ji Chung, he murmured, patting his face. About to depart when a gentle, surprised female voice called out behind him. Ji Chung? Who could it be? Surely not the women from his company, who always addressed him with sugary honorifics. Turning his head, he noticed the other party donned sunglasses, a playful smile gracing her fair and delicate face. Lin Xiao. Recognizing her, Ji Chung was quite taken aback. What are you doing here? Lin Xiao smiled wryly. This man remained just as he was back when they were abroad. So, you have no idea which company I work for? Besides my name, how much do you really know about me? She asked. I know you're an actress, like me, a native of Yanjing. But as for you, Ji Chung honestly can't recall much, he admitted. It was laughable, considering they had publicly been a couple. Yet, Ji Chung's understanding of her was so superficial. You're always like this. Lin Xiao had long since detached herself from that relationship. Reflecting on it, those once passionate moments had only left a mess in their wake. Ji Chung had merely harbored a slight affection for Lin Xiao and launched a grand pursuit. By grand, it meant lavish gifts, luxury cars, flowers, jewels, none of which Lin Xiao desired. What she yearned for was solitude and privacy together. Yet every time she met Ji Chung, he was surrounded by colleagues, never alone. They never shared even a lover's embrace or kiss. Meanwhile, Ji Chung was often accompanied by beauties. Unable to endure it any longer, Lin Xiao severed ties. What amused her most was how Ji Chung, on the day of their breakup, accepted it as if nothing happened. She had considered him her entire world, yet he treated her as a mere ornamental trinket, his gifts nothing more than polishing cloth for that decoration. So, what are you doing now? Lin Xiao inquired. The past is past. There's no point dredging it up. I'm here to discuss a collaboration, Ji Chung said tersely. Then perhaps fate will bring us together again, Lin Xiao said, waving goodbye as she turned to leave. Wait, Ji Chung called after her. Lin Xiao closed her eyes tightly. Countless possibilities of Ji Chung calling her flashed through her mind, even a flicker of hesitation. I just have some questions, nothing involving you, Ji Chung reasoned, believing that as a woman, Lin Xiao would better understand and perhaps advise him. Go ahead, Lin Xiao leaned against the wall. If I meet someone whose every expression I ponder over, whose every look stirs my heart, and I find myself eager to explain even small matters to her. Does that mean I like her? Ji Chung asked. What do you think? Lin Xiao smiled slightly. So how does she treat you? I don't know. Ji Chung recalled every expression and encounter, suddenly feeling a pang of pain. Maybe she dislikes me, or perhaps even hates me. Lin Xiao now understood clearly. If you're willing to be so humble for someone you fancy, I feel reassured. She laughed and walked away. Hey, don't go. Give me some advice. Ji Chung pleaded anxiously. I can't help you. Figure out yourself, Lin Xiao snorted. Wanting to help? Dream on. Meanwhile, Qin Yu had been engrossed in the script all afternoon. After a thorough read, he began memorizing his lines. He decided to send a copy to Luo Qiyun as well, just in case they had to swap roles at the last minute, so she could adapt quickly. At 5 in the evening, Qin Yu prepared to leave. Where are you off to? Jin Ming looked up. Off work. ISNT time? You can't leave yet? There's a gathering tonight. I need to introduce several artists to the director. You're coming too, Jin Ming said. You don't need to drink, just be present. It's to help Luo Qiyun get some exposure. Since her social connections are weak and closed off, Jin Ming summarized the situation, admitting his own shortcomings. Now he had to keep Luo Qiyun close to rebuild her reputation and network. But since Qin Yu was inhabiting this body, he had no choice but to face the troubles himself. Later, Qin Yu met other artists under Jin Ming's management, some of whom he recognized. They were all top-tier actors. Despite their status, they behaved obediently in front of Jin Ming and were polite to Qin Yu as well. During the car ride, Qin Yu updated Luo Qiyun on his work via phone while listening to Jin Ming instruct his artists. Don't think just because you're big shots now you can look down on others, got it? Jin Ming warned. No need to be overly polite or ingratiating, just courteous enough to leave a good impression. After Jin Ming finished, everyone looked simultaneously at Qin Yu. What is up? Qin Yu glanced at them. She's different. Don't worry about her, Jin Ming said. The club was discreet, hosting many secretive social gatherings. Walking beside Jin Ming, Qin Yu spotted Ji Chung. He had drunk a bit. His followers were ushering a group of beauties towards him. Unlucky, Jin Ming glanced distantly at Ji Chung. Chapter 34. Only as an onlooker can one truly see oneself. Ji Chung sobered up halfway instantly. Instinctively, he wanted to rush over and explain. Young Master Ji, these ladies want to meet you. See if any catch your fancy. The follower pushed more flamboyantly dressed girls forward. Get lost, Ji Chung snapped. But before he could pursue them, Qin Yu's strange gaze halted his steps. This is the life of a young master? Truly decadent. Qin Yu shook his head, merely finding it excessive. But to Ji Chung, this subtle gesture carried a vastly different meaning. Qiyun, let me explain. Too far away. Qin Yu heard nothing. They entered a private room, and by the time Ji Chung caught up, no one paid him any mind. Clenching his fist, Ji Chung slammed it heavily against the wall. What is wrong, young master? Not satisfied with these girls? The follower foolishly asked. Stay away. From today on, I never want to see you again. Ji Chung strode away. He had only come to drink, yet his men always arranged these pointless things for him. Now, it was all witnessed firsthand. No words would help. Young master. The follower chased after him. Elsewhere, after Qin Yu followed Jinming inside and introductions were made, everyone sat down to drink and chat. Perhaps aware that Luo Qiyun was not to be trifled with, no one approached Qin Yu first. Polite compliments were exchanged, but they remained superficial. After the gathering, Qin Yu took a taxi home, where Yu Xinran waited in the living room. I've been waiting for you. Yu Xinran held a script. Waiting for me? Qin Yu raised his guard, suspecting mischief. In about a month, we start filming. Worried you might not adapt, so let us rehearse early, Yu Xinran sincerely offered. Now is a chance for Qin Yu to familiarize himself with the role and receive professional guidance. All right, let us give it a try. Qin Yu took the script and began rehearsing with Yu Xinran, immersing himself in the scene. He had expected to perform poorly due to lack of talent. But with a partner, he quickly found his rhythm. Though not as fluid as Luo Qiyun, he was far from a novice riddled with mistakes. This must be Luo Qiyun's muscle memory, Qin Yu mused. After 2 hours of rehearsal, Qin Yu's performance improved markedly. Yu Xinran was impressed. We've been roommates for a while, but this is our first time acting together, Yu Xinran remarked, pleased. If you can maintain this level, there won't be much trouble. It seemed the outside world had many misconceptions about Miss Luo. Yu Xinran leaned in mischievously. Looks like you're up to something again. Qin Yu chose to ignore her, returning to his room to send the script to Luo Qiyun. Contemplating that messaging about this matter would be a waste of time, Qin Yu opted for a video call instead. Luo Qiyun had just finished her workout and was engaged in stretching. She recalled the initial days of exercising with Qin Yu's body, which were nothing short of torturous. Each morning, she would awaken to sore muscles, every movement causing discomfort throughout the day. Thankfully, it had improved somewhat since then. Is something the matter? Luo Qiyun asked, wiping her sweat as she settled on the bed. I've sent you the script. Take a look. Just in case we switch back one day, it will be good for you to familiarize yourself with the work. Qin Yu remarked. One couldn't deny the undeniable influence of the menstrual cycle. At least Qin Yu felt unusually fatigued today, more so than usual. Her mood was also quite low. Perhaps this was the effect of hormones. No problem. I'll check it out later. Luo Qiyun nodded in agreement. Today, Jinming has confined me all day, preventing me from wandering, and I have a dinner gathering tonight. Qin Yu cherished her previous carefree lifestyle, where she could stream at will or create a casual video when she felt like it, unlike now, where she was constantly on the move, subjected to Jinming's constraints. I think I understand you a bit better now, Qin Yu said, especially in a profession that already bore a tarnished reputation. The absence of any positive reinforcement made work feel rather futile. If one would argue that work was merely for financial gain, that would suffice. But Luo Qiyun was not in need of money at all. Is that so? Luo Qiyun observed the weary Qin Yu. Did she ever display such an expression when she was exhausted? Luo Qiyun was uncertain. Her fondness for teasing Qin Yu stemmed from her unique ability to observe her own body from another's perspective. She delighted in dressing Qin Yu in outfits she had never worn, enjoying the subtleties of Qin Yu's expressions. This was far from narcissism. So what initially inspired your desire to become an actress? Following in your mother's footsteps? Luo Qiyun fell into a moment of silence. As a child, accompanying her mother in public, the fervent gazes of fans, their concerned words, and their unwavering support deeply moved Luo Qiyun. For her, the state of being adored and supported by many was a pursuit worth chasing. However, due to her personality and life experiences, this aspiration gradually faded from her memory. It seemed as though her work and dreams had become inconsequential aspects of her life. She began to feel as though being on set resembled serving a prison sentence, increasingly devoid of interest. Over time, her professional attitude deteriorated as well. The reasons behind this were likely multifaceted. It was only when she assumed the role of an observer that Luo Qiyun could truly discern her own predicament. For instance, at this moment, she was indeed an observer, capable of recognizing her own challenges. I suppose it's just amusing. Luo Qiyun casually offered a reason before promptly inquiring. So why did you choose to become a streamer? After returning from the event, Luo Qiyun had searched online to learn about the events surrounding Qin Yu. Both had endured public scorn and derision, yet Qin Yu seemed unfazed, seemingly indifferent to it all. It's enjoyable. That job offers freedom, and I can support myself, which is why I do it. There's no profound reason behind it. Sometimes, executing an impressive maneuver and receiving praise in the chat makes me genuinely happy, Qin Yu explained. The two engaged in a casual conversation that lingered late into the night, with Qin Yu eventually succumbing to sleep. Subsequently, Luo Qiyun ended the video call. The following morning, after returning from breakfast, Luo Qiyun noticed someone loitering aimlessly downstairs, clad in a mask and a baseball cap, seemingly fixated on the ground while waiting. She recognized this type, either a paparazzo or an overly zealous fan. It was evident they were not there for her. If that were the case, were they perhaps there for Xiaoran? Luo Qiyun pressed the elevator button to ascend, coincidentally encountering Xiaoran as she was about to head out for a meal. Hold on, don't rush down. Luo Qiyun scrutinized Xiaoran's attire. She was dressed too casually, at the very least. She should wear a mask for some semblance of disguise. Chapter 35. What's wrong with the person I chose? Xiaoran was oblivious to any issues. Go back and change into something more secure, along with a mask and sunglasses, then come back out. Why is that? Xiaoran questioned. Just a hunch. Please do as I say, Luo Qiyun insisted. Oh, all right. After changing her clothes, Xiaoran returned. Have you received any harassing messages on your personal social media accounts? Luo Qiyun surmised that Xiaoran likely hadn't given such matters much thought. A few, but I usually just glance at them and block them immediately. For her, such occurrences had almost become routine. After all, those individuals were merely harassing her online, and there was no need to pay them much mind. If she had a poor mindset about it, she would have long been driven off the internet. Your perspective is sound. Such matters are best ignored, Luo Qiyun affirmed. Have you been posting your daily activities on social media recently? Yes, how did you know? Xiaoran replied, taken aback. Of course. It wasn't because Luo Qiyun had secretly followed Xiaoran's Weibo. Your selfies included location information, which has exposed your residence, prompting someone to track you down. However, they're still uncertain if you reside in this community and cannot pinpoint your floor, Luo Qiyun explained. Is that terrifying? Xiaoran had never confronted such situations and felt a wave of nausea. How can there be such individuals? When we go downstairs, stand next to me and remain silent. Luo Qiyun instructed. With a sense of trepidation, Xiaoran stepped into the elevator alongside Luo Qiyun, only to discover that the individual was indeed still lurking downstairs. Just a glance through her sunglasses confirmed Xiaoran's suspicion that this person was targeting her. She recognized this individual, having previously received an inappropriate selfie accompanied by repulsive messages. As they both exited, the stalker failed to notice them and, after circling around a couple of times, retreated in defeat. Once they entered a small restaurant and settled into a corner, Xiaoran let out a sigh of relief, pulling down her mask to take several deep breaths. You should maintain a degree of caution, Luo Qiyun advised. These individuals are capable of anything. While Luo Qiyun had never faced such an experience herself, given that she always drove back and forth and her residence was secured with multiple layers of protection. I understand. Thank you for today, Xiaoran expressed her gratitude. How about I treat you to a meal? I just ate, Luo Qiyun replied. No worries. If you're still concerned, I'll wait here for you. We can head back together after you finish. Xiaoran felt a surge of appreciation, placing her order with a sense of calm. However, Luo Qiyun felt somewhat awkward merely sitting in silence. You've helped me many times recently, and I haven't had the chance to thank you properly. Xiaoran wanted to express her thoughts, but didn't know how to begin. There's no need for thanks. Just take care of yourself and refrain from needing my assistance again, Luo Qiyun remarked, as she often preferred not to intervene. Yet, Xiaoran appeared to be quite helpless. I'll be mindful of what you said. That is good to hear. Luo Qiyun pondered, realizing she was nearly becoming her bodyguard. Thinking about the need to familiarize herself with the script, she picked up her phone to review it. Meanwhile, Xiaoran lowered her head, her thoughts in disarray. Did she have feelings for Qin Yu? A hint of something. However, her initial curiosity about Qin Yu had not been infused with much emotion. The day of the class reunion, she had merely recalled the shy boy from before and was curious about what he had become. Ultimately, it was the changes that Luo Qiyun had undergone that truly attracted her. Xiaoran observed Luo Qiyun's profile. She looked so earnest, engrossed in whatever she was reading. Are you still eating? If not, you can head back, Luo Qiyun remarked, sensing Xiaoran's gaze upon her. I'm eating. Of course I am. Xiaoran chuckled softly to herself. The exchange between the two now conveyed an impression of a deepening relationship. Luo Qiyun slightly furrowed her brow. The girl seems utterly bewildered. What's she smiling about? Xiaoran has always possessed a profound confidence in her appearance, having garnered considerable admiration throughout her life, which has rendered her both self-assured and innocent. She is inclined to believe that the person before her harbors at least a modicum of affection for her. Yet, Why does he perpetually maintain such an aloof demeanor? Suddenly, Xia Ran recalls the words her manager uttered during their last encounter, with Luo Qiyun standing nearby. Artists can indeed fall in love. Huh? Luo Qiyun turned to look at her. The way this woman speaks is so disjointed, abruptly venturing into a topic that seems utterly nonsensical. I'm not an idol. I am an actress. Xia Ran insists that her identity does not hinge on being a pretty idol. She aspires to captivate everyone through her acting prowess. However, her fans may not perceive matters with such simplicity. The moment she embarks on a romantic relationship, her popularity and fervor will inevitably wane. Luo Qiyun interjected. Must such words come from her? The young girl clearly lacks a lucid understanding of her profession. Xia Ran suppressed a sigh, realizing that her manager's counsel had, indeed, reached Luo Qiyun's ears. The sentiments she now expressed mirrored those of her manager. Furthermore, what significance lies in relinquishing a promising career for a fleeting romance? Perhaps with a boyfriend who may not even last 6 months? Luo Qiyun continued. Do you truly know the person? Can you fathom the human heart? Luo Qiyun felt somewhat like a nagging mother. For you, does it truly matter whether or not that person exists? Luo Qiyun understood that Xia Ran was vigorously pursuing her dreams alone. Thus she wished to discourage her from diverting her focus to trivial matters. Once she achieves success, she will have everything she desires. A boyfriend is merely an inconsequential entity. Listening to Luo Qiyun's words, Xia Ran felt a sudden surge of anger. The person I choose will not be inconsequential. Her voice was far from subtle, drawing the attention of everyone around. Luo Qiyun was taken aback. What is happening? This was meant to be casual conversation, yet she suddenly erupted with such fervor. All right, if you truly wish to pursue romance, then open your eyes wide and seek someone genuinely suitable for you. If you choose to disregard my advice, then so be it. At this juncture, Luo Qiyun's focus returned to the script, completely oblivious to the unfolding drama. So, shouldn't you share some of your little habits with me? So that I might begin to understand you better, Xia Ran quietly inquired. Me? What does that have to do with this? Luo Qiyun was suddenly taken aback. Xia Ran gazed at her, her eyes sparkling. Luo Qiyun, when did you become so dense? Is this a side effect of inhabiting Qin Yu's body? As time slipped away, Luo Qiyun suddenly recalled a task she had neglected. Clearing her throat, she prepared to leave. Xia Ran stifled a giggle, not overly concerned with Luo Qiyun's evasiveness. After their meal, Luo Qiyun escorted Xia Ran home, receiving a message from her sister, prompting her to hastily ride to the event venue. Having arrived quite some time ago, she found no sign of her sister. What's the holdup? Why the delay? Chapter 36. Has my brother been possessed? Qin Yu arrived, breathless, clutching a small bag adorned with large decorative wings. Today, she was to portray a combat angel from a popular game. But a mishap at the base had resulted in the props being damaged. Consequently, the combat angel had transformed into a fallen angel. A reality that Qin Yu could not accept. What's wrong? Why the frantic expression? Luo Qiyun inquired, glancing at her sister. No time to explain, just come with me. Without hesitation, her sister pulled her into the dressing room. A friend had brought the photo posters for her to sign at the event. Upon discovering the damaged props, Qin Yu's friend felt utterly helpless. I'm just here to help. I don't know anything about props. Xinyu, is this your brother? Not only was she unable to assist, but she also began to express concern for Luo Qiyun. Did you come here searching for handsome men? At a time like this, you're still concerned about such matters? Instead, how about helping me with my makeup? I'm in a rush and haven't even put any on. This situation had completely ruined a week's worth of preparation. Are you really that anxious? Luo Qiyun, unfamiliar with the event's processes, felt a pang of worry upon witnessing her sister's distress. Yes, I was already late, and now the booth isn't ready. By the time people come for photos, they'll likely have left, Qin Yu lamented, on the verge of tears. Every opportunity was crucial for her. Where's your makeup kit? Luo Qiyun inquired. In my bag. Why do you ask? I'll help you with your makeup. Show me the character's image. Luo Qiyun knelt down and opened the makeup kit. Oh, come on. Don't joke around. Qin Yu gently pushed her away. We're in a dire situation. Don't tease her. Trust me this once, Luo Qiyun insisted earnestly. Qin Yu furrowed her brow. But you don't know how to do makeup. You'll just make things worse. Qin Yu struggled to dismiss the notion that her brother was merely causing chaos. I learned from watching videos, Luo Qiyun replied, swiftly identifying the names and functions of all the tools and foundations. At this point, her sister began to believe that perhaps her brother truly possessed some makeup skills. You handle the props. Be gentle with them. Luo Qiyun focused intently on applying makeup for Qin Yu, meticulous in her approach. A single glance at the character's image allowed her to commit the look to memory. Soon, the props were repaired, and Luo Qiyun finished her task. How does it look? Her sister gazed into the mirror, surprised to find the result even better than her own attempts at makeup. This is quite remarkable. My brother is usually such a gaming nerd. When did he delve into this? And with such finesse? Honestly, have you secretly dressed as a girl before? Luo Qiyun chuckled helplessly. Come on, let us go complete your work. She held the posters, following behind her sister. Wait. Qin Yu suddenly threw herself into Luo Qiyun's embrace. Thank you so much, brother. If it weren't for you, I'd be in real trouble. Just a small matter, Luo Qiyun said, playfully pinching her sister's ear. You are the best. Once they entered the venue, Luo Qiyun sat to the side, helping to distribute posters and maintain order. She had never attended such an event before and had not even familiarized herself with it online. Out of sheer curiosity, she observed the multitude arriving for photographs and to purchase posters. Today's makeup is incredibly authentic. You are the most faithful representation of this character I've seen among all the cosplayers, an elderly fan complimented Qin Yu. Thank you. She discreetly glanced at Luo Qiyun, pondering if she had overlooked something. Reflecting on it now, her brother indeed seemed quite different from before. Not only had he cut his hair and changed his attire, but his entire demeanor had transformed significantly. During high school, Qin Yu often slouched, his mother frequently admonishing him to correct his posture. Yet despite her efforts, his stance and gait remained poor. Luo Qiyun, however, was different. The body of Qin Yu under her control exuded an entirely different aura. Even now, as he sat to the side, he maintained an upright posture, his gaze unwavering, emanating a commanding presence. Hello, teacher. Are you daydreaming? Oh. Qin Yu quickly redirected her attention. As the event approached its conclusion, Luo Qiyun exhaled in relief at the dwindling line. Hello, may I collect a stamp? Luo Qiyun looked up. Over there, not here. I'm just a staff member. No, I'm a fan of yours. I've been watching your streams for 2 years. I was hesitant to acknowledge you earlier, but I went back to check the previous event's live stream to confirm. A fan of Qin Yu? Luo Qiyun felt a twinge of annoyance. Even if she herself appeared here, it was unlikely many would recognize her. Well then, what should I do? Luo Qiyun had yet to enjoy the privilege of a fan photo. Oh, let us just take a casual picture. The fan took a selfie. Thank you. Seeing that you are in good health brings me peace of mind. I shall also convey this to the brothers in the livestream group later. No need for thanks. I ought to express my gratitude for your support. A twinge of sentiment filled Luo Qiyun's heart. By the way, when will the broadcast commence? Speaking of which, it has been several days since Qin Yu last streamed. It will be soon, very soon. Luo Qiyun responded with a smile, deflecting the question. Half an hour passed, and the event finally came to a close. The siblings made their way to the lounge, gathered their belongings, and prepared to return home. Qin Yu cast another glance at her brother, her suspicion growing stronger. Brother, do you remember the time you were hospitalized as a child because a fishbone got stuck in your throat? Qin Yu suddenly inquired. Was there such an incident? How could Luo Qiyun possibly know about that? Pretending to forget was undoubtedly the best course of action. It was too long ago for me to recall. You don't remember? Qin Yu mentioned it just last month during dinner at home. Oh, is that so? Let us have lunch together when we get home. Qin Yu pondered for a moment. Currently, there was no evidence to support her suspicions. Then let us depart. When it comes to meals, Luo Qiyun would certainly not refuse. The two first returned to Qin Yu's secret hideout to remove their makeup and change clothes before heading home for lunch. At the dining table, Luo Qiyun appeared to have adapted far better than during her initial visit, gradually engaging in various topics of discussion. After lunch, the two settled on the sofa to rest. Are you still not planning to confess? What milestone do you intend to reach before you come clean? Luo Qiyun felt there was nothing to conceal. Surely, I must reach at least 1 million followers. That sounds like quite an ambitious goal. Then keep striving. Whenever you need assistance, do not hesitate to contact me. Luo Qiyun gently tapped her sister's forehead. Understood. Yao Jin observed the siblings' interaction from outside, a smile of satisfaction gracing her lips. Meanwhile, Qin Yu was on set, preparing to shoot promotional photos, and was inevitably subject to a bit of fussing about. However, even at this point, he had yet to catch sight of the legendary female lead. Just as he was contemplating this, a strikingly confident and beautiful woman approached. She towered over Luo Qiyun by a head. Upon nearing Qin Yu, she lowered her sunglasses and provocatively remarked, I never expected to see you here, young lady. Chapter 37. The young lady is a tsundere, soft on the inside but hard on the outside. It was yet another acquaintance of Luo Qiyun's. The problem was, he had no recollection of her at all. Hello, Qin Yu offered courteously, maintaining basic politeness. Hello, what's wrong? Can't you even say those 2 words? Are you perhaps Luo Qiyun's arch-nemesis? It appeared that you have changed as well. The once haughty young lady who dismissed everyone now resorts to this insincere pleasantry. However, that does not suit you and only leaves a sour taste. The mystery was solved. She was indeed a bitter rival. Given that, Qin Yu felt no obligation to maintain civility. Firstly, I don't remember who you are. Secondly, please speak more politely. Accompanied by a disdainful expression. Qin Yu believed he projected a significant aura of intimidation. Yet, the other party merely smiled, seemingly unfazed. It seemed you haven't changed much either. With that, she turned and departed. Qin Yu was subsequently ushered off for makeup. The one who had approached him with scorn was none other than the female lead of this production, Ruo Shui. Her direct approach towards Qin Yu was not without reason. Ruo Shui was a college classmate of Luo Qiyun, and at one point, they could be considered friends. Ruo Shui came from an ordinary background, yet her talents were exceptional. She had always admired Luo Qiyun, unconsciously seeking proximity to her. She was enamored with Luo Qiyun's beauty and her character. However, Ruo Shui was quite sensitive at that time. One day, she overheard her roommate speaking disparagingly about her as a mere shadow of the young lady, which left her feeling pricked by a thorn. Due to the opinions of others, Ruo Shui was eager to prove that she was merely a friend of Luo Qiyun and not a sycophant. She hoped Luo Qiyun would make a gesture to clarify their relationship. However, Luo Qiyun was not one to indulge in such trivialities. Her demeanor remained somewhat aloof as before. Consequently, Ruo Shui gradually withdrew from Luo Qiyun's social circle. From Luo Qiyun's perspective, if there was something to discuss, one must voice it. How could she know if it remained unspoken? Yet, the sensitive Ruo Shui clearly did not share this viewpoint. Even after several years had passed and Ruo Shui had risen to stardom, she often reflected on those events. Sometimes, she felt a pang of regret, lamenting that she had not clarified her thoughts. But more often, she harbored resentment. She envisioned that if given the chance to meet Luo Qiyun again, she would certainly ask her what she had been thinking back then, striving to clarify matters. Yet, when the moment arrived, she found herself unable to restrain her emotions, inadvertently uttering hurtful words, especially upon witnessing Qin Yu's unfamiliar demeanor towards her. Claiming not to recognize her, she felt a surge of anger. It was as if they were truly strangers. The actors changed into their costumes and prepared to shoot the promotional photos. This segment proceeded swiftly, and once completed, Qin Yu exhaled in relief, standing beside Yu Shenran as they discussed rehearsing lines together after returning. No need to worry, darling. You have performed splendidly. Yu Shenran's words were imbued with an ambiguous sincerity. Qin Yu clenched his right fist. Regardless, since Luo Qiyun was untroubled, why should he not take a chance? So, do you now prefer to seek out friends of this ilk? Ruo Shui approached. Her haughty demeanor indeed resembled that of her character in the drama. The director had made a keen casting choice. Ruo Shui possessed a somewhat masculine appearance, with pronounced brows and deep-set eyes, dressed in period attire. She exuded an aura of martial prowess, akin to a valiant heroine. Her considerable height naturally lent her an imposing presence when conversing with others. However, Qin Yu was indifferent to such matters. Is this something you need to concern yourself with? I've yet to hear of anyone in the cast playing the role of a stepmother. Qin Yu lifted his gaze to meet hers. And what are your height? So what? Ruo Shui pressed on, becoming increasingly aggressive. The very person she targeted, Yu Shenran, remained entirely unperturbed, intrigued by the unfolding drama. At least I'm not like you, who confuses marketing gossip with real-life narratives. Qin Yu felt that the situation had deviated from merely upholding a character. Who is this person, launching such unprovoked attacks? Not only does she insult Luo Qiyun, but she also dares to speak to Yu Shenran in such a manner. Is it not true that the young lady has a reputation for being quite the loose cannon on set? Ruo Shui raised an eyebrow. This matter will haunt you for life. So do not provoke me, or you may find yourself next in line. Qin Yu retorted. No matter how irritable I may be, I'm not foolish enough to deny my friends over a few irrelevant remarks. Only a fool would act thus. Ruo Shui paused, momentarily struck by Qin Yu's unintentional insight. Wasn't it precisely because of the disparaging comments of others that she distanced herself from Luo Qiyun back then? Upon reflection, what was worth worrying about? Luo Qiyun had done nothing wrong. It was she who had overthought the situation. Qin Yu observed her, still displaying an air of defiance. What? Do you wish to continue mocking me? Then go ahead. He was braced for a tirade. Yet Ruo Shui suddenly turned and walked away. She had conceded. Qin Yu crossed his arms, bemused. With such limited capabilities, she dared to provoke him without considering her own standing. Let's go home, Qin Yu declared as he turned to leave. You go ahead and remove your makeup. I have something to discuss with Sister Jinming. Please wait for me a moment. Yu Shenran smiled as she walked away. Qin Yu disregarded everything else, eager to make his escape. At that moment, Ruo Shui had just taken a seat when she found Yu Shenran standing before her. It must be quite uncomfortable to utter insincere words, is it not? Yu Shenran regarded Ruo Shui. I have no idea what you're talking about, Rue Shue vehemently denied. You may have known the young lady earlier, but she's not the same person she once was. Let me remind you, the young lady possesses a certain pride. She responds to gentleness, not harshness. A simple apology will win her forgiveness in the blink of an eye, Yu Shenran remarked with a smile. Had you been seen through? Rue Shue lifted her head. It's all right. It's perfectly fine if you cannot express yourself now. In due time, we shall all be part of the same production team, and opportunities will inevitably arise, Yu Shenran remarked. Rue Shue appeared somewhat conflicted. Why are you saying this to me? She was perplexed. Just moments ago, she had spoken rather bluntly, yet Yu Shenran seemed to show no concern whatsoever. I could explain, but you wouldn't comprehend. Yu Shenran would certainly refrain from divulging the truth. She merely wished to observe the interactions between Qin Yu and the old acquaintances of Luo Qiyun, curious to see what amusing events might unfold. An hour later, the group began their journey home. In the vehicle, Jin Ming took the opportunity to outline some matters of importance to the two of them. Qin Yu rested her chin on her hand, gazing out the window, half listening. Miss Luo, did you absorb what I just said? Jin Ming inquired. Just the usual platitudes. She replied dismissively. While that was acceptable, Jin Ming couldn't help but feel alarmed by her attitude. Well, it's pointless to dwell on it further. Let's leave it be. As long as this production is firmly grounded, your prior unsavory reputation will matter little. Seize the opportunity. Jin Ming turned to Yu Shenran and added, Shenran, the same goes for you. As Qin Yu gazed out at the scenery, a familiar figure caught her eye. Clad in pastel pink, was that not Luo Qiyun's soul companion? Stop the car, Qin Yu commanded. The vehicle halted, and she unbuckled her seatbelt, rushing outside. Chapter 38. What is wrong with me lying to you? Qin Yu settled beside Bai Suijing. Yes, the sweet girl, dressed in pink. Who else could it be? Nothing, Bai Suijing was reluctant to elaborate. But her tears were an undeniable giveaway. To be honest, you can lean on my shoulder just this once, Qin Yu offered, her gaze fixed upon her. Perhaps she was simply heartbroken. What should I do? After all, she is a friend, Luo Qiyun herself acknowledged. Shouldn't I help maintain that connection? Do you truly care about me? Or are you just here for the entertainment? Bai Suijing questioned, a hint of skepticism in her tone. I've been rather busy lately. I'm not so idle, Qin Yu replied, her expression earnest. Wow, I was dumped today. Bai Suijing collapsed onto Qin Yu's shoulder, sobbing uncontrollably. The pain was all too real. What led to this? At this juncture, she needed to vent. Keeping things bottled up only intensified her distress. He said I was fake and disgusting, like a cheap soda overloaded with 3 extra doses of sweetener. Sickeningly cloying. Who has such a venomous tongue? If you want to break up, just do it. What else with the harsh words? However, Qin Yu cast a glance at Bai Suijing's exaggerated makeup. The pastel eyeshadow and excessive blush and highlighter were understandable in their quest for sweetness, yet it did seem a tad overdone upon closer inspection. The makeup was one thing, but Bai Suijing's demeanor was equally excessive. What he said was indeed harsh. You're worth more than that. You're not merely a cheap imitation. You should be valued at least $1. What did you just say? Bai Suijing bristled. At this, her vocal cords seemed liberated, and her expression returned to something more normal. She even playfully punched Qin Yu. Qin Yu accepted the blow, considering it a small price to pay for comforting a friend of Luo Qiyun. Isn't this better? Using humor to lighten the mood works well, she thought. Relieved that Bai Suijing was no longer crying and could now hear what she had to say. So why are you so determined to be a sweet girl? Qin Yu inquired. There's no particular reason. I just want to have some unique traits. This was only part of the truth. As mentioned before, Bai Suijing sought to outshine Luo Qiyun. While Luo Qiyun embodied the cold-hearted femme fatale, she aimed to take the opposite route. Additionally, her elder sister, a formidable career woman who took over the family business, cast a long shadow over her. Bai Suijing, struggling academically, often found herself compared unfavorably. Over time, she had lived in the shadow of another person. The one who had called her disgusting was none other than a suitor introduced by her family, someone from a similar social standing. Bai Suijing had invested considerable effort into this relationship, but perhaps her companion had grown weary of the pretense, as he had uttered some harsh words during their meal. Is that all? Qin Yu probed further. All right, I know what you want to hear. It's not just that. Bai Suijing, having endured both sorrow and ridicule, finally erupted. I simply want to stand out and attract attention. I crave recognition. Is that so wrong? I envy you. I know you look down on me. But this is the reality I face. What can I do about it? Qin Yu remained silent. Let her shout. It was beneficial to voice her inner thoughts. Not everyone can be like you, unconcerned with others' opinions, making mistakes without facing reproach, Bai Suijing murmured, her head bowed. Do you wish to be like me? Qin Yu thought it best if she didn't. Not really, Bai Suijing admitted, her envy evident. She was acutely aware that she could never be Luo Qiyun. She cared deeply about others' opinions, and even a hint of malice could linger in her heart for an extended period. "So, what do you truly desire?" Qin Yu inquired. Bai Suejing was always rushing about, moving from one event to another, with endless social engagements and displays, never pausing to reflect on her own identity. She longed for acknowledgement, even if it was somewhat pitiable. "Well," Qin Yu nodded, "does my approval carry any weight?" Bai Suejing turned her head toward her. "It carries immense weight. Are you serious?" Bai Suejing's eyes sparkled with a flicker of hope. "I'm joking. Are you out of your mind, Luo Qiyun?" Bai Suejing laughed in frustration. "I won't waste any more time here. I'm going home." Regardless, at least she had expressed her innermost feelings. Qin Yu could not counsel anyone. There was only so much she could do. After bidding Bai Suejing farewell, she returned home. "Is everything all right with her?" Yu Shenran had prepared dinner. "I hope so," Qin Yu replied as she naturally took a seat, sending a message to Luo Qiyun to inquire about the connection between her and the lead of the new drama. Upon seeing that familiar face, Luo Qiyun felt a twinge of recognition. "So she's your old foe?" Qin Yu asked. "A friend," Luo Qiyun clarified. However, Rui Shui had suddenly vanished from her life, and even now, Luo Qiyun found it hard to comprehend. At the time, she simply assumed Rui Shui was preoccupied with work and had no time for her anymore. After all, following her disappearance, Rui Shui had skyrocketed to fame. An enmity, perhaps? Qin Yu continued. "What enmity could there be?" Luo Qiyun replied. "Her demeanor today was quite unpleasant," Qin Yu noted. "Is that so?" Luo Qiyun mused, finding it reasonable. "Perhaps she intentionally distanced herself after encountering negative news about me." Following this, Qin Yu recounted Bai Suejing's predicament, which surprised Luo Qiyun, who had not anticipated Qin Yu would take the initiative. However, it seemed to be a positive development. After dinner, Qin Yu decided to visit the Luo residence. Jin Ming had granted her a day off, and she needed to check on her younger brother's situation. Upon driving home, she found neither her father nor Luo Shu present. So she ascended to the second floor, where Luo Qiyun was engrossed in his training. It appeared he had indeed recruited a professional player as his coach. Observing from the sidelines, Qin Yu noted significant improvement in his performance. Not bad. It seems Luo Qiyun possesses a modicum of talent after all. At least he is not defeatist and is open to advice. After finishing a match, Luo Qiyun stretched and nearly jumped out of his skin upon seeing her. "Sis, how did you walk in without making a sound?" He removed his headphones. "I heard the new drama is about to start filming. I thought you'd be too busy to come home." Luo Qiyun had begun to take an interest in Luo Qiyun's endeavors. "He is quite busy, but not to the extent that I can't find time to return home," Qin Yu replied. "Did you notice my progress while observing?" Luo Qiyun asked, a hint of pride in his voice. Clearly, he had grown a bit arrogant with his newfound improvement. "Yes, but it's not substantial," Qin Yu remarked. "You still have a very long way to go to reach your dream of becoming a professional player. To be candid, so as to prevent Luo Qiyun from becoming conceited about his progress, my improvement has been substantial, not merely incremental. Recently, the coach I engaged has commended my remarkable advancement and innate talent. He even refused to concede. Allow me to demonstrate my skills now." Luo Qiyun donned his headphones, poised to commence. "Such confidence?" Qin Yu sat nearby and remarked. "Then show us what you've got. Let him witness your true progress." Chapter 39. Did you take her out? With fists clenched and grandiose declarations, the anticipation was palpable. As for the outcome, Qin Yu observed the first 10 minutes attentively. Indeed, Luo Qiyun's issues were markedly diminished compared to before. He no longer stubbornly farmed in isolation and began to heed his teammates' conditions and coordinate follow-up actions. Yet, after 10 minutes, Luo Qiyun launched several reckless suicide attacks with overconfidence, causing a sudden reversal of fortunes. 15 minutes later, they were thoroughly dominated and beaten by the adversary. The silver lining was that Luo Qiyun did not succumb to frustration as previously. Instead, he patiently comforted his teammates, effectively becoming the catalyst for positive team morale. Though defeat was inevitable, the atmosphere remained commendable. "Unfortunately, I didn't perform to my potential," Luo Qiyun lamented. "Indeed, you've made considerable strides compared to before. The other issues can be addressed gradually," Qin Yu reassured him. Luo Qiyun grinned sheepishly, content with Qin Yu's acknowledgement, feeling his arduous efforts had not been in vain. However, Qin Yu furrowed his brow slightly. "No, don't say just. Absolutely no backsliding. That's what I detest the most. You're a bit too impassioned and reckless. Often, there's no need to initiate meaningless offensives." Qin Yu's tone was not reproachful. "Didn't you say you want to be a professional player? Professionals cannot afford to be complacent over minor progress." Luo Qiyun lowered his head, acknowledging his tendency to become overconfident. The two then played together for a while. Qin Yu, cautious not to risk account suspension, restrained his actions, resulting in an even split of wins and losses. During dinner, descending the stairs. They saw Luo Shu reporting to their father. Ji Cheng has been coming every day these past few days, almost like he has gone mad, Luo Shu said. I'm not sure what kind of nerve he has on. He aims to compete for our supplier position, offering extremely tempting terms. Luo Shu emphasized extremely twice, as Ji Cheng's submissive attitude was utterly baffling. Do you think there's a reason? Luo Qianshan didn't want to expose him. Business is business. If he is willing to provide better conditions, naturally we should cooperate. But if he has ulterior motives, we'll send him packing. Luo Qianshan's impression of Ji Cheng was abysmal. Understood. That goes without saying. Luo Shu was equally wary of Ji Cheng, whose actions seemed excessively calculated and transparent. Qiyun is back as well. Their father's mood lightened upon seeing his daughter return home, and he lost interest in discussing work. The family gathered for dinner. The atmosphere at the table was far better than when Qin Yu first came to the Luo household. Even Luo Qiyun showed some interest in the otherwise dull business talk, not out of genuine concern for the family enterprise, but because of Luo Qiyun. After Ji Cheng's visit, Luo Qiyun had investigated his background and, after learning the details, only wished to punch him. Post-dinner, Qin Yu reclined on the sofa, resting, while Luo Qianshan and his younger son engaged in a long-overdue game of chess. After only 6 or 7 moves, their father was perspiring. Had he been secretly practicing? Luo Qianshan eyed his son. No, Luo Qiyun replied. Dad, maybe you're just getting old. Your mind can't keep up. Luo Qiyun finally relished the thrill of defeating a weaker opponent and laughed triumphantly. You brat, don't be arrogant before checkmate. You might end up crying later. Luo Qianshan warned, frowning. How could that be? I'm not arrogant. Toward my father, I have only profound respect. These two. Qin Yu glanced from afar, feeling irritable due to her menstrual cycle, clutching a pillow while scrolling through her phone on the sofa. Are you adapting well to work? I heard Jinming has you tied down. Luo Shu sat nearby, wearing a mischievous expression. Is that how you put it? Qin Yu shot him a glance. I'm just focused on work. I can handle my affairs myself. Do you need to worry? Luo Shu smiled helplessly. All right then. Don't worry too much about Ji Cheng. I'll help you sort it out, he said. Also, I've inquired about the last incident on the set where someone was assaulted. That person will never appear before you again. Blacklisted? Qin Yu was somewhat stunned. With your brother's capability, a blacklist is no problem. Luo Shu explained. She spoke ill of our late mother. Mentioning their deceased mother brought a touch of sadness to Luo Shu's face. Since her passing, the family atmosphere had deteriorated steadily. Luo Shu bore the heavy burden of the family business from a young age. Their father held him to high expectations, demanding flawless performance at every step. Under such pressure, Luo Shu gradually became taciturn, viewing his siblings as merely troublesome adolescents prone to crying and quarreling. Consequently, he rarely returned home. The lack of a mediator at home caused the family members to drift further apart. Yet now, it was no longer an issue. Qin Yu had assumed that role. So you completely took her out? Qin Yu mounted a throat-slitting gesture. What are you thinking? Luo Shu shook his head. We merely gathered some dirt on her as leverage, so she dares not show up before you. This is a society governed by law. I wouldn't just eliminate someone outright. Understood. Qin Yu lowered her gaze, refraining from uttering a word of thanks. Not a single word of gratitude. Luo Shu looked disappointed. I'm not begging you to handle this. Qin Yu retorted disdainfully, maintaining her persona. Hypocritical brat. Luo Shu stood, feigning departure, but paused halfway, returned, and playfully ruffled Qin Yu's hair. Childish. Qin Yu kicked out, but Luo Shu sidestepped. After leaving, Luo Shu returned to their father's side, focusing on the chessboard. That move was incorrect, Luo Shu pointed out. Hey, don't gang up on me, please. Luo Qiyun pleaded. Their father not only took back a move, but also sought assistance. Qin Yu messaged Luo Qiyun recounting the day's events, and assured her that the previous incident on the set had been resolved. Luo Qiyun glanced at it, unsurprised. She simply disliked interacting with Luo Shu, though he had quietly resolved many of her troubles. Checking the time, she realized it was nearly time to go out for dinner. Upon stepping outside, she encountered Xia Ran emerging. I was just about to call you, Xia Ran said, her hand still on the door handle. Did you install surveillance cameras in my house? Luo Qiyun doubted such coincidence. Huh? Xia Ran chuckled. I just finished cooking and wanted to check if you've eaten yet. If not, care to join me? Luo Qiyun hesitated to decline. What dishes? Oil-braised shrimp, stir-fried crab, and before Xia Ran finished, Luo Qiyun had already entered. Don't say another word. Let us eat. Xia Ran smiled and followed inside. Before cooking, she had worried her invitation might be declined. Now she realized it was not so difficult after all. Chapter 40, one of the benefits of their body swapping was experiencing things their own bodies could not endure. For instance, Luo Qiyun suffered severe cat hair allergies and could not tolerate spicy food, whereas Qin Yu was neither allergic nor averse to spicy flavors. Thus, playing with cats and eating spicy food were novel and intriguing experiences for Luo Qiyun. At the dinner table, Luo Qiyun ate heartily, showing no restraint. Xiaoran observed her picking out scallions and garlic, silently taking note. I'll be starting work at the company in a few days, Xiaoran mentioned. Her foot injury had significantly improved. Oh, Luo Qiyun nodded. Are you planning to resume your live streaming soon? Xiaoran inquired again. This question served as a reminder for Luo Qiyun. Qin Yu had been assisting her with work, even helping her successfully audition, yet she seemed to have been idling away her time. Noticing that Luo Qiyun remained silent, Xiaoran assumed she had yet to make any arrangements and thus returned her focus to her meal. A vibration from her phone drew her attention. She picked it up to see a message from her manager. The message contained a photograph of her standing beside Luo Qiyun, flashing a charming smile, while Luo Qiyun gazed down at her with evident affection. At first glance, one could easily mistake them for a young couple. Xiaoran felt disinclined to engage with it and set her phone aside to continue eating. However, she knew that not responding would prompt her manager to follow up. The phone vibrated again, ringing this time. "Excuse me, I need to take this call," Xiaoran said as she stepped aside. "Hello, have you completely disregarded my words? I've told you to maintain your image and not to get too close to that person." Her manager bellowed. "There's nothing between us," Xiaoran quietly protested. "It doesn't matter what you think. What matters is whether your fans believe it. Open your phone and take a look at your comment section." Xiaoran frowned, and upon checking her Weibo, she discovered a plethora of comments circulating the photo. "Now you understand?" Her manager pressed. Yes. What was once an overwhelmingly positive comment section had turned hostile, with many seizing the opportunity to disparage Xiaoran. When a tidal wave approaches, it does not grant one the luxury of time to react. There is still time to issue a statement clarifying that you two are merely acquaintances who happen to cross paths. After all, it was a candid shot, and there isn't complete context. Whatever you say, your fans will believe it, her manager advised. As long as Xiaoran provided a clear stance, the fallout from this incident could be minimized. "But what do you mean, but? I have no idea what spell that guy has cast on you to make you so protective of him." Her manager fumed. "If you continue to ignore my advice, I will have to intervene directly. Right now, go and post a clarification on Weibo." With that, her manager abruptly ended the call. Xiaoran lifted her head to find Luo Qiyun watching her. They were only a short distance apart, and Xiaoran had reason to believe that Luo Qiyun had overheard her manager's words. Merely acquaintances, Xiaoran breathed heavily. "I'm full," she declared. In truth, Luo Qiyun hadn't heard anything. She merely felt a twinge of sympathy for Xiaoran, who had to endure a scolding from her manager while trying to eat. "Since you'll be busy later, you don't need to prepare my share when cooking," Luo Qiyun said, wiping her mouth and rising. "It feels a bit strange to keep this up." Xiaoran bowed her head in silence. Luo Qiyun, puzzled, thought that Xiaoran must have endured quite a scolding to be rendered speechless. "Well then, I should head back to rest. Goodbye." By the time Xiaoran gathered her emotions, Luo Qiyun had already departed. She returned to the dining table, her meal tasteless. After several bites of plain rice, she remained oblivious, her teeth leaving marks on the wooden chopsticks. He was intentionally distancing himself from her. Xiaoran felt a heaviness in her chest, setting down her chopsticks and retreating to her room, cocooning herself in her blanket. Meanwhile, Luo Qiyun sat in front of Qin Yu's array of equipment, pondering. Isn't it just live streaming games? It shouldn't be that difficult. She thought that if she practiced a bit and grasped the streaming process, she could take over Qin Yu's live sessions. With that in mind, Luo Qiyun powered on the computer and created a new account. Whenever she encountered something she didn't understand, she would consult tutorial videos online. Within 2 hours, she had comprehended the entire process of live streaming, followed by another hour of practice in ordinary matches. Whether it was due to the muscle memory left by Qin Yu in her body or her own exceptional talent, by the third match, Luo Qiyun achieved remarkably impressive results, far surpassing Luo Qiyun. After a few more days of practice, she would likely be at Qin Yu's level. With this thought, the next morning, Luo Qiyun approached Qin Yu with her proposal. "I'll help you with streaming, and you can assist me in joining a film crew. How does that sound?" she suggested. Why the sudden interest in this? Qin Yu assumed that Luo Qiyun was simply seeking a change of pace, wanting to experience the routine of his work. "We can't just leave things as they are while we're not switched back. Your work shouldn't come to a halt," Luo Qiyun stated. Qin Yu pondered for a moment. Since Luo Qiyun could manage his daily outfits and work arrangements, he could certainly guide her remotely. "In that case, you can start with solo gaming streams and gradually acclimate yourself," he advised, his only concern being the potential harshness of the audience, fearing that Luo Qiyun might be overwhelmed by criticism. "I'll send you the plan and content details later. By the way, haven't you met Jiang Feng? He can help you get accustomed to it." Luo Qiyun agreed. Afterward, Qin Yu had breakfast at the Luo residence before driving home. Jin Ming had given her a day off, and now she needed to follow Jin Ming's orders to take Yu Shinran to the company. However, as soon as she arrived at her doorstep, she found a large crowd gathered outside. These individuals were holding a multitude of gift boxes, seemingly waiting to queue for autographs. Intrigued, Qin Yu thought perhaps these were admirers of Yu Shinran delivering gifts. Such a grand spectacle was something he had only seen on television. He snapped a photo and sent it to Luo Qiyun with the caption, "Exaggerated." As he moved forward to enter his home, he was taken aback when a previously despondent crowd suddenly converged around him. "Miss Luo." Qin Yu turned back. "Is Shinran refusing to see you?" "Huh." They were there for Luo Qiyun. "Then you all need to leave," Qin Yu stated coldly, opening the door and glaring at the gathered crowd. However, the person at the front of the line panicked, disregarding the risk of getting their hand caught in the door, and stepped forward to block the entrance. Qin Yu's expression darkened, causing the individual to recoil in fear. "We're here to deliver gifts to you." "Oh." Luo Qiyun hadn't mentioned anything about buying gifts. What were these items? And they appeared to be jewelry and handbags. "Mr. G sent us." This implied that the idol drama-esque fanfare was directed at her. Chapter 41. I am sincere. Just take them away. Qin Yu observed the troubled expressions of the crowd and realized they wouldn't leave without completing their task. Seeking assistance from Luo Qiyun at this point seemed futile. He decided to call Luo Shu. Busy in her office, Luo Shu glanced at her caller ID with surprise. "What's the matter? If my sister is calling, it must be something troublesome. Ji Chung sent a large number of items. Can you have him remove these people? My doorstep is completely blocked." Did this mean Ji Chung was still holding on to his feelings? Luo Shu frowned, realizing she needed to issue a stern warning to the young master of the Ji family. Just then, her secretary walked in and, seeing Luo Shu on the phone, remained quiet. "No problem. I'll contact Ji Chung right away," Luo Shu replied. "Is there anything else you need assistance with?" Qin Yu glanced outside. "No. Just do it quickly." After hanging up, Luo Shu immediately returned to her professional demeanor. "What is going on?" "Mr. G has arrived unexpectedly, and I'm inquiring whether you'd like to see him." The secretary held Luo Shu's schedule. Having witnessed Luo Shu's previously gentle tone, she was taken aback. "I was just about to look for him." "Let him in." Luo Shu reclined slightly, her expression darkening as she awaited Ji Cheng's arrival. Shortly thereafter, Ji Cheng's face entered Luo Shu's line of sight. She had never found him so infuriating before. "How fares it, Brother Shu? Have you given due consideration to the terms I proposed?" In the ruthless arena of commerce, Ji Chung habitually concedes ground, yet his motivations transcend mere business pragmatism. There lurks a personal agenda. "Before you utter a word, summon your men to withdraw entirely within 5 minutes," Luo Shu commanded. Ji Chung parted his lips, but dared not inquire how Luo Shu had acquired such knowledge. "You have only 5 minutes." Luo Shu glanced at his wristwatch. "The countdown begins now." Helpless, Ji Chung could only summon his forces to depart post-haste. "Business is business, Ji Chung. Do not entangle my personal affiliations with commercial affairs," Luo Shu admonished. "I have but one sister, Qiyun. Whomever you choose to entangle in your schemes is your concern, so long as it does not implicate me." Ji Chung remained silent, simmering with indignation. Why should his earnest pursuit of a beloved be branded a calamity? Despite his tarnished reputation, he had long since left Yanjing. Who truly understood him? He had harmed no one. No girl forced into miscarriage. No fledgling star driven to despair. None of it was true. Anger swelling within, Ji Chung rose and struck Luo Shu's desk with a clenched fist. "Do you truly believe the slander that I am a libertine?" Luo Shu nodded calmly. "When rumors multiply, even I find it hard to dismiss them. How you choose to manage these whispers is your prerogative." Ji Chung sat back down, unable to lose his temper before Luo Shu's unruffled composure. "We have been friends for over a decade. Even when I was abroad, our connection never severed. Have you ever seen anyone intrude upon my circle?" Ji Chung explained helplessly. "The women around me have always been either social acquaintances or a facade to counter my family's suspicions about my orientation. You know well how traditional the Ji family is, and the mores abroad differ greatly." Luo Shu nodded in understanding. "Reasonable. So you believe in your sincerity? That your affection for Qi Yun is genuine?" "That I do not believe," Luo Shu declared bluntly. "Rogue." Ji Chung raised his fist, then halfway through the strike, restrained himself. "Very well. I shall grant you the opportunity to elucidate your thoughts, to see if there is even a modicum of sincerity that might move me." Luo Shu seemed to regard Ji Chung as mere amusement. "Thoughts, you say?" Ji Chung toyed with the balanced sculpture on the table and closed his eyes, recollecting. "To be frank, we crossed paths several times before, and I thought perhaps Qin Yu had orchestrated those meetings. He no longer concealed the truth. To surmount Luo Qiyun's skepticism, only earnestness would suffice. Yet I discovered it was mere coincidence. But my feelings for her are genuine. What is amiss with that? Our ages align, and our families are well matched. If you doubt my sincerity, I cannot very well lay my heart bare for inspection. Luo Qiyun interlaced his fingers. I believe your sincerity, yet you are woefully unaware of what you are undertaking. Could he admit Ji Cheng had fallen for the wrong person? How could I be ignorant? I know all too well. Ji Cheng had endured relentless questioning these past days. He would not permit his pure affections to be trampled further. So you love her visage, or the woman herself? The visage? Ji Cheng pondered. To love someone inevitably begins with outward appearance. Yet I am certain my affection is not anchored in Qin Yu's looks. No, I cherish the aura she exudes, the atmosphere surrounding her. Is that so? Luo Qiyun shook his head. If your love is for mere appearance, that is one matter. But if you are enamored with the aura and atmosphere she brings, you are doomed. For that means your so-called true love is not for Luo Qiyun herself. If that is the case, I advise you to relinquish this pursuit. Why? Ji Cheng rejected such reasoning outright. Because in the end, you will be grievously wounded, Luo Qiyun warned. And when you collapse, unable to face reality, I shall have neither time nor inclination to drown your sorrows. So long as you do not obstruct me, I trust no harm will come, Ji Cheng replied with patience, willing to approach her gradually. I do not hinder you. Luo Qiyun commended Ji Cheng's courage. Really? Ji Cheng's joy was palpable. A small piece of advice. She detests ostentatious luxuries and jewelry. Perhaps you might approach her from other angles. Give it a try. Brother Qiyun, your kindness is beyond words. I must take my leave now. Ji Cheng intended to chance an encounter with Qin Yu at the company. Go ahead, Luo Qiyun chuckled mischievously. Since you refuse to learn from your mistakes, I shall enjoy the spectacle. Back in the car, Ji Cheng gazed out the window, lost in thought. It feels a bit stifling. Play some music. He instructed the driver. Soon, if only there were no ifs filled the cabin. Ji Cheng's expression darkened after a few notes. Turn it off. Certainly, young Master Ji. Your mood seems unsettled lately. Upon arriving at the company, Ji Cheng observed Qin Yu trailing behind Jin Ming, while Yu Shenran smiled softly nearby. Qin Yu's expression remained impassive. What might captivate her interest? Ji Cheng pondered. Her gaze rested upon a nearby sports car. Money does have its privileges, she mused silently, recalling she had only seen such vehicles in games. A sports car? Ji Cheng murmured. He remembered seeing Qin Yu riding horses at the racetrack. Did she favor such pursuits? He made a mental note. Chapter 42. Reluctantly indulging within the familiar confines of the office, Qin Yu leafed through a script. Outside, Ji Cheng passed by, sneaking a glance inside. Jin Ming's eyes met his, conveying a warning. This fellow is a perverse stalker, resorting to spying and peeping, Jin Ming silently admonished as he drew the blinds. Ji Cheng retreated, rebuffed, sighing as he departed. Approaching through those close to her was imperative. Without altering the entrenched stereotypes surrounding him, he would never approach his goal. Jin Ming returned to his seat, turning to Qin Yu, who was now resting with the script over her face. Luo Qiyun. Qin Yu lowered the script, bleary-eyed. She had read the script to exhaustion. Until filming commenced, it was all theoretical, revealing no hidden depths. Yet Jin Ming did not chide her for dozing. Has Ji Cheng been attempting to get close to you lately? He asked. Yes, Qin Yu recalled the morning-esque spectacle, finding it excessive. Keep your distance. There are other rooms nearby. If you're truly tired, you may rest there. Jin Ming had intended to ease his hold on Qin Yu after a few days. Constantly tethering her was unwise. Yet Ji Cheng's appearance unsettled him. No need. Sleeping lazily is the most refreshing. Lying properly in bed makes it hard to fall asleep. Soon it was lunchtime. A knock sounded. Come in. Jin Ming looked up to see Rui Shui. What brought her here? Rui Shui's company was nearby, just across the main road. I have my own reasons, though I cannot quite articulate them, she admitted, carrying lunch and glancing about. Qin Yu leaned asleep. Yu Shenran was engrossed in his phone. Rui Shui, ever proud and obstinate, claimed it was merely a coincidence. Jin Ming frowned. Her words suggested distrust in her subordinates. Yet her demeanor was not confrontational. Who issues threats bearing gifts? What have you brought? Jin Ming inquired. Extra lunch ordered by mistake. You seem to have no food, so I thought you might like it. Rui Shui placed the containers on the table, then sat a respectful distance beside Yu Shenran. The atmosphere at the scene momentarily turned awkward. Let us extend our gratitude to our leading lady, as I am eager to see what delectable offerings await us. Yu Shenran opened the lunchbox and discovered it was filled with items that Luo Qiyun relished. Truly impressive. Yu Shenran stepped forward and gently tugged at Rui Shui's arm. Would you kindly take a seat over there? I wish to dine here, she stated. Rui Shui was reluctantly ushered to sit beside Qin Yu. This top-tier celebrity, who had never felt nervous at a prestigious award ceremony, now found her heart racing as she stole glances at Qin Yu. Has she always been like this? Rui Shui inquired. The past few days have been somewhat unique, which has rendered her a bit fatigued. Yu Xinran replied with no hesitation, diving into her meal. Seizing the opportunity, Jin Ming engaged Rui Shui in light conversation. The room gradually filled with chatter, and Qin Yu furrowed his brow, leaning slightly to his left. Rui Shui, caught off guard, felt Qin Yu lean against her shoulder. As she observed the contours of his brow and the softness of his hair, she momentarily lost her focus. Missing every word Jin Ming uttered next, Yu Xinran, seated with her chopsticks, savored her delightful side dishes. How wonderful! Qin Yu leaned against her for a good 10 minutes, leaving Rui Shui's shoulder numb. Stretching her body and rubbing her sleepy eyes, Qin Yu glanced aside. Is anyone eating? His rubbing motion then halted. How could it be her? He thought. So, I was resting on her shoulder just now? How unbecoming. Yet, recalling Luo Qiyun's words, he remembered that Rui Shui was considered her friend. Perhaps Rui Shui had severed ties due to Luo Qiyun's poor reputation. With this in mind, Qin Yu moved to another seat. Rui Shui was left dumbfounded. Why? Why is she avoiding me like this? Aren't you having lunch? Rui Shui asked. It's my period, and I don't feel well, but I can't skip a meal. Qin Yu replied, averting his gaze from her. Rui Shui fidgeted with her fingers, feeling somewhat flustered. Yu Xinran noted that Rui Shui had attempted to speak several times, but had failed to utter a single coherent sentence. Qiyun, please don't be like this. Rui Shui means well. Although the food is simply what she brought along, it may not be to your liking. Since you both have little to say, it falls upon her to break the ice. Even if you don't want to eat, at least show our leading lady some courtesy and give it a try. Yu Xinran insisted, her expression filled with feigned concern, as if fearing a confrontation between the two. Rui Shui's eyes lit up as she realized. I came here to observe your usual working state. I've heard you're quite laid back. As she spoke, Rui Shui picked up a portion of lunch and moved closer to Qin Yu. Today, you must eat, or it would be a slight against me. She then lifted an egg roll towards his mouth, her right hand holding the chopsticks while her left supported below. Jin Ming raised his eyebrows. What kind of play is this? While the tone sounds threatening, the actions resemble those of a devoted girlfriend. Qin Yu shot her a sidelong glance and took a small bite. Mediocre. Rui Shui remained unfazed by the criticism, her expression cold but her heart elated. Oomph. This is all you deserve. Do you expect me to cook for you? Having this is already generous. She continued to offer him more. Qin Yu took another small bite, but it wasn't his preferred flavor. The dishes were more aligned with Luo Qiyun's tastes and rather bland. Remarkably, Rui Shui ended up feeding him throughout the entire meal. Jin Ming propped his chin on his hand, astonished at witnessing such a peculiar form of coercion over a meal. However, it was for the best, as it appeared that the group's dynamic was quite amiable. After finishing their meal, Rui Shui handed Qin Yu a napkin. He reached out to take it, but she leaned in closer, gently wiping his mouth for him. Is this woman out of her mind? Qin Yu thought as he glanced at Rui Shui, who had already returned to her seat. All right, now that we've eaten, let us commence work, Rui Shui announced, preparing to discuss the script with Qin Yu. He contemplated that the more guidance he received at this moment, the better prepared he would be to avoid mistakes. The room was cozy, and as Qin Yu listened to Rui Shui's soft murmurs, he began to feel drowsy. Just then, a knock came to the door. Come in. Jin Ming was puzzled. She rarely had so many visitors. Who could they be here for? The door opened to reveal Ji Cheng, who brought the lunch he had arranged. Am I interrupting something? Ji Cheng felt as if he had shrunk in size under the gaze of the four. Is there something you need, Mr. Ji? Jin Ming asked, regarding him with a curious expression. Did you buy too much lunch? Ji Cheng chuckled awkwardly, preparing to retreat, but Jin Ming stopped him. Just set the lunch down. Since Mr. Ji has come all this way. Ji Cheng stepped inside, glancing at Qin Yu, who was being pursued by Rui Shui, and stifled a breath, preparing to leave. Yet, he witnessed Jin Ming opening the lunch he had brought and digging in. What a slap to his face. Rui Shui lingered for another half hour, but, seeing that Qin Yu had little interest, decided to excuse herself. Upon stepping outside, she spotted Ji Cheng standing by, braving the cold wind. He looks like a wilted eggplant. Wait, Ji Cheng called out as Rui Shui exited, quickly following her. Is there something you need, Mr. Ji? Rui Shui replied, her expression devoid of warmth. With her hair tied back in a ponytail, clad in a black leather jacket, tight black jeans, and knee-high boots, she emanated an aura that discouraged any approach. Just call me Ji Cheng. You're Qiyun's friend, correct? He said, hastily keeping pace, only to realize that Rui Shui's strides were exceedingly brisk. She was clearly avoiding him. This felt quite inappropriate. Rui Shui was unaware of Ji Cheng's reputation in the industry. She simply held a strong aversion to anyone getting too close to Luo Qiyun, particularly someone like Ji Cheng, who seemed to harbor ulterior motives. I just wanted to ask if you could share what Qiyun enjoys in her daily life. Ji Cheng ventured. Rui Shui's expression darkened. Was this question intentional? It had been ages since she had spent time with Luo Qiyun. How was she to know what she liked now? I don't know. Rui Shui quickened her pace. Ji Cheng watched her retreating figure and suddenly thought of a notion. Perhaps approaching her from the angle of friendship would yield better results? In the office, Qin Yu received a call from Luo Qiyun, informing him that she planned to go live that afternoon and asking if he would like to watch. Qin Yu readily agreed and donned his headphones to begin watching the stream. Luo Qiyun had completed all necessary preparations and sent out a notice for a broadcast. Knowing that Qin Yu typically drew a steady audience of 1,000 to 2,000 viewers during his streams, she hoped to maintain at least half of that number. Hello. Luo Qiyun entered the voice chat, where Jiang Feng was already waiting with a few friends. Are we finally welcoming you back to streaming, Xiao Qin? Jiang Feng laughed. To celebrate Luo Qiyun's return, he had notified his fans to support her in her stream. This strategy proved effective, as a number of concurrent viewers quickly surged back up to over 2,000. Furthermore, many casual viewers were drawn in due to Luo Qiyun's prior collaboration with Qin Yu. Even before the match commenced, the chat was fervently demanding that Luo Qiyun turn on her camera. Should I turn on the camera? Luo Qiyun pondered, uncertain. This seemed to contradict Qin Yu's usual preferences. To be honest, if my buddy had your handsome face, the first thing he'd do when starting a stream would be to turn on the camera, Jiang Feng jest. Consequently, Luo Qiyun activated her camera. However, Qin Yu's low-quality camera, originally designed for capturing hands, struggled to focus on faces, resulting in a rather foggy image of Luo Qiyun. One could only say it was barely watchable. Well then, let's commence. Jiang Feng had no inkling that within Qin Yu's body resided another soul. From the outset, an intense match ensued, leaving no time for Luo Qiyun to acclimate. The outcome was predictable. The mid-lane battle collapsed, resulting in 2 solo kills against Luo Qiyun within the span of 5 minutes. Seizing the moment during the resurrection countdown, Luo Qiyun glanced at the barrage of comments, which were predominantly mocking her apparent decline in skill. The streamer was becoming increasingly inept yet refused to practice more. Truly, age was catching up. Luo Qiyun discerned the sentiments in the comments. The streamer was not particularly old, merely 24 this year. She responded with composure. In the past, Qin Yu's live streams had been free from trolls, but this time was markedly different, as a multitude of malicious entities inundated the space. As the match progressed into the mid-game, Luo Qiyun fumbled in team fights, contributing little to the cause. She checked the comments once more. The streamer's hands and feet were equally clumsy, utterly inept. After some contemplation, Luo Qiyun swiftly purchased new equipment. The streamer had yet to adjust to the new body, fresh from possession. The barrage did not anticipate Luo Qiyun's self-deprecating humor, transforming many of the provocative insults into playful banter. Fortunately, as the game advanced, Luo Qiyun gradually began to make her mark. Although her mechanics were average, her battlefield instincts proved remarkably acute. Seizing a critical opportunity, she initiated a pivotal team fight, turning the tide of the match in their favor. Woohoo! Luo Qiyun felt elated. She had never engaged with games before. As long as victory was within reach, her spirits soared. While waiting for the next match to load, Luo Qiyun leaned closer to the screen to peruse the comments. What does this have to do with the streamer? Isn't she just coasting to victory? Luo Qiyun shook her head. The connection was significant. Without her, could this game even commence? I may not be crucial, but being non-essential seems improbable. In the second match, Luo Qiyun's adaptability improved considerably, showcasing impressive plays throughout. Many in the comments claimed she was merely acting in the first match to deceive the audience. It was simply a matter of adjusting to her new body, haha. Meanwhile, Qin Yu watched the live stream and chuckled softly. Luo Qiyun was indeed resourceful, and it appeared the Luo family's mindset remained quite positive. As long as no one directly insulted Luo Qiyun, she generally refrained from anger. After all, with so many detractors online, she had never suggested physically confronting a few. Qin Yu was so engrossed that he failed to notice Yu Shenran had quietly approached from behind. What has you so amused? Yu Shenran leaned in and whispered in Qin Yu's ear, causing him to shiver involuntarily. He turned to glare at Yu Shenran in irritation. Just browsing. Qin Yu extinguished his phone. Oh, is that so? Yu Shenran crossed her arms, clearly skeptical. She had just witnessed the demeanor and habitual movements of the person on the screen, which felt strangely familiar. Sitting beside them, Jin Ming sighed as she observed their interaction. All right, Qiyun, you may take your leave. Jin Ming felt it was inappropriate to keep her company indefinitely. Having noticed Luo Qiyun's transformation, she felt reassured. Off work already? Qin Yu glanced at the time. It was only 3:30. It is a holiday. From now on, you'll come here 2 days each week, and I will supervise your familiarity with the script. Jin Ming reclined slightly. You may arrange your other time as you wish. Qin Yu felt invigorated and promptly stood to leave. However, turning back, he noticed Yushinran had not followed. I'll leave later. See you at home, Yushinran waved. Upon exiting the company, Qin Yu stood by the roadside, preparing to hail a taxi for some much-needed rest. A matte black AMG came to a halt before him. Are you heading home? Chapter 44. I am searching for the mute button on you, if Qin Yu is not mistaken. I could drive you home. Ji Chung emerged. Who else could it be? Ji Chung stepped out of the car and approached Qin Yu, whose gaze remained fixated on the vehicle. This was a car that embodied the pinnacle of racing technology. Generally, one would not purchase it unless genuinely interested. After all, one would not choose such a car merely for show. Noticing Qin Yu's unwavering attention on the car, Ji Chung felt a sense of success. This, my friend, is called catering to one's tastes. Are you returning to the Luo residence or heading elsewhere? In truth, it is still quite early. We could take a leisurely drive. After uttering this, Ji Chung felt a twinge of regret. Perhaps he was a tad too eager. If you do not have time, it is no trouble. I can simply take you home. Yet Qin Yu remained silent, still appraising the vehicle. You see, I previously had someone deliver some items to you, without any ulterior motives. Our families are long-standing friends, and you are the sister of my good friend, Luo Qiyun. Before he could complete his explanation, Qin Yu interrupted him. This car, isn't its engine size illegal? Ji Chung was taken aback. Not a single word of his explanation had registered with her. No, this is a special edition. Entirely compliant with regulations, Ji Chung replied, scratching the back of his head with a smile. Before he could continue, he noticed Qin Yu picking up her phone. I already explained it to Luo Qiyun this morning. He is aware. Ji Chung felt a surge of urgency to stop Qin Yu, yet he also feared inciting her wrath. I truly harbor no ulterior motives. I simply wish to befriend you. Is that acceptable? Qin Yu raised her gaze to meet his, then messaged Luo Qiyun to inquire about the matter. Luo Qiyun glanced over. Regarding someone as persistent as Ji Chung, Luo Qiyun believed that merely distancing oneself would not suffice. Engaging with him directly would shatter his illusions, prompting him to retreat naturally. With this thought in mind, Luo Qiyun decided it would not hurt for Qin Yu to interact with Ji Chung, as long as she maintained a somewhat abrasive demeanor. Ji Chung would eventually keep his distance. Get in the car. After receiving Luo Qiyun's message, Qin Yu entered the vehicle. The seatbelt was a 6-point harness designed for racing, leaving Qin Yu momentarily flummoxed. As she fumbled to secure it, Ji Chung grew anxious, wanting to assist her. Qin Yu shot him a glance. Ji Chung sheepishly touched his nose. Indeed, a headstrong girl like her would likely prefer to manage on her own. After a brief struggle, Qin Yu finally fastened her seatbelt. Ji Chung turned to her with a silly grin. Where to? Anywhere will do, Qin Yu replied, formulating a plan in her mind. A wealthy heir like Ji Chung would likely have little patience for women. If she could present herself as a bit of a hassle, he would naturally withdraw. Ji Chung drove at a leisurely pace, occasionally stealing glances at Qin Yu. The silence stretched on, leaving him no choice but to initiate the conversation. I still remember when our families lived quite close. We often played together. Ji Cheng's opening gambit was nostalgia. Back then, you were so small and adorable. Calling me Ji Chungich. Ji Chung turned to see Qin Yu pursing her lips, visibly losing patience. Yes, reminiscing is rather pointless. As it's all in the past, there is little to discuss. If nostalgia is futile, then let us speak of the present. In fact, before returning to the country, I watched your performances. To be frank, I believe it was only a matter of time before you became a top-tier actress. Now that I am here to assist you, that process will be expedited, Ji Chung asserted. So, you need not worry. I'll help you navigate any issues that arise. This time, Qin Yu did not direct her gaze at him, but instead took up her phone to type a message. Are you chatting with friends? I am considering switching management companies soon. As the conversation about work faltered, Ji Chung reverted to discussing his relationship with Luo Qiyun, repeatedly clarifying his intentions were purely courteous. He rambled on about various rumors, but the more he spoke, the more entangled he became in a cycle of explanations. Thus, he found himself trapped in an endless loop. He had been talking for nearly half an hour, his voice growing hoarse. This time, when Qin Yu looked at him, she no longer wore a look of disdain. Instead, she simply observed him with her eyes scanning from head to toe. What is the matter? Are you searching for the mute button on me? He was excessively verbose. With no topics left to discuss, Ji Chung pondered for a moment. Why don't we head to the racetrack? I have a few friends who are racers, and they happen to be back in the country recently, Ji Chung suggested. No interest, Qin Yu shook his head. If Qin Yu were in his own body, he certainly wouldn't let such a splendid opportunity slip by. He had always yearned to take a few laps around the track in a sports car. Yet, inhabiting Luo Qiyun's body, he refrained from engaging in any activity without her consent. All right then, let us grab a meal. I just returned to Yanjing. Do you have any good places to recommend? Ji Cheng displayed a resolute spirit, akin to the fabled determination of the foolish old man moving mountains. I don't know, Qin Yu replied, though his response was curt, consisting of just 3 words. Despite Ji Cheng's earnest efforts, this was all he received. Glancing at his schedule on his phone, Qin Yu noted that he was supposed to visit the equestrian club today, but he had postponed it due to work. Now, would it be a perfect moment to stop by? To the equestrian club, Qin Yu said. As they drove, Qin Yu felt a pang of sympathy for Ji Cheng. Ji Cheng was likely captivated by Luo Qiyun's alluring appearance and demeanor, and thus had fallen helplessly. But now, this body belonged to him, not Luo Qiyun. All Ji Cheng's efforts had been invested at an opportune time. Putting himself in Ji Cheng's shoes, Qin Yu found it difficult to feel pity. Yet, that was merely his assumption. Upon arrival at the equestrian club, Qin Yu unbuckled his seatbelt and walked away without uttering a word to Ji Cheng. Ji Cheng sighed, gripping the steering wheel tightly, and lightly slapped himself. Ji Cheng, have you lost your mind? He wondered, unable to comprehend what exactly had stirred his heart during their interaction. He had never been treated with such indifference before. Lost in thought, Ji Cheng got out of the car and followed Qin Yu into the club. Not far ahead, Qin Yu was conversing with Coach Zhou Shu. Observing Qin Yu's demeanor and subtle forward lean, Zhou Shu couldn't help but smile foolishly. So, that was the reason behind his infatuation. I heard you've been busy with work lately, so I didn't contact you, Zhou Shu remarked. Why did you still come? Qin Yu inquired. My contract ends in a month, so I'm not as busy recently, Qin Yu explained. She didn't prepare riding gear today, so I only plan to check on the foals. Yet, if Luo Qiyun hadn't contacted Zhou Shu, why was she here today? Lost in such musings, Su Liao appeared from behind. Qiyun? Su Liao approached with a hint of surprise. Qin Yu sighed. No matter where he went, he seemed destined to encounter Luo Qiyun's adversaries. Chapter 45. Purely listening. Yes, Su Liao. Qin Yu now recognized her, but debated inwardly whether to feign ignorance. It's been a while since I last saw you. I heard you've been. Stop. Qin Yu shook his head vehemently. Everyone knew he was occupied with a new drama. He was utterly exhausted from hearing about it. I was merely making casual conversation, Su Liao said, taken aback by his reaction. Realizing she might have been a bit too harsh when she previously confronted Qin Yu, she stepped aside respectfully, not wishing to disturb him. Qin Yu had no intention of riding today. Instead, he planned to lead the horses for a few laps and groom them. I've always wanted to thank you, Su Liao said, maintaining her distance. Thank me? Qin Yu regarded her with curiosity. It's the first time I've heard someone say thanks after being insulted and scolded. You made me see my true situation. Sometimes, instead of standing still hoping to trip those above, it's better to strive forward, Su Liao sincerely confessed. So, you're not training today? Qin Yu asked. He shook his head. Not bringing his gear was one thing. Today, he genuinely wasn't in a convenient state. Su Liao was quite talkative, trailing him with a steady stream of chatter. Yet, compared to Ji Cheng, she was somewhat preferable. At least she refrained from idle prattle. They exchanged some thoughts about writing. Qin Yu was a novice, but listened attentively. Sometimes, effort seems worthless compared to talent. Like you and me, Su Liao leaned against the fence, appearing somewhat dispirited. She had been studying Luo Qiyun's records incessantly, but always fell just short. Those few seconds were longer than an era. She struggled endlessly to shave off mere fractions of a second. You're right, Qin Yu acknowledged. Su Liao wasn't surprised. She knew such words wouldn't bring comfort. But if you're willing to be a fool chasing from behind, ignorant yet courageous, that is commendable. Qin Yu looked at Su Liao. Though her expression was haughty and imperious, he found her entirely endearing. Ji Cheng, who had been the driver all day, sat apart, refraining from approaching. He lit a cigarette after a long time and pondered why Qin Yu's demeanor was so different before him compared to others. Actually, he recalled, Qin Yu treated everyone rather coldly. None of his companions escaped scolding or cold shoulders. Ji Cheng exhaled a smoke ring. Why do they still persist so eagerly? Is it some sort of masochism? Then, may this fool have the honor of inviting you to dinner tonight? Su Liao gestured an invitation. Had she appointed herself a knight? Fine, Qin Yu agreed, pleased to have a reason to send Ji Cheng away. He doubted this young master, after being a driver all day, would remain patient if told to leave immediately. After 2.5 hours of wandering, it was nearly time for dinner. Qin Yu prepared to leave with Su Liao. Ji Cheng hurried to catch up. Heading home? Ji Cheng asked. To eat, Qin Yu replied, glancing at Ji Cheng. Unlike Ji Cheng, who had been forgotten, Su Liao remembered him. Just call me Ji Cheng, he said. Oh, so you're the famous Ji Xiao, and you're connected to Qiyun? Su Liao's expression turned peculiar. Ji Cheng's face darkened. She is my friend's younger sister. That is too intimate. I'm his boss, Qin Yu interjected. Oh, then Ji Xiao. I'll take her away now. Goodbye. Su Liao pulled Qin Yu along and left. Ji Cheng flared his nostrils, feeling suffocated by frustration. He was usually the honored guest at every dinner, yet now treated so dismissively. Once in the car, Su Liao asked, Ji Cheng seems quite taken with you. One-sided affection, Qin Yu replied. Su Liao had already reserved a restaurant, so they went straight there. Taking his seat, Qin Yu set down his bag and looked at Su Liao. I owe you an apology for my past misunderstandings. I'll drink a toast to that. Just as Su Liao raised her glass, Qin Yu stopped her. Don't drink, he said swiftly. Touched, Su Liao realized that her previous impression of Luo Qiyun as an aloof person who held grudges for life was shallow indeed. Before she could bask in this self-reflection, Qin Yu added, You'll be sending me home later, so it's best not to drink. During dinner, Su Liao recounted her past. Ultimately, she felt her dreams were somewhat unrealistic. Many writers possessed greater talent and dedication. Qin Yu listened intermittently. He used to think that young ladies like Su Liao, born into wealth, had only fleeting enthusiasm for anything. After all, they bore no cost in trial and error. With ample time and money, they could explore various possibilities. Now, he realized that anyone confronting insurmountable obstacles shared the same mindset, unable to offer much consolation or grand wisdom. Qin Yu simply remained a steadfast listener, as always. When dinner ended and Su Liao had poured out her heart, she finally exhaled in relief, feeling considerably lighter. After escorting Qin Yu home, Su Liao suddenly exited the car and chased after him. Wait, she called out. What more could she need? Qin Yu turned to look at her. May I take a selfie with you? Su Liao clutched her phone, feeling somewhat anxious. I promise I won't post it or interfere with your work. Do you guarantee that? Qin Yu inquired. Yes, I promise. Su Liao leaned closer, phone in hand. In the beautifying filter of the front camera, Qin Yu's face appeared distorted. He had never taken a selfie in his own body. Do modern cameras come with such magic? I forgot to turn off the beautification, Qin Yu reminded her. Oh, right. Su Liao struck a pose, preparing to capture the moment. As Qin Yu looked toward the lens, he was unexpectedly ambushed by Su Liao, who hooked her shoulder around his, pressing against him. All right, she thought nervously, before hastily returning to the car. These individuals had lost their minds. From Yu Shenran to Su Liao, each of them surely had a few screws loose. Upon entering the elevator, Qin Yu received live streaming data from Luo Qiyun. The number of concurrent viewers had reached a new high, and he had gained a substantial number of followers. Moreover, several viewers had sent him gifts he had never encountered before. Was she perhaps a born live-streaming prodigy? Qin Yu pondered. Or perhaps the young lady truly possessed extraordinary abilities, accomplishing feats beyond imagination. It seemed the live stream room no longer required his presence. Qin Yu replied to the message with a smile. Luo Qiyun sent a smug emoji and then called him. You have no work tomorrow. Let us meet. The next morning, Qin Yu drove to meet Luo Qiyun. After waiting a few minutes downstairs, Luo Qiyun emerged, dressed like a bandit. Once inside the car, she removed her hat and mask, finally breathing a sigh of relief. Is this how you need to dress? Qin Yu asked, observing her. He himself was no celebrity. What was there to hide? You have no idea how much you enjoyed chatting with the elderly downstairs, Luo Qiyun replied, glancing at him. In this area, it was likely that anyone they met knew Qin Yu and had spoken with him, not to mention the proprietor of the small shop below, who regarded Qin Yu as her own child. So, what is the occasion today? Qin Yu inquired, puzzled. You need to get out of the car. Let us switch places. Luo Qiyun quickly maneuvered into the driver's seat. Initially, she intended to pick Qin Yu up, but driving his car proved to be quite inconvenient. Does your old motorcycle hold some special significance? Luo Qiyun speculated. Yes, it was left to me by my father, Qin Yu nodded. Afterward, Luo Qiyun drove Qin Yu to the mall. As he glanced around, he still couldn't discern her intentions. Now I can answer you. Today, you will be my girlfriend for a day. The statement was laced with peculiarity, setting aside the fact that they were currently inhabiting each other's bodies. Would Luo Qiyun's identity truly have no repercussions? So put this on. She handed him sunglasses and a baseball cap. Is this an attempt to adapt to each other's identities? Qin Yu queried. No, I want to experience what it feels like to date myself. Once they exited the car, Luo Qiyun extended her hand, and Qin Yu reluctantly took it. Have you ever considered that dating yourself might be the best option? Luo Qiyun lowered her gaze to meet Qin Yu's. No, he admitted, unable to envision what his female self might be like. So, what does being a girlfriend for a day entail? He asked. It involves trying on an array of dresses, applying and wiping off lipstick repeatedly, wearing heavy jewelry that feels like it could shorten your stature by 3 centimeters, dazzling gemstone accessories under bright lights, and getting manicures. I can accept everything else, but the manicure is rather inconvenient. Can we skip that? Qin Yu lifted his hand, tapping the nails, producing a crisp sound. You can forego the manicure, but in return, you must let me do your toenails. Truly unyielding. After 2 hours of shopping, Luo Qiyun had amassed a plethora of shopping bags. Once they returned to the car, she bought a skewer of candied hawthorn from a roadside shop. What about mine? Qin Yu looked at her. Of course, we must share the same skewer on a date. Her statement was so self-evident that Qin Yu failed to notice anything amiss. This leisurely stroll was somewhat torturous for Qin Yu. If he merely had to carry things and sit aside, it might not have been so unbearable. Yet now he had to endure Luo Qiyun's whims and constantly try on clothes. Are there not enough garments after several fitting rooms? Qin Yu remarked, wearing a white long dress. What? Luo Qiyun didn't catch it. Turn around. Let me see. Following her command, Qin Yu spun around. I can't see the back lines. It's slightly lacking. Next, the shopping spree finally came to a close around 2 in the afternoon, and Luo Qiyun took Qin Yu out for lunch. It was Qin Yu's first time realizing he could eat so much. Isn't this going to burst my stomach? After lunch, Luo Qiyun drove Qin Yu around before returning home. Exhausted from a day, Qin Yu collapsed onto the bed. Are you already worn out? The day isn't over yet. Luo Qiyun tugged at his arm. I have no desire to move. Qin Yu waved her off. But you haven't cooked dinner yet. Luo Qiyun had only heard rumors of Qin Yu's culinary skills. She was eager to witness them firsthand. Struggling to rise, Qin Yu entered the kitchen and tied on an apron. What shall I make? He opened the refrigerator, surprised to find Luo Qiyun had indeed prepared a considerable amount of ingredients. I'll eat whatever you cook. Then it'll be home-cooked dishes. Qin Yu prepared a stir-fried pork dish, tomato scrambled eggs, a pan-fried fish, and a 2-serving carrot and rib soup. Throughout the process, Luo Qiyun merely sat by and observed. It was perplexing how she could find such a simple task so captivating. Once they sat down to eat, Qin Yu had already picked up his bowl and began eating. Yet she remained motionless. What now? Qin Yu asked, confused. I'm waiting for you to feed me the first bite. Luo Qiyun interlaced her fingers. With no other option, Qin Yu picked up a piece of tomato, scrambled eggs, and offered it to her mouth. Not bad. Luo Qiyun chewed slowly, thoroughly satisfied. Could it be that you actually prefer girls? Qin Yu queried, puzzled. I just like myself, Luo Qiyun replied. If I compliment you on your cuteness now, will you blush? I'll dump my food on your head. Qin Yu glared at her, though it was difficult to genuinely scold himself. Luo Qiyun smiled faintly. Being criticized by Qin Yu is purely delightful. After the meal, Luo Qiyun took the initiative to clear the dishes and even brought over some sliced fruit. Qin Yu had little desire for fruit and was ready to sleep. Thank you. May I rest now? He thought he could finally escape. No. There's one more thing to do. Now, take off your shoes. She was serious. Qin Yu felt awkward. If you want tea, I'll have to do it myself. Luo Qiyun flexed her fingers. Reluctantly, Qin Yu removed his shoes and extended his foot toward her. Luo Qiyun grasped Qin Yu's foot, kneading it gently, and provocatively glided her fingertip across his sole. She was acutely aware of the sensitive spots on her own body. Qin Yu's face flushed crimson, biting his fingertip as his breath quickened. What's wrong? Not quite used to it. Luo Qiyun raised her head, feigning innocence. Nothing. Qin Yu snapped. Now I'm going to begin. With that, Luo Qiyun started applying nail polish to Qin Yu's toes. Throughout the process, he endured the ticklish sensations that danced across his nerves, striving to remain silent. After enduring that ordeal, Luo Qiyun retrieved her phone once more. What are you going to do this time? Qin Yu truly longed to deliver a swift kick to that face. Stay still, align your toes, she instructed. Luo Qiyun lay on the carpet, biting her finger. Do you comprehend that if you capture these moments and they leak out, your career would meet an abrupt end? Qin Yu cautioned Luo Qiyun to be prudent. The photos are in my possession. How could they possibly leak? Luo Qiyun adjusted her angle and executed a rapid 5-shot burst. Now that it's over, may I prepare to rest? Luo Qiyun rose. Certainly, I have prepared pajamas for you. Qin Yu furrowed her brow. Why do I feel there's a trap within this? Chapter 47. You smell wonderful. However, this time, Luo Qiyun truly had not devised any traps. The pajamas she prepared for Qin Yu were merely ordinary, albeit a tad thin. After showering, Qin Yu sat before her computer, reviewing Luo Qiyun's match performance from earlier that day. Truly, she was exceptionally gifted. It was hard for Qin Yu to fathom that Luo Qiyun could navigate such intense matches after playing for less than 10 hours. It's not talent. It's muscle memory, Luo Qiyun explained. Just as you feel your body taking charge on set, many times it's the body executing actions instinctively. As Luo Qiyun dried her hair, she stood to assist Qin Yu in drying the ends of her damp hair. Qin Yu launched a game, settling in to let herself be manipulated. So, you experience that sensation too? Sometimes influenced by your body? Qin Yu inquired. What did you say? Luo Qiyun, distracted by the blow-dryer, did not catch her words. She leaned closer. Qin Yu turned her head, their faces nearly touching. Repeat that. Luo Qiyun switched off the dryer and looked at Qin Yu. It's nothing. Qin Yu averted her gaze. Normally, who would feel embarrassed gazing at their own reflection? Yet Qin Yu felt an undeniable awkwardness. After a while, once Luo Qiyun completed some minor tasks, she sat beside Qin Yu, observing her gameplay. It seemed to have no extraordinary skills. I could achieve this performance too, Luo Qiyun remarked nonchalantly. Qin Yu raised an eyebrow. Arrogance was acceptable, but provocation was intolerable. Shall we have a duel then? He flexed his fingers, determined to showcase his prowess to Luo Qiyun today. All right. Due to the absence of a second computer and the streaming machine being unplayable, they opted to settle their differences in a fighting game. Initially, Luo Qiyun found herself at a disadvantage, suffering consecutive defeats. Yet she soon adapted, managing to score a small victory against Qin Yu. At this point, Qin Yu began to believe in the concept of muscle memory. After all, Luo Qiyun had never played this game before yet could retaliate within mere frames and execute impressive combos. As the evening approached, it was nearly 9 o'clock bedtime. Qin Yu, who was prone to sleepiness at a certain hour, lay down and quickly slipped into a drowsy state. However, Luo Qiyun, with ulterior motives, continued to engage her in conversation. It is said that one cannot smell their own scent. Do you think that that's true? She mused, gazing at Qin Yu's sleeping face. They lay side by side, with Qin Yu's left cheek pressed against the pillow, forming an endearing little puff. Luo Qiyun quietly reached out her left hand and poked. So soft. Thus, her mischievous fingers poked again. Ow! Qin Yu caught her restless finger between her teeth. Are you still awake? If not, you can leave. Isn't it that you can't sleep? Let us chat a bit, Luo Qiyun said, rubbing her finger, which stung slightly. What were you saying about scents? Qin Yu asked, somewhat resigned. I don't detect any odor on you, but I do sense a faint fragrance. Is that your natural scent? Luo Qiyun sniffed. I'm not sure. It's probably the scent of my body wash. Qin Yu turned over, lying flat to sleep. This woman was truly peculiar. How could she be unaware of her own scent? However, Luo Qiyun never permitted him to use perfume. A pleasant natural scent is an essential component of a beautiful girl. Indispensable, Luo Qiyun asserted. Indeed, much like the missing arm of Venus, the angle of the Leaning Tower of Pisa, and 2.5 years of practice. Qin Yu closed his eyes. All of it is significant. His voice dwindled, nearly lulling him to sleep. Fortunately, Luo Qiyun did not engage in any bizarre antics that day. Upon drifting into slumber, Qin Yu suddenly felt a chill, instinctively curling deeper into the covers. He soon sensed warmth beside him and instinctively leaned closer, settling back into a peaceful sleep. The following morning, Qin Yu awoke to find his face nestled against Luo Qiyun's chest. Upon lifting his head, he inadvertently bumped his forehead against her chin, causing both of them to awaken with a jolt. Are you attempting to commit self-harm? Luo Qiyun was momentarily uncertain whether to rub her head or her chin. How did I end up in your embrace? Qin Yu questioned in confusion. Because I secretly turned off the heating, Luo Qiyun replied, leaving Qin Yu exasperated. All right, time to rise. Qin Yu rubbed his head. Don't rush. Let us sleep a little longer. Luo Qiyun refused to let Qin Yu move, tightly embracing him. The day of the girlfriend experience had concluded. After all, the body belongs to oneself. One could hold on for as long as desired, but as one knows, certain things could become uncontrollable upon waking each morning. Qin Yu glanced down. However, the two did not indulge in a lazy morning, instead rising promptly. While Qin Yu busied himself with his morning routine, Luo Qiyun ventured downstairs to procure breakfast. Once Qin Yu sat at the dining table, Luo Qiyun returned home, wrapped in the chilly air. Let us eat breakfast. It's everything you crave but never get to enjoy, she said, not in a hurry to eat herself. Instead, while Qin Yu dined, she held a comb, gesturing at his back. What's up? Qin Yu turned to look at her. How about a 3-strand braid? Luo Qiyun began to work on his hair, braiding it into a 3-strand plait. It looks a bit silly. It doesn't quite suit you, she remarked, dismantling the braid and starting anew. Ultimately, she fashioned 2 small braids from either side of his temples, connecting them at the back, letting the remaining long hair cascade naturally. Is it necessary to go through all this trouble when we're just staying in today? Qin Yu questioned. But we're not going out. I want to see something pleasing, Luo Qiyun replied. If we were to swap bodies and could not manipulate our own form, nor observe ourselves from an outsider's perspective, what would be the point of the exchange? After breakfast, Luo Qiyun presented the outfit Qin Yu would wear that day. A black woolen beret paired with a white shirt, a black blazer, a black coat, and a black short skirt. Since Qin Yu was still unaccustomed to high heels, he donned black platform shoes. I thought you weren't fond of black and gray, Qin Yu noted, as Luo Qiyun typically dressed him in warm colors, seemingly disliking cooler tones. It depends on the occasion and how one coordinates, Luo Qiyun articulated confidently. So, do you think I could pull off this edgy style? Qin Yu inquired. Not quite. I'm curious to see how stark the contrast appears on you. This woman had no good intentions whatsoever. Yet, it was evident that with Luo Qiyun's inherent beauty and figure, Qin Yu could effortlessly embody any style. They initially planned to waste the day at home, but then Luo Qiyun unexpectedly received a call from Jiang Feng. Chapter 48. Do I need to show you some respect? What is it? Luo Qiyun answered the call. The company has a new boss and intend to discuss contracts with us streamers, Jiang Feng explained. I plan to renegotiate your sharing and streaming hours. Come over, will you? He provided the address, urging Luo Qiyun to hurry. Time to work, she indicated her phone. Then you should go. Qin Yu chuckled. Isn't this splendid? Today, I can relish a guilt-free day of rest all by myself. It was not long before Qin Yu's phone rang, interrupting his moment of joy. I recall you mentioning that today was a day off, he thought, his expression darkening. The call was from Jin Ming. Under normal circumstances, that would be the case. Jin Ming sighed, pressing his temple. However, we have a new batch of recruits who need to acclimate to the environment. So I need to come in for half a day. Qin Yu couldn't help but question, is it really my place to guide the newcomers? I understand what you're implying, Jin Ming replied, but my other team members are all busy with their schedules and have no time to assist. Can I really handle such a situation? Qin Yu pondered, perplexed. Shouldn't it be a respected senior within the company, someone with a stellar reputation, who takes on this task? Even if no one else is available, surely it wouldn't fall to me. Of course not, which is why Shan Ran will accompany you, Jin Ming remarked, noting that the once careless girl was beginning to show a sense of self-awareness. Hurry over. As the call ended, Qin Yu exchanged a glance with Luo Qiyun. It seemed that everyone was now without a moment's respite. Qin Yu drove away while Luo Qiyun took a taxi to Jiang Feng's location. The two destinations were not too far apart. By the time Qin Yu arrived at the company, Luo Qiyun had already reached Jiang Feng. Over here, Xiao Qin. Jiang Feng called, waiting outside. Clearly, he was concerned about Luo Qiyun getting lost. He had some preliminary remarks to share. How come I was unaware of the change in management? Luo Qiyun inquired. I heard the new boss just returned to the country and hails from a powerful family. Jiang Feng explained. He was now the leading host on the platform, and the sudden change in ownership left him uncertain whether it was a boon or a bane. If this new heir is genuinely interested in the industry and willing to invest significantly, it could improve our conditions. Conversely, if he is not up to par, our contracts are only for 6 months, and we can always switch to another company thereafter. Jiang Feng managed a live streaming guild, and contract negotiations were handled by professionals. He had also assisted in negotiating Qin Yu's contract. Let us just wait and see, Luo Qiyun replied nonchalantly. Curiously, she wondered why Qin Yu consistently had loyal friends to rely on. Let us move. The new boss is arriving shortly. They were the last to arrive. And after sitting for another 10 minutes, they finally met the new boss alongside the top host of the platform. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Ji Cheng. Luo Qiyun, who had initially shown little interest, lifted her gaze, taking in Ji Cheng's appearance. So, this is what Ji Cheng looks like now? I have already reviewed everyone's profiles prior to our meeting, hence no need for further introductions, Ji Cheng stated. His acquisition of a live streaming platform was clearly a strategic move to expand his business empire. At this point, the live streaming industry had lost its novelty. All the intricacies had been thoroughly uncovered, and the initial frenzy of the industry had long dissipated. We need the newcomers to bring a fresh perspective. So I will be increasing investment in the platform to enhance your conditions, Ji Cheng announced. To put it rather insincerely, I aspire to foster mutual understanding. I will provide better conditions, and in return, I hope you will engage earnestly. After the obligatory opening remarks, Ji Cheng began to converse with several leading hosts, while the remaining attendees formed small groups to chat. Only Luo Qiyun sat alone, battling sleep. A loud yawn echoed from across the room, prompting Ji Cheng to pause his conversation and cast an irritated glance in that direction. Everyone present fell silent, their eyes turning toward Luo Qiyun. Yet, she seemed utterly oblivious, leaning back in her chair as she continued to doze. You must be Qin Yu, correct? Ji Cheng said, his brow slightly furrowed. He had seen Qin Yu's profile, and the photo bore little resemblance to the individual before him. Moreover, as he focused solely on Luo Qiyun, he was pricked by the cold aura she exuded. Does this kid look down on everyone? He thought indignantly. I'm his boss. Suppressing his irritation, Ji Cheng remarked, Indeed, the schedules of hosts can be quite erratic. Qin Yu must not have rested well. Jiang Feng interjected, attempting to diffuse the tension. Oh, Ji Cheng replied, his mouth curling in disdain. Erratic schedules? Everyone here is a host, and yet no one else seems to be yawning. This is clearly a sign of disrespect. Forget it, Ji Chung thought, feeling his patience wearing thin. After nearly an hour of idle chatter, Ji Chung clapped his hands, signaling for silence. I've arranged a venue and would like to invite everyone to dinner for some entertainment, he announced. The group looked at their new boss and nodded in agreement. But Luo Qiyun abruptly stood up, preparing to leave. Ji Chung gritted his teeth, unable to contain his frustration. Qin Yu, where do you think you're going? He glared at Luo Qiyun. Home, she replied, hands stuffed in her pockets, her demeanor suggesting that Ji Cheng's question was rather foolish. Did you not hear me say there was an event? Ji Chung pressed. I did, but does that mean we must attend like school children on a field trip? Luo Qiyun shot back, her gaze unwavering as she met Ji Cheng's eyes. You. In that moment, Ji Chung perceived the full extent of her disdain. How dare she treat him with such contempt? Luo Qiyun, naturally, found Ji Chung utterly displeasing. If not for Qin Yu's job, she would not have bothered to show up. Ji Chung was reluctant to be Qin Yu's boss. She could easily have Luo Shu take over or switch to another company. Qin Yu isn't particularly fond of group activities. I hope you understand, Ms. Ji, Jiang Feng said, rising with a composed demeanor. Ji Chung recognized the good rapport Jiang Feng had with Qin Yu and knew he had no reason to lash out. Yet for reasons unbeknownst to him, he felt irked by Qin Yu's presence. Am I allowed to leave now? Luo Qiyun asked, glancing at Ji Chung. By all means. Meanwhile, Qin Yu encountered Yu Shinran. Some people didn't return home last night. To be honest, are you seeing someone? Yu Shinran whispered conspiratorially in Qin Yu's ear. Indeed. We're on the verge of marriage, but unfortunately, your name isn't on the bridesmaid list, Qin Yu replied. Don't say that. Yu Shinran rushed to keep up with him. The two made their way to the rehearsal hall for the newcomers, with Yu Shinran leading the way and Qin Yu following behind. In the crowd, Xia Ran quickly noticed Qin Yu gazing absent-mindedly toward the door. Is that her, Luo Qiyun? Xia Ran mused, taking in the beauty of the character portrayed by Qin Yu, finding it hard to tear her gaze away. How peculiar, Xia Ran thought, struggling to reconcile the striking appearance and attire of the woman before her, which suggested a formidable presence that commanded respect. Yet she also felt an inexplicable impression that this person was quite soft-hearted and easily intimidated. Is it just an illusion? Xia Ran pondered, giving her cheeks a gentle slap. She propped her chin on her hand, inspecting Qin Yu from head to toe, gradually becoming engrossed. Let me take another look. Meanwhile, Qin Yu, oblivious to the attention he was attracting, merely tightened his coat. The skirt was quite short, leaving him feeling a tad chilly. It was acceptable indoors, but outside, he felt exposed, and the black stockings did little to provide warmth. Yu Shinran was outlining some basic information about the company, while whispers circulated among the crowd regarding Luo Qiyun's reputation. Why does it seem that this young lady is not as domineering as the rumors suggest? Someone questioned. Perhaps it's because we haven't been in close proximity to her, another responded. After Yu Shinran provided some fundamental details, she led the group of over 10 people on a tour of the other floors of the company, allowing them some time to acclimatize to their new work environment. Although both Luo Qiyun and Yu Shinran were considered somewhat controversial figures, they were, after all, established seniors in the company and under Ji Ming's management, prompting the others to attempt to forge connections. Yu Shinran maintained a composed demeanor, ensuring that everyone appeared to be getting along well. As the group engaged in casual conversation, the topic inevitably shifted to Qin Yu. It seemed that Senior Luo Qiyun was somewhat reluctant to speak. Someone remarked to Yu Shinran. She is rather cold and hesitant to express herself, Yu Shinran explained. This prompted the others to instinctively keep their distance, except for Xia Ran, who gradually inched closer. Up ahead, Qin Yu was engrossed in replying to messages, standing still when Xia Ran inadvertently bumped into his back. Qin Yu turned to look at her. I apologize. I was a bit distracted, Xia Ran said softly, taking in a pleasant scent. Next time, be more careful. Qin Yu brushed it off, as he did not know her well. Subsequently, the group descended to the second floor, where several recording studios were located. As Yu Shinran led the entourage on a tour, they encountered a young female singer embroiled in a heated argument with her manager. Upon closer inspection, it became clear that a guitarist, originally scheduled for recording, had been borrowed by someone else. Although it was merely a misunderstanding in work arrangements, the singer felt belittled by her manager. The two exchanged sharp retorts in the corridor. This has nothing to do with us. Let us move on and not gawk, Yu Shinran instructed the group as they passed by. However, the argument escalated, and it appeared that a physical confrontation was imminent. Xia Ran, trailing behind Qin Yu, inadvertently found herself caught in the fray. After dodging the singer's punch, it swung directly towards Xia Ran's face. With one swift blow, her nose was broken, effectively sabotaging her upcoming commitments. Did you not sleep at all last night? Qin Yu swiftly pulled her aside, struggling to comprehend the dazed state of this artist. I did sleep quite a bit, Xia Ran replied, her head lowered. So, is the connection between your brain and eyes somewhat sluggish? Qin Yu felt it prudent to offer this clumsy individual a word of caution. Brain eyes. Xia Ran, rather amused, chuckled at his earnestness. How shameless can you be? Go back to the group. Qin Yu gestured for her to catch up with Yushin Ran before turning his attention back to the arguing duo. I hear you are in need of a guitarist? Qin Yu stepped forward. The singer, still grappling with her manager-esque collar, suddenly turned at his words. Can you contact a substitute guitarist? No need to contact anyone. I am the one you seek, Qin Yu replied, slightly tilting his head. His demeanor exuded confidence, lending him an air of credibility. Following this, Qin Yu entered the recording studio. After leading the group for a while, Yushin Ran noticed Qin Yu was missing and turned back to his companions. You all explore for a bit. I will check on him, he instructed. It was quite remarkable to have one person temporarily take on the role of substitute guitarist while another merely observed. The remaining members of the group exchanged glances. What else can we do? Let us follow along and see, they decided. Inside the recording studio, Qin Yu had already donned the guitar strap and picked up a pick. Once the guitar was plugged in, he glanced at the sheet music, adjusted the tuning, and switched to the modified active pickup. He needed to record 2 tracks, one for the rhythm guitar that ran throughout the song and another for the rapid solo during the interlude. With Luo Qiyun's slender fingers, Qin Yu could reach lower frets while also utilizing her delicate fingers to excel in high-speed playing. The only regret was that, since Luo Qiyun had never practiced guitar, her fingertips lacked calluses, making pressing down on the strings slightly painful. Can she manage? The manager mused while fixing the torn clothes the singer had tugged at. The action was quite adept. Only hands-on experience would reveal the truth. No one present had heard of Luo Qiyun's guitar skills, although Xia Ran felt a peculiar familiarity with her strumming style. Qin Yu flashed an okay gesture through the glass, and then unleashed a cascade of fluid notes. The onlookers, including Yushin Ran, could not hear anything. Only the singer and her manager could hear the sound through their monitoring headphones. What a clean technique and tonal quality. The singer nodded in approval. After all, the rhythm guitar part was not particularly challenging. After completing the first take, the singer applauded and gave a thumbs up. They then began recording the second segment. Even those who could not hear the sound could see Qin Yu's left hand dancing across the fretboard while his right hand exhibited an exaggerated mixed strumming technique. The singer's mouth slightly agape. She could hardly believe her eyes. To produce such crisp harmonics at this speed was not something just any guitarist could achieve. Is this the standard of a random guitarist pulled from the street? They managed to nail it in one go. Once the recording was complete, Qin Yu set the guitar down and stepped outside. Only then did he realize that everyone was watching him. What is going on? He asked, as if he had merely been curious about the differences in the expensive commemorative guitar of the recording studio. We truly need a guitarist of your caliber to join our team. The singer stood up, casting a pointed glance at her manager. It was at this moment that the manager finally recognized who had filled in as their guitarist. Even if you need him, it won't team matter. He asked with Jin Ming and his Luo Qiyun. The singer, somewhat disappointed, glared at her manager, wishing to deliver a blow. Qin Yu returned the guitar to its stand. I'm leaving. The morning tour concluded swiftly, and Qin Yu soon received a message from Luo Qiyun. I met Ji Chung. Following this statement was an emoji of anger. Really? Qin Yu replied, puzzled. He is our boss now, Luo Qiyun contemplated. However, he offers quite a good salary. Considering the lucrative prospects, having such a generous boss was not a bad situation. Qin Yu chuckled as he set his phone down, only to look up and find Xia Ran stealing glances at him. Instantly, his expression shifted. Upon meeting Qin Yu's gaze, Xia Ran quickly turned away. What on earth was wrong with her? After finishing his work in the morning, Qin Yu prepared to leave. Before he reached the parking lot, he received a call from Luo Shu. Are you free today? Can you do me a favor? The tone of Luo Shu's voice suggested that he was confident Qin Yu would not refuse him. What is it? Qin Yu asked as he stepped outside. Meet me at the front gate. I'll explain once you get in the car. Luo Shu spoke mysteriously. Today, he had driven a new yellow McLaren. After Qin Yu entered the car and surveyed it, he inquired, so what is the matter? Have you had lunch yet? Luo Shu avoided the main issue. Tell me what you need, and then I will inform you. Qin Yu retorted, feigning annoyance. It seemed they were now engaged in a tug-of-war of words. I just want to have a meal and spend some time together as siblings, perhaps to see if you desire anything I could gift you, Luo Shu stated nonchalantly. Qin Yu pondered. It was all for Luo Qiyun's sake, and he felt undeserving. No need, just a meal will suffice. Besides, he had more than enough clothing already. Luo Qiyun possessed nearly 100 coats of various colors and materials. Can you even wear them all? You can't be in 2 places at once. Fine, let us just have lunch then. Luo Shu's time off was indeed rare. Even during holidays, he often had to socialize over drinks, play golf, or attend various odd social gatherings, leaving little time to spend with family, let alone make a special effort to dine with Luo Qiyun. Upon arriving at the restaurant, Luo Shu gallantly took Qin Yu's bag and helped her with her coat. "No, please don't. This feels too strange," Qin Yu protested, clearly uncomfortable with such treatment. Even basic social etiquette was difficult for him to grasp. During the meal, Luo Shu brought up several topics related to Ji Cheng. "So, he mentioned wanting to be friends with you first?" Luo Shu laughed. "What nonsense. Has Ji Cheng truly fallen into the throes of infatuation? Indeed. Is that your way of teaching him?" Qin Yu stared intently at Luo Shu, a subtle smirk at the corners of his mouth betraying his sarcasm. "Please, don't look at me with that judgmental gaze. It frightens me. I only said that to dissuade him. Ji Cheng can be rather proud. After all, you should give him the cold shoulder, a hearty dose of scorn, and he will swiftly withdraw on his own accord. Luo Shu is indeed very perceptive. Do you harbor a grudge against him?" Qin Yu retorted. "Not at all. Luo Shu and Ji Cheng have been close friends for many years, and they are now intimate business partners. There is no animosity. Then why would you wish to harm him?" Qin Yu inquired, picking up a piece of sea cucumber and shaking it on his chopsticks. Luo Shu wisely refrained from mentioning Ji Cheng again, directing their conversation towards the minutiae of daily life. Aside from his mother, Qin Yu never anticipated that anyone else would show such concern for him, though perhaps this concern is not entirely directed at him. Suddenly, Qin Yu set down his chopsticks, placing his hands together in prayer. "What are you doing?" Luo Shu chuckled. "Paying homage to the Virgin Mary, basking in maternal radiance." Luo Shu laughed. After their meal, the two returned to the Luo household. Once they exited the vehicle, Luo Shu personally handed the car keys to Qin Yu. "This car is a gift for you. I will arrange for your old car to be towed back." Luo Shu's generosity is indeed remarkable. Qin Yu nodded in agreement. They walked side by side through the doorway and spotted his father sitting on the steps, his head bowed in melancholy. Noticing Qin Yu's bewilderment, Luo Shu quietly suggested, "Have you forgotten? He has been like this during your mother's memorial days." "Ah, I see." Qin Yu took out his phone to check the date. The day for visiting the cemetery was fast approaching. As they passed by their father, Luo Qianshan raised his head and glanced at his beloved daughter, tears shimmering in his eyes. While sorrow is understandable, Qin Yu found the expression on Luo Qianshan's face rather unsettling. It is often said that a tough man's tears evoke sympathy, yet Qin Yu felt a disquieting chill. After resting on the sofa for a while, Qin Yu went to Luo Qiyun's room. At that moment, Luo Qiyun was reviewing footage of her matches, analyzing her performance. "Sister, you're back," Luo Qiyun noted, scribbling on paper. "Yes, talent may be lacking, but hard work compensates. Luo Qiyun has always excelled in this regard. You should take a couple of days to rest at home." "How have you been lately?" Qin Yu inquired, taking a seat beside her. Luo Qiyun shook her head. After the initial progress phase for novices, she had noticeably plateaued recently. Watching more and practicing less, her improvements were slow and her losses quick. In short, the situation was not favorable. Luo Qiyun felt she truly lacked talent. The gap between her and professional players was not merely a chasm, but the distance from Earth to the land of light. She would never become Ultraman in this lifetime. "So, what do you truly wish to achieve by aspiring to be a professional player?" Qin Yu asked. This was something Luo Qiyun had not genuinely contemplated. Although she chased this goal, she had not paused to ask herself what she truly yearned for. Was it the adoration and cheers from the crowd? The thrill of crushing her opponents? None of that. She desired the glory of being a champion. To prove that she was not the insignificant child in the family who always needed her elder brother Luo Shu to clean up after her. She wished to validate her existence. Yet, if her abilities were insufficient, Luo Qiyun would have no choice but to relinquish her dreams. She felt her current circumstances were much improved. At least her sister, who had seldom paid her any mind, was now offering her assistance. Perhaps, transitioning to establish a club and becoming a team manager would not be such a bad idea. "I believe you possess the qualities to unify a team," Qin Yu sincerely remarked. "Regardless of the circumstances, you have not chosen to give up. Often, a leader of a team requires the ability to unite everyone." "Really?" Luo Qiyun seemed to have found a glimmer of direction. "However, you must learn your lessons. Start by mastering the fundamentals before diving in," Qin Yu advised. Ultimately, whether Luo Qiyun could form her own team depended on her organizational skills, as well as Luo Shu's willingness to invest. I will consider it carefully." An hour after dinner, the family sat together at the table, with their father still engulfed in sorrow, sighing several times during the meal. Luo Shu longed to say something, but hesitated, ultimately deciding against it. After dinner, Luo Qiyun concluded her live stream for the day. Glancing at a message from Bai Suejing, She pondered for a moment before calling Qin Yu. There's a small gathering that requires your presence, Luo Qiyun stated. Qin Yu, in the midst of performing some rather embarrassing yoga poses, was puzzled by her request. Don't you usually avoid these kinds of events? Yes, but you can attend. Luo Qiyun replied. What is the nature of the gathering? Is it a tea party, a yacht outing, or a nightclub? I'm not sure. You'll find out when you arrive, won't you? After hanging up, Qin Yu continued to complete his workout. The following morning, after dressing according to Luo Qiyun's instructions and undergoing some styling, he drove the new car gifted by Luo Shu to the venue. Upon entering, Qin Yu surveyed the room. Not a single familiar face in sight. Chapter 51. Are you aware of his special skills in feeding? The gathering was indeed a tea party. 5 individuals were seated, and before entering, Qin Yu could hear their lively chatter. However, upon his arrival, their conversation ceased, and they all turned to look at him. Do they know Luo Qiyun? Of course they do. But would Luo Qiyun actually come? They had thought Bai Suejing was joking. Please take a seat. The organizer of the tea party, a seemingly gentle sister, rose to greet him. I think I've walked into the wrong place. Qin Yu feigned composure. You're in the right place. This is indeed it. Bai Suejing appeared out of nowhere, grabbing Qin Yu's arm, with Su Liao following closely behind. The two flanked Qin Yu and sat down together. What is this? Am I not impressive? Bai Suejing raised an eyebrow. She had claimed in the group that she could bring Luo Qiyun along. The others shook their heads, indeed surprised. I didn't expect you to come as well. Su Liao beamed. She had been struggling to find opportunities to get close to Qin Yu lately, and since he seldom visited the racetrack, encountering him here was a delightful surprise. I didn't expect to be here either. Qin Yu wondered who he could complain to about this situation. So why is everyone staring at him? Feeling indignant, Qin Yu glared back at them. The moment their gazes met, they all averted their eyes, each lost in their thoughts. Qin Yu thought the moment had passed, only to realize they were still sneaking glances at him. What was so intriguing about him? Were they not all part of the same social circle as Luo Qiyun? Surely, they had seen her before? Unbeknownst to Qin Yu, the usual Luo Qiyun would not sit as properly as he did, legs together, hands resting on her knees, appearing obedient and dignified. The real Luo Qiyun would be lounging with her legs crossed on the sofa. It was a rare occurrence for anyone to receive her direct gaze. Furthermore, her attire was entirely uncharacteristic of Luo Qiyun. The white shirt paired with a fuchsia knitted jacket, intentionally oversized, with her sleeves rolled up, made it hard to look away from the lines accentuated by her thick black stockings beneath her short skirt. Most importantly, her demeanor. She typically wouldn't meet anyone's gaze directly, and when she did, it was always from a position of superiority, exuding confidence. Yet, Qin Yu lacked that same confidence. Thus, when the others returned to stare, he felt an overwhelming urge to pinch her cheek, imagining she might bite him in return. Let us have some tea, Su Liao said cheerfully, pouring Qin Yu a cup of black tea before sitting down, inching closer until they were nearly touching. What is this? Rumor has it that these two had a fierce altercation at the racetrack. Yet, they certainly didn't appear to be at each other's throats now. Su Liao, could you maintain some personal space? Bai Suejing glanced over disapprovingly. What's wrong with me? Su Liao retorted, her expression cooling. It seemed her sweet smile was reserved for a particular individual. You're practically glued to him. Bai Suejing was slightly displeased. She had also heard about the incident at the racetrack. Let's all maintain some distance, shall we? Qin Yu lifted the teacup, supporting its base with his left hand, and took a delicate sip. Upon raising his head, he found himself somewhat annoyed. What's the deal? Do you all have to stare at me while I enjoy my tea? Luo Qiyun had never attended such a tea gathering. Yet the assembled company could undoubtedly envision how she would partake in tea. Certainly not in this manner. Has Qiyun taken a liking to someone? The elder sister who organized the tea party inquired with a smile. If there were indeed someone, I would have known by now. Bai Suejing, too, was not one to conceal matters easily. Observing Qin Yu's reluctance to engage, the group naturally shifted the topic. The conversation flowed easily, traversing from mundane topics to luxury goods and back again. However, this experience served to demystify Qin Yu. He had initially presumed these young ladies would be rather wild. Yet it turned out they were quite normal. Bai Suejing participated in the discussions, her makeup evidently evolving since she had confided in Qin Yu. It seemed she had become considerably more relaxed regarding matters of reputation. As the conversation continued, Bai Suejing was gently tugged at. A young woman, holding a plate of pink macarons, pleaded, Suejing, may I switch seats with you? It hardly seemed fair that Su Liao was the only one conversing with Qin Yu. What do you want? Looking to feed me? Bai Suejing assessed her, realizing this individual was clearly inexperienced in such gestures. Is that all right? Sure. But I'll whisper a few words to you first. Soon, the two exchanged seats. Qiyun, this is a dessert I made myself. Could you please taste it and provide some feedback? Qin Yu glanced at her, perplexed by the eager expression on her face. He initially intended to decline, but she had already brought it to his lips. Reluctantly, he took a small bite. Delicious. Mediocre, he replied, his reaction rather indifferent. However, the sister who had made the feeding invitation appeared wholly satisfied, retracting her hand with a smile. Observing her delight, Qin Yu thought this group was somewhat peculiar. Fortunately, it was not the sort of nightlife he had envisioned, filled with male models and debauchery. Instead, they merely gathered to sip tea and engage in conversation. Qin Yu let out a sigh of relief, but the others soon stood up. All right, it's time for the next event. You all go ahead. We want TV joining. Bai Suijing waved her hand. Su Liao shook her head as well. The remaining activities were not ones they typically participated in, and not everyone could endure a night of wildness. Well then, let us go for a stroll, Bai Suijing suggested, picking up Qin Yu's bag. Really? More shopping? I know you'd rather not, but consider it a favor to us, a gesture of sympathy, Bai Suijing offered a casual excuse. Thankfully, the two did not impose any obligations on Qin Yu. They meandered until it was time for dinner. Su Liao had already made arrangements, having booked a restaurant during the tea party, and they could head straight there. After being seated, Su Liao pushed the menu toward them. Anything is fine, Qin Yu said, leaning his face on his hand. Hello, you must be Lin Ro. Cui Hao stood, slightly leaning forward. Normally, a few sips would send him into a frenzy, but at this moment, he appeared to be an entirely different person. Although his face left much to be desired, his tall and robust frame, with just a touch of grooming, exuded a certain rugged charm. Hello, the girl seated across from Cui Hao was petite, nervously clutching her sleeves as she gazed at the man before her. It was evident that Lin Ro was quite pleased with her first impression of Cui Hao. Yet, the same could not be said for Cui Hao. He appeared somewhat flustered, returning to his seat and rubbing his hands, unsure how to open the conversation. Oh, by the way, I'm 24 years old, 185 centimeters tall, weigh 85 kilograms, and currently unemployed. Qin Yu could not help but chuckle softly. Chapter 52, Save My Brother. Upon hearing the laughter, Cui Hao looked over. Qin Yu quickly turned his head to avoid his gaze. What's wrong? Bai Suijing lifted her head from the menu. Nothing. Qin Yu feigned calmness. So, Cui Hao's being pressured by his family into blind dates? What a peculiar self-introduction, diving right into personal matters. Clearing his throat, Cui Hao pressed on, disregarding the awkwardness. I've heard about your situation from my sister. No need for further introduction. Lin Ro smiled slightly. Is that so? Then I wouldn't bother. However, I haven't had the chance to review your details. Could you share them with me? What a genius, old Cui. Going out for drinks the night before a blind date, getting utterly intoxicated and scrambling to get up the next afternoon for the meeting, without even reviewing the girl's information. It's fine. You can look now, Lin Ro said. Let us order first and chat while we wait. Cui Hao glanced at Lin Ro's profile. Well matched in status, and she seems gentle and beautiful, 2 years younger than me. Do you like her? Cui Hao admitted his attraction, but was unsure why he felt no desire to embark on a new relationship at this moment. Their conversation ebbed and flowed. But Cui Hao felt an increasing disconnect with Lin Ro. She held a significant position in her family business, displaying remarkable competence. As he listened, he couldn't help but think of his sister. Was she trying to set him up with a version of herself? Not quite. Lin Ro seemed gentler than his sister, a fact that was immediately apparent. She was an impressive individual, managing to balance work and life adeptly. This should have been a tremendous plus, yet the more he heard, the more he felt annoyed, ultimately swirling his drink and letting his gaze drift. Have I been monopolizing the conversation with work? Lin Ro asked, a hint of concern in her voice. She had been doing most of the talking, while Cui Hao offered little in response. No, it's just that I'm currently at a standstill in life, so when you discuss work, I find it difficult to relate, Cui Hao admitted, a rare moment of vulnerability surfacing. This was not the usual drunken banter. He was genuinely affected. Qin Yu could discern this, as could Lin Ro. Then let us talk about you. I'm curious about your daily life, Lin Ro prompted. Me? I have nothing noteworthy to share. Cui Hao seemed reluctant to engage. Although he appeared robust, he inherently lacked confidence. Only Qin Yu could see this clearly, which is why their relationship had grown closer recently. An awkward silence ensued as Cui Hao grabbed his phone to message his good buddy for assistance. Meanwhile, Luo Qiyun was live streaming, glancing at her phone. Save my brother. 3 exclamation marks indicated urgency. Shortly after, she sent a location. Luo Qiyun had just concluded a game, fighting valiantly, but ultimately losing. The chat was filled with disappointment. Yet many were criticizing her decisions during critical team battles. What is wrong with my gameplay? Am I to blame for this as well? Luo Qiyun pinpointed a few comments to challenge. Initially, viewers had little to say about her previous statement, but the streamer's proactive engagement shifted the atmosphere. The trolls emerged. rallying in the chat. You don't want to watch, do you? If the streamer is uncomfortable and the chat is unbearable, then I won't stream anymore. With that, she swiftly ended the broadcast, donning her coat and scarf before heading out. Back at the blind date venue, Qin Yu stole glances occasionally. The conversation felt stifling. He recalled Shui Hao as someone who was far more loquacious, capable of chatting for half an hour with a street vendor. How could he be so tongue-tied? Are you watching over there? Do you know anyone? Bai Suijing's inquiry snapped Qin Yu from his reverie. No, just curious, he shook his head. What is so fascinating about blind dates? You should be grateful you aren't pressured to participate personally, Bai Suijing reminisced, her tone tinged with sadness. I owe my gratitude to the Luo family's open-mindedness. Have you been on many blind dates? Su Liao asked, puzzled. She is an only child, and her parents have never broached the subject of dating or marriage with her. That experience is indelibly etched in her memory, having been profoundly impactful, and she has endured it multiple times. Bai Suijing sipped her drink in solitude. Shall we share a toast? Su Liao declined, continuing to serve food to Qin Yu. I thought we were friends, yet you won't even grant me the courtesy of a drink? Bai Suijing was incensed. She felt powerless to impose on Qin Yu, and even her request for Su Liao to cooperate went unanswered. I'll pass on the drinks. I need to take Qiyun home later, she declared, implying that she would be waiting here. No need. I'll drive myself back. Qin Yu shook his head. Su Liao felt a twinge of disappointment. Then I'll join you for a few drinks. As the two clinked their glasses, Qin Yu observed the interaction between Shui Hao and Lin Ro. It seemed they had found some common ground. Lin Ro's assertiveness left Shui Hao flustered, yet he eventually opened up. However, the topics they discussed were mundane and uninteresting. Lin Ro, seated across from him, would have struggled to endure the conversation for more than half a minute had it not been for Shui Hao's presence. As the conversation progressed, he diverted the topic toward Qin Yu, who noticed him promoting his live stream on his phone. You two seem quite close, Lin Ro remarked, her politeness evident. Indeed, he replied, just as Qin Yu spotted Luo Qiyun entering. The savior had arrived. Old Qin, how did you find your way here? Shui Hao jumped up, feigning surprise. I'm sorry, I completely lost track of time. I had plans with some friends. I apologize, let us do this again sometime, he said, hastily settling the bill and preparing to leave. Luo Qiyun looked at him, realizing he had summoned her merely for this purpose. She had initially thought he was in trouble. Let us exchange WeChat, Lin Ro suggested, shaking her phone, and after adding each other, she bid farewell and departed. This doesn't seem right, Luo Qiyun mused, still puzzled by Lin Ro's calm demeanor during the earlier encounter. What can I do? We're clearly not on the same wavelength, Shui Hao replied helplessly. Going out for drinks? Luo Qiyun shook her head. No. I've already spotted Qin Yu sitting over there. As she left, she playfully beckoned with her finger. Qin Yu wiped his mouth. You all enjoy. I'm leaving. Go on, you heartless woman, Bai Suijing teased, her cheeks slightly flushed. We'll meet again sometime. Su Liao helped Qin Yu with his bag. Downstairs, Qin Yu encountered Luo Qiyun standing in the biting wind. It's a bit chilly, isn't it? He remarked. Not just a bit. It's downright freezing, she replied, removing her scarf and wrapping it around him. It's still early. Let's take a stroll together. All right. Qin Yu, with his hands tucked in, felt the chill of early winter gnawing at him despite having just dined. Observing his discomfort, Luo Qiyun decided to shed her coat and drape it over him. So where are we heading now? Qin Yu pinched his nose, feeling a tad better. Chapter 53. At this moment, someone was genuinely listening to her as they wandered aimlessly. Did you witness the entirety of the blind date? Luo Qiyun, having arrived late and reluctantly assisted, missed the most exciting parts. I did, honestly. There's not much to say except it was a bit awkward. Qin Yu recounted the events from start to finish. He actually made you introduce yourself? Luo Qiyun laughed. That sounds like something Shui Hao would do. What other option did he have? If you say he was nervous, I disagree, Qin Yu sharply critiqued. Perhaps he thought it was futile from the outset, hence his relaxed attitude. Indeed, this was rather impolite to the woman involved, especially considering she had made an effort to present herself well, having come after reviewing Shui Hao's background. Throughout, he had been exceedingly courteous. So why do you think he approached it this way? Do you reckon he dislikes that type? Luo Qiyun inquired. Dislikes that type? I don't think so. His preferred type is the gentle sort, Qin Yu pondered. Perhaps he has just been overshadowed by his sister's dominance, leading him to gravitate towards a contrasting type. He simply wasn't prepared, he concluded. People can be quite peculiar sometimes. Despite coming from a well-off family and being popular, Shui Hao seems perpetually lacking in confidence. Maybe it's because of his sister's influence, she mused. So, you're quite friendly with those two now? Luo Qiyun leaned in, referring to Bai Suijing and Su Liao. Just acquaintances, Qin Yu replied, shaking his head. We just keep running into each other. Chance encounters? Perhaps that's the clarity of an observer, she remarked. Extending her hand, Qin Yu glanced at her, mistakenly assuming she wanted to hold hands, and offered his left hand. Instead, Luo Qiyun slid her hand to the back of his neck, the cold sensation causing him to recoil and instinctively kick out. "What are you doing?" he exclaimed, retracting his leg. "My hands are cold," she evaded, stepping aside and rubbing her arms. "Oh, some people are nearly freezing to death yet still cling to decorum." "Hand them over," she commanded. Qin Yu took her hands, placing them at his waist. "Feeling better now?" "Much improved," she nodded. "Next time, could you wear something warmer? I genuinely fear you might freeze to death." Qin Yu removed the scarf and returned it to her. The two walked side by side beneath the streetlights. Luo Qiyun looked down at Qin Yu. He rubbed his eyes, his eyelashes fluttering as he blinked. "Every time I spend time with Qin Yu, I gain new perspectives on myself," she reflected. "Let's head home." Qin Yu tossed her the car keys. Home. After arriving, Qin Yu changed into thicker clothing, finally feeling more comfortable. He still couldn't fathom why anyone would wear such a short skirt in early winter. And what purpose did those thick black tights serve if they provided no warmth? "I haven't had dinner yet." Luo Qiyun raised her right hand. "I'm sacrificing my well-being for your work." Qin Yu pretended not to hear her as he fiddled with his phone. "I'm so hungry, it's you. Do you think if I go out to buy food now, I'll catch a cold? Takeout isn't exactly healthy." "All right, I'll go make some noodles," he sighed. Getting up. Soon, he returned with a large bowl of noodles topped with 3 fried eggs. "Dig in." Setting down the bowl, he sat beside her. As she slurped the noodles, Luo Qiyun suddenly grew serious. "It's almost time for the family to visit my mother's grave." Qin Yu turned to look at her, surprised at her earnestness. "I'm afraid you'll have to miss it this time," he said, worried she might feel regretful. "I want tea," she assured him. When she was younger, she used to share the minutiae of her life at her mother's gravesite. Back then, finding someone to confide in was challenging. The most reliable person, Luo Shu, considered her concerns trivial teenage matters, often listening while juggling work. His inattentiveness was glaringly obvious, and after just a couple of tries, she stopped confiding in him. Her father, too, often misjudged concern for overbearingness, overreacting. And as for Luo Qiyun, there was no need to mention him. He was simply a fool. "Now, it seems I have little to say," Luo Qiyun reflected. "Moreover, now there are people who genuinely listen to me." "Right," Qin Yu affirmed. After dinner, she seemed unusually quiet. Qin Yu lay on the bed, studying Luo Qiyun, who was lying flat. Sometimes people are like that. Luo Qiyun remained motionless, leaving Qin Yu feeling somewhat out of sorts. The following morning, bundled in a thick down jacket, Qin Yu relished the warmth as he dug out the desk heater, ready to indulge in today's gaming escapades. After breakfast, Luo Qiyun changed her clothes, preparing to head out. "Are you going somewhere?" Qin Yu turned in his chair to look at her. "Yes, Cui Hao asked me to step out for a bit." Once she was ready, she noticed Qin Yu had resumed his previous demeanor as though nothing had occurred. He intended to play a horror game he had long purchased but had been too apprehensive to try. Upon launching the game, Qin Yu was suddenly ambushed with a close-range attack. He swiftly dodged backward, causing the chair to crash forcefully into Luo Qiyun's abdomen beneath her ribs, eliciting a sharp pain that made her clutch her sides and retreat. "What is wrong with you?" Qin Yu removed his headphones and rose. "I'm heading out. Aren't you going to see me off?" Luo Qiyun snapped irritably. "What a nuisance." After personally escorting her to the door and waving farewell, Qin Yu slammed the door shut. "So heartless," Luo Qiyun muttered. When Luo Qiyun met Cui Hao, he was standing by the roadside near a trash bin, smoking, with 2 extinguished cigarette butts beside him. "I apologize for yesterday's awkwardness," Cui Hao offered first. "It's nothing," Luo Qiyun replied nonchalantly. "Had she gone then? Could she have caught Qin Yu? Didn't he like your blind date?" she inquired. "No, she is quite nice," Cui Hao answered. Saying that just proves you're not interested yet. Otherwise, you wouldn't only mention that she is nice. She even sent me a good night message after we got home, and a good morning today." Cui Hao added that he had also checked whether she arrived home safely after she left. Privately, he had taken time to learn about her interests, habits, and work. Yet, the more he considered it, the more daunting he found the prospect. "So what now?" Luo Qiyun prompted, awaiting his thoughts. "Look at her social media, full of work achievements and accomplishments. Now look at mine, filled with frivolous escapades with disreputable friends, drinking day and night." Realizing he had misspoken, Cui Hao quickly added, "When I say disreputable friends, I don't include you." "No need to explain," Luo Qiyun retorted. "We just seem to live in different worlds. We might maintain a relationship due to family matters, but over time, who knows? What if we grow tired of each other after marriage? If we divorce, who gets custody of the child? By then, we'd be middle-aged, with little chance to find someone else, let alone." She cut herself off with a hand gesture. "You lack confidence and are timid. You already think that far ahead. You only peek at her social media and rush to escape the blind date." Luo Qiyun had had enough. Why don't you just slap yourself and see if you start spinning around like a top? Chui Hao is unperturbed. Planning 3 steps ahead is prudent. His considerations, while perhaps excessive, demonstrated his earnestness. It's fine. Let us just do what we must. Luo Qiyun was at a loss for words. Was she supposed to guide him? That was beyond her. Later, Chui Hao took Luo Qiyun and several of his friends to partake in their usual activities: basketball, dining, and billiards, culminating in a familiar evening drinking session. Luo Qiyun seldom interacted with Chui Hao's friends, but they held a favorable impression of her, likely because Chui Hao often spoke of Qin Yu as a good friend. Luo Qiyun's thoughts were elsewhere. If Qin Yu were not at home, she wouldn't mind staying longer. But Qin Yu was home. Halfway through the gathering, Luo Qiyun excused herself. Leaving so soon? And she pushed him away, pressing on his broad forehead. Drunk, he mistook trash bags for kittens and leaned helplessly on others. I have a live stream tomorrow, she said. After bidding farewell to the group, Luo Qiyun stepped outside and hailed a taxi. What a coincidence. You're here too, someone called out. Luo Qiyun glanced over to see Xia Ran, wrapped head to toe, wearing a mask, glasses, and a hat. Do we know each other? She asked. Xia Ran lowered her mask. Oh, Luo Qiyun realized. They had not met in some time, as Luo Qiyun had been deliberately avoiding her by traveling at different times. Sensing Xia Ran's attempt to maintain distance, Xia Ran bit her lip. She had come to socialize, having little in common with her contemporaries, but recently, many enjoyed discussing Luo Qiyun's portrayal by Qin Yu, enabling her to join the conversation. Heading home now? Want to go together? Xia Ran stepped closer. You're dressed lightly. Here, take my scarf for warmth. No, thank you, Luo Qiyun declined coldly, her expression colder than the weather. Eventually, they shared a ride home. Xia Ran folded her hands inside her sleeves, watching Luo Qiyun lean silently against the window. Suddenly, Xia Ran spoke. Do you know Luo Qiyun? Why burn her up? Luo Qiyun replied. No one understood Luo Qiyun better than herself. What about her? Luo Qiyun's interest peaked slightly. Before truly knowing someone, you can't define them by rumors. Now I see that that's true, Xia Ran smiled. She is actually quite nice, though reluctant to engage and seemingly unapproachable. Luo Qiyun admired Xia Ran's boldness in commenting before the subject herself, though Xia Ran was actually referring to someone else. Did you know she plays guitar? And quite well, Xia Ran remarked. Have you heard her play? Luo Qiyun clicked her tongue lightly. She had never seen Qin Yu play guitar. Not heard, but seen, Xia Ran admitted, having only caught glimpses. If you had tea given up, you'd probably play better than him, Xia Ran said, leaning in, eyes sparkling. That woman still clings to her obsession. Luo Qiyun mused that perhaps this body still retained Qin Yu's muscle memory. She understood music theory and could ask Qin Yu to teach her again. Upon returning to the apartment complex, they ascended together. Qin Yu was preparing dinner and, hearing the door open, lowered the stove's flame and approached. You're back, he said through the crack in the door. Bang! Luo Qiyun's hand pressed the door lock, turning sharply. Beside her, Xia Ran's eyes widened, her lips parted slightly as she gazed at Luo Qiyun, her breath growing erratic. Caught off guard, Luo Qiyun straightened. Who was that just now? Xia Ran hesitated to ask. Luo Qiyun's mind raced. Say it's my sister at home? No. Xia Ran knows Qin Yu and would notice the difference. Confess? No. Confessing would ruin her pleasure in teasing Qin Yu. It was the door-opening sound, Luo Qiyun lied with wide eyes. Living alone, I like to have some things to brighten the place up. Xia Ran smiled awkwardly. Really? But that sound was strangely familiar. By the way, want some late-night snacks? I can cook you some noodles, Xia Ran offered. No, I'm full, Luo Qiyun declined again. Luo Qiyun reopened the door, entered, and quickly silenced Qin Yu by placing a hand over his mouth before shutting the door. A cold gust blew out, ruffling Xia Ran's bangs, colder than the Arctic wind. What's wrong? Qin Yu quietly asked, removing Luo Qiyun's hand. Xia Ran. Luo Qiyun exhaled in relief. Right? Xia Ran lies next door. You almost forgot. How come you two came back together? Qin Yu raised an eyebrow. How should I know? Luo Qiyun sat on the sofa. Smells good. Are you cooking? Yes, Qin Yu replied, returning to the stove. Having enjoyed a rare carefree day, he had lost track of time and was late with dinner. I did team make your portion. You've probably eaten out, right? Qin Yu stated confidently. Luo Qiyun, initially not very hungry, pondered after hearing this. When Qin Yu removed his apron and sat at the table, she pulled out a chair opposite him. Qin Yu picked up some noodles with his chopsticks and coughed lightly. Raising his head, didn't you already eat? Luo Qiyun said nothing, simply opening her mouth. You now resemble the little gray mouse trailing after Jerry. With a resigned sigh, Qin Yu rose, bowl in hand, and offered the first bite to Luo Qiyun. After savoring her initial mouthful with satisfaction, Luo Qiyun settled beside him, observing as he consumed his meal. Once they had finished dining, the two took a seat on the sofa to peruse the script. Luo Qiyun provided Qin Yu with some direction regarding the appropriate expressions to adopt. They were reviewing the final scene, focusing on the second female lead's expression just before her demise. Cry, Luo Qiyun instructed. Can you bring yourself to do it? Qin Yu shut his eyes, attempting to conjure memories of sorrow, yet he found himself unable to shed tears. Upon opening his eyes, he was met with Luo Qiyun's intense gaze fixed upon him, prompting an involuntary chuckle. If you laugh like that during the performance, it will be disastrous. In truth, Luo Qiyun harbored no worries. Having witnessed his audition, she was confident that as long as he immersed himself in the role, he would be just fine. Suddenly, the phone resting on the coffee table vibrated, and Qin Yu picked it up to discover a friend request from Rui Shui. He inquired of Luo Qiyun, "Should I accept a friend request?" "Why not?" Luo Qiyun shrugged. Indifferent. Given that they had the most scenes together, Qin Yu would require some assistance from Rui Shui. After accepting the request, Qin Yu tossed his phone aside and continued to seek Luo Qiyun's guidance on how to portray the other scenes and the appropriate emotional states. Luo Qiyun briefly explained, emphasizing that most of the understanding must come from Qin Yu himself. "Are you still worried about messing up?" she observed as Qin Yu's brow remained furrowed. "Of course. How could I not be concerned?" Luo Qiyun had set up the live stream for him. He could not afford to tarnish her reputation with a series of blunders. "Do not fret. You have already hit rock bottom, so any progress from here will be upward," she assured, closing the script and instructing Qin Yu to stop reading. She then went to her room to retrieve a nail clipper. "To be honest, on the day we exchanged identities, did you not search for information about me online?" Luo Qiyun delicately lifted Qin Yu's right hand with her left, deftly pinching the tips of his fingers. "Snip, snip. I did. But most of what I saw online is likely unreliable," Qin Yu pondered. 80% of it is true, Luo Qiyun remarked as she carefully trimmed his nails. For her, many things were too easily attainable, leading to a frequent loss of interest. Once boredom set in, it became challenging to maintain her attitude. While inhabiting her own body, she had always felt justified in her actions, believing each was necessary. Yet now it seemed otherwise. "Well, in that case, I shall not worry," Qin Yu said half-jokingly. The phone vibrated again, and Qin Yu leaned to retrieve it, discovering a message from Rui Shui. "Have you eaten?" It appeared Rui Shui had contemplated this brief inquiry for a considerable time, unsure of how to initiate conversation. "I have," Qin Yu replied, placing the phone on his abdomen. "Snip, snip." Luo Qiyun was meticulous, trimming each of Qin Yu's nails. When she finished, she noticed he had been staring at her intently. "What is it?" Luo Qiyun leaned closer. "Too close." Qin Yu turned away. "Your pajamas are ready. Go take a shower. It's getting late. Time to rest." That night passed uneventfully. But the next morning, Luo Qiyun awoke with a painful, resounding sneeze. Achoo! She reached down, discovering her lower body and shoulders exposed, with only a corner of the blanket draped over her abdomen, the rest having been claimed by Qin Yu. The culprit was now snugly wrapped up, sleeping soundly. Just a few days, and already the bad habits have surfaced. Luo Qiyun's icy hand crept toward the nape of Qin Yu's neck. "Hey!" Qin Yu jolted forward, colliding with Luo Qiyun's chest. Quick to react, she pressed her other hand against his forehead. "Before you use your head as a battering ram, consider my current predicament." Luo Qiyun had never endured such indignity in her life. Qin Yu scratched his cheek, gradually unraveling the blanket he had cocooned himself in, to express his regret. Qin Yu rose to prepare breakfast. "Breakfast is ready," he announced as he knocked on the door. After they had eaten, Qin Yu planned to introduce Luo Qiyun to some other games. The essence of live streaming lies in entertaining the audience. He sat beside her, explaining some fundamental concepts. While a fanbase built on skill can be stable, it is also prone to loss. Human performance fluctuates. A decline in skill can swiftly turn the chat into a frenzy of criticism. Consequently, many technical streamers have gradually shifted towards entertainment or have resorted to playing at lower ranks. After all, sporadic moments of exceptional gameplay cannot satisfy all viewers. It is unrealistic to expect an audience to endure 3 hours of streaming for just a few minutes of top-tier performance. Hence, it is essential to create engaging content, interact with fellow streamers, and involve the audience in play. As long as there is activity, viewers will remain. Next, Qin Yu demonstrated several game strategies, encouraging her to select one to practice on her own. Once her skills improved, they could occasionally switch projects for live streaming. Qin Yu had faith in Luo Qiyun's streaming abilities. After all, she was adept at engaging with the chat, ensuring the audience felt involved. The morning passed in laughter, with Luo Qiyun struggling with her aim and misjudging her shots, emerging from the session with a head full of bumps. Yet, she often came up with quirky ideas, discovering peculiar vantage points and successfully stealing from her opponents several times. Qin Yu praised her intelligence, noting that her manual skills needed refinement. In the afternoon, Luo Qiyun began her live stream, while Qin Yu retreated to the guest room to review the script. Later, he bundled himself up like a dumpling and ventured out to buy groceries. A year ago, when he had first moved into the rental, he frequently went out for groceries. However, as he began live streaming, he allocated time primarily to work, relying on takeout and dining out. Contemplating the evening's menu, Qin Yu picked up a broccoli, only to set it back down. "It's winter. Let us have hot pot." "Lamb?" he mused when someone approached him. "Are the vegetables fresh here?" "Huh?" Qin Yu turned to see it was his neighbor, Xia Ran. It was not that Xia Ran had recognized him. Rather, he shook his head and pointed to his ear. "Oh, my apologies. I did not realize you were hard of hearing," she replied, slightly bowing as she moved to another stall. After purchasing some vegetables and meat, along with cilantro, ginger, and garlic for seasoning, he paid a total of 158. "Okay, payment complete," Qin Yu said as he scanned the QR code. Turning around, he found Xia Ran staring at him, her expression one of disbelief. How could there be such a person, she thought, shaking her head in resignation as she observed his retreating figure. Upon returning home, Qin Yu commenced preparations for dinner. Leaning against the door, he overheard Luo Qiyun engaging with the chat. "So what should we do?" she queried as she examined the battle statistics. What should we do? The streamer has lost control of the battlefield, and now must return to report to Zhuge Liang. What should we do?" Luo Qiyun pressed her forehead. "Did you all really watch the live stream? I just fought tooth and nail to jump in a fray and save my teammates. They were doomed, right? The streamer is supposed to jump in to save, not to get killed. Zhuge Liang uses the 7-star lamp to prolong life, and the streamer bursts into the tent, kicking over the lamp, saying, 'Brothers, let us not die this time.' Knock, knock, knock." Qin Yu tapped on the door. "Dinner is ready. Goodbye." Luo Qiyun did not afford the chat any opportunity for further questions and prepared to end the stream. "Doesn't he, the streamer, live alone? Who cooks for you? Have you gotten a girlfriend? Let us meet her." Ignoring their inquiries, Luo Qiyun clicked to end the stream. At such a late hour, why forego the pleasure of savoring the fragrant, tender dishes crafted by the little kitchen maid, only to engage in petty banter with a live chat? Chapter 56. Do you intend for me to experience the ruthlessness of society? What shall we have for dinner? Luo Qiyun washed her hands and took her seat. "Hot pot. It's too cold. Let us have some lamb." During dinner, Luo Qiyun remarked that the viewers in the live stream room were not easy to please. Certainly not ones to be deceived. If you don't take the live stream seriously, everyone can tell a glance. Realizing this meant she was capable of standing on her own, Qin Yu affirmed her confidence, proof that you are excellent. Whatever you do it well. Such sweet words from you. I wonder if your kisses are just as sweet. After dinner, Luo Qiyun received a message from Jiang Feng, instructing him to go to the company tomorrow to sign the contract and conduct the final interview. Meanwhile, Qin Yu was invited by Rui Shui to watch her play rehearsals these past 2 days. Rui Shui remained the same in attitude. After some hesitation, she said, "I still don't trust your acting skills. Come by my place recently. Learn as much as you can." After exchanging opinions, the two set out together. Qin Yu drove Luo Qiyun, and at the company's entrance, he waved goodbye. As Luo Qiyun stepped out of the car, she happened upon Ji Chung, who had come for the final negotiations. His earnest venture into the live stream industry was no mere pastime. Besides gaming streamers, he had invested in recruiting talent in other sectors as well. Seeing Luo Qiyun alight from a yellow McLaren, Ji Chung was somewhat puzzled. He was well aware of how much Qin Yu's live stream earnings were in a month, and certainly such a car was beyond his means. Has ride-hailing reached such a high standard now? Ji Chung approached with his assistant. Everyone else had already arrived. They were the last. "Qin Yu?" Ji Chung's head didn't move, but his gaze flicked to Luo Qiyun. "Boss," Luo Qiyun answered casually, holding her phone. "Has no one ever told you your attitude towards people is terrible?" Ji Chung had had enough. This was plainly a personal grievance. "Yes, quite a few times." Luo Qiyun looked up. She was in Qin Yu's body, both of similar stature, and her aura was not inferior to Ji Chung's in the slightest. "What? Ji Chung, do you think you can overpower me? Charging ahead, recklessly like that will only bring you great losses." His words carried a warning. "Do you want me to teach you a lesson in worldly experience? To reveal the harshness of life?" Luo Qiyun retorted. "I wouldn't stoop to petty sabotage over trivial matters." Ji Chung had to endure it. "Then why are you preaching like an old man? Are you 40 this year?" As the elevator doors opened, Luo Qiyun stepped out. Ji Chung gritted his teeth. What kind of words were those? The subsequent contract signing proceeded smoothly. Ji Chung indeed offered better terms, lowering the monthly livestream hours and gift revenue requirements somewhat. According to Jiang Feng, they must seize the moment to capitalize on Ji Chung's fleeting enthusiasm. By the time Ji Chung realizes that the livestream industry's profits are not as high or efficient as expected and prepares to cut the livestream company, they will at least have capital to seek another platform. Jiang Feng surmised that Ji Chung's interest was just a passing fancy, a typical wealthy heir's brief enthusiasm. Luo Qiyun nodded and sent a message to Qin Yu. Have you arrived? Qin Yu picked up his phone in front of the theater, replying yes. As she stood at the entrance, Rui Shue's young assistant approached cautiously, clutching a tablet. Miss Luo, please follow me. Such a peculiar formality, perhaps a testament to Luo Qiyun's far-reaching reputation. Inside the theater's dressing room, Rui Shui was applying makeup, still immersed in her emotions and rehearsing lines. So diligent. No wonder she ascended to a leading position in such a short time. The assistant continued. A rest area has been arranged for you. When a stage rehearsal begins, I will escort you there. Just as Qin Yu sat down, the assistant handed her a cup of hot water. On the table lay some desserts and a single lily. Are these gifts from fans? Qin Yu inquired. No. Rui Shui does not accept gifts from fans, the assistant began, then corrected herself. Actually, these are prepared by Rui Shui herself. But she instructed me not to say she specially selected them for you. I feared you might get hungry, so I prepared some sweets, the assistant explained. Well, then the credit belongs to you. Rui Shui, lost in thought, glanced at Qin Yu seated nearby, and, despite her makeup only halfway done, rose and approached. Why did you arrive so late? Rui Shui clasped her hands behind her back, fingers intertwined. Has it started? Qin Yu yawned widely. It hasn't started yet. Coming early is no better than just sitting here. Rui Shui noticed the faint tears glistening at the corners of Qin Yu's eyes. Did he not sleep well? Was the call too early? Initially, Rui Shui had wanted to contact her earlier, perhaps to have breakfast together, but after much deliberation, she refrained from sending the message. Even if it hasn't started, you must get into the right mindset early. It's very important, Rui Shui advised. You must show the right attitude, understand? Qin Yu ignored her. Soon Rui Shui's makeup was complete. Apart from the actors rehearsing, Qin Yu was the sole audience member in the theater. As the rehearsal commenced, Qin Yu could not help but marvel at Rui Shui as a formidable talent. Her expressions, movements, and emotions were flawless. Qin Yu could find no fault. After the first two scenes, Rui Shui's Cinderella character was to change into a gown and ascend a platform to receive the audience's gaze. Ordinarily, it was unusual to come to rehearsals fully made up and dressed, but Rui Shui preferred it that way. Many other actors were under the same agent as Rui Shui and thus obeyed her lead. During Rui Shui's costume change, Qin Yu searched the two names, Luo Qiyun and Rui Shui, together. The available information pertained to the new play. Beneath Rui Shui's promotional Weibo post about the new play, many questioned the presence of Luo Qiyun. Rarely, Rui Shui herself responded, stating that Luo Qiyun was an excellent actress and that selecting her was certainly justified. Scrolling further, some claimed Rui Shui's account was managed by her studio, which was forced to acquiesce due to Luo Qiyun's background. All were defending Rui Shui's perceived injustice. As expected, Qin Yu was about to continue browsing when Rui Shui suddenly snatched her phone away. The next scene is about to start. No phones. After extinguishing the screen, Rui Shui returned the phone to Qin Yu. She had changed into a blue evening gown, instantly transforming from the rustic, plain country girl into a princess. Under the spotlight, she sparkled brilliantly. Qin Yu responded softly, then watched the rehearsal proceed. On the raised platform before Qin Yu, Rui Shui's compelling recitation drew her into the scene. Her command of the lines was superb. Qin Yu wondered if she herself would appear foolish and emotionless when filming. As Qin Yu pondered, a prop beneath Rui Shui emitted a creaking sound, and Rui Shui leaned forward, nearly falling. Chapter 57. Shall I prepare dinner and wait for you? Before Qin Yu's mind could decide, his body had already acted. He rose, stepped forward, estimated Rui Shui's landing spot, and caught her steadily in a princely embrace. The audience gasped, but fortunately, no harm was done. Rui Shui turned her head away, embarrassed to meet Qin Yu's gaze. That was close. Qin Yu set her down and stepped aside. From that height, even if Rui Shui had fallen, serious injury was unlikely. The real concern was if her face hit the ground first or if she broke an arm or leg. That would have been troublesome. Thank you. Rui Shui adjusted her costume nearby, suddenly covering her ears and rubbing them before quickly running off. What is wrong with her? Qin Yu watched her flustered retreat with some confusion. Several minutes later, Rui Shui finally composed herself and reappeared before Qin Yu. After a thorough inspection, it was revealed that the props were excessively outdated and had not been maintained regularly, which led to the occurrence of such issues. The crowd was momentarily thrown into a state of panic, but fortunately, Rui Shui was caught in time and escaped without injury. Earlier, Rue Shui was in a state of inner turmoil. There's no need to thank me for what happened just now, Qin Yu remarked. With so many people in the theater, I was the closest one. Had I not intervened, the incident could have been misconstrued and sensationalized. Please, don't overthink it. If it were to circulate that Luo Qiyun tampered with the props out of jealousy for your leading role, that would be truly distasteful. Rue Shui found herself at a loss for words. She understood the profound impact that public perception could have on an artist's mindset. Previously, she had remained an onlooker, hindered by her own limitations. However, she felt it was time to extend a helping hand. After the props were repaired, rehearsals resumed. Qin Yu observed from below, noticing that Rue Shui's performance was noticeably less polished than in the earlier part of the rehearsal. She seemed distracted, often glancing towards him. Once the session concluded, Qin Yu settled into the lounge. Rue Shui, without the time to change or remove her makeup, hurried over. So, did you learn anything just now? She inquired, sitting across from him. Although her words came off as somewhat brusque, her anxious hands pressed against her knees betrayed her true feelings. Yet, Qin Yu's focus was not on her at that moment. Yes, I learned a great deal. If merely watching a rehearsal could elevate one's acting skills, I wouldn't be so fraught over the impending production. For now, just observe from the sidelines. Next time, I want you to participate personally, Rue Shui insisted. And no refusing. Is there going to be a next time? Qin Yu raised an eyebrow at her. Oh, by the way, we have a gathering later. You should join us. Rue Shui attempted to extend an invitation. Qin Yu glanced at his phone, noting that Luo Qiyun's work was also nearing completion. He needed to pick her up and return home. I want to be going, he replied, shaking his head. Rising to leave, Rue Shui's disappointment was palpable, her tone almost dismissive. However, upon exiting, Qin Yu noticed Rue Shui trailing behind him in the parking lot. When he turned to look, she quickly ducked behind a corner. What was she pondering? Qin Yu found himself perplexed. He then drove to fetch Luo Qiyun, and once she was in the car, she broached the subject of the contract signed that day. It's quite fortuitous. Ji Chung seems to be the boss of everyone now. All the livestream requirements are consolidated here, Luo Qiyun said, handing Qin Yu the documents. A cursory glance in the car left Qin Yu with the impression that Ji Chung was more inclined towards philanthropy. With only 120 hours of monthly requirements, no obligations regarding gifts, and a profit share of 70 to 30 between the company and the streamers, it appeared quite generous. Have you heard any evaluations of his managerial skills? Qin Yu inquired. I'm not sure. You'd have to ask Luo Shu, Luo Qiyun replied, indicating that her knowledge of Ji Chung was no greater than his. Well, a boss willing to offer high salaries with low demands is certainly a good one. Qin Yu focused intently on driving, only to notice that Luo Qiyun was pressing her fingers to her forehead, looking rather unwell. What's wrong? He asked, reaching out to feel her forehead. Burning hot. I'm not feeling well, she murmured, eyes shut, with a constant ringing in her ears, and upon closing her eyes, she felt as if she were surrounded by a starry sky, overwhelmed by dizziness. You have a fever. Qin Yu quickly altered his course. This doesn't seem to be the way home, Luo Qiyun remarked weakly, though it was evident she was still coherent. Why would you want to go home when you're sick? Qin Yu questioned, puzzled. Shouldn't you be taking care of me? Luo Qiyun retorted. When one is ill, the priority should be taking medicine and receiving treatment, not lying in bed waiting for Qin Yu to sponge her down to reduce her fever. Although Qin Yu was in suboptimal health, he rarely experienced fevers, only succumbing to coughs and colds during seasonal changes. All right, no more talking. We'll be there shortly, he assured her as he hurried to the hospital, arranging for her to receive and to bring down her fever. Once all was settled, Qin Yu finally exhaled in relief. You should have sensed something was off this morning. Why didn't you say anything? He asked, sitting beside her and reaching out to check her temperature again. I was afraid of missing the chance, she confessed. This bout of fever was a novel experience for Luo Qiyun, who hadn't been ill in quite some time. And ultimately, it's still your fault, she countered. The day you stole the blanket, you left me exposed to the cold. Qin Yu scoffed. You're blaming me? I've never heard anyone say I had such a bad habit. True, you used to sleep alone, Luo Qiyun mused. Perhaps it's your body that has adapted. Who can prove otherwise? She shook her head. Actually, that's not the issue. Fine, I admit I also have my shortcomings. After I feel much better. Perhaps I didn't hold you tightly enough. If I had, you wouldn't have stolen the blanket. Aren't we supposed to sleep separately? After falling ill, Luo Qiyun lost her appetite, prompting Qin Yu to venture to a nearby shop to procure her lunch. Hardly had he settled down when Luo Qiyun's phone rang. It was Qin Yu. Luo Qiyun gestured to her phone before answering. Brother, aren't you home? Qin Yu inquired, pressing her ear against the door to listen for sounds. I'm at the hospital. Is there something you need? Send me the address. I'll come and find you, Qin Yu said, turning to press the elevator button. After hanging up, Qin Yu understood it was time for him to leave. What a pity. I should be lying in bed being pampered right now, Luo Qiyun lamented. Disappointment evident as the planned interaction slipped away. I'm leaving, Qin Yu said, uncertain of her thoughts. After departing the hospital, Qin Yu crossed paths with Qin Yu, who had arrived on her bike. It seemed that Luo Qiyun and her sister shared a good rapport. Instead of heading directly home, Qin Yu decided to buy some groceries to prepare a light meal for the ailing Luo Qiyun. He pondered whether she would return for dinner or if she would go with her sister to their mother's place. With this in mind, he sent a message. I've prepared dinner and will be waiting at home for you. Chapter 58. Is it because of love? Upon finding her brother, Qin Yu felt a twinge of helplessness. Though your health isn't robust, you rarely fall ill. What is going on? A little sprite stole my blanket, Luo Qiyun sniffled. What little sprite? Qin Yu inquired, taking a seat beside her. So is there something you need? Luo Qiyun evaded the question, redirecting the conversation. Indeed, Qin Yu had come to check on her brother and to bring some gifts. Here, this is for you, she said, handing over a white tote bag. Inside was a scarf, neatly packed in a box, concealing its design and color. I can earn a bit of pocket money now. And although I know you probably don't need this, it's a token of my affection, Qin Yu smiled. How about coming home for dinner tonight? It would have been possible to return home for dinner, but Luo Qiyun glanced at her phone, feeling that she needed to rest for a while, deciding against it. After spending some time with her sister, waiting for the four to finish, Qin Yu helped her hail a cab before heading home. When Luo Qiyun entered her home, Qin Yu was busy preparing the ingredients. Feeling any better? He inquired, stepping forward. Still lacking energy, Luo Qiyun replied, squinting as she leaned against him. Then rest for now. When you wake up, eat something. After assisting her into the bedroom, he tucked her in securely, ensuring there were no loose ends. He then felt her forehead again, comparing it to his own. The fever has subsided. I'll be outside. Call me if you need anything, Qin Yu said, rising to leave. Could you just stay here? Luo Qiyun's voice was muffled. Fine, he relented, pulling a chair closer to sit beside her. With nothing to occupy him, he resorted to browsing videos silently. I'm feeling a bit thirsty, Luo Qiyun murmured, her face half buried in the covers. Qin Yu stood to pour her some warm water, but she only took a small sip. Half an hour later, as Qin Yu stretched his neck, he glanced down to find Luo Qiyun staring at him with open eyes, startling him. Are you going to sleep or not? Unable to sleep. May I request your right hand? Luo Qiyun inquired. What could she possibly want? Although perplexed, he extended his right hand towards her. After grasping Qin Yu's hand with both of hers, she finally drifted into a peaceful slumber. Once she was asleep, Qin Yu quietly withdrew his hand and exited the room. It wasn't until the afternoon that Luo Qiyun slowly awakened, her body feeling considerably lighter. Meanwhile, Qin Yu had prepared a meal. Let's eat. Even if your appetite is lacking, you must consume something, he urged. All right. Luo Qiyun took a sip of water, her tongue tinged with bitterness, the water itself carrying a hint of acridity. She stuck out her tongue, acknowledging the unpleasantness of being unwell. This time, Qin Yu chose to sit beside her instead of opposite. Why are you sitting like this today? Do I not need to feed you? Qin Yu asked. Luo Qiyun jolted back to awareness. How could she have missed such a splendid opportunity? Ah, she gasped, opening her mouth. Qin Yu scooped only half a spoonful of kanji and fed it to her. This kanji is so sweet. Did you add sugar? Luo Qiyun inquired curiously. This is century egg and lean meat kanji. Qin Yu suppressed his irritation. So it appears it is not the kanji that is sweet, but rather it is infused with love. Seizing the moment while her mouth was agape, Qin Yu swiftly fed her another spoonful. Luo Qiyun nearly bit her tongue. What should have been a 20-minute meal extended to nearly 30, and she had barely consumed half a bowl. After tidying up the utensils, Qin Yu prepared to leave. Aren't you staying here? Luo Qiyun asked, draping a scarf around his neck. You are not fully recovered. What if you infect me? Qin Yu shook his head. How heartless. Their gazes simultaneously fell upon a tote bag on the sofa. What did Qin Yu send? Qin Yu approached and opened it. A scarf, perhaps? Luo Qiyun assisted in unboxing. Oh, it's unexpectedly purple. Do you know how to wear it? She asked. Probably not, but why is it purple? Qin Yu pondered. Isn't purple the color a sister would send? Such a strange question indeed. Subsequently, Qin Yu drove home, only to be met with a waft of alcohol upon entering. In the living room, Yu Shenran was sipping beer, engrossed in a television drama. What show has moved her so? He wondered. Glancing over, he realized it was the Ming dynasty. I thought you'd forgotten about this family, he remarked. Yu Shenran sighed upon hearing his voice. What does a housewife know? Qin Yu dismissed her, heading straight to his room. He was merely seeking rest, unwilling to utter a single word. Sigh. I've been quite busy, Qin Yu admitted, speaking the truth. His schedule was brimming, and he was uncertain about any new engagements. Moreover, in a couple of days, he would be visiting Luo Qiyun's mother's grave, necessitating a return to the Luo family home to prepare. He would likely be staying there for the foreseeable future. Such excuses had grown tiresome for Yu Xinran. I truly intend to sleep now, Qin Yu declared as he opened his bedroom door. All right, I will remain quiet and refrain from crying, she replied. The following morning, the first thing Qin Yu did upon waking was to inquire about Luo Qiyun's condition. After taking her medication, she felt significantly better. Just a day or two of rest would suffice. In the morning, Qin Yu confirmed that there were no upcoming engagements. Thus he drove back to the Luo residence. Although their father was away, the two brothers were seated together. Luo Qiyun sat with his legs crossed on the sofa, while Luo Qiyun unusually adopted a respectful demeanor, evidently having just served tea to Luo Qiyun. Are you suggesting you want me to invest? Luo Qiyun mused, tapping the rim of his teacup as he contemplated seriously. Indeed, Luo Qiyun replied confidently, launching into a lengthy discourse about the future prospects of the esports industry. However, Luo Qiyun was accustomed to facing countless individuals who stood before him with empty rhetoric throughout the year. Typically, he would dismiss such people without hesitation. Take a seat. We are family, not employer and subordinate. Luo Qiyun gestured to the space beside him. Yet, the more Luo Qiyun attempted to ease the atmosphere, the more anxious Luo Qiyun became. Rarely did he request anything from his family, aside from his monthly allowance. If this were purely a business matter, Luo Qiyun would not even entertain such talk. You lack research, you have no data to support your claims, and you speak of things that are common knowledge. Thus, it is challenging for me to consider investing, Luo Qiyun stated. The family's funds did not come from thin air. I could care less if they are squandered on something else, but if Luo Qiyun wishes to pursue a serious endeavor, I will adopt a more businesslike approach. I haven't thought it through. Luo Qiyun scratched his temple. He wasn't entirely devoid of research, but having been away from serious work for so long, he felt quite unaccustomed. However, my sister suggested I might not be able to become a professional player, but I could try forming a team, Luo Qiyun lamented, feeling that his dreams were slipping away. What did you just say? Luo Qiyun set down his teacup. Was it Qiyun who said that? Chapter 59 Eat. Do you not enjoy eating? Had circumstances taken a turn? Luo Qiyun felt fortunate that his sister had enough influence to sway Luo Qiyun's opinion. Is there hope? He thought, a smile beginning to form. There is none. Luo Qiyun shook his head, his smile vanishing. Just then, Qin Yu entered the room and witnessed the scene. One brother was in hearty laughter, while the other bore a grimace. Such a sight had not graced their home in years. Sister, could you say a few words on my behalf? Luo Qiyun leaned in. After a moment's contemplation, he realized he had no leverage to sway his sister. Luo Qiyun had no need for financial assistance. Even to this day, Qin Yu had yet to touch the savings in her account. As for bags and jewelry, Luo Qiyun regularly gifted them, so they were hardly lacking. Oh dear sister, I need your help, Luo Qiyun began to plead. Please, do not be like that. It's rather nauseating, Qin Yu interjected. Luo Qiyun lowered his legs, gazing at Qin Yu with anticipation. Where should I begin? Qin Yu seemed at a loss for words. The family's shares rested solely with Luo Qiyun, who managed all household expenditures. Although Qin Yu currently stood in for Luo Qiyun, would it be appropriate for him to involve himself in an investment requiring hundreds of thousands, if not millions? I do not demand much from Qiyun. As long as he does not cause trouble, that is sufficient. Luo Qiyun might have been referring to Luo Qiyun, or perhaps not. If he genuinely wishes to pursue a career, I would be willing to support him. That is not an issue. Luo Qiyun could easily afford to throw a few million at a whim. However, he could not simply hand over money without reason. So, Qin Yu asked, gazing at Luo Qiyun, feeling somewhat hesitant. I am rather soft-hearted. Luo Qiyun lifted his teacup. If someone asks me for help, I usually oblige. Qin Yu remained silent, but Luo Qiyun seemed to seize upon a lifeline. Dear brother, I implore you, please assist me, he pleaded, approaching with a shy demeanor. Cough. Luo Qiyun nearly choked. Luo Qiyun stood aside, scratching his face, questioning his own motives. Was he truly that repulsive? Sigh. Qin Yu was not oblivious. He could discern Luo Qiyun's intentions. Just help him this once, he thought, battling against his own reluctance. Brother, all right, the deal is struck. Luo Qiyun extended his right hand. Wonderful. Luo Qiyun cheered, rushing forward to grasp Luo Qiyun's hands. However, in exchange, you must provide me with a complete plan within a week. Without documented data, I will not easily part with my money. Luo Qiyun cared more about whether Luo Qiyun had taken this seriously than anything else. Understood, I will ensure it is well prepared, Luo Qiyun declared, brimming with confidence. Without delay, he dashed upstairs to begin preparations. In the grand hall below, only Luo Qiyun and Qin Yu remained. Do you believe Qiyun can succeed? Qin Yu inquired. He sensed that Luo Qiyun was rather whimsical, often seeking opportunities to tease him. I do, Luo Qiyun replied earnestly. If Qin Yu were sufficiently acquainted with Luo Qiyun, he would recognize that Luo Qiyun has never engaged in ventures without certainty. He is renowned for his cautious approach. While he may lack the foresight to propel the Luo family's enterprise into exponential growth, under his stewardship, the risk of catastrophic failure is non-existent. According to his father, Luo Qiyun, the former is a pioneer of expansion, while the latter is a custodian of stability. Historically, Luo Qiyun has demanded of his son not the achievement of great feats, but merely the avoidance of significant faults. This is not without merit. For at least Qi Chuan is eager to seek out challenges for herself, as Luo Qiyun remarked. He has begun to engage more with family matters in hopes that they can all emerge from the shadow cast by their mother's passing. How long will you be staying? Luo Qiyun inquired. Until after we visit our mother's grave, Qin Yu replied, as that was the very reason for his return. After answering Luo Qiyun, Qin Yu picked up his phone to ask Luo Qiyun whether she had eaten lunch. At that moment, Luo Qiyun was being fed by her younger sister. Eat up. Do you not like it? Qin Yu frowned, her spoon piled high with mixed rice, forming a small mountain. Do you think I have a gaping maw like a bottomless pit? Luo Qiyun protested, unable to open her mouth wide enough. Apologies, it's my first time feeding someone. I lack experience. Qin Yu chuckled awkwardly, scooping a smaller spoonful to bring to Luo Qiyun's lips. Never mind, I'll feed myself, Luo Qiyun replied, taking the bowl. Their mother had personally prepared the meal for Qin Yu to bring over, but it had spilled during transit, leaving only mixed rice for Luo Qiyun. Ironically, Qin Yu had impulsively decided to feed her older brother. Unlike Qin Yu, she was not particularly meticulous, shoveling a spoonful into Luo Qiyun's mouth without waiting for her to finish the previous bite. Luo Qiyun's cheeks bulged like a little squirrel. Not everyone receives such treatment, Qin Yu asserted defiantly. Who else would patiently and meticulously feed Luo Qiyun like this? There is no other, came the reply. Indeed, Luo Qiyun thought, stifling a smile. Qin Yu leaned back against the gaming chair. By the way, let us spend the night at home. That works. Since Qin Yu is not here today anyway. Luo Qiyun nodded. After lunch, Qin Yu stayed beside Luo Qiyun, engaged in conversation. They reminisced about the last time Luo Qiyun had done her makeup, prompting Qin Yu to exclaim, "You truly startled me back then. I never imagined you possessed such remarkable makeup skills. It's best not to mention it again. Otherwise, it would be easy for Luo Qiyun to give herself away." She thought, "I merely learned for fun." Luo Qiyun humbly turned her head away. "Moreover, you have undergone a significant transformation recently. You used to be indifferent to your appearance and attire." Qin Yu mused, her left index finger pressed to her chin as she contemplated. "So, do you have someone you fancy? Someone I fancy?" Luo Qiyun remained silent. Later, the two returned home together, and upon entering, they found their mother, Yao Jin, on the phone. "Yes, all right, we'll return home early this year." Yao Jin smiled, evidently pleased. There's nothing to prepare at home. After a brief conversation, Yao Jin ended the call. With the new year approaching in a month or two, the family had reached out to ensure that Yao Jin would bring Qin Yu and his sister back home this year. Yao Jin also had two siblings, and her brother had not seen his niece and nephew in years, missing them dearly. "Are we going back to the old home this year?" Qin Yu excitedly hugged her mother's arm. "Yes, it's been 3 years since we last visited." During their video calls, their grandparents often inquired about the two grandchildren's well-being. Luo Qiyun sat on the sofa, feeling a twinge of regret for Qin Yu. It seemed that he would likely not be able to return home this year. Meanwhile, Qin Yu stood behind Luo Qiyun. To his surprise, Luo Qiyun was indeed capable. He quickly immersed himself in work when required. After graduating, he had also worked in the family business for a time. However, being Luo Qiyun's younger brother, he inevitably found himself compared. Over time, Luo Qiyun felt that no matter how hard he tried, he could not surpass his elder brother, which led him to resign. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed, and it was time for them to visit Luo Qiyun's mother's grave. Chapter 60. My timing is awkward at 10 in the morning. The family set out after waiting for Luo Qiyun to return home. Luo Qiyun was preparing items with his youngest son. "After so many years, I never expected the family could go together to pay respects," Luo Qiyun remarked. They usually went separately. Yet, despite this, in past years, the family would always carve out time to come together, even amidst their busy schedules. However, if they traveled as a group, it often led to arguments along the way. Qin Yu nodded. Why did Luo Qiyun feel the need to explain this to him? Was he lamenting the rarity of family gatherings? Contemplating this, Qin Yu sent a message to Luo Qiyun, asking if there was anything she wanted him to convey. Luo Qiyun lay at home while her sister assisted their mother in tidying up the evergreen plants in the yard. After a moment's thought, Luo Qiyun placed her phone on the sofa. She felt there was nothing much to say. Typically, she would just visit for a brief moment. In the years leading up to their mother's passing, she would cry and express her feelings, but now that youthful urgency to share her thoughts had diminished significantly. Just tell her I'm doing well, so she doesn't worry, Luo Qiyun eventually replied. All right. Qin Yu glanced at the message before placing his phone into his bag. Let us go. Luo Shu drove them personally. When the family arrived at the cemetery, Jiming was just coming out. So early, Annie? Luo Qiyun greeted her, only to receive a frosty glare in return. Why are you ignoring me? Luo Qiyun was perplexed. Can she even acknowledge you? Luo Shu hooked an arm around his younger brother's shoulder, ushering him inside first. I thought you wouldn't come, Jiming remarked, standing before Qin Yu. Before her gaze shifted to Luo Qianshan. As Luo Qianshan's smile began to form, Jiming let out a cold huff and brushed past him. A sudden change of expression, he thought, she still harbors a dislike for me. Luo Qianshan had grown accustomed to such behavior. The four of them stood before the grave, and after placing the flowers, Luo Shu led his siblings away. Although the family dynamics had improved, meaningful conversation still required a more personal approach. Luo Qianshan sighed deeply. He stood by the grave, brushing the dust from the tombstone. Yi, since you've departed, it seems I haven't accomplished a single thing. Luo Qianshan lamented. Though Luo Shu was not yet 30, he bore the weight of responsibility, lacking vitality. He mused that he had not managed to guide Qi Yun and Qi Chuan well, but at least they had grown up, sparing him further worry. Once his reflections concluded, Luo Qianshan found it difficult to voice sentiments of longing. He had already expressed such feelings too many times. Is father feeling melancholic again? Luo Qiyun stood by a tree, struggling to comprehend someone ensnared by the past. Let him be alone for a while, Luo Shu suggested. Having learned much from his father, what truly astonished him was his father's profound affection. Logically, you resemble Dad the most. Shouldn't you understand him best? Luo Qiyun remarked. The previously composed Luo Shu fixed his gaze on his brother, silently signaling him to refrain from further comment. Qin Yu turned to look at the two brothers. What? Aren't you aware that Luo Qiyun hasn't returned to Yanjing in several years? Before he could finish, he was silenced and pulled aside. The brothers moved out of Qin Yu's hearing range, and only then did Luo Shu release his younger brother. What's wrong? Luo Qiyun asked, confused. Don't speak carelessly, especially in front of Qi Yun. Luo Shu gestured for silence. She is not unaware of it. Is there a need to hide it? Their father's period of sorrow had drawn to a close. Now it's my turn. Luo Shu approached the grave of his mother, pressing down on his knuckles. He seemed to have no words to express. I see my older brother hasn't spoken a word. Does he have nothing to say while standing there for so long? Luo Qiyun did not understand. Just let him be for a while. Their father, too, was unaware of what was on Luo Shu's mind. The opportunities for heartfelt conversations between the two were scarce, and Luo Shu often took the initiative to steer the dialogue towards work, deliberately avoiding personal matters with his elderly father. As Luo Shu sniffed in the cold wind, he turned and departed. Upon seeing him approach, Luo Qiyun immediately shifted his demeanor. He squatted before their mother's grave, reporting on his recent developments as if presenting a work summary, leaving no detail unaddressed. He felt that his sister had changed significantly of late, though this was hardly surprising. After all, everyone matures. Luo Qiyun remarked. After 10 minutes, he had conveyed all he needed to say. I seem to have rambled a bit. He scratched his head. In his memories of their mother, Luo Qiyun only recalled her as a gentle and beautiful person who would always comfort him after he was bullied by Luo Qiyun, indulging his whims. Lost in thought, Luo Qiyun suddenly felt his eyes welling up. As he returned with slumped shoulders, tears began to escape his control. Luo Shu patted his shoulder. Finally, it was Qin Yu's turn. I'm sorry. She couldn't make it today, but she asked me to relay a message. She said she is doing quite well, Qin Yu stated. The atmosphere on the way home was much livelier than before, with Luo Qiyun being questioned by his father about his recent endeavors. Luo Qiyun spoke with great enthusiasm, and with data and plans at hand, he felt much more confident. Although his father did not fully understand, he tried to engage as much as possible. After returning home, Qin Yu decided to pay a visit to Luo Qiyun. Today was special, and since Luo Qiyun could not attend in person, it must have been difficult for her. With this in mind, Qin Yu chose not to contact Luo Qiyun and set off directly. Indeed, Luo Qiyun was feeling unwell, but it was not solely due to the anniversary of their mother's passing. At that moment, she was seated on the sofa, while Qin Xinyu assisted in washing vegetables, with Xiao Ran as the head chef. So how did you get in? Naturally, it was Qin Xinyu who brought her in. Really? I thought filming would be quite interesting. They chatted about work matters. There weren't many similarities in their work, so there were plenty of fresh topics to discuss. Most of the time, it was rather enjoyable, but when things got busy, it was truly exhausting. Xiao Ran recalled the early days of her career, rushing between sets for minor roles and feeling worn out. She was so busy that she could only grab a bag of breakfast during the morning, and by noon, she was left with steamed buns softened by steam. Fortunately, her hard work paid off. Now she was not as tired. Soon, they began cooking, with Qin Yu cheering on Xia Ran, praising her culinary skills. How does it compare to your brothers? Xia Ran inquired. On par, but in truth, Qin Yu believed her elder brother's cooking was slightly better. Once the meal was prepared, they called Luo Qiyun to join them. After sitting down, Xia Ran took the initiative to serve the two. No need, I'll do it myself, Luo Qiyun said, reaching for the ladle. At that moment, there was a knock at the door. I'll get it, Qin Yu strode over, but before she could reach the door, Luo Qiyun hastily pulled her back. Xia Ran watched as the bowl and ladle were once again thrust back into Luo Qiyun's hands, feeling somewhat perplexed. Luo Qiyun cautiously opened a crack in the door, resembling someone peeking at cards on a table, then quickly shut it again. Wrong door, Luo Qiyun turned away. You didn't even open the door to see who it was, Qin Yu said, bewildered. Outside, Qin Yu had no choice but to lower her hand, tightening her coat. Am I arriving at an inopportune time? Chapter 61. I feel a sense of guilt. I haven't had dinner yet, Qin Yu thought. So, she had to go downstairs to sort it out. As soon as she settled into the familiar little shop, she received a message from Luo Qiyun. Both my sister and Xia Ran are here. Qin Yu realized she should have notified them before coming. After being seated, Qin Yu ordered her meal as per her usual habit, choosing the two-person table by the wall near the bar. The proprietress scrutinized the girl who looked like a star, feeling puzzled. Just a moment ago, as she walked over, the girl had effortlessly selected all her dishes, even specifying whether to include vinegar and chili oil, leaving an inexplicable sense of familiarity. About 10 minutes later, Qin Yu's meal arrived, and the proprietress curiously sat nearby. Have you been here before? Well, not frequently, Qin Yu replied. Some dishes were not on the menu. Only regulars would know, especially the pan-fried fish that Qin Yu ordered. What do you do for a living? I currently have no job. She still loves to ask those questions. After chatting a bit, Qin Yu had nearly finished her meal. Shouts from the kitchen echoed, but the proprietress remained fixated on Qin Yu's face, satisfied. What a lovely girl. Her personality is somewhat like little Qin's. Have you been deaf or something? I called you several times. The frazzled chef burst out, rushing out from the kitchen, ready to bicker with his wife. Hurry, hurry. It's urgent. The proprietress was no pushover either. The couple exchanged playful banter in a dialect familiar to Qin Yu. Setting down her chopsticks, Qin Yu couldn't help but chuckle. The couple bickered their way back into the kitchen, and Qin Yu stood up to settle her bill. I've already paid. All right, take care, the proprietress called from the kitchen. Meanwhile, Luo Qiyun was putting on a feast for her sister and Xia Ran. Slow down, Qin Yu said, watching her brother devour his food with trepidation. Luo Qiyun, on the other hand, had completely shed any semblance of restraint, shoveling food into her mouth with haste. Even if Sister Xia Ran's cooking is delectable, you shouldn't indulge like this. Qin Yu hurried to pour water. However, Luo Qiyun was merely eating quickly, not excessively. After finishing a bowl of rice, she immediately set down her utensils, gulped down her cup of warm water, grabbed her coat, and dashed outside. Where are you going at this hour? Qin Yu asked helplessly. I have something urgent. Just as Qin Yu emerged from the little shop, Luo Qiyun was already waiting by the roadside. She had brought an extra down jacket and a scarf. The moment Qin Yu stepped out, she rushed over to help him put it on. I should have given you a heads up, Qin Yu said. It's all right, Luo Qiyun replied, watching the white mist of Qin Yu's breath as she extended her hand. Qin Yu instinctively reached out with his right hand to meet hers. How is Xia Ran's cooking? Qin Yu asked. To be honest, Luo Qiyun paused, contemplating how to respond. Of course, it's actually quite good. However, I didn't have the chance to truly enjoy it, as I just grabbed a bite and rushed out. After walking for a while, Qin Yu brought up the family visit to the grave. I've conveyed the message you asked me to. MHM. Luo Qiyun's expression turned slightly somber. Though she quickly composed herself, the two exited the residential area and arrived at the nearby park. At this hour, apart from the basketball court, the rest of the park lay in tranquil silence. At a fork in the path with a change in elevation, Luo Qiyun released Qin Yu, instructing him to stand on the higher ground. The height difference between them was about 1.5 meters. What now? Qin Yu stood at the top, puzzled about Luo Qiyun's intentions. Jump down. I'll catch you. Luo Qiyun opened her arms wide. Though the height was not particularly daunting, Qin Yu felt an inexplicable fear. He turned his head back, lifting his heel. The shoes he wore today could easily lead to a sprained ankle. Are you sure? Luo Qiyun sighed. What is there not to trust in yourself? At this height, can I catch you? Qin Yu first tossed his bag down. Luo Qiyun was slow to react, and the bag landed with a thud. The noise was not loud, but it shattered the trust between them. Qin Yu turned silently and began to walk down. That was my oversight. Luo Qiyun picked up the bag, offering an explanation. She followed the slope to the other side until the height difference between them was merely a meter. Ready? Qin Yu steeled himself. Okay. Luo Qiyun opened her arms once more. As Qin Yu stepped forward with his right foot, he naturally fell into Luo Qiyun's embrace. You fell so gracefully, Luo Qiyun exclaimed sincerely. Naturally, I learned from Luo Qiyun said, one hand protectively cradling Qin Yu's neck while the other rested on his knee, lowering her stature to ensure he remained grounded. They ambled through the park, pausing intermittently at various facilities long monopolized by elderly patrons. Eventually, Qin Yu leaned against the edge of the basketball court, lamenting that at this hour, he should be in his room relishing a fleeting moment of leisure. Living next door makes it far too easy to be discovered, Luo Qiyun remarked. If possible, moving away would be ideal. Yet, wouldn't it seem too abrupt? She inquired. It's not merely that, Qin Yu replied. He had resided there for quite some time, and many people recognized him, forming inexplicable bonds, including the proprietress of the small shop downstairs. He even knew the elderly gentleman who collected bottles every morning. His landlord had graciously reduced his rent twice during his tenancy, and even now would send messages to check in during holidays. While they were discussing this, Qin Yu's sister sent a photo of the neatly arranged kitchenware, accompanied by 3 angry emojis. She's upset. Luo Qiyun handed the phone to Qin Yu. How could she not be? He shook his head. Given the circumstances, let's head home. As he opened the door against the chilling wind, Qin Yu stepped into the room, with Luo Qiyun trailing behind, her bag in hand. In truth, the bag was nearly empty, serving primarily as a decorative accessory for Qin Yu. Carrying a small bag is quite charming, she mused. After hanging up their outerwear, Luo Qiyun ventured into the kitchen, where remnants of summer's fried meatballs prepared by Xia ran awaited in the refrigerator. After heating them in the microwave, she entered the room with a plate in hand. Qin Yu was engrossed in analyzing Luo Qiyun's recent streaming data when the sound of her munching suddenly caught his attention. What are you eating? He turned to her. Xia Ran made these. Would you like a try? Luo Qiyun offered him one with her chopsticks. Unable to decline her hospitality, Qin Yu reluctantly bit into it. The moment her red lips met the chopsticks, it felt as though Luo Qiyun had unlocked a new realm of experience. Another one? She inquired, extending her chopsticks again. No, thank you. Qin Yu shook his head. It's fine. Gaining a bit of weight is no concern, Luo Qiyun reassured him. No, I feel a sense of guilt, he confessed. Chapter 62. Unfortunately, his sitting posture was far from perfect. He decided against eating any more. After all, Luo Qiyun would surely not waste anything. By 9 o'clock that evening, after a shower, Qin Yu prepared to rest. Luo Qiyun had learned her lesson. Now, with 2 blankets, they could effectively prevent a repeat of the unfortunate chills from the previous night. Sitting on the bed, Qin Yu struggled with his long hair, finding it challenging to confine it neatly. The agony. For several days, he had woken up to find his hair pinned down only to be painfully yanked as he tried to manage it. It would be easier if someone shared the large bed at Luo's, he mused. What's wrong? Luo Qiyun approached, drying her hair, noticing his exasperation. Qin Yu held a hair tie in his left hand while trying to gather his long hair with his right. Yet, every time he attempted to secure it, strands slipped through his fingers uncontrollably. Eventually, he surrendered, resembling a scruffy puppy. This won't do, Luo Qiyun said, moving closer. She took the hair tie from him. Raise your hands. Qin Yu complied, lifting his arms. Luo Qiyun's gaze fixated on the smooth expanse of his armpits, tracing the elegant curves revealed as he raised his arms. The slightly loose sleepwear sliding down to reveal the perfection of his back and neck. And then, Qin Yu inquired. Use both hands to grasp your hair, she instructed. Qin Yu complied, gathering his hair into a single bunch. Yes, this indeed prevents any loose strands from falling. Now, bite down on this, Luo Qiyun directed, handing him the hair tie. Upon following her instructions, Qin Yu turned around, only to find the camera's flash illuminating the room. He shot her an irritated glare. Luo Qiyun had captured a series of 5 consecutive shots. Your annoyed expression is delightful. What a pity, it would be even cuter if you were sitting like a duck. She mused, lamenting that the photograph was merely a sitting posture away from perfection. By the time she lifted her gaze, Qin Yu was teetering on the edge of his patience, ready to unleash a punch. Let me handle this, Luo Qiyun said, sliding down in a gesture of surrender, positioning herself beside him to assist with his hair. While Qin Yu was aware that Luo Qiyun often delighted in setting traps for him, he had not anticipated falling for this particular one. It was utterly unpredictable. Fortunately, Luo Qiyun typically refrained from relentless assaults. Given that Qin Yu had been ensnared this once, she would likely relent for the time being. The night passed peacefully. Upon waking the next morning, Qin Yu discovered that the blanket he had been using had mysteriously vanished. Luo Qiyun lay beside him, her right arm draped over his neck, seemingly devoid of feeling. Was his sleeping posture truly that poor? Rising early, Qin Yu prepared breakfast. Shortly after, Luo Qiyun emerged, shaking her arm and flexing her fingers, clearly having lost sensation in her entire limb. You have an agenda today? She reminded him. Do I? Qin Yu glanced at his schedule. It's time for archery practice, Luo Qiyun explained, biting into a meat bun. Archery is essential for back training. Achieving a beautiful back curve is genuinely challenging. One must maintain good posture and engage in strength training, alongside skincare routines. In the past, Luo Qiyun had adhered to these practices merely for the sake of looking better in formal attire, but now she could admire the results up close at any time. Noon? Qin Yu checked the time, noting 3 hours remained. As long as I arrive in the afternoon, I'll be fine. However, Luo Qiyun suggested he depart early, as her coach was known for a rather difficult temperament. The hours swiftly passed, and by midday, Qin Yu set out while Luo Qiyun stayed home to stream. Upon arriving at the archery range, he was promptly accosted. You finally made it, Busy Bee, the speaker, who clearly had little regard for Luo Qiyun, remarked. This intrigued Qin Yu. Was there someone capable of keeping Luo Qiyun in check? Turning around, he encountered a tall woman clad in black overalls. The zipper of her top hung low on her abdomen, revealing her well-formed black sports bra beneath, her exposed midriff unbothered by the chill. With her sleeves rolled to her forearms, she casually shoved her hands into the pockets of her loose trousers. Her face, though possessing exquisite features, exuded an air of being difficult to approach. With a straightened mouth and striking eyes resembling those submerged in water, she scrutinized Qin Yu with an intensity that sent shivers down his spine. To top it off, this coach was smoking, unabashedly eyeing him with a brazen gaze. Why are you dressed like that? You look like a 15 or 16-year-old girl, she remarked, introducing herself as Wu Qing, known for her blunt demeanor. Extinguishing her cigarette, Wu Qing gestured for Qin Yu to follow her. I haven't seen you in a full month. You've grown complacent. Wu Qing handed him a bow. Let's go. Qin Yu attempted to regain his rhythm. What? Have you forgotten everything in just a month? Wu Qing pressed, her tone unyielding. Feeling slightly out of practice, Qin Yu released an arrow, barely hitting the target. Not too shabby, he thought to himself, though upon glancing back, he noticed Wu Qing struggling to suppress her irritation. Do you have an explanation for this? She demanded, clearly in need of a justifiable reason. I've been quite busy lately, and I haven't practiced for a while, so I'm a bit rusty, Qin Yu replied, missing the gentle demeanor of his equestrian coach. Wu Qing was the finest instructor at this archery range. Yet prior to Luo Qiyun's arrival, she had never trained anyone. Even if offered substantial sums, she had remained resolute. However, Luo Qiyun was no ordinary individual. From the moment she arrived, she challenged Wu Qing, and after a round of practice, suffered a complete defeat. Since then, she had shown up daily, practicing for hours on end. Perhaps Luo Qiyun had sensed Wu Qing's tough exterior concealed a softer heart. Whatever the case, Wu Qing had relented and began guiding Luo Qiyun. Now, however, Qin Yu's performance left her feeling disheartened. Once more, Wu Qing commanded, taking a seat nearby. With no other option, Qin Yu could only hold his breath and concentrate, striving to relax and reclaim his composure. Indeed, as he ceased to exert conscious control over his body, the familiar sensations returned. His posture, no longer as rigid as during his initial attempt, became more fluid. After standing tall, he relaxed his shoulders, regulated his breathing, knocked an arrow, aimed, and released, striking the bullseye. Finally, he had passed the test. Qin Yu exhaled in relief, only to turn and discover Wu Qing still gazing at him. What are you staring at? You can only rest once you've exhausted every arrow in the quiver. Quite the taskmaster, aren't you? Qin Yu thought to himself. He focused his mind and swiftly completed the first round of rehabilitation, although his subsequent accuracy declined. Falling short of Luo Qiyun's original standard, it was still deemed acceptable by Wu Qing. As he rested on the sidelines, Wu Qing approached with a cup of coffee. A short while later, she had lit another cigarette. Soon you'll be joining the film crew, and I have my own matters to attend to. Wu Qing must be getting very little sleep, he mused, observing her perpetual overload of caffeine and smoke. Opportunities to meet are dwindling. Train on your own whenever you can. Understood? Qin Yu replied. Just as he lifted the coffee cup to his lips, he sensed someone watching him. Shifting his gaze to the right, he caught a glimpse of a person who quickly averted their eyes, feigning nonchalance. Chapter 63. Boastful old G? Is that not Yin Jing's old G? What a coincidence. A rare expression of derision graced Wu Qing's face. Ji Chung appeared as though he had swallowed a fly. Indeed, it was he who had been covertly observing. He hadn't followed Qin Yu or sent anyone to inquire about his whereabouts. It was truly a chance encounter. Back in the country, old Ji, Wu Qing approached, her superior stance imbued with a mocking smile. Do these two know each other? Qin Yu wondered, intrigued as he cradled his coffee. Moreover, Ji Chung, the ostentatious young master, appeared utterly diminished in Wu Qing's presence. Could you refrain from addressing me in that manner? At least show me a modicum of respect. Ji Chung gritted his teeth, forced to endure. Wu Qing was his cousin. What's the matter? You agreed to the wager, so don't blame me for calling you boastful old Ji. Wu Qing retorted without mercy. Boastful old Ji, she repeated. I've told you, all those rumors circulating outside are fabrications. Ji Chung rose, but despite his height, he seemed to shrink in presence. This was due to Wu Qing's long-standing dominance over him. Both were the only children in their families. And with no playmates in their youth, Ji Chung had always trailed behind Wu Qing. However, Wu Qing had never particularly liked Ji Chung, often leading him into perilous situations. Ji Chung had once broken his leg and twice fractured his arms, all because of her. At 5 years old, Ji Chung, a mere child, had jumped from a height with Wu Qing, only to fall and writhe on the ground in pain. Consequently, Wu Qing had received her fair share of scolding and punishment. Nevertheless, Ji Chung harbored more fondness for his cousin than resentment. In fact, reflecting on his childhood, he realized that it was precisely because of Wu Qing that he had been spoiled by his parents' constant, overly cautious care. Despite his reluctance to admit it, Ji Chung had to concede that the courage he possessed was largely derived from her influence. Is that so? Wu Qing replied skeptically. You don't even believe me? Ji Chung pleaded, desperately hoping his elder cousin would refrain from tarnishing his reputation. This is crucial. I believe you, Ji Chung. It's improbable for you to be so debauched as to throw a grand party. Wu Qing nodded. However, I suspect you might indulge in some flirtations. Qin Yu stifled a laugh, having thought Ji Chung invincible and unafraid of anyone. Yet, as it turned out, even he was subdued in Wu Qing's presence. Ji Chung's gaze inadvertently drifted towards Qin Yu, who was sipping his coffee delicately, and he found it difficult to tear his eyes away. Wu Qing, catching a glimpse, instantly discerned Ji Cheng's thoughts. Isn't he adorable? She remarked, holding her coffee in one hand and flicking ash from her cigarette with the other. Indeed, Ji Chung responded, albeit a beat late. If only a side light could illuminate him right now, it would be utterly perfect, Wu Qing noted. Yes, you have an eye for composition, Ji Chung nodded in agreement. Suddenly, he seemed to realize something, and his entire demeanor shifted. Sister, I implore you, please don't speak carelessly. Ji Chung nearly knelt in desperation. I will grant you anything you desire. Anything? Wu Qing replied, her lack of desire evident. She lacked for nothing, much like Luo Qiyun, engaging in activities purely out of interest. If Ji Chung were still young, she might have made him crawl a few laps in her presence. However, Ji Chung had grown into a notable figure, and it was no longer appropriate to subject him to such embarrassment. Have you expressed your feelings to her directly? Wu Qing inquired quietly. I'm still working on it. Trying to make gradual progress, Ji Chung admitted. I don't mean to discourage you, but I doubt she would be interested in someone like you. Wu Qing's words, though intended to be gentle, cut through with the sharpness of truth. You are dreadfully dull. Dull? Ji Chung raised his hands, looking around at himself. Where am I lacking in interest? Besides, what constitutes being interesting? He pondered, recalling how women had flocked to him during outings, laughing at his trivial jokes. Was it possible that his charm with women was not as strong as he thought? And you, a half-baked tycoon, lacking charm, with no finesse, and not particularly handsome. Wu Qing remarked, it's best to abandon this pursuit sooner rather than later. Do you truly look down on me? Ji Chung feigned ignorance. Did Wu Qing need to articulate her disdain for his remarks? I'm merely concerned for your emotional well-being. I would want you to end up heartbroken, crying inconsolably, causing your parents to worry, especially since your aunt and uncle are getting on in years. Don't burden them with your emotional turmoil. This was, in fact, a sincere observation. However, Ji Chung was a typical hard-headed individual. Once he set his mind on something, he would not relent until he hit a wall. Rather than delivering these biting comments, why not help me? Ji Chung urgently needed some assistance. Luo Qiyun was of no help, and he didn't have anyone close to his desired target. I can inquire on your behalf. Wu Qing's heart softened slightly. She could see that Ji Chung was being earnest. Returning to Qin Yu's side, Wu Qing tossed the cigarette but in her coffee cup. Do you know each other? Qin Yu gleaned the gist of the conversation. He is my cousin, and he has an interest in you, Wu Qing stated bluntly. Qin Yu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. So you were aware of this? Given that he had rejected the notion and was unwilling to explain, it suggested there were other reasons at play. Wu Qing chose not to press further. Everyone harbors secrets they prefer not to divulge. Do you have anything else to attend to this afternoon? Wu Qing inquired. No, Qin Yu replied, intrigued by her lack of probing. Then accompany me for a stroll, she said, zipping up her jacket and signaling for Qin Yu to keep pace with her. Are we not practicing today? Qin Yu had assumed they would train for the entire afternoon. No, with Ji-Cheng around, I find it bothersome to watch him. Wu Qing believed it would be beneficial for Ji-Cheng to take things seriously for once, only to be met with a harsh rejection. It was important for him to understand that not everything was easily attainable. Outside the shooting range, Wu Qing tossed a helmet to Qin Yu. Qin Yu initially thought they would be driving, but it turned out they would be riding instead. Observing Wu Qing's modified Hayabusa, he realized that safety was not a word that would apply to her riding skills. He would need to consult Luo Qiyun about participating in such a perilous activity. After receiving Luo Qiyun's affirmative response, Qin Yu donned the helmet and settled behind Wu Qing. Hold on tight, she instructed, pulling down her visor, followed by the roar of the engine. Hold on? Where? Noticing Qin Yu's hesitation to act, Wu Qing directly grasped his hands and placed them around her waist. Through the fabric, Qin Yu could distinctly perceive the evident muscle definition of Wu Qing, truly robust and powerful. Where are we headed? He inquired. Is it really appropriate to wander about with someone I've just met? You'll know when we arrive, she replied. Chapter 64. Wu Qing did not drive swiftly. Her pace was far from what one would consider racing. After leaving the city, she brought Qin Yu to the racetrack. Upon exiting the car and removing his helmet, Qin Yu gazed at the dashing and charismatic archery coach before him. If one were to judge solely by her appearance, it would be easy to mistake her for a stunning beauty akin to Yu Shenran, who could effortlessly attract a throng of admirers. However, after their brief encounter, Qin Yu surmised that she was more likely leading a pack of fierce hounds. Follow me, Wu Qing beckoned, striding ahead. As they stepped out, she instinctively reached for her cigarette pack. Upon flipping it over and tapping it, she discovered it contained but a solitary cigarette, which sparked a flicker of irritation within her. Observing the fragments of tobacco scattered across her hands along with that last cigarette, she nonetheless proceeded to light it. In a mere span of time, she had smoked 5. While Qin Yu had previously indulged in smoking, a pack would usually last him 3 to 4 days, and he would only light up when utterly fatigued. Wu Qing led Qin Yu into the pit area beside the racetrack, where numerous individuals greeted her as they passed. Overwhelmed, Qin Yu found the sight of those adjusting vehicles, a scene he had only witnessed in videos before, to be a wholly different experience in person. So, is Wu Qing a team technician or driver? He pondered. I am the owner of this small racing team, Wu Qing clarified, expressing her intention to show him around. The team relied on a few minor sponsorships and lacked a presence in high-caliber competitions, surviving solely due to Wu Qing's financial backing. As they stood outside the track's barrier, Wu Qing remarked, if I had a younger sister, she would likely resemble you. Is it because we are quite similar? Qin Yu mused, attributing her sentiment to a resemblance in character between her and Luo Qiyun. No, I simply find you rather endearing, Wu Qing countered, shaking her head. Is that truly your reasoning? Qin Yu thought, feeling as though he had inadvertently entangled Luo Qiyun in unnecessary social complexities. Have you never considered becoming a driver? He asked. Given the substantial investment in the team, why not take the wheel yourself? Drivers develop a thicker neck, Wu Qing replied, placing her hands on either side of her neck and pulling. In the end, I would end up with a robust inverted triangle. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Qin Yu found the imagery quite vivid and could not help but chuckle, prompting Wu Qing to join in her laughter. Why had he never noticed this side of Luo Qiyun before? Meanwhile, on the other side, Luo Qiyun was participating in her first live-streaming event since joining Ji-Cheng's team. It was a casual competition where 10 streamers were randomly grouped together. At first glance, it seemed like a straightforward endeavor, but upon entering the voice chat, Luo Qiyun sensed something amiss. Isn't he single? She overheard, perplexed, as the others discussed something she could not quite grasp. Regardless, she decided to mute herself and listen for a while, waiting for everyone to arrive before speaking. Yeah, I haven't heard anything about him having a girlfriend. Why don't you ask Jiang Feng? He should know. What? Who has a girlfriend? Jiang Feng entered the chat. We're talking about Qin Yu. Are you trying to set him up with someone? Jiang Feng adjusted his microphone, clicking his lighter. You all should focus on yourselves first. Most present were single, at least publicly, but Jiang Feng was different. His childhood sweetheart was his wife, and they had children together. As a mature man, Jiang Feng had indeed attempted to introduce Qin Yu to potential matches, but none of the young ladies he brought along ever caught Qin Yu's fancy. Once, Qin Yu dismissed one of them for being inept, and after their gaming session, he scrutinized the match video for half an hour. Jiang Feng had merely listened in. Feeling his hair stand on end as the girl, choking back tears, quickly ended the stream, leaving Qin Yu perplexed about what had transpired. While Qin Yu refrained from using foul language, he was certainly capable of applying pressure without resorting to expletives. In the end, the only individuals they could introduce were those within the same circle. From Jiang Feng's experience, it was best to avoid dating within the industry. Having both partners exposed to the live streaming cameras was not advisable. "Oh look, isn't that Qin Yu?" Someone noticed Luo Qiyun, who had been silently eavesdropping. "Ahem, hello, hello." She imitated Qin Yu's usual greeting. With everyone present, Jiang Feng initiated the event, and there were no objections. However, once the teams were assigned and they re-entered the new voice channel, Luo Qiyun realized that all the characters in the game were surrounding her. "I wonder which fellow initiated this," she thought, as the other four chimed in, referring to Qin Yu as Qin Yu Gij, brother. A chill ran down her spine, and her right hand nearly flung the mouse away. The commotion escalated, and the barrage of comments in the chat echoed their excitement for Qin Yu Gij. The atmosphere felt heavy with an unshakable tension, as though it were a team-building exercise for the Eastern Factory. Fortunately, the match commenced swiftly, allowing Luo Qiyun to finally concentrate on the game. The event involved playing CS, where Luo Qiyun's skills were mediocre, landing her near the bottom of the scoreboard. But she endeavored to make her presence felt. Nevertheless, her inherent talent shone through, and she began to improve, ultimately executing a tri-kill in the last round of the first half, leading her team to a slight advantage as they transitioned into the second half. "Gij, you're so handsome." "Incredibly handsome." Listening to the exuberant comments, Luo Qiyun hesitated to glance at the chat, knowing it was likely filled with similar praises. "Why isn't Gij responding to us? Are we not doing well enough?" Gij seems so aloof. She felt as if her teammates mirrored the likes of Zhao Gao, the 10 regular attendants, and Wei Zhongxian. "Are you all portraying the last remnants of the eunuchs of Huaxia?" Unable to tolerate it any longer, Luo Qiyun struck back decisively. Yet, her teammates only laughed heartily, finding her retorts more entertaining than vexing. The first round concluded swiftly, with a narrow victory for Luo Qiyun's team, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. Evidently, her diligent practice had borne fruit. The second round commenced, and she was taken aback by the prowess of her teammates. Despite facing an economic collapse, they insisted on providing Luo Qiyun with weapons, and after gratitude, they broke into laughter on the mic. "Gij thanked me. How wonderful." Luo Qiyun chuckled awkwardly. He smiled. While the banter among teammates was harmless, Luo Qiyun understood it was vital for maintaining the lively atmosphere, especially as the viewer count and gifts in the live stream steadily increased. Such entertainment value was not easily conjured. The event spanned 4 hours, during which Luo Qiyun endured the relentless comments and voice exchanges from her teammates, finally concluding the stream. Upon opening her phone, she discovered someone had compiled a video showcasing the myriad expressions she had made throughout those 4 hours. A glance at the comments section nearly made her toss her phone away. It was filled with an array of elaborate tributes to Qin Yu Gij, each more extravagant than the last. Fortunately, a message from Shui helped diverted her attention, sparing her from drowning in the cloying remarks of the viewers. Chapter 65, You entertain fanciful thoughts. So, I must say, Qin Yu is quite the intriguing character, don't you agree? Shui Hao remarked, holding a glass of wine as he awaited Luo Qiyun's arrival. With her delayed arrival, he found himself engaging in idle chatter with his companions. A group of acquaintances, many of whom had familial ties and business connections, reminisced about Shui Hao's high school days. While he might appear difficult to converse with, he was, in fact, quite amiable. According to Shui Hao, Qin Yu's psychological defenses were akin to a solitary door, resembling the exquisite craftsmanship of a seasoned Swiss artisan. Yet, in reality, attempting to listen intently at that door for half an hour was less effective than simply making an effort to burst through. Upon crossing this threshold, one will encounter an entirely different individual. Lo and behold, the person has arrived. Shui Hao cast his gaze toward the entrance of the bar, where Luo Qiyun had just made her appearance. Rising to greet her, he was joined by his companions, who politely stood in unison. Noticing her busy demeanor earlier, he had refrained from calling out to her. Shui Hao had also watched her live stream, choosing not to message her until her broadcast concluded. During tonight's gathering, he resolved to limit his alcohol consumption, particularly after receiving a stern reprimand following a previous blind date. Although the woman involved had not formally lodged a complaint, Shui Hao was acutely aware of his own discourteousness. He pushed a glass of special whiskey toward her. "Thank you," Luo Qiyun replied with a nod, taking a seat in a more secluded spot. Subsequently, Shui Hao introduced her to each of his friends, ensuring she would remember at least a few names. After all, their interactions were likely limited to this drinking session, with little prospect of future encounters. Everyone was adept at steering the conversation, allowing Luo Qiyun to contribute casually and follow the flow of discourse. When the topic shifted to Shui Hao's recent decision to assist his family and engage in work, Luo Qiyun expressed mild surprise. What has prompted such a sudden transformation? Is it love? She had assumed Shui Hao would continue in his aimless ways indefinitely. After all, it was not uncommon to see individuals like him, idly drifting through life, especially in affluent families in Yanjing, where the elder siblings often exude dominance, leaving younger siblings dependent and lacking personal direction. Perhaps it is the fear of repercussions, Cui Hao mused, lifting his glass to his nose. After offering his response, he lowered his head to engage in a fervent chat with Lin Ro. Indeed, I have come to understand, he concluded. Still holding his phone, he noticed the curious glances from his companions and sheepishly explained, "What's the matter? Can I indulge a little?" Following the blind date, he had realized the folly of overthinking. It was indeed excessive to contemplate marriage and lifelong companionship before establishing a relationship. He need not be like a furtive rodent peering into someone else's social media, since he had the privilege of entering Lin Ro's life. Taking the first step was not insurmountable. Isn't that a reasonable perspective? Someone chimed in. The gathering continued until 10 in the evening, at which point everyone dispersed. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wu Qing finished adjusting her vehicle and glanced over to see Qin Yu, draped in her coat, sound asleep. She had originally intended to watch the night race with Qin Yu, but with the main guest now asleep, there was little point in staying. Gently lifting Qin Yu, she placed her in the car and searched for the Luo family address, preparing to take her home. Throughout the drive, Wu Qing proceeded at a leisurely pace. Upon arriving at the Luo residence, Luo Shu had just returned from a long day's work and was still on the phone, directing subsequent tasks. Noticing an unfamiliar vehicle parked at the entrance, he looked over. "Good evening," Wu Qing greeted, then disregarded Luo Shu entirely as she approached the passenger seat, unbuckled her seatbelt, and carried Qin Yu inside. Standing at the doorway, Luo Shu simply observed her. "Open the door. Why are you standing there in a daze?" Wu Qing frowned. "I am Luo Shu," he stated. Though they were not particularly acquainted, they belonged to the same social circle, and he was Ji Cheng's cousin. "I know you're Luo Shu, but what of it?" Wu Qing shot him a glance. Had she not been concerned that the noise of kicking the door might awaken Qin Yu, she would have already entered. "This means you are carrying my sister. How about we switch? I'll carry her, and you can open the door?" Luo Shu attempted to negotiate. "Huh." Wu Qing chuckled dismissively. "Go ahead." Luo Shu extended his hand. "Dream on." Ultimately, the young master of the Luo family surrendered and opened the door himself, watching Wu Qing carry his beloved sister inside, lamenting that such opportunities were rare. After placing Qin Yu on the bed, Wu Qing resumed her usual demeanor and exited the room alongside Luo Shu. "Shall we have a cup of tea before you leave? After all, you are a guest." Luo Shu felt compelled to extend a gesture of hospitality. "No, thank you. Do you have any cigarettes?" Wu Qing recalled that she had not had the time to buy any earlier in the day. Luo Shu did not smoke, but he knew where to find some. "Wait here," he replied, rushing into his younger brother's room. Back home, brother Luo Qiyun was busy, just about to light a cigarette. "Do you have any smokes left?" "Half a pack," he offered, handing one to Luo Shu. "Looks like brother is feeling the pressure. Otherwise, why would he sneakily ask me for cigarettes?" He stood up, ready to light it for Luo Shu, who took the entire half-pack, leaving Luo Qiyun with just one. "Hey, this isn't fair." Returning downstairs, Luo Shu handed the half-pack to Wu Qing. "It's just half a pack." "Half a pack is fine." She accepted it, waving her right hand at him. Luo Shu settled back onto the sofa, pondering where Wu Qing had emerged from. The following afternoon, in Ji Cheng's top-floor office, he found himself increasingly unsettled. His previous strategies had proven ineffective, and his attempts to approach the situation through friends felt rather peculiar. Thus, he sought the assistance of a psychologist to assess his mental state. This doctor was an old acquaintance. From the doctor's perspective, Ji Cheng had no psychological issues. "Overall, you appear quite healthy," the doctor concluded. "Is that so?" Ji Cheng was skeptical. "Could you prescribe me some medication?" The doctor pressed his forehead, suggesting, "How about I schedule you for surgery instead?" "Are you serious?" "That seems unnecessary," Ji Cheng replied, doubtful. "We could remove your romantic inclinations. And you wouldn't go off the deep end," the doctor lamented, genuinely believing Ji Cheng had psychological troubles. "This isn't about romantic inclinations," Ji Cheng countered. "If you say so, but I really must take my leave. Any further conversation would be a waste of time," the doctor declared, preparing to exit. "If you truly find yourself at a loss, why not consider approaching those close to her?" Nevertheless, since they were friends, the doctor offered a sliver of advice. Ji Cheng pondered this. He had considered such an approach, but, given Luo Qiyun's reputation, which was rather unfavorable, and her poor relationships with others, he hesitated. After a moment of contemplation, Ji Cheng dialed Luo Shu's number. Chapter 66. Borrowing a shoulder for a moment today, Luo Shu had skipped work. Why? Because he felt somewhat marginalized and desired to make an impression in front of Qin Yu. Seizing the opportunity while their father was away, the three took to the backyard to play tennis. Luo Shu stepped onto the court first, guiding Qin Yu to find her rhythm with the ball. He then settled on the sidelines, observing as Luo Qiyun was thoroughly outmatched. Qin Yu bounced lightly in excitement. This was not her first time marveling at how light Luo Qiyun's physique was. It was truly an ideal vessel for possession. After several exchanges, Luo Qiyun was gasping for breath, barely able to stand, much less return the ball. He was dizzy from the relentless onslaught, spinning in confusion. Are you holding up? Qin Yu twirled her racket, glancing at her younger brother. Barely, Luo Qiyun managed, shaking his head in an effort to regain composure. Perhaps it's best to call it a day. Right now, you're akin to Cinderella wearing glass slippers for the first time, merely spinning in place. Qin Yu opined that Luo Qiyun was outmatched. This is not a ball. Let us take a 10-minute break, then resume the battle. Surrender was not in Luo Qiyun's nature. He was determined to challenge even the strongest opponent with all his might. Observing their playful interaction, Luo Shu sat at the side, savoring the moment of tranquility. However, he was soon interrupted by a call from Ji Cheng. What an inconvenience. Ji Xiao. Luo Shu activated the speakerphone, ensuring everyone could hear Ji Cheng's voice. Come out for tea. Ji Cheng was indeed well aware of Luo Shu's whereabouts. Knowing he had no engagements that day, Luo Shu glanced at Qin Yu. Is it just tea? Only tea. With their plans disrupted, Luo Shu accepted the invitation, leaving the siblings to their own devices. Upon arriving at the designated meeting place, Luo Shu found Ji Cheng personally preparing tea, his technique impressively refined, suggesting he had indeed practiced. Though unskilled, the sincerity is evident. Ji Cheng has undergone considerable change recently. Luo Shu took a seat. Ji Cheng's lips moved, but some words remained unspoken. He had intended to ask Luo Shu not to call him Ji Xiao, but decided against it. As long as he didn't refer to himself as Lao Ji, it was acceptable. Has there been a change? Ji Cheng didn't perceive any transformation in himself. Perhaps you're viewing me through the lens of worldly rumors, leading to a misunderstanding. Luo Shu would not claim to fully understand anyone, regardless of who they may be. He was willing to trust Ji Cheng's sincerity. Yet he remained cautious regarding Ji Cheng's actions. As for Ji Cheng's ambitions, Luo Shu could only hope he would gain a broader perspective. Seated together, they inevitably exchanged a few words about work, but this time Ji Cheng cut through the small talk and quickly delved into the main topic. I recently consulted a psychologist, and he assured me that I have no psychological issues, Ji Cheng confessed. So you mean to imply that your brain might be the problem? Luo Shu sipped his tea. That is certainly not my intention. What I wish to convey is that we have been friends for over a decade. In the past, we lacked the opportunity and time. Now we should find a way to rekindle our ironclad friendship, Ji Cheng stated. How do you plan to revive our friendship? Luo Shu inquired with curiosity. Dinner parties, sports, social gatherings. Let us meet more often to strengthen our bond. What else can we do? Ji Cheng pondered, unable to think of alternatives. Is that all? Luo Shu felt that Ji Cheng's approach was not particularly sound. Not to mention that Luo Shu was already quite busy. It would be a waste of life to spend precious free time engaging in activities with Ji Cheng. He would rather go home, which would surely be more enjoyable than spending an afternoon on the golf course with Ji Cheng. If you find it tedious, you can express that. At the moment, I cannot think of anything else, Ji Cheng said, holding his teacup. Luo Shu felt genuinely disheartened. He had never quite understood what Luo Shu was thinking, nor had he heard of any hobbies Luo Shu might possess. Where to begin to break through? Perhaps spending some time getting to know Uncle Luo Qianshan and younger brother Luo Qiyun would be more promising. The two of them could serve as a more accessible entry point. In the same space, they were not alone. Bai Suijing and Su Liao were preparing to leave. As they passed by Ji Cheng's private room, surprised by the open door, they caught sight of the two engaged in conversation. Should I contact Qiyun now? Bai Suijing referred to Qin Yu. Not yet. My suggestion is that we start first, then invite her to join us. The two were looking to improve their culinary skills, for which Bai Suijing had sought the guidance of a master chef. This was merely a spontaneous idea. In a few days, she would be entering a film set, and it was uncertain when they would meet again. Bai Suijing expressed her doubts. Opportunities are fleeting. Isn't that Qiyun's brother? And Ji Cheng, Su Liao remarked, glancing over. Ah, Ji Cheng, Bai Suijing acknowledged, aware of the circumstances surrounding him. She could only say it was difficult to assess. I almost forgot to ask. You seem to have been quite idle lately. Not busy attending those chaotic gatherings to maintain your image? Su Liao queried. Aren't you the same? No training? Bai Suijing countered. Regardless, it's much more comfortable to hear you speak without that strained voice, Su Liao nodded. Clamp, clamp, clamp. I'll pinch you with my chopsticks. Bai Suijing teased, playfully pinching Su Liao's cheek with her fingers. Speaking of chopsticks, after concluding their afternoon activities, Qin Yu returned to Luo Qiyun's side. The bedroom door was closed, and Luo Qiyun was live streaming. While she worked, Qin Yu was in the kitchen frying lotus root cakes, using chopsticks to manipulate the ingredients in the pot. The ingredients were leftovers from his sister's last visit. He had taken to cooking simply because he craved the dish. With the countdown to entering the film set steadily approaching, he wouldn't have much time to relax. Judging by the script, Qin Yu would likely be quite busy, especially with the upcoming location shoots for the mid-section of filming. To say he was anxious would be an understatement. Still, it was much better than at the beginning. Perhaps a bit more confidence would serve him well. After all, Rui Shui and Yu Shenran would be there to assist him, ensuring that no significant issues would arise. Just as he emerged from these thoughts, Qin Yu was startled. At some point, Luo Qiyun had appeared beside him. What are you thinking about? Work-related matters, Qin Yu replied. Especially now that Luo Qiyun was doing exceptionally well with his live streaming. If he were to become a failed control group, that would be unacceptable. Don't worry. I believe you can do well, Luo Qiyun encouraged him. They enjoyed the fried lotus root cakes as a snack while watching an old American drama. Luo Qiyun had seen it before. The first 2 seasons were quite interesting, revolving around supernatural elements. She had a fondness for ghost stories and folklore. So, how many seasons has this series reached now? 15 seasons, and it has concluded. Qin Yu flipped through the episodes, feeling a chill at the horror-themed episodes. The earlier seasons were acceptable, but the latter ones had clearly declined in quality, with the plot and character dynamics stretching too thin, leading to absurdities. No matter. Let us treat it as background noise, Luo Qiyun said, wiping her mouth before suddenly resting her head on Qin Yu's lap. What's wrong? Qin Yu asked, perplexed. Aren't you tired? Why not go rest on the bed instead of lying on my lap? Chapter 67. The number 0 goblin's ears felt a bit itchy. Luo Qiyun, like a magician, produced an ear-cleaning tool. This had been a long-held plan. The ear scoop scratched at the sensitive inner ear, sending waves of tingling sensations. Luo Qiyun lay contentedly, relaxed on his thigh. So soft. Hold on, Luo Qiyun suddenly said. What's the matter? Does it hurt? No. Luo Qiyun rubbed her cheek against his thigh, clearly satisfied. Qin Yu was curious about what might happen if they switched places. He inexplicably wanted to ask, if we were to switch back, and I initiated interaction like this, would you punch me in the ribs? Why would you think that? Luo Qiyun asked, puzzled. Qin Yu was not only curious, but also harbored an unexplainable concern. He felt that Luo Qiyun's current demeanor was merely playful. If they were to return to their original selves, and her enthusiasm waned, it might affect their relationship. First of all, I wouldn't dress like this. Luo Qiyun could sense the subtle emotions Qin Yu was displaying. Secondly, there would be so much more we could do. Be a bit more confident. Luo Qiyun was at a loss for words. She simply knew that if they did indeed switch back, she would be able to enjoy Qin Yu's little expressions even more. Who do you think you are? The original goblin, a primitive cave dweller, or the number 0 sycophant? Luo Qiyun extended her right index finger, drawing circles on Qin Yu's knee. So who should I be? Qin Yu asked, genuinely curious about how Luo Qiyun perceived him. Your little girlfriend, of course. Who else could it be? Luo Qiyun stated matter-of-factly. Ah, so they're conjugate boyfriend and girlfriend, are they? Today was peaceful and serene, and the countdown to Qin Yu's entry into the film set was rapidly approaching. Luo Qiyun had prepared a 10-day intensive training for Qin Yu. It wasn't that she lacked confidence in him. She merely wanted him to feel more assured. During this period, they would each focus on their respective work. Qin Yu diligently studied, while Luo Qiyun concentrated on her live streaming. She aimed to complete her live streaming hours for the month. In recent days, her follower count had surged significantly, reaching 60,000, with no signs of slowing down. Fans eager for various content were eagerly watching her live stream. Luo Qiyun was thoroughly satisfied with her job, which allowed her to earn money by simply playing games. She participated in activities with other streamers as per her usual routine, engaging with the comments, replying to remarks under her streaming clips. Once her persona was firmly established, she would elevate her skills further, ensuring greater viewer satisfaction. Soon, the day of entering the film set arrived. Jin Ming personally escorted Qin Yu and Yu Shenran to the filming base. The location was somewhat remote. I appreciate your forbearance during the initial scouting and filming, Qin Yu. Jin Ming remarked. Not at all, Qin Yu replied, shaking his head. With no hotels nearby, everyone was lodging in either RVs or temporary dormitories. Fortunately, our elder brother Luo Shu generously sponsored a luxurious RV. Upon arrival, Jin Ming briefly addressed the two. Shenran shouldn't pose any issues. As for you, just maintain the status quo, all right? Jin Ming, disinclined to be verbose, awaited their consent. Qin Yu nodded in agreement. Once Jin Ming departed, the two began allocating their living quarters. Looks like we'll be rooming together again, Yu Shenran said with a mischievous smile. Running away. Does that even help? Qin Yu pushed her aside and laid down to rest for a while. The first few days held scant scenes for him. He mostly observed from the sidelines. Their beds were separate. Luo Qiyun had thoughtfully prepared all necessary supplies and over a dozen outfits when arranging the RV. It was no small feat for him to find time amidst his busy schedule to do this. Feeling tired? Yu Shunran inquired, sitting nearby. Not really. It's just that I haven't seen Luo Qiyun for a while, and recently haven't even had time to watch her live streams. I wonder what keeps her so occupied. What else could Luo Qiyun be doing? She's probably busy interacting with her fans. Yu Shunran smirked. Was that recent commotion you're doing? Qin Yu asked. Someone had been put on trial during a live stream, but not Luo Qiyun judging others. It was Luo Qiyun herself being judged. It was merely a minor slip-up involving a small skill. Luo Qiyun repeatedly dragged the video progress bar back and forth. The trial was presided over by their elder brother, Jiang Feng. Of course, they weren't genuinely quarreling. It was merely for show to enhance the program's entertainment value. Sometimes, to prevent the audience from growing bored, streamers need to engage in a bit of spirited, feigned animosity, as long as it doesn't go too far. Jiang Feng meticulously pointed out Luo Qiyun's errors, while she stubbornly retorted. After their playful banter subsided, both apologized, and the broadcast extended for another hour. Once offline, they chatted in voice calls as though the argument had never transpired. A small event is coming up in a few days. You must attend, Jiang Feng reminded. Your career is on the rise. You can't afford to miss any opportunity to appear. Yes, I'll be there, Luo Qiyun replied, retrieving her phone to find several photos Qin Yu had sent back. Luo Qiyun personally arranged the RV? How come I didn't know he could do such things? After Qin Yu rested in the afternoon, a night scene was scheduled for filming. It was then that Qin Yu noticed the male lead of the production, who had seemed almost invisible until now. Looks unfamiliar, doesn't he? Yu Shunran sat beside Qin Yu. Indeed, Qin Yu had reviewed the cast list. This male lead held the lowest star power. Apparently, the director had discovered a hidden gem. The young man sat alone in a corner preparing, without speaking to anyone or initiating interaction. He appeared extremely shy, perhaps freshly graduated. Even from Yu Shunran's perspective, such a person was rare. He had left immediately after the makeup session, without any manager or assistant accompanying him. Yu Shunran was somewhat puzzled. She felt this lead did not quite fit the role's aggressive temperament. Soon, they encountered Rui Shui. She was ready, but did not approach the director. Instead, she came over to Qin Yu. How are you holding up? All right, I hope. Rui Shui maintained her usual demeanor. I'm not concerned for you. I'm worried about the filming schedule. We have many scenes together. You can't afford to be distracted, she said. Qin Yu nodded, too indifferent to respond further. Talking to Rui Shui was somewhat troublesome. Here, take this. I don't need it for now. Rui Shui handed him a thermos filled with prepared hibiscus tea. Qin Yu placed it aside, but Rui Shui lingered, staring intently. With no other choice, Qin Yu sipped the tea, after which Rui Shui departed, satisfied. When did your relationship improve so much? Yu Shunran asked. I have no idea, Qin Yu replied, uncertain of Rui Shui's thoughts. Fortunately, filming commenced shortly thereafter, and Qin Yu's focus shifted entirely to his work. Chapter 68. What constitutes the perfect fusion of talent and diligence? Before him stood two exemplars, Rui Shui, a blend of innate talent and perseverance, and the male lead, Xian, a pure prodigy. When the director discovered him, Xian was merely an extra in a short drama, playing minor roles such as the character kicked off stage by the protagonist. That day, for reasons unknown, the director engaged Xian in conversation and even requested an impromptu performance. Luckily, Xian was patient and did not consider the director eccentric. Otherwise, not only would they have lost their lead actor, but the director might have been deemed peculiar and removed. The scenes involving both actors were shot consecutively, posing little difficulty. The day's filming proceeded smoothly and wrapped up swiftly. That evening, while resting, Qin Yu received a sudden notification. His scenes had been rearranged to start the next day. As the male lead had to attend some event, Qin Yu assumed it was a fan meeting or similar. Indeed, it was a fan meeting, but not for Xian himself. The next morning, Qin Yu rose early to rehearse his lines. Yu Shunran sat nearby, handing him a pancake when he took a break. Absorbed in his work, Qin Yu only realized something was amiss after taking the third bite. He took the pancake from the smiling Yu Shunran and continued eating while reviewing his script. That day's scenes primarily involved Qin Yu, Yu Shunran, and Rui Shui, who had arrived early. She originally brought breakfast, but, upon finding it already claimed, had turned away. Missing breakfast, she resolved to seize an opportunity at lunch. From 7 o'clock in the morning, the trio entered the set to rehearse and shoot the main conflict scenes between the female lead and the two supporting actresses. Rui Shui, unusually, even led Qin Yu during the performances. Despite minor setbacks, Qin Yu's mood, faltering, and misreading lines, the morning concluded successfully without major issues. During the 2-hour lunch break, Qin Yu intended to prepare his own meal. Before he could reach the RV, Rue Shui approached, still wearing her sleek black hero costume. Looking striking, her high ponytail swayed as she ran. She slowed her pace about 20 meters from Qin Yu, feigning a casual stroll, though the sweat on her nose betrayed her exertion. I knew you'd be too lazy to eat lunch, so I prepared something, she said. Though she claimed it was a casual effort, the meal was impressively elaborate, 4 dishes and a soup. Eat quickly, or we'll be delayed this afternoon. Qin Yu regarded her thoughtfully, feeling he ought to inquire about Luo Qiyun and reconsider his relationship with Rue Shui. If Rue Shui continued like this, he would soon be overwhelmed with guilt. Thank you, Qin Yu said, sitting down. Will you eat some too? Rue Shui asked after a moment, then took a seat. Qiyun, we just sat down, and Ji Chung just logged in. He brought lunch too, and caught us in the act, Yu Shinran reported. Qin Yu ignored him. Ji Chung's appearance was expected. You seem late, Yu Shinran remarked, as Ji Chung passed by. Ji Chung, wearing a stern expression, went straight to the director, placed his meal down, and left immediately. Next time, he'll have to come an hour earlier. The director was delighted. Ji Xiao even prepared this for me? Go ahead and eat. I didn't prepare any water, so don't choke, the director joked. Ji Xiao appeared to be in a rather sour mood. After lunch, the afternoon was filled with an intense filming schedule. Having adapted during the first half of the day, Qin Yu's performance improved significantly in the afternoon. The director frequently nodded in approval, confirming that he had made the right casting choice. Furthermore, after 2 days of interaction, everyone had developed a new understanding of Luo Qiyun, finding her to be quite different from the rumors. She was, in fact, rather easy to get along with. Later, after Qin Yu finished washing up, he planned to lie down and rest, while Yu Shinran sat nearby, scrolling through Weibo. Since taking on her new role, her fanbase had grown, particularly because her character was a departure from her previous ones, resulting in a deluge of comments from casual viewers. She liked the positive remarks and would like them, while also acknowledging the negative ones with a like. Occasionally, she even replied to comments. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Who could it be at this hour? Yu Shinran opened the door to find Rue Shui standing there, holding her pillow and looking somewhat bashful. I'm having some issues with the water supply on my end. Could I possibly squeeze in here for the night? Rue Shui asked. In truth, the water tank could be repaired quickly, but Rue Shui suddenly thought it would be nice to stay over, so she slipped the repairman 200 yuan to come back tomorrow. Come on in. Yu Shinran welcomed her. At that moment, Qin Yu was lounging in his pajamas, leaning against the bed while messaging Luo Qiyun. Rue Shui stealthily approached Qin Yu, but before she could take 2 steps, Yu Shinran grabbed her by the collar and pulled her back. Everything has its order, Yu Shinran said. You can share with me tonight. Just a heads up, I don't have the best sleeping habits. This disclaimer made Rue Shui slightly apprehensive. All right, go wash up. Yu Shinran patted Rue Shui's shoulder. Disappointed that her plan had fallen through, Rue Shui was quite frustrated. By the time she finished washing up, Qin Yu was already fast asleep. Rue Shui glanced over at him, but before she could get closer, her eyes were covered. Shh, don't wake him, Yu Shinran whispered. Rue Shui removed Yu Shinran's hand and retorted, is he a light sleeper? On the contrary, he sleeps quite soundly. So what if I want to take a peek at his sleeping face? He.s. already out cold. It's a perfect opportunity. I can't believe you wouldn't want to sneak a look, Rue Shui insisted, struggling forward against Yu Shinran. The two collided with the washing machine, making a loud noise that startled Qin Yu awake. What's going on? He rubbed his eyes and looked up. The strap of his camisole had slipped down, revealing a fair shoulder, and both of the girls turned to look at him simultaneously. Nothing, Rue Shui just got stuck in a washing machine, Yu Shinran joked. Rue Shui gritted her teeth in annoyance. Don't make such jokes. Then you better come lie down with me, or else explaining your motives later could get complicated. Yu Shinran countered, having the upper hand over Rue Shui. Soon enough, Rue Shui would learn what truly poor sleeping habits entailed. The next morning, Rue Shui awoke feeling suffocated. After finally managing to extricate herself for a breath of fresh air, she discovered that Yu Shinran had completely wrapped around her. At this time, Qin Yu was already up, sending a good morning message to Luo Qiyun. Simultaneously, Luo Qiyun was getting into Jiang Feng's car, as they were preparing to head to the event venue. What are you smiling about? Jiang Feng asked, unable to glance over while driving. Nothing, Luo Qiyun replied, putting her phone away. By the way, how long is today's event expected to last? Half the morning, followed by a lunch gathering? Or do you not want to go? Jiang Feng inquired. The event is short. We'll just be bringing some fans on stage to interact with the streamers, play a few friendly matches, and then sign autographs and take photos. Jiang Feng, of course, was the main attraction, while Luo Qiyun was merely there to make an appearance. Nonetheless, this position was hard-earned, as many were on good terms with Jiang Feng wished to attend. However, Qin Yu's name was already on the list from the start. Upon arriving at the venue, They began with some simple interactions. Luo Qiyun had adapted quite well to the job, so she felt no sense of awkwardness. Soon enough, it was time to draw fans to come on stage. As previously mentioned, most fans were there for Jiang Feng, so the selected fans went up to greet him. Only one person, wearing a mask and sunglasses, approached Luo Qiyun. After shaking hands, he expressed that he had been a fan of Qin Yu for 2 years, watching his streams almost daily. Thank you, Luo Qiyun acknowledged briefly, being aware of his dedication. The subsequent friendly matches were casual, neither side playing seriously. They engaged in playful antics to entertain the audience. To Luo Qiyun's surprise, Qin Yu's devoted fan exhibited considerable skill, only making clumsy mistakes when it came to one-on-one matches against her, an obvious ruse that everyone could see, yet no one minded. After 3 rounds of exhibition matches, it was time for autographs and photos. The fan requested a signed t-shirt and mouse pad, leaving in high spirits. That is wonderful, Luo Qiyun thought to herself, realizing she had yet to encounter a fan like that. After the afternoon event concluded, several streamers gathered for dinner. Fans continuously approached to toast, and Jiang Feng, having been overly indulged at midday, waved for everyone to join in on the meal. The expressions of his fellow streamers were somewhat awkward, as Jiang Feng's household finances were managed by his wife, and spending tens of thousands on a single meal would surely have him kneeling on a washboard at home. Luo Qiyun joined in on a few drinks, finding it difficult not to be moved by the atmosphere. Meanwhile, while she was reveling, Qin Yu was enduring a grueling action scene assessment. After 1 or 2 hours of relentless exertion, he was thoroughly worn out. Finally, he received a moment to rest and caught his breath. Next up was a scene with Rue Shui, where he had to deliver a hard slap to her. This scenario felt oddly familiar. After a brief break, Qin Yu adjusted his mindset, standing opposite Rue Shui with his hand raised. Suddenly, a sharp pain coursed through his head, and everything went black. When he regained consciousness, he heard someone calling out to him. "You all right, Xiao Qin?" Was that directed at him? Qin Yu lifted his head from the table and inspected his hands. Had he switched back? The transition had been too abrupt, and he could only put on his headphones and return to the stream. However, he had not streamed in quite a while. His hands felt unfamiliar, and his state was not right. The next half hour was filled with blunders. Is the streamer okay? He suddenly bumped his head on the keyboard. If he is feeling unwell, he should hurry to the hospital. The audience was concerned, as it was unusual for someone to be streaming well only to suddenly collapse. I'm fine, Qin Yu reassured them, focusing on adjusting his breathing to wrap up the game. Due to his poor performance in the latter half, the barrage of comments was relentless. In previous situations, this would have been the moment to retort to the comments. Can he continue? If not, he should step down and adjust. After a meal and a few drinks, this is what happens. Qin Yu insisted he was fine, but the comments continued to barrage him. I apologize, everyone. That was my fault. Qin Yu addressed the chat, but the responses were met with a string of question marks. What's going on? Why are you so soft today? If you're really soft, let me find out with a kiss. Qin Yu ignored the audacious comments, busy messaging Luo Qiyun. He still hadn't heard from her and hoped everything was fine. Instead of immediately ending the stream, he ordered takeout and bought a cup of coffee to help him regain his composure. During this time, he engaged with the chat to acclimate himself to his work. After waiting for several minutes without a response from Luo Qiyun, it seemed she was still busy. Qin Yu cracked his knuckles, trying to calm himself down. The doorbell rang. The takeout had arrived. He opened the door to retrieve it, sitting back down to take a sip. It burned his mouth terribly. How could it be this hot? Qin Yu winced, placing the coffee aside, preparing to continue the stream. 1/3 of the viewers had already left. All right, I'm back in the zone. Let us continue the game. He gripped the mouse and started a new round. The barrage of comments was rife with skepticism regarding the host condition, while the host exuded unwavering confidence. However, after such an extended hiatus from gaming at this table, certain mishaps were bound to occur. In a moment of carelessness, Qin Yu's movements became exaggerated, causing his hand to accidentally knock over his coffee. The warm, deep brown liquid swiftly spilled forth, saturating the entire tabletop. Oh no. Qin Yu leapt to his feet, promptly seizing his keyboard and mouse. Yet he overlooked his own height and collided headlong with the microphone positioned before him, skewing it askew. As he attempted to push the microphone aside, he realized the keyboard had already succumbed to the coffee's embrace. In a frenzy, Qin Yu fumbled with his peripherals. This was disastrous. The keyboard and mouse were surely destined for a short circuit and ruin. To make matters worse, coffee was cascading down the edge of the table. Pooling onto the floor, Qin Yu pivoted, intending to fetch a cloth to remedy the situation. But, as he took a step, he inadvertently kicked the table leg, the sharp pain shooting through his toes causing him to double over in agony. Before he could regain his balance, he collided with the table once more. The weathered old camera was sent flying from the table, crashing to the ground. What terrible luck! Enduring the pain, Qin Yu ventured outside for a cloth to clean up the mess. The viewers in the live stream had only witnessed the earlier antics of Qin Yu's clumsy operations, laughing heartily, completely oblivious to the calamity that ensued after the camera's demise. All they could hear was the sound of Qin Yu wiping the table. Once the tabletop was cleaned, he picked up a half-open pack of Marlboros from the bedside and returned to his chair. After a moment's contemplation, he remembered he had quit smoking and lacked a lighter. Reluctantly, he discarded the half-pack into the trash. Truly, this had been the worst day he had experienced in quite some time. Is the host still there? It has been said that the host's condition is not quite right. Perhaps a good rest is in order. Who claimed it was off? The host is in perfect form. This series of clownish antics is utterly natural. Transitioning to the clowning circuit, he is surely destined to become a rising star. The comments continued to jest. Qin Yu conceded that, despite his usual composure, he had indeed lost his cool. Completely lost his cool. Ending the stream, Qin Yu yanked the power cord. Meanwhile, Luo Qiyun was not faring any better. She swayed slightly, and Rue Shui, standing nearby, instinctively caught her. Are you all right? Rue Shui inquired with concern. I'm fine. Upon seeing Rue Shui, Luo Qiyun understood what had transpired. Chapter 70. A powerful sense of oppression. Are you sure? Rue Shui voiced her worries. For the incident had occurred while she was keeping watch. Luo Qiyun did not respond, but instead stood up directly. In that fleeting moment, Rue Shui sensed something was amiss about the person standing before her. Are you all right, Qiyun? Others, including fellow actors and crew members, gathered around, all expressing concern for Luo Qiyun's well-being, a situation that made her somewhat uncomfortable. I'm fine. Luo Qiyun steadied herself. Where do we leave off? That is a pressing issue. Is it appropriate to inquire about such matters if all is well? Just a moment ago, they were filming, and now the question arose about where they had stopped. Clearly, the situation was quite serious. Call an ambulance. The director panicked. If anything were to happen to Luo Qiyun, he would bear the brunt of the consequences, and those wealthy gentlemen would tear him apart. I said it's not necessary. Luo Qiyun glowered, exuding a familiar aura of authority. The crowd fell silent, each person hesitant to speak. That previous moment had been rather unfamiliar. All right, let us take a 10-minute break and then continue. Luo Qiyun was determined not to delay the schedule and stepped aside. Which is my position? Had the young lady's personality fractured? How terrifying. She declared a 10-minute break, and no one dared to utter a word. The director pretended to engage in conversation with the crew, too frightened to check the time. Now, if this young lady decided to take a whole day off, he wouldn't dare voice any objections. 10 minutes meant 10 minutes. And once Luo Qiyun was aware of the progress and the scenes ahead, she soon readied herself again. Let us begin. Luo Qiyun returned to the center of the set. The director nodded, sniffing nervously, too intimidated to speak. This scene comprised only a few lines and a slap. As the dialogue concluded, Luo Qiyun raised her hand to deliver the blow. Logically speaking, this scene was trivial, merely a staged slap. No one suggested that Luo Qiyun excelled in real fights, yet faltered in fakes. However, a slap delivered by Luo Qiyun herself was an entirely different affair compared to one from Qin Yu. As Rue Shui observed Luo Qiyun's expression, she mentally prepared herself to receive the blow. Yet, upon witnessing Luo Qiyun's icy demeanor, an inexplicable fear began to creep in. No, this truly was not right. Rue Shui fled. As Luo Qiyun ready to strike, fear overtook her. She even took a moment to breathe deeply, attempting to compose herself. Rue Shui? The director peered over. Just moments ago, Luo Qiyun's emotions had been superb, a perfect shot. What a pity. Not everyone could unleash such rich emotions on cue, a disdainful glance, tinged with anger. Most crucially, that slap would surely be delivered with precision. I apologize, Rue Shui returned to her position. We need to reshoot this. Yet, as the moment to be struck approached, Rue Shui still felt trepidation. Could I have 10 minutes to adjust as well? Rue Shui raised her right hand. The director sighed. His actors were all behaving oddly today. The male lead absent, the female lead out of sorts, and the second female lead exuding an unexpectedly heightened intensity. After 10 minutes of mental preparation, Rue Shui was finally ready. To the director's surprise, this time Luo Qiyun maintained her composure, even surpassing her previous performance. When that slap finally landed, Rue Shui's head remained unaffected, thus nothing untoward occurred. Rue Shui gently patted her chest, calming herself. She had not been struck down. How wonderful. Following that, everything proceeded smoothly, as Luo Qiyun returned to her duties, showcasing her talents before the director. This further convinced the director that he had indeed selected an exceptional actress. Just as the director was about to declare the end, Luo Qiyun had already begun to walk away. Qiyun? The director's words caught in his throat. What? Is it not over? No, it's finished. Why did the young lady suddenly exude such an overwhelming aura? After concluding the work, Luo Qiyun intended to retrieve her phone and contact Qin Yu. She hoped everything was going well on his end. Just as she was about to remove her makeup, Ji Cheng appeared, having waited patiently. Qiyun, I brought dinner. Ji Cheng smiled, courteous and polite. Luo Qiyun lifted her gaze to meet his, her eyes glinting with menace. Ji Cheng instinctively took a step back. This was not right. Typically, the most he saw on her face was disdain, a hint of that haughty expression. But never had he encountered this level of intensity. Ji Cheng felt like a top-tier predator had locked onto him, his throat tightening, breath becoming labored. Ji Cheng. Luo Qiyun advanced a step, and Ji Cheng retreated half a step. It's me. Ji Cheng himself was unsure why he responded this way. Luo Qiyun had no intention of making things difficult for him. No need to attempt any petty gestures to ingratiate yourself. Luo Qiyun stated. Ji Cheng opened his mouth, searching for a way to explain, yet the words stalled at his lips, unable to emerge. Do you understand? Luo Qiyun inquired again. Yes. Ji Cheng stepped aside, granting her passage. He had already caught sight of Luo Qiyun's clenched fist. He had heard Luo Shu mention that devastating technique aimed at the ribs. According to Luo Shu, once struck, one would never forget it. Should you forget, it merely indicated you were due for another iron-fisted lesson. Returning to her trailer for her phone, Luo Qiyun glimpsed the series of messages Qin Yu had sent, a smile gracing her lips. It was a smile imbued with a teasing allure. She refrained from replying to Qin Yu immediately, instead opting to open the video platform and view today's livestream footage. Observing Qin Yu's series of clumsy antics, Luo Qiyun was utterly delighted. How endearingly awkward. After some contemplation, Luo Qiyun decided to call Luo Shu. On the other end of the line, Luo Shu was engaged in a meeting, surrounded by a multitude of shareholders attentively listening to his assistant's report. Just then, his phone began to ring. The perks of being the CEO allowed him to keep his phone on during meetings. Upon glancing at the caller ID, a smile spread across Luo Shu's face. Qiyun? What is it? He answered with a grin. Please prepare another RV for me and have it delivered within 2 hours. With that brief instruction, Luo Qiyun ended the call. Luo Shu's smile vanished, and the smiles of those around him followed suit. The meeting concludes here. I have matters to attend to, he declared, rubbing his face vigorously, nearly ready to shout. After relaying her request to Luo Shu, Luo Qiyun then called Qin Yu. Some people seem rather slow today. Her teasing voice echoed through the receiver. Qin Yu, who was lying on his bed lost in thought, pinched his cheek, suddenly feeling a bit out of sorts. So how are you today? Are you settling in well? He inquired. No issues at all, Luo Qiyun reassured him, confident that she hadn't stirred up any trouble today. At least not as chaotically as Qin Yu had. That's good. Once the shoot wraps up, make sure to rest well, Qin Yu replied, needing to buy a new mouse pad and webcam, activating his backup peripherals. Is that all you wanted to say? Luo Qiyun asked, a hint of confusion in her tone. Chapter 71. I long to see you. Qin Yu was momentarily taken aback by the question. Of course, he had more to say than just checking if Luo Qiyun faced any troubles. He yearned for more than just a few brief exchanges before hanging up. Yet, he held his tongue for the moment. Luo Qiyun remained silent, patiently waiting, convinced that Qin Yu would soon voice what was on his mind. Soon. I want to see you right now. Qin Yu was acutely aware of the inconvenient timing. Luo Qiyun's place was bustling with others, making it far too crowded for a private meeting. Nevertheless, the desire to see her was overwhelming, a compulsion he had never experienced before. Then come over. I'll be waiting for you. After hanging up, Qin Yu sprang from his bed. Just as he was about to leave, he received a message from Luo Qiyun reminding him to pack a change of clothes. Could it be that he had an opportunity to spend the night there? The RV was currently quite cramped, but he brushed aside his doubts and began to gather his belongings. For a moment, he was about to mistakenly pack a small dress from his wardrobe. How embarrassing. Once he had prepared his clothes, Qin Yu slung his bag over his shoulder and set off. Upon arriving in the living room, he noticed someone entering the code to unlock the door. Brother, Mom saw your live stream this afternoon. Are you unwell? Qin Yu stepped inside. I can help you make an online appointment. I'll accompany you for a checkup tomorrow. The visitors included not just his sister, but also Xia Ran, who had happened to pass by. No need. I have something urgent to attend to, Qin Yu replied, slipping on his shoes. It was only then that he noticed Xia Ran was present as well. Their interactions have been sparse lately, aside from a recent encounter at the office. Qin Yu glanced at her before nonchalantly continuing to tie his shoelaces. He was wearing shoes he had previously purchased, a reflexive action. However, Xia Ran had never seen these shoes before. Are you really all right? Qin Yu inquired, moving closer and gently grasping her brother's chin. Look at me. Qin Yu looked at her helplessly. Next, are you going to inspect my tongue and examine my eyes, little Dr. Qin? He chuckled. The way she spoke indicated that he was indeed fine, very normal. His sister nodded. So, does that mean your earlier actions this afternoon were all just for show? It was a coincidence. How could Qin Yu have known he would have such bad luck, spilling coffee and triggering a chain reaction? Qin Yu expressed her understanding. But it was late, and she wondered where he was headed with his bag. Surely, it wasn't a last-minute trip abroad. Before you leave, at least eat something I brought. Qin Yu opened a thermos containing the beef salad and a few side dishes prepared by their mother. I'm a bit pressed for time, so I'll pass, Qin Yu said, rising to check his outfit before heading out. No way, you must eat something, otherwise. You can't leave. Qin Yu pouted, determined not to let her brother leave empty-handed. Reluctantly, Qin Yu sat down at the table to eat a little. Throughout the meal, Xiao Ran stood by, sensing that the energetic Qin Yu before her didn't quite match the image she had of him. On the contrary, he seemed to have reverted to his high school self. She had thought that after all these years, he would have changed. Sitting at the table, Qin Yu ate without savoring the food, quickly chewing on some beef wrapped in garlic paste before swallowing. Xiao Ran remembered that he wasn't particularly fond of garlic. After a few bites, he truly just ate a little, rinsed his mouth, and stood up to leave. Stay as long as you like. Just remember to turn off the lights when you leave, he instructed before shutting the door behind him. Just like that, he was gone. Qin Yu leaned on her hand, perplexed. How strange. Surely something urgent must be afoot. Otherwise, Qin Yu wouldn't be in such a hurry, Xiao Ran remarked from the side. What could possibly be so urgent? He looked as though a girlfriend was about to leave the country. Qin Yu snorted, quite displeased. Meanwhile, Luo Qiyun glanced at her phone. Noting that Qin Yu had already set off. Don't you think it's a bit cramped for 3 people to live together? She wore a long black dress and a chestnut coat, lifting her teacup. Her finger glided along the rim of the cup as she regarded the two before her, exuding an air of interrogation. It's quite all right. Rue Shui shouldn't mind, right? Yu Shanran queried. Yes. Rue Shui had been somewhat intimidated by the atmosphere during the day and was now lost in thought. What could possibly be wrong? She pondered. I've arranged for new RV accommodations for you. There is no need to continue squeezing together, Luo Qiyun stated, sipping her tea. Clearly, this was not a discussion, but a decree. However, neither of them had any idea where their new residence would be. It's about 500 meters away. Luo Qiyun added. 500 meters feels rather distant. Rue Shui expressed her disappointment. But upon lifting her gaze, a sense of trepidation washed over her. The shooting schedules sometimes overlapped. This way, it wouldn't disturb their rest, right? Yes, indeed, Yu Shanran interjected, pulling Rue Shui closer. We'll live together and bond over our experiences. If we don't hurry, something might go awry. As a senior, Yu Shanran felt compelled to lend Rue Shui a helping hand. After packing their belongings, the two departed. Along the way, Rue Shui questioned, is it just my imagination? Or has Qiyun suddenly become rather intimidating? Is that so? What was she like when you first met her? Yu Shanran replied. Aside from being stunningly beautiful and possessing a remarkable figure, she was quite the lady. Rue Shui thought for a moment, feeling a tinge of apprehension. So, there's really nothing wrong. You see, the previous impression of her being easygoing was merely superficial. Now you've truly come to know her. Yu Shanran had her own reasoning. So, are we back to the relationship we had during university? Rue Shui felt a spark of happiness. This was indeed her goal. Precisely. Yu Shanran replied nonchalantly. But why do I feel like you're deceiving me? Rue Shui scrutinized Yu Shanran. Believe it or not, after bidding farewell to the two, Luo Qiyun awaited outside the filming location. Before long, she spotted the headlights of Qin Yu's old motorcycle. However, Qin Yu had parked on the other side, oblivious to Luo Qiyun standing in the shadows. How should I get in? Qin Yu was familiar with the route, and he knew where Luo Qiyun was. Yet it felt inappropriate to walk in directly without a badge, as he would likely be stopped. Luo Qiyun observed Qin Yu's frustrated expression from a distance. At that moment, as Qin Yu pondered these dilemmas, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed nearby. When he turned to look, he found Luo Qiyun standing merely a step away from him. She dashed over just like that. Qin Yu sensed that the situation was amiss and hurriedly opened his arms. Luo Qiyun leaped into his embrace, her soft form colliding firmly against him. Don't speak, she commanded imperiously, seizing Qin Yu's collar before rising on her toes to plant a kiss on his lips. Then, playfully, she bit her own lip. Qin Yu's mind went blank. This was unexpected. He had never anticipated such a bold move from the young lady, leaving him completely bewildered, his body frozen. Out of nowhere, a familiar face appeared nearby. Witnessing this scene, he sprayed the cola he had just sipped all over. Chapter 72, Are you not coming over? Do you know him? Luo Qiyun inquired, oblivious to the identity of the person before her. I know him, and you should too. Yet it seems improbable that you actually do. Qin Yu recited a line of scripture. The young man who had suddenly appeared was the male lead of the set, and Xian. He is the male protagonist. Qin Yu clarified. Luo Qiyun understood. So what? What does that have to do with anything? She was indifferent to being discovered by others. She simply believed that the thrill of being found out would differ depending on the timing. You truly do not care about public opinion, do you? Qin Yu looked down at Luo Qiyun, her nonchalant expression strikingly familiar to him. If that's the case, I could call Luo Shu to deal with him, Luo Qiyun remarked, genuinely reaching for her phone. You're not serious, are you? Qin Yu felt a twinge of anxiety. Just joking. At that moment, and Xian, who had been stunned for quite a while, finally grasped the situation and promptly approached them. You are. Qin Yu wrapped his arms protectively around Luo Qiyun, gently pressing the back of her head to rest against his chest. He had made up his mind. If Xian intended to photograph and expose their relationship, he would kick his phone away. Qin Yu! And Xian exclaimed excitedly, his attention solely focused on Qin Yu. So he should be more familiar with me? Qin Yu asked Luo Qiyun. But Luo Qiyun was preoccupied with listening to Qin Yu's heartbeat. What? She seemed entirely unconcerned. We met just this morning, and now here we are again, and Xian remarked, brushing aside his outer coat. Look, your autograph. Qin Yu struggled to recall when he had ever encountered Xian. He was referring to the time when he was embodying the identity of Qin Yu, and Xian mentioned they had met that morning, which must have been with Luo Qiyun. He might be your fan, a diehard fan. In fact, I heard he was the first moderator in your live stream. Luo Qiyun shared the limited information she had. With that, Qin Yu began to remember. Wu Gushunjiao, is that you? Qin Yu recognized his longtime moderator vividly. When Qin Yu had just begun live streaming, few tuned in, and he was even accused of cheating. And Xian was among the steadfast supporters who stood by Qin Yu during that time. Moreover, and Xian was unlike others. He simply embraced the role of a viewer in the live stream, a fan of Qin Yu, never seeking personal contact or intruding into Qin Yu's life. He consistently appeared at scheduled times, maintaining order and boosting the live stream's popularity. Qin Yu had even contemplated gifting something to this veteran supporter, but Xian had declined. That's me. And Xian had initially felt a bit disappointed. Although he had interacted with his idol that morning, it was Luo Qiyun who had been in Qin Yu's body. Thus, even though Xian had said much, Luo Qiyun had not mentioned his livestream ID. Now, seeing him, and Xian thought perhaps it was just that Qin Yu had been too busy that morning to remember. What a coincidence to run into you here. How have you been? Wait, Qin Yu suddenly realized that this was not the time for reminiscing. He was still holding Luo Qiyun, and he needed to address the matter at hand. You saw everything that just happened? Qin Yu asked. I did, and Xian, being a candid youth, perceived nothing wrong with the situation. However, that was the incorrect response. I said, let Luo Shu and Luo Qiyun emerge from Qin Yu's embrace, but he pressed her back again. All right, I didn't see anything, nothing at all. And Xian glanced around, pretending to be oblivious, before turning to leave. After taking a couple of steps, he turned back. Is there something else? I was wondering if we could add each other on WeChat. He had never requested Qin Yu's contact information before, as at that time. And Xian felt he was failing in life, burdened by hardships, always fearing that he might inadvertently transmit his negative emotions to others. Especially since he knew that once he had Qin Yu's contact, he would inevitably reveal his feelings during moments of distress, worrying that he would affect Qin Yu. However, things had changed. Now, he had a stable job and had gained recognition. His career was flourishing, and his mental health had improved significantly. He felt ready to attempt a friendship with Qin Yu, rekindling a bond that should have formed a year ago. Sure, Qin Yu exchanged contact information with Xian. All right, Xian left, but after a few steps, it seemed he remembered something. By the way, the livestream content this afternoon was quite innovative and creative. Just a trivial idea. It wasn't intentional on Qin Yu's part. After bidding farewell to Xian, Qin Yu finally sighed in relief. He had left. Qin Yu gently placed his hand on Luo Qiyun's shoulder, releasing her from his embrace. Leaning closer, he noticed her delicate face was flushed from being smothered. Are you burning up? Qin Yu inquired, brushing aside a few stray strands of hair from Luo Qiyun's forehead, pressing his forehead against hers. Her temperature was normal. It was Qin Yu who had made her feel this way. You are too hot. Luo Qiyun tugged on Qin Yu's left hand, pulling him inside. Did this mean they could confidently stride in without fearing an encounter with anyone? Qin Yu was skeptical. Don't we need to arrive separately? He recognized the place. Otherwise, you get caught, so. Luo Qiyun draped a scarf over Qin Yu, transforming him into a bandit. Does this even work? Of course it doesn't. I just find it amusing, Luo Qiyun admitted. In reality, they encountered no one on their way. Once Luo Qiyun ushered Qin Yu into the RV, she quickly glanced around and shut the door. Seated on the familiar little sofa, Qin Yu stretched lazily. The day's events had exhausted him considerably. He felt a bit drowsy. You can rest for a while, Luo Qiyun said as she went to freshen up. Qin Yu nodded, leaning back on the sofa. When Luo Qiyun finished washing up, he finally entered, but he discovered there were no toiletries set aside for him. Just use mine. Luo Qiyun anticipated this, standing outside the door. After all, it's what you used before. When she emerged after tidying up, Qin Yu wiped the dampness from his neck and glanced toward the bed. Luo Qiyun was holding her phone. Engrossed in a script, she leaned against the pillow, her body slightly forward, her long hair cascading down the sides of her chest. The white camisole doing little to conceal her. Qin Yu was acutely aware of how loose it was. Moonlight streamed through the skylight, and as Luo Qiyun lifted her head to turn off her phone, her lips parted slightly, her eyes sparkling with a familiar teasing glint. Qin Yu's actions to dry his hair momentarily halted. It felt as if something was amiss. This wasn't the first time they had been alone together, nor the first time sharing a bed. Yet he sensed that his state was not quite right. Are you not coming over? Luo Qiyun raised her right hand, patting the space beside her. Chapter 73, what was there to worry about when they had grown so familiar? No one understood Qin Yu better than Luo Qiyun, both in body and spirit. The same could be said in reverse. There was no need for awkwardness. Thus, Qin Yu lay down, settling into his familiar side of the bed. Embracing such a mindset, Qin Yu calmly picked up his phone, feigning nonchalance. Luo Qiyun, undeterred, continued to observe him. The kiss they shared moments ago was supposed to lead to further intimacy, but it was abruptly interrupted by the unexpected arrival of Xian. May I hold you? Qin Yu ventured an invitation. Without uttering a word, Luo Qiyun opened her arms. Come here. This was not what Qin Yu meant. He desired her to lie in his embrace, as they had done before. Is this how? Luo Qiyun nestled into his arms, her hair brushing against his face. At least now, Qin Yu was certain of one thing. Luo Qiyun had not lied earlier. He could indeed perceive a faint fragrance that calmed his senses. Distinctly not that of any shower gel. Your hand, resting on my shoulder, feels a bit stiff, Luo Qiyun remarked as she pressed her palm against his chest. Qin Yu could convince himself that they had grown accustomed to this mode of interaction. Yet his physical reactions were not entirely within his control. The experience of holding a beautiful woman as opposed to being the beautiful one nestled in someone else's embrace were two entirely different matters. Having never been in a romantic relationship before, every movement felt awkward to him, often requiring prior contemplation. This was not ideal, it was hardly courageous. Thus, he attempted to lift Luo Qiyun's chin, the delicate sensation beneath his fingers swiftly bringing him into the moment. All right, we can continue now. Just as he was poised to proceed, his phone rang. He picked it up, glancing at the caller ID. It's my sister. So, did you manage to pursue your white moonlight abroad late at night? I did. Should I video call your sister-in-law to check in? Qin Yu and his sister often exchanged such light-hearted banter. As long as you're fine, I'll hang up. Oh, and Mom wants you to come home for dinner tomorrow. Qin Xinyu said with a smile. Someone's enjoying their mother's affection. Yes, I'll be back tomorrow. Qin Yu replied succinctly, avoiding further discussion. Will you really return tomorrow? Hard to say. After ending the call, Qin Yu intended to resume their previous activities, but his phone rang once more. He contemplated hanging up directly, only to see that it was Jiang's phone. What's up, brother? Qin Yu felt obliged to give him some attention. Just sobering up. I heard you weren't in great shape this afternoon. Everything all right? I'm fine. No need to worry. Qin Yu was perplexed. He had merely experienced a minor incident during a live stream. So why were so many people calling to check on him? After concluding his conversation with Jiang's phone, he finally let out a sigh of relief, but the screen lit up again. This is annoying. However, it was not Qin Yu who was frustrated. It was Luo Qiyun, genuinely irked. She insisted that Qin Yu return each of those calls tomorrow, as the moment was critical. She leaned in, swatting the phone away and gripping his shoulders. As events unfolded, to be candid, Qin Yu was left dazed by the kiss. Before long, he found himself completely overpowered by Luo Qiyun. Time seemed to blur, and only after an indeterminate period did Qin Yu come to realize it had ended. Is it over? He gasped for breath. Now they could proceed, yet considering the work awaiting him tomorrow, it might be prudent to postpone their next steps. After all, there was no need to rush. To be precise, the environment and Qin Yu's state were not optimal. Adhering to the principle of not initiating, it was essential that Qin Yu act first for Luo Qiyun to respond. It seemed that those two phone calls had come at an inopportune moment. Qin Yu gazed at his phone, noting that nearly everyone he knew had reached out with messages or calls. I recall that typically, everyone seems rather indifferent to these matters. A well-behaved child crying is the most heart-wrenching, don't you think? Luo Qiyun rested her head on Qin Yu's arm. The thought of someone having to endure mourning with their left arm in disuse made her want to laugh. As she gazed out the skylight, Qin Yu quickly slipped into a state of half-sleep. Qin Yu, do you like me? Qin Yu remained silent, prompting Luo Qiyun to lean in closer and gently blow into his ear. She could sense his heart racing, yet she chose not to expose his feelings. I do, he replied, the tension in his brow easing. What kind-hearted soul would whisper in someone's ear just as they are about to drift off to sleep? The following morning, Qin Yu shrank his neck, retreating his frozen right hand, yearning to tuck it under the covers, only to discover that he was barely covered, just enough to stave off the chill. Thus, it became evident whose sleeping habits were to blame for the disarray of the bedding. "Good morning," Qin Yu said resignedly as he rose, seizing the fleeting opportunity to prepare breakfast. "Good morning," Luo Qiyun replied, sitting up. It was peculiar. During their previous exchanges, Qin Yu had always awakened in a disheveled state, his hair uncontrollably tousled. Yet, upon rising, Luo Qiyun's long hair remained impeccably in place, and with a mere yawn, she instantly regained her vibrant appearance. What was this? A manifestation of her essence overpowering her physical form? Cooking in a mobile home posed its challenges. And with no means to venture outside, breakfast consisted of jam on bread and warm milk. "Let us have breakfast," Qin Yu said, shaking his left arm repeatedly. It was inevitable to feel numb after resting on it for an entire night. He was no Terminator, after all, made of steel and iron. Luo Qiyun chuckled at the sight. "Now you understand, some affectionate gestures come with their own price." After breakfast, Qin Yu contemplated slipping away while there were still few people around. "Let us leave tonight. Luo Qiyun only has morning scenes today, and she'll be free in the afternoon. Once I depart, it will be inconvenient for us to meet for a while." Qin Yu nodded in agreement. "Do you feel like my little kept man right now?" "Not at all. They're in a normal romantic relationship, and there will eventually be a day to go public. It's merely a matter of time." Later, the cast gathered, and Rui Shui and Yu Xinran observed as the male lead, and Xian rehearsed scenes with Luo Qiyun. It was evident to everyone that Xian made time to exchange a few words with Luo Qiyun. Do they know each other? Rui Shui wondered. Meanwhile, Xian seized a moment to inquire about Qin Yu. "So, has he returned? You should know where he is staying. I would like to pay him a visit." Luo Qiyun felt an urge to punch him. Yet, Xian was exceedingly polite, addressing her with formalities. After the morning shoot, Luo Qiyun intended to return for a rest. However, upon changing her clothes, she was greeted by a throng of familiar faces. Indeed, it was not just one or two, nor three or four, but an entire crowd. It was hard to fathom that so many had come to visit her on set. How was she to send this multitude away? Chapter 74. You must do as well. The crowd was so vast that Luo Qiyun could ascertain they had come primarily for Qin Yu. They arrived in pairs, accompanying one another. Only Bai Suijing and Su Liao dared to approach first, having witnessed the formidable presence of the young lady the day before. Yu Xinran and Rui Shui stood off to the side, well aware. Rui Shui had indeed prepared a lunch for Luo Qiyun, but she did not deliver it. According to Yu Xinran, they needed to give others a chance. It wouldn't he do for Rui Shui to monopolize the attention. Rui Shui found this reasoning sound. Thus, she enjoyed lunch with Yu Xinran instead. As previously arranged, Bai Suijing and Su Liao attended a cooking class together, now brimming with confidence in their culinary skills. "However, regardless of anything, I must thank you for not ruining all my dishes," Su Liao remarked, recalling their earlier dispute. Though they had reconciled, she still felt that Bai Suijing had instigated the conflict. "Let me reiterate, I was merely helping you season the soup. The chaos that ensued afterward was entirely your doing," Bai Suijing retorted indignantly. "Indeed, adding sugar instead of salt to the pot was truly a helpful gesture. I recall that you were performing better than I was at that time. What is the matter? Can you not distinguish between salt and sugar?" Can Bai Suijing genuinely claim that she was merely trying to assist? Su Liao had her condiments stored in jars, and she was completely oblivious to that fact. Moreover, even if there were animosities, did Su Liao not add Sichuan pepper oil to the dishes she prepared later on? Regardless, as the two of them bickered, the lunch they had each meticulously prepared ultimately culminated in a single dish. Consequently, what was presented before Luo Qiyun were merely these: a stir-fry of bamboo shoots with pork, sweet and sour ribs, and a bowl of yam and black chicken soup. In truth, Luo Qiyun was not particularly fond of bamboo shoots, but Qin Yu relished them. "Thank you for your efforts," she acknowledged, offering both women a nod, though she only sipped a few spoonfuls of soup. "No worries," Bai Suijing replied with a smile. "Now that I've had the soup, can we conclude the visit?" There were still the Luo brothers to consider. They had not brought an abundance of items. Early that morning, Luo Shu had intended to go to work, as he was preparing to stay at the company. However, Luo Qiyun made an unexpected visit, insisting on dragging him to the set. They had a scene to shoot out of town soon, making future visits inconvenient. Luo Qiyun paced back and forth in his brother's office, quite bothersome. "If you wish to go, you may go by yourself," Luo Shu declared, firmly deciding against the trip. "Why have you suddenly reverted to your old self?" Luo Qiyun took a seat. Luo Shu had now begun to invest in his younger brother. With newfound wealth, Luo Qiyun had assembled his own small team and was quite busy. Building a team was no simple task. It was certainly not as burdensome as being a professional player. Luo Shu did not merely hand over several million to him. He also provided connections to help his brother get a head start. His only stipulation was that once Luo Qiyun committed to this path, he must pursue it with diligence. In what way? Luo Shu raised his head. Nothing, I was just speaking offhandedly. Luo Qiyun dared not offend his affluent elder brother. Ultimately, Luo Shu acquiesced to his brother's request, and the two of them set off to the set together. Sister, Luo Qiyun said, presenting a bouquet of flowers. Accepting the flowers, Luo Qiyun nodded. Luo Qiyun stood frozen, taken aback by the lack of a suitable response. Huh. Luo Shu stifled a laugh. I told you not to come, yet you insisted. This is the consequence. However, these individuals were unlikely to be as disappointed as Ji Cheng, who had even brought along reinforcements today. Are you still planning to deliver those items? Wu Qing stood nearby, flicking his lighter and taking a deep drag, exhaling a ring of smoke in Ji Cheng's direction. Ji Cheng waved his hand to disperse the secondhand smoke. To be frank, he felt a twinge of fear. How can a person display such distinctly different states in less than a month? Ji Cheng pondered. What do you mean by different? Ji Cheng summarized after some thought. At times, she can be quite proud, while at others, she is adorably innocent. Generally, she appears gentle, with many subtle nuances in her movements. Ji Cheng recounted with great detail. Yet when she gazes directly at you, it feels as though your very soul is trembling, fearing annihilation. Wu Qing regarded his cousin as if he had lost his mind. Are you certain this person actually exists? Wu Qing exhaled smoke rings. Of course she exists, and she is right before us. I have witnessed it firsthand, Ji Cheng affirmed. Either you are insane, or I have lost my mind for listening to your rambling. Wu Qing extinguished his cigarette and approached Luo Qiyun for conversation. As the group congregated together, Ji Cheng sought out Luo Shu. I was just about to speak. Ji Cheng began. Do not engage with me, and under no circumstances should you speak your mind. Not a single word. Luo Shu had already shut down communication. My suggestion is that we could simply leave now. Ji Cheng conceded. Shall we partake in tea? Let us have a drink, Luo Shu replied, eager for a couple of glasses. Luo Qiyun felt overwhelmed by the crowd surrounding her. Are you currently residing in that RV? Bai Suijing inquired, glancing toward the distant vehicle. Eager to approach. It's not convenient for a visit, Luo Qiyun gently urged, attempting to maintain a cordial demeanor, still considering Qin Yu's feelings. After enduring half an hour of conversation with the visitors, using the excuse of having other matters to attend to in the afternoon, Luo Qiyun finally managed to send them off. How could Qin Yu endure their incessant chatter? It was hard to believe. Upon returning to the RV, Luo Qiyun found Qin Yu already sprawled on the sofa, asleep in an uncomfortable position. Observing him, she approached, slipping her arm under his neck and bending his knee, intending to lift him to the bed. Though she possessed sufficient strength, she misjudged Qin Yu's weight and collided directly with his chest. Ouch! Qin Yu gasped, clutching his chest as he sat up, tears welling in his eyes. Do you believe me when I say it was unintentional? Luo Qiyun pressed her forehead. I believe you, but it truly hurts. Once most of the guests had departed, Qin Yu planned to leave as well, needing to return home for dinner. Then farewell, he said, standing outside the filming base, preparing to depart. Wait. Before he could leave, Luo Qiyun stepped in front of him, rising on her toes to plant a kiss on his lips. What is this? If we ever switch roles again, you must reciprocate. Understood? Despite Luo Qiyun's calculations ringing loud in her mind, Qin Yu had no retort. After bidding farewell to Qin Yu, Luo Qiyun received a call from her father, requesting her to return home at her earliest convenience. Indeed, it had been nearly half a month since her last visit. Her father must have missed her dearly. Qiyun, you should not be too busy tomorrow, right? Luo Qinshan chuckled, contemplating preparations for the following day. Yes, see you tomorrow, Luo Qiyun replied flatly. Luo Qinshan's face fell. It felt as though he were being scrutinized by a nefarious villain. Chapter 75. What are you meowing about? Mounting the old motorcycle left by his father, Qin Yu donned his helmet and headed home. The filming base was a considerable distance from his home, and while traversing the sparsely populated road, he spotted Luo Qiyun, who was smoking and stamping his foot at the roadside. He was puffing away, angrily shouting into his phone. I don't want players who demand exorbitant fees. What's the big deal about being a top-tier player? Transfer fees in the millions, and they act like they're superstars. Luo Qiyun was genuinely agitated. Someone had leaked the news about this wealthy young master's plans to form a team, leading many to approach the managers of his team. Some were core members of championship-caliber teams, while others were merely after his money, hoping to exploit him. Don't think I'm unaware, he is a team tyrant. Just because he plays well doesn't excuse his foul temper. Now, his younger brother was starting to take on the airs of a big boss. Just let him scram. After hanging up, Luo Qiyun exhaled a long breath. The idea of starting a team had originated from him, and seeing Luo Qiyun in such a state made Qin Yu feel a twinge of guilt. He halted his motorcycle beside Luo Qiyun. Lost your way? Qin Yu removed his helmet. Luo Qiyun looked at the person before him, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Do I know you? He assumed Qin Yu was an actor from the same production as his sister. No, Qin Yu shook his head. I just noticed you seemed rather frustrated. Not at all. Just dealing with some troublesome work matters. Luo Qiyun could hardly fathom that merely attempting to assemble a team would result in so many complications. His brother, Luo Shu, managed the vast family enterprise and had to expend immense energy. No wonder Luo Shu appeared older than his years. Originally, Qin Yu was merely a passerby, but now Luo Qiyun found himself wanting to converse with this stranger. Perhaps it was because Qin Yu seemed adept at listening. Care for smoke? Luo Qiyun offered a cigarette pack. I recently quit. Qin Yu dismounted, standing beside Luo Qiyun, who crouched by the roadside smoking. Quitting is good. Luo Qiyun exhaled a smoke ring and began to pour out his grievances. Qin Yu listened patiently until he finished. So, do you wish to give up? He inquired. No. I merely feel that I was somewhat naive in the past. Having lingered too long within my comfort zone, Luo Qiyun finds herself quite unaccustomed to the change. Now that I've promised my sister to earnestly pursue this path, I must commit wholeheartedly. If I had entertained such thoughts before, I would have deemed myself quite mad. I wish you all the best. As Qin Yu rose to depart, he inquired, shall I accompany you for a while? Luo Qiyun wished to linger a bit longer, needing to adjust her emotions without imposing them on others. By the way, could I have your contact information? I have genuinely enjoyed our conversation. She leaned in closer. No need for that. If fate allows, we shall meet again. Qin Yu declined the younger one's request and headed straight home. Upon arriving, he parked the car and entered the house. He cupped his hands and exhaled, relieved as the numbing cold began to dissipate. I'm back, much later than I anticipated, he announced. Qin Yu approached, scrutinizing her brother's tousled hair, playfully ruffling it. So, are you truly in love? She asked in a hushed tone. What do you think? Qin Yu evaded a direct answer. I can't quite guess, but I know someone has been rather secretive lately, Qin Yu remarked, referring to his changed demeanor. One might say, the once reclusive gamer brother has transformed into a man of intrigue. During dinner, Qin Yu savored the familiar dishes, allowing himself to unwind. Unexpectedly, even his mother teased him about his sudden disappearance the previous day, casting him a peculiar glance. While Yao Jin typically refrained from pressuring Qin Yu about marriage or arranging blind dates, it did not mean she was entirely indifferent to his life as significant events. Thus, she seized the opportunity to broach the topic indirectly, hoping that if he truly had a girlfriend, she might get to meet her. Qin Yu deflected her inquiries, diverting the conversation. It wasn't that he wished to withhold information. Rather, the relationship between him and Luo Qiyun had grown somewhat delicate, clearly not something to be openly discussed. After the meal, Qin Yu settled on the sofa, playfully engaging with the cat. He gently stroked the kitten's head. Meow. Suddenly, he noticed his sister observing him with an odd expression. Why did you just meow? Qin Yu feigned nonchalance, continuing to pet the kitten. However, his touch was too gentle, causing the kitten to recoil, its ears twitching, and its pupils dilating in surprise as it stared at Qin Yu. You're acting quite strangely today. Typically, when Luo Qiyun interacted with the kitten, she would flip it over and rub its belly vigorously. In contrast, Qin Yu's actions were exceedingly gentle. Qin Yu watched as their mother entered the room, quietly taking a seat beside her brother. There's an event the day after tomorrow at 10 in the morning. Remember to be punctual, she instructed. What? Qin Yu nodded, subtly concealing his confusion. What event? He was completely unaware of such a matter. This implied that Luo Qiyun likely had knowledge of it. Once back in his room, Qin Yu called Luo Qiyun to inquire about the event. Upon learning the details, he found himself somewhat perplexed. This poses a bit of a dilemma. I can't possibly apply makeup. Qin Yu had attended horseback riding lessons for Luo Qiyun and even substituted for her on set for 2 days. However, makeup was akin to fashion coordination, something meticulously arranged by Luo Qiyun, and he had never considered learning it. Don't worry, someone will come to your aid when the time comes. You merely need to prepare what to say, Luo Qiyun reassured him. She would ensure everything was arranged. After hanging up, Qin Yu gazed at the guitars on his stand, picking up the electroacoustic nylon guitar to give a wipe. Just like his livestream content, Qin Yu had not adhered to a fixed style when learning guitar. Aside from the most common strumming and singing, he had explored various genres, from rock and metal to modern fingerstyle. Thus, among his collection was a jazz guitar and a Black Beauty he had purchased with his first paycheck. Since Luo Qiyun had expressed interest in hearing him play, He decided to take this opportunity to organize his equipment and prepare to perform for her next time. The following morning, Luo Qiyun returned to the Luo family home after a long absence. Despite it being a rare sunny day, Luo Qiyun stood at the door feeling as though a storm was imminent. He anxiously looked up at the sky. Surely, such weather wouldn't suddenly turn stormy, would it? Luo Shu glanced at his younger brother. Silly boy, it is often calm before the storm. Chapter 76. The young lady arrives with a strong presence. She took the bag from Luo Shu's assistant and strode inside. The three Luo men stood at the entrance, waiting. Do we really need to wait at the front door? Luo Qiyun asked, puzzled. His sister often returned home. Why the elaborate arrangements this time? According to their father, Luo Qiyun, it was because his precious daughter had finally begun to take her work seriously, necessitating a more ceremonious welcome. However, Luo Qiyun felt it was merely a slight change in his sister's temperament. Good morning. Luo Qiyun acknowledged the trio with a nod before walking directly inside. Luo Qiyun threw up his hands in exasperation. This spectacle reminded him of a dragon king returning after 3 years. There was no surprise at the sight of the three men waiting at the door, nor did she greet them. Instead, she simply ignored them. By the time the father and sons entered, Luo Qiyun was already seated, sipping tea. Qiyun, how has work been lately? Their father inquired cautiously from across the table. Luo Qiyun nodded, her elegant gesture with the teacup signaling that she preferred silence. The lack of a proper response left their father feeling rather dejected. Everything is fine. No need for concern, she finally added, perhaps out of consideration for Qin Yu. Almost immediately, she regretted her words, as their father then launched into a lengthy monologue, repeatedly assuring her that if she encountered any difficulties or felt exhausted, she should speak up, and he would resolve all her troubles. Now looking back, Luo Qiyun could understand her father's cautiousness a bit more, yet his verbosity was truly overwhelming. As noon approached, the family gathered for lunch, with Luo Shu sitting up straight as if attending a formal banquet. Luo Qiyun observed his brother. Today he seemed unusually subdued, lacking his usual playful antics. Normally, he would be serving food and playfully ruffling hair, but today he was silent. Deciding to lighten the mood himself, Luo Qiyun began discussing work-related matters at the table, animatedly recounting tales. In the past, such behavior during meals would have earned him a reprimand, yet the family's temperament had improved significantly, and they all watched his performance with interest. When he finished, their father was the first to chuckle. Well done, but perhaps refrain from performing next time. Luo Shu could not help but smirk, and even Luo Qiyun cracked a smile. When she glanced up, she found the three of them staring at her. As she met their gaze, they all pretended nothing had happened, averting their eyes. The young lady laughed. Luo Qiyun leaned toward his brother and whispered, It's been a while since we've had a little competition. Shall we play for a while? Despite having been thoroughly beaten several times, he still yearned to triumph over his sister in the game where he had the least talent. Oh, and tennis too. Entering the room, Luo Qiyun glanced at the equipment. Perhaps Luo Qiyun believed she had been merely acting during this time, and her skills had regressed. However, in reality, she had been streaming just a couple of days prior. What shall we play? Luo Qiyun adjusted the mouse sensitivity. Luo Qiyun had contemplated the fact that he possessed no competitive edge in traditional games, which spurred him to diligently practice Destiny 2. He immersed himself in videos, learning the nuances of gunplay and various subtle techniques, convinced that he could reverse the dismal outcome of his previous encounter. Alas, he was merely indulging in wishful thinking. As fate would have it, today he found himself seated opposite none other than Luo Qiyun, a serendipitous occurrence that rendered his delusions of grandeur moot, for Luo Qiyun was rather unremarkable at shooting games. Yet, despite her lack of dexterity, she had devised a clever strategy. The two of them meticulously configured their loadouts, selected maps, and established game modes and match durations. Preparing to commence, Luo Qiyun leaned in with curiosity, believing that his previous score of 30-3 was solely due to Qin Yu's lack of effort, unaware that had Qin Yu truly engaged, he would have garnered not a single point. One absurd loadout, can those two weapons even be utilized? Luo Qiyun thought, stifling a laugh as he observed Luo Qiyun employing weapons that even novices would shun, utterly unsuitable for combat. Did she genuinely think such choices would allow her to dominate me? His brow furrowed, feeling severely underestimated. At that moment, an overwhelming determination ignited within him, vowing to reclaim his honor. However, Luo Qiyun had no intention of engaging in a gunfight. The characters in this game possessed unique skills. Who said that victory necessitated shooting opponents? As the game commenced, Luo Qiyun executed his moves with precision, showcasing a fluidity honed over 2.5 hours of practice. Advancing towards Luo Qiyun. Bam! He was felled by a single punch. What? I was killed by a mere fist? Luo Qiyun gaped at the melee kill icon on the screen, bewildered. Luo Qiyun remained silent. Though she hadn't played extensively, she had learned a devastating elbow strike configuration while browsing videos, capable of dispatching foes with a single blow. Realizing this, Luo Qiyun decided to maintain his distance, attempting to engage in range combat to avoid the embarrassment of close-quarters combat. Yet, Luo Qiyun appeared like a specter, suddenly materializing from a corner or atop a crate in the map, descending upon him with a crushing blow to his forehead. 5 minutes elapsed, and despite Luo Qiyun's cautious approach, he was elbowed a dozen times. Dazed, he scanned for targets. "Behind you," Luo Qiyun announced, emerging from behind and sending him flying with another punch. Watching his character's body soar into the air, Luo Qiyun could only grimace and vigorously rub his face in disbelief. Oh dear! As the game progressed, Luo Qiyun's spirit trembled. All he could see was the fly-green character controlled by Luo Qiyun repeatedly charging at him, mercilessly launching him away. Whenever he closed his eyes, that colossal fist dominating half the screen left him gasping for breath. Still playing? The game concluded, and Luo Qiyun surveyed the results panel. 30-0. Couldn't you have let me win just once? Luo Qiyun's voice trembled. I didn't let you, Luo Qiyun retorted, her resolve firm. She hadn't fired a single shot. What did it mean to engage in a shooting game without firing a weapon? Luo Qiyun couldn't fathom it. He only knew that come midnight, he would surely awaken from a nightmare, startled by a colossal fly elbowing him in the face. As evening descended, on the other side, Qin Yu ascended the stairs to his home, burdened with 2 guitars and an effects pedal. For some time, Luo Qiyun had been assisting him in physical training, yielding some results. He had gained a bit of weight, no longer appearing as gaunt as before. After setting down his belongings, Qin Yu prepared to open the door, encountering Xia Ran as she emerged. Good evening. Yes, good evening. Qin Yu nodded, instinctively smiling, then awkwardly suppressed his grin as if realizing something. Chapter 77. Unbeknownst presence. This marked Qin Yu's first encounter with his future belle under his own identity. Although he had never shared much conversation with her, he recalled their initial meeting in high school, when Xia Ran had similarly remarked, "You're carrying a lot of things. Are they guitars? Is it convenient for me to come in and sit for a moment?" Xia Ran approached. "Please do, but I can't stay long." Qin Yu intended to adjust his equipment and stream for a brief, while before wrapping up around 10 o'clock. He could offer Xia Ran at most 20 minutes. Once seated on the sofa, Qin Yu retrieved spare guitar strings, threading them from the 6th to the 1st string, tightening and tuning each one. This scene was novel for Xia Ran. Despite having spent the entirety of high school in his company, she had never witnessed him play guitar. There he sat, serious and slightly leaning forward to listen to the sounds produced by his fingertips. Through his earnest expression, Xia Ran felt a wave of nostalgia wash over her, as if transported back in time, accompanied by a familiar sense of distance. Cui Hao had once told her that the first step to connecting with Qin Yu was the most challenging. Prior to this, Xia Ran had always feared that her actions might be too bold, potentially causing offense, and had maintained a carefully measured distance. "I remember during the talent show, I wanted to invite you to perform together," Xia Ran suddenly recalled. Qin Yu did have a vague memory of that incident. At the time, Xia Ran had prepared a folk song to sing, yet he had never accompanied anyone before. He initially learned guitar to practice riffs, transitioning directly into rock from the 90s. "What a pity you turned me down." In truth, the reason for his refusal was not a lack of desire to perform with Xia Ran, but rather a lingering sense of youthful arrogance, deeming her soft, delicate song uninteresting. "Regrettable," Qin Yu replied nonchalantly, checking the condition of his prized FUZZ pedal. "Well, since you're busy, I want to keep you," Xia Ran said as she stood. "Goodbye." Qin Yu waved. Xia Ran had come and gone. To him, he had the patience to listen to anyone who unexpectedly appeared before him, yet not everyone could adapt to his calm demeanor. His laid-back nature often conveyed an impression of indifference. After bidding farewell to Xia Ran, Qin Yu returned to his streaming setup, resuming his previous broadcasting endeavors. The audience reacted with skepticism, questioning whether he had feigned a decline in skill purely for entertainment value. Regardless, there were viewers who appreciated the chaotic gameplay, while others were drawn to the allure of pure entertainment. Following the conclusion of the day's stream, Qin Yu inquired with Luo Qiyun about the arrangements for tomorrow's assistance for his sister, to which he assured him that everything was in order. That evening, Luo Qiyun chose not to return to the Luo household or the film set, instead dedicating herself to preparation for the following day. Early the next morning, Qin Yu picked up his sister, gathering her various props, and hailed a taxi to the venue. Today, Qin Zinyu would be portraying a game character with a cybernetic aesthetic. With academic commitments and the need to maintain a facade at home, the props she crafted during her spare time often bore minor imperfections. Throughout the ride, She meticulously inspected her work. Brother, pass me that gun you're holding. Qin Yu extended her hands. Following her instructions, Qin Yu handed it over. She raised the gun, aiming, and the soft rubber bullet struck him squarely in the chest, prompting him to feign injury and collapse dramatically. Why did you shoot me? Because you provoked someone you shouldn't have, Qin Yu replied, chin held high. The two engaged in playful banter until they soon arrived at their destination. Qin Yu awaited the arrival of the person Luo Qiyun had dispatched. Logically, they should have arrived by now. With this thought in mind, Qin Yu dialed Luo Qiyun. The familiar ringtone echoed, accompanied by the distant sound of roaring engines. Are you looking for me? Luo Qiyun remarked. Though Qin Yu hadn't heard her mention that she herself would be present. Wow. Qin Yu leaned in closer. Today, Luo Qiyun rode a striking black and gold Suzuki Hayabusa, clad in a sleek black racing jacket, exuding an air of both elegance and mystery. She turned her head, her gaze piercing through the visor of her helmet towards the two siblings. Hello. Qin Yu approached to greet her. Is it Xinyu? Luo Qiyun played her part convincingly. You go ahead. I will join you and your brother shortly. Oh. Xinyu initially intended to exchange a few words with this sister figure. As she turned away, she gave Qin Yu a thumbs up. How come she had never heard of Qin Yu having such a friend? It wasn't that she hadn't pondered it. She simply disliked prying into Qin Yu's secrets. If her older brother had a girlfriend, could he truly keep it from her? Once Qin Yu's silhouette faded from view, Luo Qiyun removed her helmet and smiled at Qin Yu. I recall we had work scheduled for this morning. Qin Yu was well aware of all the filming timelines. Indeed, that's why I asked the director to make some adjustments, Luo Qiyun stated. The director is quite accommodating. What else could be done? Everyone is here. Aren't you going to wear sunglasses or a mask? Qin Yu should have anticipated that Luo Qiyun would undoubtedly refuse help from anyone else. I brought them. After parking the bike, Luo Qiyun stood beside Qin Yu. Let us go. Qin Yu took a step forward, but before his heel could touch the ground, he noticed that Luo Qiyun remained still. What's the matter? Is there something else? Come closer. Is there something on my face? It was true that Qin Yu rarely checked his reflection. He leaned in closer to Luo Qiyun. Their lips brushed against each other's cheeks, a fleeting touch. Qin Yu stood up bewildered. Do you remember what I said? Luo Qiyun inquired. Of course. Yet, Qin Yu had not anticipated the seriousness with which she approached this moment. Now, they were to fulfill their agreement. Aren't you afraid of your sister walking in on us? Have you thought about how you'll explain if you get caught? Qin Yu had already prepared himself mentally. I'll just tell the truth. What other explanation is there? Afterwards, Luo Qiyun took charge of Qin Yu's adorable face, helping her with makeup. While Xinyu busied herself, the two stood to the side, pretending to be strangers engaged in quiet conversation. So, regarding Xinyu, do you hold any differing opinions? Luo Qiyun asked. Qin Yu did not consider his sister's secrets with their mother to be significant. She seemed genuinely happy, and that was what mattered. They waited until the event concluded, allowing Qin Yu a moment to converse with this unfamiliar sister. Of course, Luo Qiyun shared not a single truth. The poor sister was left in a daze by her deceptions. After escorting her sister away, Luo Qiyun tossed the car keys to Qin Yu. As compensation for your assistance, please drive me home. Chapter 78. At least you'll soon be holding your grandson, Qin. You caught the keys. Going home is fine, but to which home? Was it the Luo residence? Luo Qiyun's temporary safe house in the city center, or their rental apartment? To the Luo residence. Luo Qiyun stepped forward, signaling Qin Yu to lower his head. She placed the helmet on him and pulled down the visor. This looks quite cool. What if your brother and the others catch us? Qin Yu prepared to mount the bike, but was halted by Luo Qiyun's grip. She struck a pose, arms crossed, gazing into the distance. Can you lean against the bike like this? Qin Yu complied. Click. Luo Qiyun snapped a photo. All right, let us go. Luo Qiyun enlarged the photo to examine the details. Qin Yu sighed in resignation. Did the young lady even listen to what he said? What are you staring at? You've already called Luo Shu brother. How do you plan to explain that? Luo Qiyun found the question amusing. Indeed, Qin Yu, in a moment of carelessness, forgot to change his address. Once on the bike, Luo Qiyun leaned closer, wrapping her arms around Qin Yu's waist. The journey to the Luo residence would take an hour and a half, once out of the city. Qin Yu did not ride too fast. He did this for Luo Qiyun's safety, but for her, riding at such a slow pace was making her drowsy. Stop for a moment. Luo Qiyun tapped on Qin Yu's helmet. What's wrong? Let me take over. They switched positions. The engine roared to life, and as they took off, Qin Yu felt as though he might be thrown from the bike. What usually took an hour and a half was completed in half the time. Qin Yu dismounted and stood off to the side, still wearing the helmet. We've arrived. Luo Qiyun removed her helmet, blowing away the wisps of hair that clung to her forehead. Aren't you coming in for a bit? She gestured invitingly. Qin Yu shook his head. It was best to avoid witnessing his father's psychological breakdown. By the way, this bike is a gift for you. A form of compensation for helping me with work. Reflecting on it, Luo Qiyun realized she had yet to give Qin Yu anything. The little dress didn't count. Qin Yu felt he had no choice but to accept. In such a remote area as the Luo residence, hailing a taxi was quite difficult. Then, farewell. Qin Yu mounted the bike and waved his right hand. Not far away, Luo Qiyun was adjusting the playlist in the car. It was unclear what had prompted their father to take him to an old-fashioned gathering today. As a result, Luo Qiyun had to endure 3 hours of elderly men recounting their glorious pasts. Watching a group of retired men boast, he felt utterly awkward. Unable to contribute to the conversation, he could only maintain a stiff smile throughout. Fortunately, this outing wasn't entirely without merit. He knew his father was helping him build connections, perhaps even scouting for parents interested in him. Indeed, if their father couldn't push Luo Shu and Luo Qiyun into marriage, he naturally turned his attention to him. Huh, is my sister back? Luo Qiyun asked, surprised. What? Their father looked up, but his phone still played a short drama he had stumbled upon online. I've been reborn. He quickly silenced it, just in time to see Qin Yu waving goodbye and Luo Qiyun responding. Who is that person? Luo Qiyun only glimpsed Qin Yu's taillights, judging by the silhouette. It was certainly not a girl. Dad, you... Luo Qiyun looked at the rearview mirror, finding their father's mouth agape, his expression one of utter distress. Always urging them to find partners and marry, yet when it actually happens, you're not pleased. Luo Qiyun abruptly slammed the brakes in front of the gate. The car had barely come to a stop when her father flung open the door and charged out, nearly tripping. Qiyun, weren't you working? Why are you back? Luo Qinshan wanted to ask directly, but hesitated. Countless possibilities raced through his mind, even considering that Luo Qiyun's so-called work might be a ruse. I just came home to grab a few things. Luo Qiyun maintained a calm demeanor, as if nothing were amiss. Who was that just now? Luo Qinshan wished to sound authoritative, but he truly wanted to ask who that troublesome young man was. Faced with her father's anxious inquiry, Luo Qiyun offered no answers. She simply walked away. By the time she collected her belongings and left, their father still had not received any clarification. Luo Qiyun had intended to take a nap, but, seeing his father so dejected, felt an urge to offer comfort. So, he grabbed a bag of chips and sat down nearby. The crunching sound of the chips echoed loudly in the quiet Luo family hall. Isn't this a good thing? Luo Qiyun glanced at their father. You might soon be holding your grandson. Moreover, it seemed he understood why his sister had suddenly become so gentle. She must be in love. I believe the person who drove her home isn't a bad sort. The younger son discerned something significant. Do enlighten me. A motorcycle boy, if he becomes my brother-in-law. You can bet he'll help you hold a grandson in no time. Luo Qiyun failed to notice their father's increasingly grim expression, continuing to munch on the chips and speaking in a muffled tone. You needn't worry too much. Just prepare for the wedding. Luo Qinshan stood up, snatching the chips from his younger son's hands. Stop eating. I was just joking. Luo Qiyun wiped the crumbs from his mouth. Is my sister the kind of person to be easily deceived? There's nothing to worry about. Don't frighten yourself. On the other side, Luo Qiyun returned to the film set. After adjustments to the script, the entire day was dedicated to the male lead, and Xian. Upon hearing that the sudden schedule change was due to Luo Qiyun taking a leave of absence, he cheerfully accepted the shift. Yu Shenran and Rui Shui had no tasks for the day either, so they settled on the sidelines to observe Xian's performance. So, you're saying I should maintain this current demeanor? Rui Shui mused, feeling immensely benefited since living with Yu Shenran. Indeed, Qiyun's circle currently lacks someone of your unique style, which could leave a lasting impression, Yu Shenran replied, his rhetoric polished. That makes sense. As you put it, I am the proud and aloof best friend who, after discovering the truth behind the rumors, seeks to rekindle our friendship. Rui Shui pondered. What type of person do you consider yourself to be? Yu Shenran was caught off guard by the question. Qiyun has returned, he remarked as Luo Qiyun approached them. Today, Rui Shui's attire was soft and gentle, a white shirt paired with a gray vest, a pleated skirt, and petite leather shoes. The absence of ostentation in her appearance lent her a youthful essence, reminiscent of a high school or even middle school student. In stark contrast, Yu Shenran exuded her usual charm, clad in a striking red gown and matching heels, her exaggerated curves on full display. Good afternoon. Yu Shenran feigned ignorance of any conversational diversions. Good afternoon. Luo Qiyun nodded in acknowledgement. Upon returning to the set, Luo Qiyun plunged into her performance. As the next day's scenes posed considerable challenges, particularly numerous action sequences. The director was particularly fond of long takes, leaving little opportunity for the use of a stunt double. Thus, Luo Qiyun spent the morning training with the action director before commencing filming in the afternoon. Rui Shui and Yu Shenran gathered nearby to watch. During a segment involving an indoor fight scene, Luo Qiyun was required to execute her moves on a staircase. Just as she concluded a sequence and was nearing the end of the chute, her foot slipped and she lost her balance, tumbling down the stairs. Alarm bells rang in everyone's minds. The director was already contemplating how to apologize should the young lady sustain injuries. Yet, Rue Shui was the first to spring into action, lunging forward. Everyone anticipated a disastrous fall for Miss Luo. Rue Shui had prepared herself to replicate a previous incident from the theater, ready to catch Luo Qiyun and showcase her own capabilities. However, the young lady merely performed a graceful flip, landing firmly on her feet while her robe billowed elegantly in the air. Rue Shui, on the other hand, found herself sprawled on the ground, fortunately cushioned by a mat. "What are you doing?" Luo Qiyun sheathed her sword. "It's nothing, Rue Shui replied, dusting herself off as she retreated to the side. The latter part of the shoot proceeded smoothly, with the director expressing his admiration for Luo Qiyun's skill in action scenes, which he had previously feared might be a challenge. It seemed he had been overly concerned. After finishing their work, the three of them gathered for a hot pot meal. "I can't shake the feeling that you've changed a bit lately, Qiyun," Yushin Ran remarked. "Have I?" Luo Qiyun replied, but before she could elaborate, Rue Shui interjected with a question. "I meant in terms of your work ethic." Yushin Ran was among those who knew Luo Qiyun best. Previously, she approached acting as if it were merely a task to be completed. If she felt inclined, she would engage. If not, she would abstain. There was a distinct lack of passion and ambition, most crucially, a lack of direction. Everyone in this industry was undeniably driven by fame and fortune, yet the young lady was neither in need of money nor concerned with her reputation. "What has sparked this change in your mindset?" Yushin Ran inquired, intrigued. "It's a matter of legacy," Luo Qiyun elucidated. She aspired to become a figure of the same caliber as her mother, a once-aloof ambition that she had previously regarded with nonchalance. Now, however, she felt differently. She believed that clearing away her tarnished reputation would ultimately benefit Qin Yu. When the truth inevitably surfaced, it would burn all the brighter. Of course, earning a dowry for someone was one aspect. More importantly, she wished to stir up a bit of trouble. "So, do you think I can become a person like my mother?" Luo Qiyun retorted. "It shouldn't be too difficult," Yushin Ran replied confidently. Meanwhile, oblivious to the challenges that awaited him, Qin Yu was live streaming. As the session neared its conclusion, he remarked, "I say, you're just teasing your older brother, aren't you?" Jiang Feng defended himself over the voice chat. Recently, Luo Qiyun had been playing on Qin Yu's behalf, leading to a decline in his gaming prowess. Jiang Feng devised a plan where they would argue after each game to enhance the entertainment value. However, now that Qin Yu had returned, they had won all afternoon, and Jiang Feng had effectively coasted through all. The comments were rife with accusations of his poor skills, claiming he was merely riding on the coattails of others. "Without the guidance of my seniors, could I have regained my form so swiftly?" Qin Yu chuckled in apology. "Those criticizing your skills are merely trolls. This is simply the rightful reward for Brother Feng's long-standing efforts." "Quite true," Jiang Feng retorted, reclaiming a bit of dignity in the comments. A wave of loyal followers flooded the chat, praising Qin Yu. This was yet another masterpiece from the streamer following Coffee Clown. Microphone smash, foot to table, and let the camera fly. Titled Awkward Praise. Even Qin Yu found himself amused by the barrage of comments. "Well, brothers, this concludes today's livestream. I must be off to have dinner." The comments erupted with it's only 6 o'clock. Yet, in deference to Luo Qiyun's streaming habits, Qin Yu decided not to extend his broadcast, ensuring she wouldn't find it difficult to adjust later. After wrapping up the stream, Qin Yu initially intended to prepare his own meal, but, upon checking his phone, discovered a message from Chui Hao inviting him over for dinner. The last call he received before his phone was knocked away by Luo Qiyun that night had been from Chui Hao, who had waited several minutes for him to answer. He was still irked by that incident. "Not only did you not answer, but you didn't even return my call afterward? If I hadn't asked XINU, I'd still be in the dark about what happened. Come over quickly." The message concluded with an angry emoji. Reluctantly, Qin Yu realized that if he didn't go, his good friend would likely be furious. He quickly changed his clothes, hopped on his bike, and headed to Chui Hao's home. In contrast, Chui Hao's family lived in a more accessible area than Luo's. After all, there was a difference in their family backgrounds. The manor that the young lady occupied was built by her father after purchasing the hillside, whereas Chui Hao's family resided in a lakeside villa acquired by his parents 2 decades prior. Not inexpensive, but still quite different. As soon as he parked, Qin Yu overheard Chui Hao and his sister arguing. "I've told you, helping me like this will only complicate things." Chui Hao maintained a relatively calm demeanor, but his sister, Chui Ying, clearly disagreed. "What complications? Instead of wasting time on meaningless tasks, you should focus on entering the management level sooner." The sister, accustomed to being assertive, failed to grasp Chui Hao's points about friendship and interpersonal relations. If you insist on saying that, I have nothing more to discuss. I won't heed your advice. Chui Hao feigned ignorance. Qin Yu stood outside, uncertain whether to intervene. Xiao Qin is here, Chui Ying exclaimed upon spotting him, her anger dissipating. She wished her brother exhibited the same obedience as Qin Yu. This wasn't to say Chui Ying harbored dissatisfaction with her brother. It was just that Chui Hao's stubbornness on certain matters often frustrated her. I'll step outside and have a word with him, Chui Hao said as he walked out. Are you two arguing again? Qin Yu leaned against the car. You used again, so what more is there to say? Chui Hao glanced at the vehicle. Nice car. When did you get it? He had an interest in motorcycles, but his family deemed them too dangerous and disapproved. Chui Hao often lamented that if only his parents were as open-minded as Qin Yu's mother. It was peculiar, indeed. Aunt Yao had raised the Qin siblings alone, and one would expect her to be quite cautious and controlling. Yet, she was nothing like the stern patriarchs. Just a gift, Qin Yu replied with a smile. Regrettably, I had initially intended to present you with a vehicle on your birthday, but alas, someone else beat me to it. However, Chui Hao's mood has brightened somewhat. Let us go. My parents have not seen you in quite some time. Upon entering the living room, Qin Yu settled onto the sofa, graciously accepting the cup of water that Chui Hao offered. Chui Hao's parents have always held a favorable impression of Qin Yu, though he has only visited 3 times. The child exhibits politeness and tranquility, a stark contrast to Chui Hao, aligning perfectly with their perception of the ideal child from another family. Consequently, they often find themselves reminiscing about inviting Qin Yu over for a visit or a meal. During the dinner, when questioned about his recent circumstances, Qin Yu provided succinct responses. Once dinner concluded, he and Chui Hao retreated to the balcony for a drink. I hope you aren't dragging me along as a shield, Qin Yu jested. Indeed, I am, Chui Hao replied, clutching a can of beer. Whenever there's a ruckus at home, mentioning you is always effective. You possess a calming influence far superior to that of Jesus. Qin Yu shook his head in resignation. Why not stay the night? It has been a while since we shared the same bed, Chui Hao suggested. Chapter 80. There is a gift awaiting your acceptance. Why did you mention this sooner? Qin Yu felt a twinge of apprehension. Once Chui Hao has indulged in alcohol, he tends to be particularly loquacious. Especially after having quarreled with his sister today. Was it not bound to leave Qin Yu's ears ringing? Had I known, I would have fled sooner. This is truly troublesome. With no other option but to endure, Qin Yu reluctantly decided to spend the night at Chui's home. Unsurprisingly, Chui Hao engaged him in conversation until midnight, meandering from current affairs to past events, and then back again, endlessly rambling. The entire ordeal felt like a torment to Qin Yu, who resorted to muffling his ears with a pillow, nearly at the brink of a painful scream. The following morning, after breakfast at Chui's residence, the two returned to Qin Yu's home together. Chui Hao donned a cheerful demeanor, as if he had returned to his own abode. His sister and Chui Hao were engrossed in a television show in the living room, while Qin Yu lent a hand in the kitchen. I've seen this. The female lead dies eventually, Chui Hao declared, having barely settled in for 3 seconds before spoiling the ending. Qin Yu felt an urge to kick him out. You've ruined my entire day, she exclaimed, gritting her teeth, as she hurled a pillow in his direction. You remain just as insufferable as ever. Apologies. I spoke hastily without paying attention. Chui Hao caught the cushion, leaning back to evade. After a brief exchange of banter in the living room, Chui Hao lamented, Sister, at this rate, you shall find it difficult to secure a boyfriend. As if you have a partner, Qin Yu retorted, unaware of Chui Hao's successful matchmaking. You're not aware of this, are you? Chui Hao boasted, displaying a photo of his girlfriend. They had established their relationship and could now flaunt it openly. Is this real? She is so adorable. How did you manage to win her over? Your words are quite harsh, he replied, raising an eyebrow, his demeanor exuding a teasing arrogance. Believing in your charm would be as ludicrous as believing I am Qin Shi Huang. Qin Yu scoffed, turning to select another television series. Oh, I've seen this one too. The male lead gets caught and meets a gruesome end, but you can still watch it. It remains quite engaging in the meantime. After a while, Chui Hao also joined in the kitchen to assist. By the time he arrived, they had already reached the stage of serving the dishes. This lad contributed the least, but still expected to receive accolades from Yao Jin for being considerate. It was evident he had come merely seeking validation. During lunch, Chui Hao spoke at length, often interrupted by his sister. Yet, he seemed unbothered by it. After lunch, Qin Yu bid farewell to Chui Hao, who was now in the company of his sister, when she noticed Qin Yu riding the Hayabusa. Brother? The peculiar tone in Qin Yu's voice hinted at trouble. Honestly, was that sister of yours relationship to you? She inquired softly. What do you think? The best response to such a question is often silence. A friend? That doesn't seem quite right. A girlfriend? Qin Yu pressed. I can only say that I harbor certain secrets regarding someone, Qin Yu replied, playfully flicking his finger against her forehead. Come now, let us engage in mutual intimidation. After all, we are both ensnared in this web, so who is truly afraid? I'm not particularly fond of gossip or idle curiosity. My concern is genuine, Qin Yu insisted. Look at us, tiptoeing around. In the end, only our mother remains oblivious. Do you think this is acceptable? Deceiving a great mother? Certainly not. So when do you plan to confess? Or shall I take it upon myself to reveal the truth? Qin Yu countered. Perhaps it's best not to say anything. Mother has worried for us her entire life, and shouldn't he be alarmed? Qin Yu conceded. In the afternoon, Qin Yu assisted in tidying the house and helped his mother prune the plants before returning to his rented apartment for his usual live stream. During this period, apart from exchanging greetings morning and evening and sending each other daily live photos, Qin Yu had little opportunity to see Luo Qiyun. Days passed swiftly, and the filming progress of the crew had reached the next phase. They were soon to change locations. Qin Yu was aware of this. It would take another half-month for Luo Qiyun's work to conclude, making it quite challenging to meet during this time. Today was Christmas. After finishing his live stream, Qin Yu sat before his computer, idly clicking the mouse and resting his chin on his hand, battling boredom. Notifications popped up one after another. Yet none bore messages from Luo Qiyun. He contemplated making a call, but figured she was likely resting at this hour. Jiang Feng invited him out to a gathering, but he declined. Recently, Jiang Feng had been subtly suggesting that Qin Yu pursue a romantic interest, prompting him to avoid offline social gatherings to spare his elder brother's feelings and to prevent any misguided matchmaking. In the past, he had been resistant to such notions, despite knowing they came from a place of goodwill. Now, however, it was even more imperative that he abstained. Shui Hao made 2 calls, urging him to join for drinks, but he similarly refused. He had seen Shui Hao's photos on social media, where the lad was enjoying himself with his girlfriend. What reason was there for him to go out for drinks? It was utterly inappropriate. His sister sent 2 images of character designs, asking which role he should cosplay for the next event, but he did not respond. Qin Yu pondered over his current state, encapsulating it in 4 words, a soul adrift. How had it come to this? His life was devoid of any particular significance. He usually didn't sit idly by even on Valentine's Day. He played games during his live streams and indulged in them afterward, laughing heartily at jokes shared in gaming communities. He consumed fast food takeout while watching film critiques for a couple of hours. It seemed that a day could pass rather easily. After a lengthy period of contemplation, Qin Yu glanced at the time displayed in the lower right corner of his monitor. Only 5 minutes had elapsed. He picked up his phone to scroll through videos, mindlessly swiping upward without truly absorbing any content. Remembering a watch list he had compiled earlier, he retrieved it. Clicking on a film, he placed his fingers on the keyboard, incessantly pressing fast forward. The dialogue of the characters accelerated to 3.5 times its normal speed, resembling an alien tongue. It wasn't until the progress bar reached its end and the credits began to roll that Qin Yu realized he had comprehended none of the content. What am I doing? He reached out to turn off the monitor and lay back on his bed. Time for sleep. Lying flat felt uncomfortable, so he turned onto his side, inadvertently pressing down on his arm, quickly withdrawing it. Yet, this action tightened his back muscles. Frustrated, Qin Yu sat up and struck the pillow with a fist. After a moment's thought, he decided to lie back down, intending to find a comedic skit to listen to, believing it would facilitate sleep. While searching, a sudden knock at the door startled him. At such a late hour, who could it be? Slipping on his slippers, he lethargically ambled to the door and opened it. What brings you here? Standing at the threshold was Luo Qiyun, a triumphant smile gracing her face, adorned in a red Christmas dress embellished with fur. Her long hair cascaded over her snow-white shoulders, and she wore antlers, extending her hands toward Qin Yu. Here's a Christmas gift for you. Chapter 81. I'm devoured. What are you doing here? Qin Yu pulled Luo Qiyun into the room and glanced around. We are not engaging in anything illicit, he remarked, though Luo Qiyun's expression darkened. Are you certain? She replied. All right then. Have you had dinner yet? Qin Yu found himself at a loss for words. Luo Qiyun looked up at him, her clear gaze making Qin Yu acutely aware of the impropriety of the moment. If this could be considered a transgression, then their rented room was destined to become a crime scene. Is that what you wish to inquire about? Luo Qiyun sighed. She had traveled a considerable distance, and here Qin Yu was, merely asking if she had dined. Before pondering such trivial matters, perhaps it would be wiser to unwrap your Christmas gift first. Qin Yu looked around, noticing that Luo Qiyun had come empty-handed. But where is the gift? He questioned, bewildered. At times, a person's naivete could render them endearing. Yet there were moments when such slowness appeared less charming, as was the case now. Luo Qiyun crossed her arms, accentuating her admirable curves. What do you think? Oh. Qin Yu raised his hand, pondering where to begin. Everyone understood that a meticulously prepared gift often required unwrapping layers of packaging before revealing its true essence. However, if the giver was eager to witness the recipient's surprised expression, the wrapping would tend to be simpler, often just a bow away from unveiling its contents. Undoubtedly, the final layer, closest to the core, would be something unseen before, captivating enough to hold one's gaze. Furthermore, Qin Yu had not anticipated that he would find himself sprawled upon the bed first. The appetizer for the day had been relatively mild, yet the chef's exuberance had led to a more intense seasoning. Thus, consuming it might induce moments of breathlessness, which was entirely normal. Without prior warning, Qin Yu found himself a bit dazed, perhaps due to the excessive heat of the appetizer, as his body felt somewhat aflame. After the appetizer, they entered the most critical phase. Suddenly, Qin Yu recalled that there was something he had neglected to prepare, the bottom drawer of the nightstand. Should he marvel at the lady's foresight or question whether she had plotted this for some time? Are you sure we are not merely indulging in primal impulse? Qin Yu inquired further. It was indeed impulsive and very pure, but whether it was sufficiently primal remained to be seen. Luo Qiyun extinguished the lamp by the bed. As previously mentioned, the chef's mood was rather unstable today. Consequently, the ingredients for the main course had been chosen to be spicier and more nerve-stimulating, though, for this guest, who had experienced neither, any culinary technique might appear overly intense. However, extending the dining duration could allow the guest to acclimatize gradually. For dinner, there was always ample time. Considering the guest's stamina and fatigue, it was generally advisable to keep each session between 20 minutes to half an hour, allowing for multiple adjustments. As for dessert, akin to the strawberry nestled within a cream cake, it should be savored last. Relishing the intricate interplay of sweet and tangy flavors along with its delicate texture. The following morning, Qin Yu struggled to rise, pressing against his throbbing temples, his body feeling as if it were on the verge of disassembling. His back burned with pain. Turning his head to look behind him revealed a tangled array of scratches. Adrenaline truly was a wondrous thing, capable of numbing many negative sensations when it surged. In stark contrast, someone appeared to be in good spirits. Good morning. Luo Qiyun turned to him, prompting Qin Yu to instantly retreat beneath the covers. Good morning, he mumbled, half his face buried in the blanket. Should I see you off? Qin Yu peeked out. No need, just rest well, Luo Qiyun replied, shaking her head before changing her clothes and exiting the room. As Qin Yu emerged, she returned suddenly, opening the door with an odd smile. Are you ready to catch the returning boomerang? With the crew transitioning to a new location, it signified that filming progress had reached its midpoint and also indicated that the two would not see each other for over 20 days. From the outset, numerous external discussions had surrounded this production. The notorious second female lead, the obscure male lead, substantial investment, and a renowned director. Filming in the outskirts of Yanjing had been relatively trouble-free, yet moving to a bustling film base, filled with fans and media, meant constant scrutiny at any time and place. From this point onward, true publicity would commence. Prior discussions had focused on two main points. First, the anticipation of the director failing due to casting controversies, leading to a fall from grace and relegation to directing poor-quality films. Many held this pessimistic view. Secondly, there were speculations regarding Luo Qiyun, particularly among fans of Rui Shui, who initially believed Rui Shui was being coerced by the industry to act alongside notable figures, followed by unfounded assumptions that Luo Qiyun would undoubtedly exhibit her temper on set, potentially clashing with Rui Shui. As public opinion simmered, what were the two actors at the center of the discourse doing? They were enjoying afternoon tea. It seemed that even in the south, the weather was not markedly warmer. Rui Shui observed the swirling tea leaves in her cup as she refilled it for herself and the other two. The temperature was higher, yet the damp chill permeated through everything. Especially with the wind picking up in recent days, their costumes were quite thin, so after each scene, they bundled themselves in coats. Perhaps it will be better further south. Yu Xinran reached for the last cream puff, only to have her hand swatted away. Out of a dozen, Yu Xinran had consumed the majority. In contrast, the lady had not eaten any at all. It's too sweet. I don't like it, Yu Xinran explained. Just then, Luo Qiyun seized the last treat and took a bite. Rui Shui smiled triumphantly. After nearly a month together, Rui Shui had begun to realize that Yu Xinran frequently teased her. You win, but I still consumed the most, Yu Xinran declared with a boastful laugh. She would always triumph, though her methods of victory might not align with Rui Shui's perceptions. As the two playfully bantered, Luo Qiyun was engrossed in watching Qin Yu's live stream on her phone. He was playing a new game, part of a promotional deal with the game developers. The viewer count in the stream had surged to 800,000, and such a week-long contract would yield several tens of thousands after taxes. The genre was a shooting game, one in which Qin Yu excelled. After completing a round with an impressive performance, He was subsequently added as a friend by an opposing player who was furious. Bro, the game just launched. Using cheats isn't cool, right? Follow Qin Yu 1234 to claim the latest hacks in the stream. Not paying much heed to the comments, Qin Yu quickly awaited Jiang Feng's arrival online, and the two began to duo queue. Jiang Feng, being older, struggled a bit with the new game and ended up at the bottom of the leaderboard for 3 consecutive matches. Unable to bear it, Qin Yu ended the game with a triumphant kill streak and typed into the public chat, "Just call me old Jiang, thanks." Jiang Feng, exasperated, vented in the voice chat, "You little rascal, are you trying to ride on my coattails for fame? This is merely a gesture of appreciation toward a good brother." After responding, Qin Yu glanced at the newly purchased webcam, aware that someone was watching his stream. He sent a heart gesture, knowing that the chat would not reveal to whom it was directed. Chapter 82. He is not foolish. He simply sees no need to be overly clever. Luo Qiyun stifled a laugh at Qin Yu's little antics, only to notice the two beside her were staring intently. "What's the matter?" Luo Qiyun inquired. "Nothing," they replied, merely observing. As the filming progressed, time swiftly moved into January, with the year's end approaching. Everyone appeared quite busy in the lead-up to the new year, except for one person, Ji Cheng. Having learned that Luo Qiyun's younger brother, Luo Qiyun, had selected a location for his club and was overseeing the renovations, Ji Cheng decided to drive over for a visit, hoping to foster a closer relationship. We could place a display cabinet on this wall, Luo Qiyun was organizing. In due course, the corridor leading directly to the training room will be adorned with photographs of the players on one side, while the other side will showcase trophies and similar accolades. Currently, the players' dormitories, training facilities, and recreational areas have all been beautifully renovated. The next step awaits the transfer window at the year's end, when he can scout for suitable players and coaches to join the team. The official Weibo account for the team has already generated significant buzz, with various predictions suggesting that they possess the caliber to become a top-tier goalkeeper team next year. Ultimately, the specifics will hinge on the team's synergy and the evolving game version. At this initial stage, Luo Qiyun has no illusions of achieving immediate success. After attending to these minor details, he turned to see Ji Cheng. "Ji Xiao." Luo Qiyun approached. "Qiyun." Ji Cheng extended his hand, shaking Luo Qiyun's in a notably businesslike manner. Based on their first encounter, Ji Cheng's claim about wanting to foster a closer relationship seemed rather far-fetched. They had grown distant. He intended to call him Ji Gu, but reconsidered and settled for simply Ji Cheng. "Very well, Ji Xiao," Luo Qiyun replied with a smile and a nod. "What brings you here today?" Ji Cheng had conducted his research on Luo Qiyun prior to his visit. After graduating, Luo had spent 2 years idly at home. Rumored to be somewhat dim-witted, he believed that working with Luo would be relatively straightforward. Observing the innocent smile on Luo Qiyun's face, Ji Cheng felt he had already succeeded halfway. "Ah, Ji Xiao, I presume you've heard about my efforts in forming a team, and can I take a look?" Luo Qiyun seized the opportunity to steer the conversation. Ji Cheng, caught off guard, had been pondering how to interject. "Yes, indeed," he replied without much thought. One could not help but acknowledge that Ji Xiao possessed a vision and insight far surpassing that of his brother. Luo Qiyun retrieved 2 bottles of cola from a nearby cooler and handed one to Ji Cheng. "As it happens, we just completed the renovations here. Let us discuss further as we walk." Ji Cheng took the cola and naturally fell in a step beside him. "Behold, this is the training room, and adjacent to it is the conference room designated for analyzing training matches," Luo Qiyun recounted with familiarity. Ji Cheng, though not particularly knowledgeable about these matters, sensed a level of professionalism and discerned that there was indeed substance to it all. After Luo Qiyun guided him through a tour, Ji Cheng found himself quite engrossed. "I've heard Ji Xiao is venturing into the entertainment industry lately. Is that correct?" Luo Qiyun inquired with a smile. "You know?" Ji Cheng was taken aback by Luo Qiyun's awareness of his situation. "Of course, Ji Xiao's reputation stretches from the Balkans to the English Channel. You are well known." Luo Qiyun flattered. "Huh, that's rather exaggerated." Ji Cheng chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. Since returning to Yanjing, Ji Cheng had faced a barrage of setbacks and disappointments, and he hadn't anticipated encountering someone like Luo Qiyun who understood him today. "Ah, there are matters I'd rather not discuss. You see, Ji Xiao, acquiring investment from my brother was no simple feat," Luo Qiyun lamented. "Not everyone possesses the patience that you do." Ji Cheng nodded in agreement. Just as he was about to respond, he noticed Luo Qiyun answering a phone call. "What? There's an issue with funding? Unable to secure sponsorship?" Luo Qiyun's expression shifted to one of disappointment upon hanging up. "Ji Xiao, I have a few minor matters to attend to today, so I won't be able to continue the tour. I had intended to treat you to dinner afterward, but it seems that opportunity has slipped away." Ji Cheng's expression grew serious. "What is wrong? I heard you mention issues with funding? Yes, it's unavoidable, Luo Qiyun replied, seemingly resigned to the situation. Ji Chung could no longer bear to witness Luo Qiyun's plight. The young man was genuinely unfortunate, and it was evident that Luo Shu was not supporting him with sufficient funds. I can offer you sponsorship, Ji Chung proposed. Really? Luo Qiyun's face lit up instantaneously. The latter half of their conversation saw Luo Qiyun extolling his praises, leaving Ji Chung in a state of confusion before Luo Qiyun escorted him out. Though a smile lingered on Ji Cheng's face, he could no longer recall the reason for his elation. That's quite enough. No need to see me off. I'll have my assistant come by later, Ji Chung remarked as he settled into his vehicle, watching Luo Qiyun make his way back. What had he come here for? Again? The thought seemed to have slipped his mind. On the other side, Luo Qiyun dialed his brother Luo Shu. Hello, brother. I've secured sponsorship here. You promised to allocate some additional funds for me. He wasn't truly foolish, merely choosing not to exert unnecessary cleverness. After leaving Luo Qiyun's side in a daze, Ji Chung had achieved nothing and had squandered several million, merely securing a sponsor's logo on a team jersey in return. He had no choice but to hasten to the other side and seek assistance from his father, Luo Qiyun. With all the children out of the house, Luo Qiyun had resorted to gathering with his old friends to play chess, drink tea, and engage in golf. When Ji Chung found him, Luo Qiyun's chess companion was storming out in a fit of anger. Old Luo, your chess skills are atrocious. Please refrain from such hurtful words, Luo Qiyun replied helplessly. One would think that a successful businessman would be adept in all areas, yet he simply could not play chess. Good afternoon, Uncle Luo. Ji Chung boisterously took a seat opposite him. Ah, young Master Ji, please have a seat. Luo Qiyun looked up. Ji Chung felt somewhat vexed by the peculiar titles everyone insisted on using for him. Shall we proceed to the next game? Luo Qiyun suggested. Very well. Ji Chung was acutely aware that victory was beyond his grasp. Thus, the ensuing game saw Ji Chung make numerous blunders, deliberately avoiding moves that would lead to his defeat, allowing his opponent to dominate. As the game concluded, Ji Chung raised his gaze, expecting the warmly addressed Uncle Luo to appear pleased. However, Luo Qiyun's countenance was far from cheerful, as he shook his head in disapproval. Was my concession so transparent? You little rascal. It wasn't intentional, Your play is so dreadful. Let us go waste time elsewhere. Playing chess with you is simply a futile endeavor. Being chastised by the so-called dreadful player left Ji Chung feeling extremely frustrated. Uncle Luo, I meant to convey that I was intentionally letting you win. But if he were to explain it in such a manner, it would only exacerbate the situation. Is that so? Luo Qiyun looked over. Am I the one with poor skills? The agonizing separation endured for over 20 days, and the filming for the production was finally reaching its conclusion. Luo Qiyun's scenes had long been completed, entering the official promotional phase. The long-absent Jean Ming re-emerged. During this period, her phone had remained silent, devoid of troublesome matters, which was indeed quite refreshing. It felt as though she had regained a decade of youth. Jean Jia, Yu Xinran greeted her. And Jean, Luo Qiyun also offered her salutation. Chapter 83. What makes us, Qiyun, revert to this loathsome demeanor? Jean Ming gritted her teeth. Is it work? Luo Qiyun remained silent. Well, now that I'm here, you should know what comes next. Jean Ming organized several dinner gatherings and lined up a few programs for them. The dual purpose was to promote the new drama and to arrange their upcoming work. This was undoubtedly not a good sign, as Luo Qiyun's expression remained indifferent. Jean Ming had yet to realize how, as the daughter of her closest friend, Luo Qiyun had failed to inherit even a hint of her mother's gentle qualities. If I hadn't been in the hospital at the time, I might have suspected that you were an imposter, Jean Ming lamented. All right, prepare yourselves. We're off to dinner. That evening, key cast members and vital figures from the production team gathered together. The atmosphere was more about conversation than drinking, as the filming had concluded smoothly, alleviating any lingering concerns. The director had recommended Luo Qiyun and Yu Xinran to acquaintances within the industry, lavishing praise upon their abilities. I must thank you for your discerning eye, Jean Ming said with a smile. After spending this time together, I believe you've observed that the external criticisms regarding Qiyun are entirely unfounded. Haha, the director chuckled awkwardly. In truth, not all of it is rumor. Jean Ming's smile faltered. Of course, I'm not suggesting that Miss Luo has committed any wrongdoing. However, at times, she can indeed be rather intimidating. The director pondered, realizing that alternative descriptors might not suffice. Nonetheless, this is not an issue. As actors, as long as their talent is sufficient, a little personal quirkiness is hardly problematic. After all, she is a genuine young lady of considerable standing, and it is hardly surprising that her temper may be somewhat difficult. Jean Ming forced an awkward smile. Seated beside Luo Qiyun were Rue Shui and Yu Xinran, one on each side. Rue Shui contemplated serving Luo Qiyun some food, but noticing that she was engrossed in her schedule, hesitated to make a move. As the gathering concluded, it was unexpectedly the male lead, and Xian, who departed first. Director, esteemed colleagues, I have matters to attend to, so I shall return to Yanjing now. He had purchased a ticket for that evening's train. Wait a moment. The director quickly called out to him, turning to Jin Ming. This is Xian, whom I have mentioned to you several times. He is a genuinely good person with remarkable talent. He is a true gem. The director had spoken with Xian and wished for him to follow Jin Ming, even if it was merely a nominal association as a talent agent. It would benefit Xian. Yes, I had that in mind as well. Jin Ming regarded Xian. Are you willing to become one of my artists? Xian appeared anxious. His desire was to return to Yanjing immediately. Yes, whatever it takes, I trust both of you. Before he could finish his sentence, he was already preparing to turn away. What is the rush? Jin Ming inquired, puzzled. I have a train ticket back to Yanjing. Time is pressing. Poor child. He had indeed participated in major productions. There is no need to worry. I will assist you with the ticket issue, and you should also participate in the subsequent promotions. The director attempted to retain him. It's not about that. I genuinely must return to Yanjing right away. Ultimately, Xian was allowed to leave. Yet among those present, there was someone even more anxious, namely, Luo Qiyun, who was currently sulking over a meal. However, there was little she could do, as she had a series of promotional events to attend over the next few days. Most of these were inconsequential variety shows, and she was not even the main guest. Watching Xian's retreating figure, Luo Qiyun clicked her tongue. He should have declined. Over the following days, Luo Qiyun and Rue Shui attended several variety show events, with Rue Shui consistently displaying a close rapport with Luo Qiyun. The rumors of their altercation on set were gradually subsiding. Rue Shui stumbled upon a photoshopped image depicting Luo Qiyun landing a punch on her face. Can they really deceive people using such low-quality edits? Didn't he even use AI synthesis? Rue Shui chuckled as she passed her phone over. It's so absurd that some people actually believe it? While not everyone was genuinely convinced, a significant portion of those following the hype were merely intrigued by the spectacle. Whether it was true or false mattered little to them. It does look rather fake, Luo Qiyun remarked after a glance. Indeed, Rue Shui shook her head. If I were to land such a punch on you, you would probably lose 7 teeth. Rue Shui felt a slight ache in her gums. Regardless, Luo Qiyun's reputation was improving, though it had not yet reached the point of complete reversal. Nonetheless, there were noticeably fewer criticisms directed at her. Many individuals approached to greet her at the event, including several industry veterans. They were perplexed by how Rue Shui could tolerate the temper of such a young lady. Is it really so hard to comprehend? It's only because you Haven T had the opportunity to get close. After several days of running around for promotions, the troublesome variety shows finally concluded. Luo Qiyun glanced at her work schedule and noted that there was still one last interview to attend. She was unsure why Jin Ming had arranged such a schedule. Fortunately, Rue Shui would also be present, so the hostess' focus would likely not be on her. As she walked back to the hotel, Luo Qiyun pulled out her phone to check the messages Qin Yu had sent her over the past 2 days. Qin Yu had sent her dozens of messages daily, from morning until night, sharing snippets of his daily life and videos of his piano practice. Some people never utter the words "I miss you," but once apart, they send messages incessantly, becoming anxious if there's a moment of silence. When alone, one tends to overthink, feeling that every part of their being is out of sorts. Yet, if Luo Qiyun were to appear before him now, he would instantly revert to his usual calm demeanor. I have 2 more days of work. Afterwards, I will return to Yanjing, Luo Qiyun replied to Qin Yu. He was typing a response. What would he say? After a moment of contemplation, Qin Yu replied with a simple, okay. Setting down his phone, Qin Yu tapped on the camera. His mother had mentioned that they would be returning to their hometown in Jiangxing earlier this year, marking over 20 days of separation. It felt like a long time. However, work is work. Both of them were in the prime of their careers. He had considered the thought of not going to work, yet felt it was not a wise decision. With so many viewers in the live stream, it would be too capricious to simply stop broadcasting. After taking a shower, Qin Yu lay in bed, preparing to sleep. Sometimes he pondered how wonderful it would be to wake up and see the person he longed for. Shaking off his wandering thoughts, Qin Yu slipped into a deep slumber. A sudden gust of cold wind hit him, leaving him feeling a familiar sense of insecurity. He shook his head to steady himself. Clad in a black skirt and black stockings, he raised his hands, clenching his fists. Strong and powerful fists. He should have known better than to overthink before sleeping. Such thoughts often lead to trouble. Looking around, he found himself standing before the entrance of an unfamiliar hotel. Where on earth was he now? Chapter 84. What do you think? Pulling out his phone, Qin Yu called Luo Qiyun. No answer. She must have fallen into a deep sleep, unable to hear the phone ring. All right, every time I return, I face the aftermath of chaos. All the troubles are waiting for me, aren't they? He rummaged through his bag and found the room key. After returning to his room, he soaked in a bath, and with his eyes closed, the next thing he knew, it was morning. Good morning. Luo Qiyun's call came through. Xiaoqin, someone had begun to speak in a peculiar tone. As Luo Qiyun brushed her teeth, she reminded Qin Yu that he had one last show to attend that day. I've checked. This host has a good reputation in the industry, neither aggressive nor lacking in emotional intelligence. Luo Qiyun perused the materials. She had not reviewed them earlier. As if she were to appear on the show herself, the same set of responses would apply regardless of who conducted the interview. If the host were to ask leading questions, she would not tolerate it. What should I say, and what should I avoid? Qin Yu opened his notes to prepare. Just speak your mind. If you're unsure how to respond, look to Rui Shui. What a splendid idea. Hanging up, Qin Yu approached the mirror and ruffled his hair. Qiyun? Rui Shui stood outside with breakfast. Come in. Qin Yu continued to fuss with his hair, unable to tame it. That stubborn tuft on the right side of his head simply wouldn't cooperate. The program was set to air live at 11 in the morning. And Rui Shui handed him her phone. There aren't any particularly sharp questions. They're mostly casual inquiries about the new drama. Qin Yu skimmed through it briefly, hastily ate a few bites of breakfast, and headed to the venue to prepare. He was never quite comfortable with others fussing over his appearance. That feeling of being restrained was quite disconcerting. After getting his makeup done, the show began, with 5 cameras and a large screen displaying rolling comments. The audience had not been particularly kind to Luo Qiyun. This was hardly surprising. Those who resorted to direct personal attacks were permanently banned, while those with passive-aggressive remarks faced a week-long ban. It was unclear whether the audience had realized that certain keywords were restricted, leading them to alter a few phrases in their comments. Alternatively, some praise included backhanded insults aimed at Luo Qiyun. Truly a bunch of geniuses. Welcome to both of you. After your busy shoot, you must be quite tired, the host said as they took their seats. Today is essentially a casual tea gathering. Feel free to speak as you wish without too much concern. Is that so? All right. Rui Shui responded with a smile, while Qin Yu merely nodded. What sort of attitude was that? She appeared rather arrogant, radiating an air of superiority. The host appeared somewhat flustered, chuckling. Let's begin our discussion about the new drama. The inquiries posed were indeed as anticipated. Qin Yu had reviewed them earlier that morning. Thus he merely needed to articulate the corresponding responses when prompted. However, as the program progressed into its latter half, the host unveiled a different facet of the situation. The decision to select these two as guests stemmed from the escalating rumors circulating online about them. The host continued to smile. And while I certainly believed that neither would resort to physical confrontation on set, minor conflicts arising from differing professional philosophies seemed inevitable. Rui Shui glanced at a plate of mung bean cakes on the table, picked one up, and offered it to Qin Yu's lips. Participating in such a mundane program had already left Qin Yu's mind adrift, and he did not ponder much. Thank you, he said, taking a bite. The local delicacy was indeed renowned both domestically and abroad. Oh, sorry, what did you just say? Rui Shui turned her head. The host appeared somewhat at a loss. She scratched her face, glancing at the large screen, displaying a barrage of question marks in the live comments. Rui Shui's movements were remarkably meticulous. As she extended the mung bean cake, she used her other hand to catch any crumbs, carefully brushing them away as she withdrew her hand. Her actions were natural, imbued with genuine emotion. If this was all a performance, it could only mean that Rui Shui's acting had reached an unparalleled zenith. As for our relationship, we have been friends since university. We just never mentioned it to the outside world, Rui Shui replied with a smile. Thus, misunderstandings are quite normal. The crew gets along harmoniously. Observing the lack of sensational moments, the host grew anxious as the number of viewers in the live stream dwindled, and upon turning back, she caught the producer's warning gaze. Rui Shui indeed lived up to her reputation of possessing a delightful personality. The host first lavished praise upon Rui Shui before shifting her attention to Qin Yu. I wonder what Qin thinks of this. Qin Yu lifted his gaze to meet the host's. Rui Shui is lauded for her talent and abilities. She hails from humble beginnings and has achieved her current success through sheer effort. Who among us does not have an extraordinary background? This pointed question was clearly intended to steer the conversation. What is your perspective on this? Qin Yu countered. Isn't this the nature of talk show? You ask me a question, I retort, and we might as well turn it into a cage match. Is possessing exceptional talent not sufficient for recognition? Qin Yu remarked. While it seemed he had not answered anything directly, he had indeed addressed everything. Continuing to press further would only render the host overly aggressive. Thus, the topic shifted to trivial matters, primarily because the host was genuinely hesitant to inquire further. Rumor had it that Luo Qiyun the eldest son of a Luo family, was quite mild-mannered, yet recently he had employed means to make a young actor vanish from the industry. The act was executed with such precision that it morphed into the narrative of that individual being eliminated by Luo Qiyun. After nearly an hour of this excruciating ordeal, Qin Yu exited the set and stretched his neck. The subsequent promotional activities were more exhausting than filming itself. Once he gathered his belongings, Qin Yu departed for Yanjing alongside Rui Shui. Typically, someone from the company would come to greet them upon landing in Yanjing. But as Qin Yu stepped out of the airport, he was intercepted by Luo Qiyun. "Let's head home first," Luo Qiyun said, taking the suitcase from Qin Yu's hand. He had personally driven there. "All right, it makes sense. It's been a while, and I suppose the old man must be missing his daughter," Luo Qiyun chuckled, approaching to ruffle her hair, only to have Qin Yu dodge away. Disappointed, he remained quiet during the drive. Upon returning home, he needed to leave briefly for work, but assured her he would be back by 8 o'clock. Luo Qiyun was indeed at home, but was also very busy. With the transfer period approaching, he had to keep a close eye on signing deals to prevent being outmaneuvered. One was out and about, while the other was outside, constantly on the phone. As Qin Yu stepped through the door of the Luo residence, her father, Luo Qiyun, sat in the living room, feigning interest in a chess manual while actually dozing off. Upon noticing his daughter return, he attempted to rise, but found his legs numb and nearly toppled over. He had been so engrossed that he had forgotten to move. Luo Qiyun picked up the chess manual to mask his embarrassment, but in doing so, he accidentally knocked over the pieces and had to awkwardly glance around while pretending nothing had happened. Chapter 85. May I challenge you to a game? Luo Qiyun extended the invitation. Throughout her life, Qin Yu had declined many requests, yet she could never refuse a challenge when someone asked to play. Setting up the pieces, she allowed her father to take the red pieces first. 3 minutes later, her father hesitated with a cannon in his hand. "You're already checkmated," Qin Yu remarked, exasperated. "Is my old man really this incompetent?" "Oh, right," he replied, resetting the pieces. One could only wonder where he derived his confidence. Attempting to engage Qin Yu in a rapid-fire match, only to flail about like a headless chicken, recklessly sacrificing pieces. In less than a moment, he succumbed to defeat, fumbling with a soldier that couldn't even form a proper formation. Yet, he did not seem to mind. Such parental bonding was precisely what he had dreamt of. Losing is just losing. What is wrong with losing to my daughter? However, Qiyun, the person you sent home last time, is he a colleague? Luo Qiyun ventured, his tone tinged with a mix of humility and concern. A friend? Or perhaps a boyfriend? His inquiry piqued Qin Yu's curiosity about his perspective. Eventually, the day would come when their families would meet, and by then, who could say who would be in whose body? Thus, she estimated based on the current situation. His temperament might be somewhat unique, Qin Yu remarked. She couldn't fathom the implications if Luo Qiyun were to express displeasure through her father. Like what? Luo Qiyun felt a chill run down his spine. He could already envision a scruffy youth, cigarette in hand, empty-handed yet cradling his precious daughter, standing before him. "Old man, I'm your son-in-law." Luo Qiyun's head felt like it would explode. "Are you implying he is the type that is somewhat carefree, riding motorcycles recklessly, speeding, and running red lights? With some peculiar hobbies, perhaps covered in tattoos? And when interacting with others, he easily becomes a friend across generations, lacking decorum." Upon hearing this, Qin Yu realized her father had misunderstood. "He just appears a bit aloof. Perhaps he does not focus much on outward expressions," she explained. "But in reality, he is quite attentive and gentle." Luo Qiyun nodded. "So, you two are indeed in a romantic relationship?" Observing her father's expression, Qin Yu reluctantly shook her head. "Let's not alarm him just yet. If they were to make their relationship public, it would be akin to announcing it to the world. We're just friends. Please don't read too much into it." In truth, it was not a concern for her. Luo Qiyun was nearly in tears. "Father can see the changes in you lately. If you and T truly met someone who captured your heart, how could you have transformed from your previous state to this?" As he thought of thanking her, he crumpled to the floor in agony. "What was I like then? And what am I like now?" Qin Yu withdrew her hands from the table, gazing at her father. "Is there something more to that?" "Nothing much. I was just rambling." Luo Qiyun surrendered. Outside, Luo Qiyun finally resolved his work and walked in. "Oh, you're playing chess. Dad, let me take a turn. I'll challenge my sister." Luo Qiyun moved the chessboard, eager to join. However, their father swiftly slammed his hand down on the board, casting him a warning glare and subtly shaking his head. "Don't interfere." "I'll wait. I just remembered I have some other matters to attend to. See you later." Luo Qiyun cleared his throat and hurried upstairs. The match did not last much longer. Their father, aware of his limited skills, quickly lost interest after a couple of games. Qin Yu left the chess table and settled onto the sofa, where Luo Qiyun conspiratorially leaned in. "Sis, look at this." Luo Qiyun revealed his roster of players. "My lineup is competitive, isn't it?" Qin Yu glanced over. It was a blend of seasoned and fresh talent, well-balanced with minimal weaknesses. It truly was an impressive team. It appears that Luo Qiyun has indeed put in considerable effort. Excellent, Qin Yu nodded. From here on, it is essential to remain humble and patient, gradually finding a rhythm. When will you have the time to visit our headquarters? Luo Qiyun has moved everything from his home to the base and intends to reside there for an extended period. We'll discuss it later, Qin Yu agreed. Very well. I will make the arrangements then. Luo Qiyun, brimming with enthusiasm, unveiled his plans to establish a championship-capable team within 3 to 5 years. It is evident that he is indeed a member of the Luo family. Although his gaming talent may be lacking, he possesses a remarkable aptitude for business operations. By the way, Ji Chang came to see me the other day. Luo Qiyun recounted the event of that day. He did not truly believe Ji Chang could be so foolish as to readily part with several million simply under the influence of some mild sedative. On one hand, Luo Qiyun was leveraging his sister's reputation, and on the other hand, this maneuver aligned perfectly with Ji Chang's strategy. Sponsorship from streaming platforms for professional teams is a commonplace commercial collaboration. However, Ji Chang's financial contribution was somewhat excessive, and he disbursed it rather hastily. Later, as promised by Luo Shu, he returned home by 8 o'clock that evening, accompanied by a group of people. Let us eat first, Luo Shu instructed the group to wait. During the meal, Qin Yu finally discerned the purpose of their visit. You see, I have an event to attend before the year ends, and I lack a female companion. Luo Shu mentioned. Their father, engrossed in his own pursuits, paid little attention to the meal. Luo Shu glanced over. The Ghostfire boy and his father-in-law engaged in a heated exchange, revealing that his true identity was. Luo Qianshan clicked on the link, which led to a novel platform. Are advertisements now masquerading as news? Luo Shu turned his gaze to the opposite side of the table. Sister, are you not eating this? Then I shall partake. Luo Qiyun was engaged in a battle with a plate of roast goose, consuming it while seeking a topic for conversation. Go ahead and eat, Qin Yu replied, his focus entirely on his meal. Not a single person heard Luo Shu's attempts at conversation. Luo Shu felt a loss of control. He was the one holding the family together, yet no one was listening to him. Father, I mentioned that I do not have a female companion. Luo Shu raised his voice to emphasize once more. Qiyun, did you hear me? Their father lifted his head, unbothered. So what if you're a super bachelor on the first day in Yanjing? Why the fuss? Luo Shu turned to his younger brother. I will not wear women's clothing. Do not embarrass me. Luo Qiyun raised both hands in surrender. Luo Shu took a moment to regain his composure. What I meant to say is, Qiyun, accompany me. The two previously busy father and son turned their attention to him, the pillar of the Luo family. Ha! Their father chuckled, while Luo Qiyun stifled a laugh. Luo Shu sighed, feeling 20 years older in an instant. He felt withered. Is it really so difficult to find a female friend within the circle? Qin Yu queried, perplexed. With Luo Shu's appearance and background, he should have no shortage of admirers. Right? The persona is too rigid, belonging to that category that intimidates others. Luo Qiyun explained. I can go, Qin Yu offered. Poor brother. He has been working hard for this family. Upon hearing this, Luo Shu revived a bit. Chapter 86. Is this gossip? When is the banquet? Qin Yu inquired. Tomorrow. The timing is so tight. Qin Yu had never attended such events, thinking it would simply involve standing beside Luo Shu, nodding occasionally, forcing a smile, and sitting for a while before it was over. However, he quickly regretted this assumption. The group that Luo Shu brought along delivered a complete set of jewelry and the gown he would wear the next day. Where did you get the measurements? Qin Yu questioned, bewildered. I know this, Luo Qiyun replied. By visual estimation and information found online. Luo Shu shook his head, of course not. Why not check out a few evening gowns that Luo Qiyun has worn before? After filtering out the deep V-neck, backless, and high-slit options, only one black gown remained, with matching jewelry that made Qin Yu's earlobes ache. Very well. Since the event is tomorrow evening, he still has time to meet Luo Qiyun during the day. Yet, unbeknownst to him, Luo Qiyun was at home tidying up. Is there such a rush? Luo Qiyun was busy sorting clothes. In the afternoon, she received a sudden call, instructing her to return home. They would head back to Jiang City early the next morning. It was initially planned for a few days later, but your cousin's due date has come early, so we must return now, Yao Jin explained. Once she finished organizing her things, Luo Qiyun sent a message to Qin Yu. Reluctantly, Qin Yu replied with an okay, then tossed his phone aside. Given the circumstances, it was best to establish a good relationship with his father. Even if Qin Yu had the intention to guide him, their father was utterly impervious, continuing to follow his own misguided path. You know, none of our family possesses any talent in this area, except for your mother and you, Luo Qianshan remarked, leaving Qin Yu somewhat speechless. It is simply written in our genes. There's no way around it. Time swiftly passed to the following evening, and after completing his work, Luo Shu personally came to pick him up. Do you have any last-minute instructions? Qin Yu felt a bit constrained. Reminiscent of the first day, he exchanged identities with Luo Qiyun. None. Luo Shu would handle all social matters. Contrary to expectations, there were no bizarre scenes of gasps from the crowd or inexplicable individuals approaching him. After Qin Yu alighted from the car, he followed Luo Shu. Before entering, Luo Shu extended his arm, indicating that Qin Yu could link his arm with his. Haha, Qin Yu chuckled. This feels a bit pushy. Yet, quite a number of people approached Luo Shu for conversation. After all, he is a prominent figure. Just as Qin Yu felt somewhat lost, he spotted two familiar faces. I heard she has returned. Perhaps you should reach out? Bai Suijing was reluctant to attend, as such events typically did not require her presence. Her remarkable sister would handle everything. Yet, today her sister was on a business trip to the south, so she had to make a last-minute appearance. As for Su Liao, she was brought along by Bai Suijing. Fresh from work, she likely wanted a few days to rest. Bai Suijing tapped her fingers on her wine glass, feeling bored. I say you. Turning her head, she noticed Su Liao had already vanished. Qiyun. She had spotted Qin Yu and quickly made her way over. Good evening. Encountering a familiar face, Qin Yu felt a sense of relief. Suijing is here too. Let's chat over there. Su Liao intended to whisk Qin Yu away. Luo Shu's expression darkened. So now no one is paying attention to him at all? Is that right? This must be Miss Luo. A friend of Luo Shu came over to greet her. They rarely encountered the young lady in person. After all, rumors suggested that the sibling relationship was rather strained, and it was unlikely that Luo Qiyun would appear as a companion. Yes, Qiyun. Luo Shu turned back only to find that Qin Yu had been taken away by Su Liao. Hey, that's not fair. He had worked hard to invite her, and now she was whisked away just like that. Those two are her friends. Luo Shu chuckled awkwardly. What can be done about it? Luo Shu often bore the burden in silence. Upon seeing Qin Yu, Bai Suijing was equally surprised. We both seem like unlikely attendees at such an event. Has Luo Xiao found some dirt on you? Bai Suijing pondered aloud. That wouldn't make sense if he had any leverage on you. You would have dealt with him by now. Qin Yu sat beside the two. Speaking of which, there are hardly any women appearing around Luo Xiao, Bai Suijing noted. Is this considered gossip? Su Liao was uncertain whether they should discuss topics related to Luo Shu now. Is it gossip if everyone already knows? Bai Suijing waved her hand dismissively. Fair point. The two turned their attention to Qin Yu. It seems someone's understanding of their older brother is not much deeper than ours as outsiders. Bai Suijing snapped her fingers. I do not drink. Qin Yu shook his head. Let us go with Luo Qiyun's preferences. Although he was unsure why she abstained from alcohol in her own body, she had shown no resistance to drinking during their exchange. It is rumored that young Master Luo harbors feelings for someone, which is why he shuns close connections, while others suggest his dedication to work leaves him no time for romance. Which of these assertions holds more truth? Bai Suijing finds herself curious. Perhaps both are valid. Su Liao speculates. Later on, Luo Shu indeed took Qin Yu away with him. Friends in the business realm were exceedingly polite, showering compliments upon him, which rendered Qin Yu somewhat embarrassed. He could only maintain a constant smile. Yet, Luo Shu, who was reveling in his satisfaction, sought to engage Qin Yu in conversation with even more individuals. This is quite enough, Qin Yu cautioned. Your presence makes it easier for me to initiate discussions. Everything is for the sake of the Luo family. Luo Shu elevated his personal sentiments to a familial obligation. Just a moment ago, he had been elated, but upon turning around, he was met with the sight of familiar acquaintances crowding around him. We should leave, Luo Shu said, shielding Qin Yu with his body, intent on departing. What's wrong now? Qin Yu sighed. Meanwhile, on another front, Luo Qiyun finally arrived in Jiangxing. The chilly night air slapped against her face as the parched atmosphere made breathing a challenge. After dragging her luggage out of the station, she encountered her uncle. He appeared somewhat aged, immediately lighting a cigarette with a stern expression, his temper seemingly less than amiable. Aside from his receding hairline, he was not particularly tall. Uncle. Qin Xinyu approached him. Uncle Yao Kai's response was quite indifferent. Luo Qiyun had assumed that since her mother was such a gentle person, her brother would also be easy to approach. Yet, it seemed not to be the case. Let us get in the car. Dinner is ready at home, her uncle remarked, casting a glance at Luo Qiyun and nodding, signifying that she should hurry and move her luggage. All right. After a brief flurry of activity, they all headed to Uncle Yao's residence. The journey was marked by a peculiar silence. After about 10 minutes of driving, they hit a traffic jam, with the vehicles moving only every 3 minutes. The already challenging drive was aggravated by cars cutting in. Luo Qiyun looked bewildered. Do they really cut in even during traffic? She expected her uncle to yield, but the next moment, the car window rolled down. You old fool. her uncle exclaimed, uttering a well-known expletive in Jiangqing. Huh? Luo Qiyun glanced around. Is this appropriate? Chapter 87. A welcome to Jiangqing with a dash of each of these three. Qin Yu chuckled, seemingly unfazed by the scene. As she had lived in Jiangshang for a while and was familiar with its customs. Uncle Yao continued his tirade, and the individual he had insulted, of course, did not take it lightly. They soon began exchanging heated words. However, the situation did not escalate further, as someone inside the other car intervened, saying, forget it, forget it. The window rolled up, bringing the farce to a close. Luo Qiyun had anticipated a physical altercation amidst the traffic. After a half-hour drive, they arrived at Uncle Yao's home. Once they ascended the stairs with their luggage, they changed their shoes and settled on the sofa to rest for a while. Her mother and sister entered the kitchen, chatting with Auntie in Jiangshang dialect, leaving Luo Qiyun to feign interest in the television while occasionally checking her phone. Uncle Yao brought over 2 glasses of water, pushing one towards Luo Qiyun while he held the other, pretending to watch television intently. Your marksmanship is indeed remarkable, he remarked. Watching an old drama about Yin Shuangying battling Duma. We all know who will win, right? Suddenly, Uncle Yao turned to engage her in conversation. Ah, yes. Luo Qiyun replied, feeling a tad awkward. After a brief interlude, the television broadcast shifted to a street brawl. Uncle Yao appeared genuinely engrossed, exhibiting a look of surprise. Observing his rapt attention, Luo Qiyun seized the opportunity to text Qin Yu, seeking advice on how to interact with her uncle. Alas, Qin Yu had left his phone in the car and could not receive her message. Is work going smoothly lately? Uncle Yao abruptly turned his head, startling Luo Qiyun, nearly causing her phone to slip from her grasp. Yes, it's going well, she replied robotically. Last time I asked, they said your schedule is a bit irregular. You should take care of your health, Uncle Yao admonished. Understood. After his admonition, he returned to his television viewing. Luo Qiyun felt relieved that he had not continued to interrogate her incessantly. Have you found a girlfriend yet? Please, no more surprises, Uncle, she retorted. Fortunately, dinner time arrived soon, featuring local delicacies. During the meal, Uncle Yao insisted that Luo Qiyun drink. Are we really drinking? Yao Jin asked with some concern. What is that supposed to mean? Uncle Yao raised an eyebrow. It's been ages since I last saw my niece. Is it not reasonable to have a drink? They were drinking local liquor, and Luo Qiyun assumed that 1 bottle would suffice for their meal, but Uncle Yao reached for 3 from the nearby shelf. By the time everyone else had finished eating, the uncle and niece were still at it. The usually taciturn Uncle Yao, after a few drinks, became quite loquacious, sharing stories about everything under the sun, reminiscing about glorious years gone by. Back when your mother was to marry into Yanjing, I was vehemently opposed. Uncle Yao sniffled, appearing on the verge of tears. Though not inebriated, Luo Qiyun remained composed. But your father was truly a fine young man. What a pity. Yao Kai, if you're going to rant while drunk, get out. Auntie scolded loudly. Uncle Yao slapped himself twice, muttering, I spoke out of turn, and proceeded to pour himself 3 more glasses. At least Luo Qiyun discerned that Qin Yu's drinking capacity did not come from his mother. She cast a glance at her sister, who had been sitting quietly, listening to the tales, seemingly aware of what Uncle Yao would say next. By the way, during this trip of over 20 days, are you not live streaming? Qin Yu inquired. It's fine. I've arranged for someone to take over, she replied. On the other hand, oblivious to the need for a substitute streamer, Qin Yu was taken by Luo Shu to a different area, finally escaping the throng surrounding Jicheng. Why are we avoiding him? Qin Yu lowered his head, glancing past his brother at Jicheng and his entourage. I prefer to avoid trouble, Luo Shu said, sitting down to drink, looking back. More so because I don't want you to be put in the position of being a companion again after this unpleasantness. Luo Shu was primarily considering his own interests. Ha! There was never anything pleasant about it, Qin Yu retorted. Now, he somewhat understood why Luo Qiyun never attended such gatherings. If by pleasant one meant enduring a night of 4 smiles in front of a crowd of unfamiliar tycoons and socialites, then he could see her reasoning. Luo Shao, I believe this must be. Just as Qin Yu began to speak, a group of Luo Shu's acquaintances approached, intending to greet him upon seeing him with his sister. Look, the unfamiliar tycoons and socialites have arrived. Luo Shu laughed heartily. I apologize. I was referring to you. Qin Yu quickly shook his head, feeling awkward. No worries. You 2 siblings converse. The group departed with a mix of enthusiasm and dishevelment. Stop laughing. These people are still better than those who take their time, speaking, and require 3 people to assist them in walking. Qin Yu frowned. Conversations that drag on for half a day, filled with nonsense. Who can endure that? Luo Shu, I heard you brought a female companion today. Who might she be? A cadre of elder businessmen, peers of Luo Qinshan, approached, eager to see the true visage of the Luo family's eldest daughter. However, They had not even come close when they overheard Qin Yu's remark. The elderly gentleman exchanged glances. Who requires 3 people to assist? Luo Qiyun muttered under his breath. Qin Yu waved his hand, not intending to offend the older gentleman. It's all fine. We are indeed at an age where we are halfway in the grave. The elderly group awkwardly chuckled before departing. Forget it, Qin Yu said, opting to remain silent. Regardless, it was still preferable to Ji Cheng's presence at this gathering. As footsteps approached, they suddenly retreated awkwardly. At the same moment, both Qin Yu and Luo Qiyun turned to see Ji Cheng standing still, having halted in his tracks. Hi. Ji Cheng nodded in greeting. Ji Xiao Luo Qiyun stood up. They could avoid him before their paths crossed, but now that Ji Cheng was directly in front of them, they had to maintain appearances. Luo Qiyun, Ji Cheng approached. Have a seat. Luo Qiyun sat beside Qin Yu, allowing Ji Cheng to take a seat across from them. Ji Cheng scanned the two of them, seeking a topic of conversation. Qiyun, what an outfit you have today. Luo Qiyun shook his head, indicating that the topic was inappropriate. Luo Qiyun, what about work lately? Again, Luo Qiyun responded with a shake of his head. Well, it seems sitting together means I can't get a word in, Ji Cheng remarked. All right, I overheard you chatting earlier. What was the topic? Perhaps I could join in. He added with a smile. You indeed can participate, Luo Qiyun replied. You embody the 3 types of people Qiyun mentioned. Ji Cheng's interest was piqued. What 3 types? The idle young master, the old man who speaks in riddles, and the name, Ji Cheng. Luo Qiyun observed his expression change, then chuckled, just kidding. A joke? I thought it had some truth to it, Ji Cheng said, visibly relieved. Qin Yu turned his gaze towards Ji Cheng. Previously, he refrained from speaking, uncertain of Luo Qiyun's sentiments, but now he felt it was time to be candid with Ji Cheng. Even if he couldn't explicitly clarify his relationship status with Luo Qiyun, at the very least, Ji Cheng should be made aware that Luo Qiyun had a young boyfriend. Open discussions would benefit everyone. Chapter 88. The livestream room is not a lawless zone. But where should the conversation begin? Ji Xiao, this is a rare opportunity. I want to express my gratitude. Qin Yu began, even before Luo Qiyun had a chance to speak. Thank me? For what? Ji Cheng questioned, puzzled. You are a valuable partner in business and have taken good care of my sister. The moment those words left Luo Qiyun's lips, Ji Cheng's demeanor shifted to one of caution. However, my sister has been rather spoiled, so her temper can be quite poor. I hope you can forgive her for any offense. Luo Qiyun continued. She does not harbor romantic feelings towards you, so I wish to prevent any of your time from being wasted. Ji Cheng was left in a daze. What? I don't understand what you're saying, he replied, a smile that resembled a grimace on his face. This is not good for anyone, Luo Qiyun said, placing his hand under the table to gesture for Qin Yu to step aside. Though confused, Qin Yu complied and moved to the table whereby Swejing and the others were seated. After Qin Yu left, Ji Cheng visibly lost his composure. Luo Qiyun, how can you betray mid-conversation like this? Ji Cheng exclaimed, frustrated. I am not betraying. I simply do not wish to see you hurt, Luo Qiyun insisted earnestly. With this approach, you have no chance. Qiyun has a boyfriend? Ji Cheng inquired. Luo Qiyun found it difficult to respond directly, as the situation was quite complex. I don't understand. Our families have been friends for generations, and we are well matched. With Qiyun's temperament, how many people can truly endure it? Ji Cheng. Luo Qiyun interjected sharply, hoping Ji Cheng would refrain from uttering certain words. I apologize. I lost my composure, Ji Cheng said. Qin Yu, seated nearby, was baffled as to why his brother suddenly broached this subject. When did Yin Jing's sentimental character become so prevalent? Bai Suijing remarked, sticking her tongue out in confusion. Indeed. When did that start? Su Liao echoed, equally perplexed. Going to the racetrack tomorrow? What sudden shift? Bai Suijing observed. Can I join? She added, feeling a bit bored lately. She hadn't bothered to dress up as a sweet girl in quite some time, having entirely discarded her old persona. She was indifferent to how she appeared now. Of course, Su Liao readily agreed. Qin Yu nodded, noting that it had been a long time since he had visited the racetrack. After the banquet concluded, Qin Yu returned home with Luo Qiyun. He still couldn't grasp why Luo Qiyun had chosen to say those things. What was with what you said earlier? Qin Yu asked. Luo Qiyun, now wrapped in his outer garment, had already fallen asleep. Could it be that his alcohol tolerance isn't as impressive as I thought? An hour later, the car halted in front of the Luo family's entrance, and Luo Qiyun awakened instantly. This guy is pretending. Upon returning home, he changed clothes and had his assistant help remove his makeup while Qin Yu lay in bed, receiving a photo from Luo Qiyun. The dinner consisted entirely of Qin Yu's favorite dishes. There was also a video. Uncle had drunk too much and instinctively reached for a cigarette. Just as he placed the cigarette in his mouth, Aunt slapped it away. Qin Yu couldn't help but laugh. Did you have fun? Qin Yu asked. Very much so, Luo Qiyun replied, having never experienced such enjoyment before, finding it quite intriguing. By the way, I'm leaving a live stream to you. She had not forgotten this matter. Huh, you want me to live stream? Are you serious? You'll be a substitute host for a while and make a post explaining it. There are still commercial deals pending. At least you must complete the streams over the next few days. All right. After a good night's rest, Qin Yu drove back to the rental apartment the next day, wrapping himself tightly before sitting at the table. After explaining to Su Liao and the others that he wouldn't be going to the racetrack today, he prepared to live stream. The live stream post indicated that the host had returned to their hometown and would have a mysterious guest filling in. Qin Yu glanced at the comment section, which was filled with complaints about the host becoming increasingly lazy. Reflecting on it, he realized that although the viewer count had skyrocketed recently, the frequent breaks were indeed unfair to the audience. Opening the game interface, he adjusted the streaming settings and retrieved a customized controller that he hadn't used in a while. After tweaking the joystick curve and key mapping, he went live. He donned glasses and a mask, attempting to conceal his identity. Hello everyone, good afternoon, he greeted. As viewers entered the live stream, whether out of curiosity or genuine interest, many began with a question mark. Who is the streamer to Qin Yu? Is she his girlfriend? The bullet comments queried. I'm just a substitute host. You can call me Xiao Qi number 2. Qin Yu responded, maintaining his usual playful demeanor. Indeed, how could Qin Yu possibly have a girlfriend? What a dull-wit bunch, he thought as he read the comments. To differentiate from his usual self and prevent any issues from arising, Qin Yu switched to controller operation. Originally, viewers had come merely to see the excitement, and a substitute host could never match the original's popularity. However, after watching for a while, they discovered that Xiao Qi number 2's skills were quite commendable. Although the viewer count was only half of what it usually was, it stabilized quickly. Jiang Feng was live streaming and noticed a bullet comment mentioning that Qin Yu's stream had found a beautiful girl as a substitute host. He quickly switched over. Where did he find someone to fill in? Jiang Feng pondered for a moment. The comments were full of requests for him to duo with Qin Yu. Let us not get carried away. We'll watch for a bit and then send some gifts to support. Jiang Feng shook his head, declining the suggestion. While he remained unaware of who the substitute was, the attire Qin Yu wore indicated she was not just any ordinary girl fresh out of university. She likely came from a distinguished family. This little rascal, quietly courting a young lady of high status? Jiang Feng was baffled, with his presence drawing in viewers. More people began to trickle into the live stream. Qin Yu occasionally glanced at the comments, perhaps due to the absence of the real host. The bullet comments were significantly less frequent. Moreover, with his face concealed, the audience's focus remained on Qin Yu's gameplay. Yet, due to the abominable matchmaking system, even with flawless performances, he still couldn't secure victories. His team, positioned second to last, scolded the last-place team amidst a barrage of profanities. Accustomed to the chaos, Qin Yu instinctively opened his mic to offer encouragement. Let us play well, everyone. We can win this round. The voice chat icon indicated that all 4 teammates were pressing their microphones, yet none spoke a word. I have a sister. It was uncertain who initiated the outburst. But suddenly, all 4 players became significantly more rational, and their skill level skyrocketed. In the end, they managed to turn the game around and claim victory. Sister, did I play well? Can you praise me a bit? Previously, when he had been the one leading, he would often be reprimanded. And even when he secured the most kills, speaking up would only draw fire from teammates. Now, these youngsters had grown bold. Ignoring them, Qin Yu swiftly initiated the next match, thanking the viewers for their gifts. Thank you, Qin Yu 1234 for the flying kiss moi. After expressing gratitude for the gift, a sudden realization struck Qin Yu. Someone was fishing for attention in the live stream. Luo Qiyun, at Uncle's house, was watching her phone with a mischievous smile. Her commotion left the live stream filled with requests for kisses. Ahem, the first gift was indeed sent, but none followed thereafter. The barrage of comments grew irate. Ah, so you fancy playing little tricks in the broadcast, do you? A gentle reminder to the host. This live stream is not a lawless realm. Chapter 89 Mom, no. I was just a bit nervous during my first live stream and spoke nonsense. Qin Yu waved her hand dismissively. Your little hands are simply adorable, hee. After inadvertently falling into Luo Qiyun's trap, the overwhelming barrage of comments surged. Many had even come to snipe her solo. Qin Yu resolved to remain silent. After an 8-hour live stream today, she planned to take a day off tomorrow and unwind at the racetrack. Post-broadcast, her social media was flooded with comments urging the host to never return, suggesting she should have a lifetime of substitutes. These people were utterly candid. The following morning, Qin Yu drove to the racetrack. After dropping off her belongings, she encountered Su Liao, who was instructing Bai Suejing. How's my talent? Bai Suejing asked. Her learning progressing quite well. This is merely a pony, designed for beginners like you. Su Liao often found herself at a loss for words due to Bai Suijing's excessive confidence. Are you implying my talent is mediocre? Bai Suijing retorted defiantly. All right, you're the most talented, Su Liao replied, choosing to ignore her. Let her play alone. It's been ages since we last competed. Shall we have a duel? Su Liao proposed. Absolutely, Qin Yu nodded in agreement. As Bai Suijing ambled along on horseback, the two raced down the track, clearly liberated from the constraints of competitiveness. Su Liao felt much lighter and surpassed her previous records. For the first time, she emerged victorious. Had it been her former self, she would have laughed uproariously, perhaps even throwing in a few jabs of mockery. But now, she simply smiled serenely. Did you let me win? Su Liao arched an eyebrow, a hint of pride in her expression. Considering I haven't practiced in ages, I suppose I did let you have it, Qin Yu replied, resting her hands atop the saddle. Next time, I shall ensure you lose thoroughly. All right, Su Liao chuckled as they leisurely rode side by side on the track. Isn't this a bit off, coach? Bai Suijing, having played around for a while, felt as though she was not riding, but rather being carried by the horse on a leisurely stroll. Nothing wrong with that, the coach shook her head. Bai Suijing glanced at the two, riding tall horses like gallant heroes descending the mountains. Then she looked at herself, resembling a little old man on a donkey. This was not the image she desired. I seem a bit out of place, Bai Suijing lamented unhappily. The three remained there until noon, then went for lunch. During the meal, Bai Suijing brought up the recent banquet. That young Master Ji drank quite a bit that day and had to be carried away, she remarked, curious about what he might have heard. Qin Yu shook her head. I didn't catch what Luo Qiyun said afterward. But it should have been enough to cause Ji Cheng to collapse. That seems a bit exaggerated. Perhaps he was hit by a soul attack. Bai Suijing pointed to her temple. What soul attack? All right, let us eat. Su Liao interjected, uninterested in the gossip. Such a splendid opportunity. Discussing trivialities serves no purpose. Try this. She deftly picked up some dishes. Sitting across from Qin Yu, Bai Suijing suddenly appeared startled, as if she had seen a ghost. She shrank back, as if fearful of being discovered, whispering to herself not to be noticed. Suijing, what a coincidence. Are these two your friends? It was her former boyfriend. No. These are my sister and my younger sister. Her ex, Yu Qian, felt a bit awkward and turned to greet Qin Yu. As Qin Yu raised her head from her meal, Yu Qian instinctively took a half step back. Wow. Isn't this the infamous young lady of the Luo family, known for her audacity to scold anyone, regardless of age or gender. Indeed, after that evening, the entire Yanjing was further entrenched in misunderstandings regarding Luo Qiyun. Although the young lady was quite charming, she seemed displeased with everyone, and those who dared to approach her that night were met with retorts. This was, of course, Mia Gosik. Do you need something? Bai Suijing sighed. Whether it was sadness or resentment in the past, it is all behind us now. Yu Qian smiled. I came to apologize for what happened last time. I meant no offense. He realized afterward that his words had been too harsh, but Bai Suijing hadn't seen him, leaving him with no chance to express himself. All right, say you're sorry, Bai Suijing nodded. I'm sorry. It's fine, you may leave now. Yu Qian stood frozen in place. Completely uninvolved, Qin Yu took a couple of bites. A bit salty, she remarked, placing her chopsticks down and lifting her cup of water. That slight movement startled Yu Qian. Goodbye, I won't intrude any longer, he fled. Bai Suijing smiled, watching Yu Qian's hasty retreat, feeling a tinge of mockery. Are you all right? Su Liao inquired, looking at her friend. Whatever it is, I remain unfazed, Bai Suijing replied earnestly. In the past, she had always envied Luo Qiyun's carefree nature, wishing to embody her other side. Now, she realized that perhaps emulating Luo Qiyun's way of life wasn't so bad. At least she felt much more relaxed now. After lunch, the two invited Qin Yu to watch a movie. Upon exiting, all three were yawning. Who on earth makes movies where the ending is predictable from start? Bai Suijing expressed her boredom. Not at all. I thought it was decent. Su Liao offered a contrasting opinion. Oh really? What is the name of the female lead? Su Liao hadn't actually been paying attention, as she had been preoccupied with feeding snacks and stealing glances at Qin Yu's chewing motions in the dim light. Someone observed this, but chose not to expose her. By the way, come to my house in a couple of days, Su Liao suggested, inviting a few friends over for some small activities. We'll see, Bai Suijing yawned, indicating her need to return and rest, and she departed first. Once she left, Qin Yu seized the opportunity to leave as well, just in time to see a message from Luo Qiyun, stating that everything was going smoothly with her cousin. Qin Yu promptly called her. Is the child adorable? Qin Yu inquired. I haven't seen them yet, but they should have a wrinkly little face, not very cute. Luo Qiyun shook her head. Everyone is quite happy, gathered around my cousin. The parents are inside, while the siblings are outside. In a few days, we'll be visiting our grandparents. Do you have anything to convey to them? Luo Qiyun asked. No, just enjoy yourself, Qin Yu replied. Feeling a twinge of regret that the chance to set off firecrackers during the new year had slipped away, as he had been looking forward to that moment. As they walked, Qin Yu suddenly felt himself collide with someone, only to find a little girl clinging to his thigh. Looking down, he saw a small girl, who had seemingly appeared from nowhere, gazing up at him with sparkling eyes filled with joy, breaking into a smile upon their eye contact. Mom, did you secretly have a baby behind my back? Luo Qiyun was taken aback. I was about to ask you the same. Qin Yu pinched the little girl's cheek. You've already opened your Christmas gift. What more is there to ask? Chapter 90 Little Yu is rather adorable. Are you lost, little one? Qin Yu crouched down, gently inquired. The girl, no more than 3 or 4 years old, was bundled in a white down jacket, resembling a fluffy little duck. She adjusted her white wool hat and shook her head, then nodded. Are you lost or not? Apologies, she behaves this way with all lovely young girls. Hearing a gentle voice laced with laughter, Qin Yu looked up. So tall, was his first impression. The older sister before him wasn't he wearing high heels, yet stood nearly as tall as Luo Shu. Her figure was slender and graceful, likely a dancer. The gentle charm she exuded was captivating. Clad in a simple white gown and a chestnut coat, she needed no adornments to accentuate her beauty. Unlike Yu Shenran's bold allure, nor was she as imposing as Rue Shuiying. Her mere smile was enough to enchant anyone. Is this your daughter? Qin Yu inquired. She is my cousin. Qin Yu rose to his feet, yet the young girl clung to him tightly, unwilling to let go. Dong Miaoai extended her right hand, finding the person before her somewhat familiar, though she could not quite place where they had met before. Luo Qiyun. Qin Yu exchanged a brief handshake with her. Was such formality truly necessary for a mere chance encounter? Oh, I know you, she remarked. Yes, knowing Luo Qiyun often comes with a rather dubious reputation. The outside world harbors many misconceptions about me, Qin Yu replied. All right, you let go of this sister now. It may cause her some discomfort, Dong Miaoai suggested. The little girl was relatively obedient, promptly releasing her hold on Qin Yu. However, once cradled in her cousin's embrace, she stubbornly reached out her small hand, still yearning to cling to Qin Yu. Indeed, the public had nearly transformed Miss Luo into a monstrous figure rumored to devour children. Yet upon closer inspection, she appeared quite the opposite. Dong Miaoai shook her head. I shan't intrude further. Farewell. Qin Yu waved his hand as he departed. Upon returning home to the Luo residence, he found his father deeply engrossed in several books. Even with his reading glasses perched upon his nose, he leaned in so close that it seemed he might be swallowed by the pages. Peering over for a moment, Qin Yu noted the title, How to Manage Family Relations. Luo Qinshan appeared rather excessively anxious. Qiyun is back, he discerned from the text. One word was yield, and another was endure. Qin Yu greeted as he ascended the stairs, narrowly avoiding an encounter with Luo Qiyun, who was descending. After exchanging pleasantries, Luo Qiyun settled beside their father, snatching the book and tossing it into the trash. Have you grown restless, young man? Luo Qinshan removed his glasses. You, of all people, have weathered storms. How could something so trivial rattle you to such an extent? This is akin to treating a minor ailment with drastic measures. Luo Qiyun countered vehemently. Trivial matter. Luo Qinshan exclaimed in exasperation. If your sister dating a boy is trivial, then there are no significant matters left in this household. Do you comprehend? Upon reflection, Luo Qinshan recognized his own overreaction. All sense of security stemmed from information, yet he now possessed not a shred of intelligence regarding his sister's potential suitor. He turned to his younger son, extending a hand as if to pat his shoulder. I wish to live a few more years, truly. Luo Qiyun leaped aside. It was not a matter of ability. He dared not play the spy to gather intelligence. Qin Yu understood his father's concerns, believing that once Luo Qiyun returned to Yanjing and found an opportune moment to publicly acknowledge their relationship, all would be well, wouldn't it? Meanwhile, Luo Qiyun finally beheld the newborn. As she had anticipated, the infant's face was scrunched up and far from adorable. He is so tiny, Qin Xinyu remarked, seemingly disinterested in the child. You were all quite small when you were born, too, she noted, although her cousin was merely a couple of years older. Suddenly intrigued, Qin Xinyu asked, Sister, who was cuter when brother and I were little? Without much thought, her cousin responded, Little Yu was cuter because he was easier to deceive. Back then, he was rather simple-minded. A piece of candy could lure him away without a fuss. Everyone adored little Qin Yu. He was affable, sweet-tongued, and greeted everyone warmly. Give him a toy, and he could amuse himself quietly for an entire day. Because of Qin Yu's well-behaved and charming nature in childhood, relatives assumed that his sister, Qin Xinyu, would be equally delightful. Thus, during the period when Qin Xinyu was 3 to 5 years old, many relatives took her home. eager to experience the joys of child-rearing. The outcome, however, was that Qin Yu, as a child, would create disturbances at night, crying out for her mother during the day. Some things you may not remember. You cried all night at my house once, and I nearly had to discipline you. Her cousin chuckled. Was I really that disobedient? Qin Yu questioned, skeptical. According to her mother, she had always been a well-behaved child. You were merely more compliant in front of little you, her cousin reflected. Such is the law of nature. After visiting the child, the group returned to their uncle's home. The following day, they planned to visit their grandparents in the countryside and also make time to pay respects to their father's grave. Early the next morning, after a 2.5-hour journey, they finally arrived. In the countryside, homes were more sparsely situated. Their grandparents' house was the first at the village entrance, with white walls and a black-tiled roof, guarded by a large yellow dog at the door. Their grandmother was reclining in a rocking chair, basking in the sunlight, while their grandfather, smoking a pipe, was tinkering with a collection of old tools on a historically significant wooden bench. Luo Qiyun took the fruits they had brought as gifts and placed them on the table. Her grandmother promptly rose to greet them, inviting everyone to sit down. Little Qin and Xinyu have returned? She exclaimed, grasping her granddaughter's hand and inspecting her closely. You've lost weight. Qin Xinyu smiled awkwardly, unsure of how to respond. Their grandfather remained preoccupied with his work, barely glancing at them. Luo Qiyun formed her first impression of the elderly couple. Her grandfather seemed rather aloof. Subsequently, the elderly lady engaged Luo Qiyun and her sister in familial chatter, repeating many of the same phrases. After all, she was an elderly woman, and this could be understood. By lunchtime, their mother was busy assisting their grandmother with meal preparations, while their uncle strolled through the village, indulging in idle conversation. Taking a deep breath, Luo Qiyun inhaled the fragrant scent of straw left over from the autumn harvest. Light and refreshing. Have an orange. Little Qin, their grandfather finally finished his tasks and handed over an orange. All right, Luo Qiyun accepted it and began peeling the fruit. Her grandfather stood a distance away, smoking, and when she glanced his way, he averted his gaze, pretending to be engrossed in nothing. Having finished one orange, her grandfather offered another. Here's another one. Grandfather, I just ate one, she replied. The old man, with his clouded eyes, scanned the area anxiously, appearing somewhat disappointed as he turned to leave. I'll eat it. I'll eat it. Luo Qiyun hastily stood to accept the orange. Before lunch, she examined her right hand. Her fingers had turned yellow from the citrus. Chapter 91. What would be an appropriate name? She still burped, the taste of orange lingering on her palate. Lunchtime consisted of a few simple dishes. Their grandfather, eager to share his homemade liquor, was firmly prevented by their grandmother. The table was laden with home-style dishes, fresh and flavorful. However, Luo Qiyun had consumed too many oranges and found herself unable to eat much. In the afternoon, she helped tidy the house, preparing items for the upcoming new year. Occasionally, she unearthed small trinkets from the corners, which Yao Jin would hand to Luo Qiyun, sharing tales of their histories. The couple lived in a bungalow built by their uncle 2 years prior, and many items had been left in disarray after the house was completed. They had intended to discard them, but the elderly couple had refused. Just as Luo Qiyun was delighting in the stories of Qin Yu's childhood, a loud bang resonated from outside, followed by a flurry of intense barking. Quick, let us see. Your sister must be causing trouble. Yao Jin chuckled. Stepping outside, they found Qin Yu holding a firecracker of unknown origin, detonating it beneath a dog bowl. She cautiously lit it and then covered the bowl before scampering away, watching as the aluminum bowl soared into the air, grinning foolishly. The large yellow dog tethered at the door lunged forward, its chain stretched taut, front paws elevated, barking furiously at Qin Yu. All right, let the big yellow one go. Luo Qiyun approached. Otherwise, it might bite you next time you return. Okay. Qin Yu nodded, deciding to find something else to explode. By the way, where did you get those firecrackers? Share some with me. The two wandered along the ridge. Everything in this place was novel to the young lady. By 4 in the afternoon, they returned to the doorway, their hands now reeking of gunpowder instead of citrus. Qin Yu washed the fruit and handed it to their grandmother, who opened her mouth and pointed to her few remaining teeth, saying she couldn't eat any more. You all eat it. No worries. I'll cut into small pieces for you. Qin Yu eagerly offered. No need, I don't fancy this stuff. At that moment, their mother also finished her tasks and emerged with a piece of sugarcane. She placed it on her knee, snapped it into 3 segments, and distributed them to the siblings and their grandmother. Luo Qiyun examined the unpeeled sugarcane, glancing around. This is hard to bite into. Qin Yu appeared to be suffering greatly as she took a bite, struggling to tear through the tough exterior of the sugarcane. In her fervor, she inadvertently struck her nose, causing her to clutch her face and hop in pain. Luo Qiyun quietly set the sugarcane aside, opting for oranges instead, reasoning that the sugarcane was rather unyielding. Ironically, it was her grandmother, who often lamented her own poor dental health, that managed to consume it with ease. Dinner, in contrast, was a more lavish affair. It marked the first occasion for Luo Qiyun to savor the fresh taste of lotus root, which had just been plucked from the water and placed on the dining table. Additionally, there was the fish, which had been lively just moments before, still thrashing in the pot as it succumbed to its fate. It was clearly unwilling to relent. Yao Jin pressed down on the fish with a spatula and turned a glance at Luo Qiyun. Mother's smile is somewhat intimidating, she remarked. After the meal, the siblings were assigned to rest in the largest room, where 2 beds were positioned against opposite walls. Their grandmother brought in layer upon layer of blankets, piling them high and thick, ensuring they would not catch cold during the chilly night. She was nearly wrapping them up like Zongzi, still not entirely reassured. It's all right, grandmother. The blankets are too thick and could lead to overheating. Luo Qiyun finally managed to persuade her. Once the elder had departed, Luo Qiyun found a moment to message Qin Yu. She sent several scenic photographs along with a note, expressing her enjoyment of the day. Qin Yu, upon viewing the pictures, felt a pang of regret, having not visited in several years. It seemed that someone was far happier than he had been lately. Qin Xinyu, cocooned in blankets, revealed only her eyes as she inquired, "To be honest, who exactly is that sister who came to your aid last time?" Luo Qiyun turned her phone screen down. Setting it aside, "Do you truly wish to know? If you intend to tell me directly, then yes, but if you plan to negotiate, consider this conversation forgotten." Qin Xinyu turned her head away. "What is your impression of her?" Luo Qiyun inquired. Qin Xinyu pondered thoughtfully. "I can't say much, but when you both stand together, you certainly complement each other well." That was indeed a compliment. "Once we return to Yanjing, I shall introduce you," Luo Qiyun replied. "How should I address her? Should I call her sister or sister-in-law?" Qin Xinyu asked. "Either is fine." The following morning, the sounds of packing outside roused the two from their slumber. Luo Qiyun was the first to rise. After washing up, she noticed her mother was busy airing the blankets, while her grandmother conversed with an elder from the village. Upon seeing Luo Qiyun approach, the two exchanged a few pleasantries before resuming their discussion. Curious, Luo Qiyun leaned in to eavesdrop. Indeed, Xiao Jin was quite extraordinary back in the day, the two elders reminisced. Luo Qiyun initially thought they were extolling her mother's youthful beauty, her maturity, and her capabilities. She imagined her mother effortlessly handling 3 opponents, demanding their submission in a manner that was less common among young women. "Who?" Luo Qiyun glanced around. Yao Jin was smiling as she busily hung the blankets. All the words she could think of to describe her gentle mother aptly applied to her. It was surprising to learn that such a nurturing figure had once harbored a fierce side. That day, she returned home upset after a confrontation, saying that reason wouldn't suffice, and sometimes one must resort to force. "I thought she was joking," her grandmother recounted, half amused, half bewildered. When they finally arrived to mediate the dispute, Yao Jin had already bested 3 opponents. Fortunately, the children's strikes were not severe. They only left minor scrapes. Her grandmother apologized to the other party, who was somewhat reluctant to accept. Though these were tales of long ago, Luo Qiyun had never heard them before and found them immensely entertaining, sitting down and listening for quite some time. Meanwhile, on the other side, Qin Yu sat on the sofa at Su Liao's home, feeling somewhat overwhelmed by the gathering. He had anticipated a small gathering of friends, yet there were over a dozen people present. Surrounded by the crowd, he played the board games prepared by Su Liao. As it became his turn to roll the dice, all eyes turned to him. 1. Move back 3 spaces. By Swedging, acting as the host, glanced at the corresponding squares effect. Bankrupt with your wife and child leaving home. Ahem. By Swedging hesitated to continue reading, and the atmosphere grew awkward as everyone chuckled nervously. It was simply that Qin Yu was exceptionally unlucky, continuously facing penalties. He was well aware of his misfortunes, which is why he avoided games of chance like the plague, never participating in draws for skins or cards, and he certainly stayed away from games like mahjong. He knew that the cards he didn't want would keep coming, while those he needed would vanish as soon as he needed them. This game is rather dull. Let us move on to the next segment, Su Liao declared, swiftly clearing the table. The next phase required Qin Yu to sample the sweets they had brought, all of which were homemade. Considering Luo Qiyun's status as an actress, they had thoughtfully prepared small portions for tasting. Even so, the dainty treats were surprisingly complete in their complexity. Each petite cake sported a single strawberry that seemed rather out of place. "Let us go one by one, and average," Qin Yu remarked after sampling a piece of chocolate. "Ordinary." Another cookie followed. "Who made this?" By the third tasting, Qin Yu frowned. "I did." Someone stepped forward. "It's inedible. Please don't make it again." The excessive sugar made it unbearably sweet. He assumed that such blunt criticism would temper their enthusiasm, But the one who had been directly criticized only laughed heartily, clinging to her friend's arm. They had not come seeking praise at all. They were simply looking for a roasting. Ultimately, Su Liao was the one who understood his palate, having produced something genuinely edible. As Qin Yu picked up her Napoleon cake, he stood to leave. Are you going to eat outside? The group expressed disappointment, but there was no one outside. Qin Yu refrained from explaining, as the lack of company was precisely why he desired to step outside. Watching him depart, the others exchanged glances, sensing they had upset him. Well, if you think that, it only shows how little you understand her, Bai Suejing stated sagely. Everyone turned to her, eager for clarification. When a young lady is truly angry, she will throw a punch, not simply walk away, Bai Suejing declared with an air of bravado. You may know a thing or two about desserts, but do you understand tsundere personalities? Oh, the group suddenly grasped the situation. Su Liao, overhearing, felt her ears ringing. What? This is pure misdirection, she protested. That is not it. We truly had too many people here, she explained. Getting her to come out is no easy feat. And suddenly having so many people made her uncomfortable. Ah, so the young lady is shy, is that it? Bai Suejing continued to engage the group, while Su Liao discreetly slipped out, seeking the right angle for a photo. Today, Qin Yu donned a white knitted long dress paired with a pink coat, white ankle boots, and a pearl white hairpin securing his long hair at the left temple. The white beret bobbed gently as he nodded. Su Liao took out her phone. Strawberry milkshake. How adorable. Click. She managed to snap photos without Qin Yu noticing and continued to capture several more. As he set down his red tea and turned his head, the dozen or so onlookers hid in the corner, watching. This group was truly acting rather peculiar. If only I were back home, I could set off firecrackers. The gathered crowd could not have imagined that, while appearing to ponder some vexing matter, the young lady was actually contemplating fireworks. Let us go. Su Liao stood up to leave. In such scenarios, the first to seize the opportunity to take a photo would enjoy the spoils, while the rest would be left with nothing. A throng of people crowded around Su Liao, clamoring for the pictures. Don't even think about it. Su Liao cradled her phone close to her chest. No need to ask. I have one here as well, taken during our previous outing. Bai Suejing opened her album, but upon a mere glance, everyone dispersed, for it was filled with group photos. They desired candid shots of individual portraits. What do you all mean by this? Bai Suejing protested, feeling indignant. After finishing his snack, Qin Yu glanced at the time. It was 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and it was about time to return home, as he had a live stream to attend to. After shaking off the reluctant crowd, Qin Yu made his way back to his rented apartment. He had not seen Xia Ran in recent days. Perhaps she was busy. It was for the best, as it spared him the awkwardness of explaining himself should they cross paths. Settled before his computer, Qin Yu brewed a cup of tea, blowing on it gently before taking a small sip, then commenced his live stream. To his surprise, he noticed a rise in followers despite having taken a day off from streaming. It seemed that diligently serving as a technical host was not as effective as engaging in more entertaining antics. Good afternoon, greeted the viewers in the chat. But soon their comments turned to critiques of Qin Yu's attire. Forget it. These fellows have ulterior motives, he thought, choosing to ignore them. The afternoon's streaming content comprised both gameplay and an interactive segment involving video commentary. A question arose regarding how the host had met the guest streamer. Qin Yu pondered the answer. How to articulate their acquaintance? Was it fate? We met through gaming, he replied in the comments. The guest streamer was evidently not an ordinary individual. Her attire suggested wealth. Who is deceiving whom, I wonder? He mused, quickly deleting his previous comment. As he scrolled further, the comments devolved into chaos, with some urging the guest to stream more frequently. Could she manage 25 hours a day? Others suggested the host should step aside for her. Knowing they were all jesting, Qin Yu simply replied with an agreeable sure. Once the stream concluded, he stretched, ready to relish the evening's leisure, when his phone rang unexpectedly. Are you free tonight? Come by the office. Jin Ming had not disturbed him for several days. It's year-end. We're having a small gathering. Just drop by for a bit. Such trivial matters warranted no refusal. So Qin Yu acquiesced and drove to the company. Yu Shenran awaited at the entrance and scrutinized Qin Yu from head to toe. Pink cotton candy, she remarked. Why the sudden invitation? No notice whatsoever. It wasn't initially planned. But the boss seems a bit off lately and wants to flaunt his financial charm. So we thought we'd join the fray, Yu Shenran explained. Following her inside, they arrived at the venue where Ji Cheng was surrounded by a throng. Jin Ming also had several unfamiliar faces in her vicinity. New recruits had joined her team. Is she busy? Qin Yu inquired, perplexed. I thought you, young lady, had become much easier to manage lately. Thus she has the energy to mentor newcomers, Yu Shenran remarked. It was evident that Luo Qiyun had caused considerable trouble. Let us go greet her. And Xian is also here, Yu Shenran suggested. and Xian stood awkwardly amid the crowd, clearly ill at ease in such social settings. His mood had not been the best lately. He had intended to return to Yanjing to treat Qin Yu to a meal, but instead he had gone back home. What a pity. Hello, and Xian greeted politely. Hi. Qin Yu nodded, then shifted his gaze through the crowd, spotting Xiaoran. You're a senior now. Do help guide these newcomers when you have the chance, Jin Ming said, standing nearby. Me? I'm just a novice myself. It will be better for Luo Qiyun to come, Qin Yu replied. While they chatted idly, Qin Yu noticed everyone gathering around. Chapter 93. Regretful for her being a newcomer? Qin Yu glanced at Xiaoran. Yes, senior, Yushinran affirmed. Well, it seems that mentoring newcomers is not something I will truly be tasked with, Qin Yu thought. Finding a spot to sit, Yushinran returned with 4 glasses of drinks. Champagne, red wine, brandy, and margarita. She gestured for him to choose. Just water, thank you. Qin Yu declined. Yushinran shook her head in disappointment and brought him a beer instead. Qin Yu looked at her with an odd expression. 0 degrees, she remarked. That's fine. He accepted the glass and took a sip, clicking his tongue slightly. It had indeed been quite some time since he last drank. In the midst of the gathering, Ji Cheng was speaking, drawing everyone's attention, while the crowd split into 2 groups. Jin Ming and her subordinates remained near Qin Yu. It seemed rather disrespectful to the boss. Several seniors were advising Xia Ran on Jin Ming's character, what was permissible and what was not. Overall, under Jin Ming's leadership, resources were plentiful and public relations were not a concern. Even romance was permissible, as long as prior notice was given. Just avoid causing trouble and refrain from creating disturbances on set, one senior cautioned Xia Ran. This indeed opened Xia Ran's eyes. Except for the young lady, she remarked, glancing at Qin Yu. But she has changed quite a bit. She is rather adorable now, the senior reflected. Xia Ran nodded in agreement. Qin Yu held his glass. Listening to you, Xin Ran's complaints about recent events. I've given up on socializing. Every time I go out, troubles follow. I've dedicated my ample free time to honing my acting and culinary skills. Ji Chen quickly concluded his conversation with the others and approached them. Dressed in a black suit and tie, he bore an air of seriousness, a stark contrast to his usual demeanor. Excuse me, could you please step aside for a moment? I have a few words to discuss with Qiyun privately, Ji Cheng said courteously. Yu Shinran glanced at Qin Yu, and upon receiving his affirmative nod, stepped aside. Ji Cheng. Qin Yu raised his gaze. The last time Luo Shu had asked him to step aside at a gathering, it was likely to prevent Ji Cheng from losing his temper. Yet, that seemed unnecessary. Such matters would eventually need to be faced. Luo Shu is overly concerned that I might go mad. He's making a mountain out of a molehill, Ji Cheng said, sitting upright. Qin Yu met Ji Cheng's gaze directly. Well, to be fair, he wasn't exaggerating. You have indeed lost your composure before, Qin Yu replied. Ji Cheng seemed to have convinced himself otherwise. Someone like me, having seen everything within reach since childhood, is only afraid of my cousin Wu Qing's fists. I never truly knew whether I was merely caught up in a moment or genuinely infatuated. Have you found your answer? Qin Yu inquired. Ji Cheng's presence here suggested the answer was becoming evident. Perhaps in a few days, this self-pitying sentiment would dissipate. Ji Cheng forced a smile. Or perhaps you simply fell for the wrong person, Qin Yu suggested. Don't say such things. I'd prefer you to just punch me and tell me to get lost. This only makes me regret more, Ji Cheng replied, shaking his head. I know you never drink. Can you make an exception this time? Ji Cheng pushed a glass of brandy toward him. Qin Yu accepted the glass and downed it in one gulp. Seems nothing significant has transpired. Ji Cheng nodded. Thank you. He appeared even more regretful and excused himself to find a place to sulk. Yu Shinran returned to her seat. He asked quite straightforward, she remarked. Watching Ji Cheng's retreating figure, she turned back to Qin Yu. He gently shook his head, his cheeks slightly flushed, squinting his eyes and swaying just a bit. Are you all right? Yu Shinran quickly stood. The floor, why is it floating? Qin Yu thought as the world spun around him, feeling as though he were suspended in midair. With his eyes closed, he toppled to the side. Yu Shinran reacted swiftly, managing to catch him. One drink, and this is why the young lady herself avoids alcohol. Ji Ming, I'll take Qiyun home now, Yu Shinran announced, lifting Qin Yu and preparing to leave. Upon returning home, Yu Shinran gently placed Qin Yu on the bed and stood at the doorway for a moment, observing. The individual curled up in a ball, hands interlaced upon the pillow. Good night. The following morning, Qin Yu arose, scratching his head. He had anticipated that Luo Qiyun's body would possess a poor tolerance for alcohol, yet he had not expected it to be this dire. Good morning, young lady. Good morning. Qin Yu got up. After freshening up and changing into his clothes, he emerged, hair tousled, to find Yu Shinran had prepared breakfast. What transpired after I downed that drink last night? Qin Yu hoped he had not caused any trouble. Well, aside from searching the venue for a duel, nothing much. I was jesting. Qin Yu regarded her. That is not amusing. During the morning break, Qin Yu expressed his grievances to Luo Qiyun regarding her alcohol tolerance. However, it was not that Luo Qiyun was averse to drinking due to her poor capacity. Rather, it was to protect others at the table. He also mentioned Ji Cheng's matter. Upon receiving the news, Luo Qiyun did not respond, instead slipping her phone into her pocket. "Brother, could you stand a bit closer?" Qin Yu, holding a firecracker of unknown origin, looked at the short green fuse with trepidation. "I'm a bit scared." The firecracker in her hand was thicker than the sugarcane she had eaten the previous day. If it exploded, all the dogs in the village would surely bark in chaos. "If you're afraid, you needn't light it." Luo Qiyun sighed. "By the way, isn't this illegal?" Qin Yu shook her head, extending her hands outward while retreating. She planned to duck back after lighting it. Boom! Dust flew, and a dog from an unknown household barked, soon followed by a chorus of barking. Luo Qiyun was curious about where her sister acquired such items. None left. Qin Yu appeared disappointed. The firecrackers available now were merely weak sparklers. It was increasingly difficult to find these powerful ones. "So where did you get these?" Luo Qiyun inquired. "From my old stock." Qin Yu had hidden them in the storage room years ago. Upon returning this time, she had thought of these items and brought them out without fear of them being expired. "We can't go back. We can never go back. Just like what I have lost." "Xinyu," their mother called out, and Qin Yu immediately ran over. After lunch, the family planned to visit their father's grave. Luo Qiyun had yet to ask why their father was buried there. She imitated Qin Yu and sent him a message, inquiring if he had any messages to convey. Qin Yu stared at his phone screen. "No, just tell him I'm doing well." After traversing a stretch of field path, the three arrived at the cemetery. "We are here to see you, Dad." Qin Yu crouched down to place incense. Luo Qiyun recalled that her family, including Qin Yu, had never mentioned their father. Even now, before the grave, their mother did not appear overly sorrowful. Chapter 94. It wasn't intentional. Luo Qiyun crouched down, assisting in clearing away the dirt and weeds from the grave. Their mother and sister exchanged light-hearted banter, which contrasted sharply with Luo Qiyun's previous experiences of visiting graves. "See you next year, Dad." Qin Yu waved as she stood up. On the way back, Qin Yu walked ahead while Luo Qiyun stood beside their mother. He had expressed his fondness for the scenery here during his first visit. Yao Jin reminisced, unable to suppress a smile. At that time, the area was filled with dilapidated, low-roofed houses. He had come during the harsh winter when the ground was covered with dead grass. Luo Qiyun slowed her pace. Their father did not love this place. It was merely where his beloved resided. When you were born, he often remarked how you resembled your mother. Yet he also claimed his temperament was too gentle, not suitable. Yao Jin pinched Luo Qiyun's cheek lightly. "But when you turned 3, you looked just like him." On their way back, Yao Jin recounted numerous past memories. In the afternoon, the family was busy preparing for the new year. Their grandfather started the pump to catch fish from the pond behind the house. Qin Yu stood at the pond's edge, eager to join in. The pond had turned into a muddy pit, and she was keen to jump in. "Don't fall in, stay back, child." Their grandfather puffed on his cigarette, the smoke stinging his eyes, his hands muddy and unfit for wiping away tears. "Do you want to go play in the mud?" their grandmother asked. "Yes," the sister nodded. Wearing ill-fitting waders, Qin Yu cautiously tested the water at the shore, then struggled forward in the mud. Why let the child wade in the mud? Their grandfather was somewhat irked. "She'll get filthy. Ignore him." Their grandmother shrugged, uninterested in their grandfather's complaints. In the mud, Qin Yu fumbled about, catching a small fish, placing it in a bucket, and grinning foolishly. "Sigh." Their grandfather sighed. After a long while, Qin Yu had only managed to catch a handful of small creatures in this pond purported to have large fish. Luckily, her efforts were not in vain. She finally caught a sizable fish. Reaching out, the fish's scales slipped through her fingers, nearly escaping. Instantly, Qin Yu used both hands to grasp the large fish, pulling it out, only for its tail to slap her face, covering her in mud. "PFFT, PFFT, PFFT. Luo Qiyun laughed from ashore, but the next moment, the fish flew towards her. Caught off guard, she was splattered with mud. Hee. Qin Yu chuckled while standing in the muddy pit, but the next second, her foot slipped, and she fell into the pit, embodying a mix of laughter and tears. Half an hour later, Yao Jin looked at the clothes soaking in the water and the sniffling Qin Yu, shaking his head. "I said it was just a slip of the hand, not intentional." "Brother, do you believe me?" Qin Yu explained. "Huh, I believe you," Luo Qiyun replied, her expression skeptical. On the 24th of the 12th month, Qin Yu finally concluded his live stream for the business deal. His father had been messaging him for days, urging him to return home. Considering that the Luo brothers were likely still busy, Qin Yu decided to visit the Luo family to spend time with his father. Unexpectedly, upon returning, he discovered that both Luo Shu and Luo Qiyun were indeed present. Luo Shu was at the door, seemingly engrossed in a phone call, occasionally breaking into a silly grin. He had such moments a few times each year, but previously they were expressions of empty joy. This year, he seemed genuinely happy. Luo Qiyun suddenly appeared beside him. Qin Yu was puzzled. What could this mean? Leave him be. He probably won't be very normal these days, Luo Qiyun explained. However, there's an upside. During this time, asking him for favors is exceptionally easy. He usually agrees without hesitation. Entering the house, Luo Qiyun had emerged from the tangled mess of books. The good news was that he had freed himself from the shackles of distorted ideologies. The bad news was that their father had begun to twist prayer beads. Sister, I bet you that when I go over and say something, Dad will create sparks from the beads. Do you believe that? Luo Qiyun had no intention of consulting Qin Yu and walked over to their father, saying something after glancing back at Qin Yu. Their father's movements quickened, and his breathing became more rapid. After dinner, Qin Yu announced his fatigue and intended to head upstairs to rest. However, before he could rise, Luo Shu pressed him back down. What is the matter? Qin Yu looked up at Luo Shu. Perfect timing. I have something to discuss. Their father interjected eagerly. Sister, why not come visit my place tomorrow? After all, you're the cornerstone of the project. Luo Qiyun preemptively extended the invitation. He also wanted to coordinate with Qin Yu about their schedules for the following day. Luo Qiyun raised his right hand in a gesture of surrender. I can wait in the back. Please, you two go ahead. There is a performance tomorrow. If you have time, would you like to join? Luo Shu proposed. The two brothers turned to their father. Your turn. Their father suddenly found it difficult to speak. The activities arranged by the brothers seemed far more intriguing than his own plans. Forget it. I have nothing to say, their father said, feeling despondent. In that case, I'll reschedule for the day after tomorrow, Luo Qiyun stated, not daring to offend his wealthy elder brother. Qin Yu's expression darkened. You didn't even ask if I accepted the invitation, did you? The next morning, Luo Shu was ready and personally drove off. Qin Yu noticed a bouquet resting in the back seat. Luo Shu's intentions appeared to be veiled beneath the surface. Upon arriving at the venue, the two settled into a private box on the second floor. Qin Yu propped his chin on his hand, gazing outside. As the performance commenced, he quickly became engrossed in the opera. In contrast, Luo Shu, who had accompanied him, seemed rather indifferent to the spectacle. After a 2-hour performance, Qin Yu finally comprehended Luo Shu's ulterior motive. He was waiting in the backstage lounge, clutching the flowers. The leading actress emerged from the dressing room, and Luo Shu's expression transformed immediately upon seeing her. Qian, we meet again. However, the actress did not initially notice Luo Shu. Instead, she approached Qin Yu. Qin Yu scrutinized the woman before him and finally recalled who she was, the elder sister he had encountered that day, Dong Miaowai. Did you come to the show alone? Dong Miaowai inquired, leaning slightly forward with a smile. Qin Yu remained silent, gesturing towards Luo Shu. Dong Miaowai glanced back at Luo Shu, then continued as if nothing had happened. Do you have time later for a meal? It seemed even the renowned Luo Xiao could experience disdain from others. Qin Yu nodded. Given Luo Shu's numerous assists, he figured it wouldn't hurt to help him this once. Can my brother join us? Qin Yu surprised himself with this question. Of course. Dong Miaowai replied with a nod. She walked ahead, with Qin Yu by her side and Luo Shu feigning calmness behind them. Qin Yu cast a sidelong glance at Luo Shu, shaking his head with a look of disdain. Isn't your new play set to premiere after the new year? Dong Miaowai appeared well informed. Do you both actually know each other? Qin Yu subtly pointed behind him. Dong Miaowai merely smiled, offering no response. Their acquaintance was undoubtedly more profound than mere recognition. Chapter 95. Am I also a part of your play? She was aware of Luo Shu's patience and discretion, thus understanding that few would discern the nature of their relationship. So, what exactly is your relationship? Unable to elicit an answer from Dong Miaowai, Qin Yu directly questioned Luo Shu in the car. I don't know, Luo Shu replied, still awaiting clarity. If you keep this up with your riddles, I'm going to go mad guessing. Qin Yu loathed when people spoke in half-truths, leaving others to speculate. Then go ahead and guess. Dong Miaowai chimed in from the front seat, looking back at Qin Yu with a smile. So, does that mean your brother has become a heartbreaker? Qin Yu remarked. And in a fit of rage, you fled abroad, vowing never to return. Luo Shu, portrayed as the protagonist of a romantic pursuit, merely nodded in agreement. It is possible. What else? Qin Yu observed the two. You aren't planning to involve me in some peculiar play, are you? Luo Shu and Dong Miaowai fell into silence. Indeed. Upon arriving at the restaurant chosen by Dong Miaowai, Luo Shu and she sat together while Qin Yu occupied the seat opposite them. By the way, what about that little girl from the other day? You two aren't. Qin Yu still felt a twinge of annoyance. No, Yo-Yo is indeed my cousin. Dong Miaowai glanced at Luo Shu, seeing he had no intention of elaborating, and thus divulged the truth. The two had known each other since childhood. Luo Qiyun had fallen for Dong Miaowai at first sight, and she felt the same, yet both were too engrossed in their careers to nurture their feelings. The normally composed Luo Qiyun's best choice was, in fact, to let go. At one point, I truly thought he would give up. Considering everyone knows Luo Qiyun never wastes time on risky endeavors, waiting for a possibility that may never reciprocate. However, to Dong Miaowai's surprise, Luo Qiyun proposed a wager. In 10 years, if we are both still single and successful, we shall be together. So now you understand, Qiyun. Your brother is rather naive, yet deeply sentimental. I see. I am merely a cog in your play. Qin Yu raised an eyebrow, his expression peculiar, concealing his disdain for Luo Qiyun. Dong Miaowai shook her head. Won't you say something? She glanced at Luo Qiyun. I am waiting for my fiancée to fulfill her promise. Luo Qiyun responded nonchalantly. Dong Miaowai sighed and gently kissed his cheek. Does your father know about your little game? Qin Yu asked, while some were privy to their relationship. It certainly did not include Luo Qiyun. Wouldn't it be better to surprise him? Luo Qiyun asserted confidently. I hope it will be a pleasant surprise. Although Luo Qiyun referred to Dong Miaowai as his fiancée, their interactions throughout the meal remained minimal. After lunch, Luo Qiyun showed no inclination to escort his fiancée, instead urging Qin Yu to return home. So, you summoned me here to serve as a witness? After settling into the back seat of the car, Qin Yu remarked, a witness to your 10-year-long reward. Luo Qiyun shifted the topic, looking at the empty seat beside him. Why don't you sit in the front? That is no longer my place. For such a significant moment, I naturally wish for an equally important guest to bear witness. Don't you agree? Luo Qiyun flattered Qin Yu. Do you not think it rather foolish of me to cling to a tree while hanging? Qin Yu shook his head. All I can sense is the bittersweet aroma of your love. Yet, even in mere imagination, Qin Yu could perceive the hardships Luo Qiyun had endured over the years. Perhaps Dong Miaowai truly cherished him enough to keep the wager hidden for a decade, silently honoring it alongside Luo Qiyun. However, their separation across vast distances rendered such solitude unbearable for anyone. Are you truly so confident that this relationship will remain unscathed for 10 years? Qin Yu queried. I lack the confidence to predict the future 10 years hence. Luo Qiyun replied earnestly. I have merely chosen someone I believe is worthy of my trust. Upon returning to the Luo residence, Luo Qiyun promptly confided in his father about this matter. Luo Qiyun listened calmly, showing little reaction. So you're saying you and that girl from the Dong family have mutually harbored feelings for a decade, barely meeting, and now you wish to become engaged? Yes. And I'm not even the first to know. You inform your father of your impending marriage only now? Indeed. Luo Qiyun stood earnestly before his father. I see. This is what they call psychological expectation adjustment, right? You feared I would struggle due to Qiyun's situation, so you concocted this tale to deceive me, didn't you? Luo Qiyun laughed heartily. I'm serious. Luo Qiyun stood tall. As his father calmed down, he nodded, knowing Luo Qiyun would never deceive him. After all these years, a weight has finally lifted from my heart. Luo Qiyun expressed his joy. This is a good thing. I believe the person you have chosen is without fault. Luo Qiyun finally breathed a sigh of relief. Am I the first to know about this? Luo Qiyun continued to smile. No. Luo Qiyun's smile faded. We just had lunch together, and Qiyun was the first to know. Qin Yu was inadvertently dragged into the fray. Oh, then it's nothing to worry about. After confessing to his father, Luo Qiyun temporarily excused himself to attend to pressing business matters at the company before the new year, including organizing the engagement banquet. The house was left with only Luo Qiyun and Qin Yu. The children have all grown up, Luo Qiyun mused to himself. But Qiyun, do not fret. Even if Luo Qiyun marries and has children in the future, you will always be daddy's treasure. When he turned around, Qin Yu had already departed. In the afternoon, Luo Qiyun hurried back to pick someone up after receiving a phone call. I thought brother would occupy your entire day, Luo Qiyun remarked. You are aware of his affairs? Yes, Luo Qiyun nodded. Why does everyone consider him a fool? He is the most perceptive in our family regarding these small matters. He even once gave me a hefty sum to keep quiet about this. That was Luo Qiyun's first taste of success. Although the entire situation appeared somewhat abstract, it was indeed characteristic of him. Luo Qiyun recalled that prior to his sister's transformation into her current self, every time Luo Qiyun returned home, he would sit in his room and continue working. Even when dining together, silence enveloped them. At that time, the old father found no topics to discuss with his son and instead incessantly advised Luo Qiyun on matters pertaining to the business realm. Luo Qiyun merely nodded, entirely devoid of the warmth of familial interaction. In the afternoon, after visiting the studio with Luo Qiyun, the family gathered for dinner to deliberate on the details of Luo Qiyun's engagement banquet. Time swiftly passed, and as the eve of the Lunar New Year arrived, Luo Qiyun found herself seated between her uncle and grandfather during the reunion dinner. The two men, after consuming their drinks, engaged in a lengthy discourse, filled with trivialities. Their conversation escalated to the brink of an argument. At an opportune moment, Luo Qiyun lifted her utensils and glass, rising from her seat. "Where are you going, Xiao Qin?" Her uncle raised his hand, signaling her to stay. "I wish to sit at the children's table. The drunkenness is too daunting." After the meal, everyone gathered to play cards. Luo Qiyun had never played mahjong before, but after her mother explained the rules, she took over her mother's place. Seated opposite her was Qin Yu, with her aunt and cousin flanking her. As the mahjong machine whirred, Luo Qiyun grasped her tiles, waiting for the other three players to organize theirs while she continued to contemplate her hand. She discarded a tile, causing Yao Jin, who was observing from the sidelines, to cover her face in disbelief. "Child, how can you play the tile you desire?" The once promising hand of tiles was rendered a disarray by Luo Qiyun's moves, and by the time she could declare victory, the tile she needed remained the last one in the pile. The situation could have been even worse had it not been for the other three players' hands. Initially, there seemed to be no hope for this round, but then Luo Qiyun drew a tile and exclaimed, "Victory!" As she pushed her tiles forward, the other three players looked as though they had swallowed flies. Is it truly possible to win playing like this? The young lady's extraordinary luck manifested in every aspect. The tile she sought continued to appear, defying all odds. After several rounds, Qin Yu, exasperated, rested her chin on her hand, pleading for mercy. With such a winning method, who would dare to challenge the young lady at mahjong? Once they finished playing, the two girls vacated the table, allowing the older siblings to take their place. Luo Qiyun glanced at her phone. It was nearly midnight. Local tradition dictated that firecrackers and fireworks would be set off after the stroke of 12. Qin Yu retrieved the large fireworks her uncle had purchased that morning, moved to a safe distance to ignite them, and then hurried back. Bang! Luo Qiyun looked up as the fireworks from neighboring houses erupted into the sky. A stunning display of colorful brilliance. "Hello." Luo Qiyun answered her phone. It was Qin Yu calling. "When will you return to Yanjing?" Qin Yu was seated by the fireplace in the living room, gazing out at the swirling snow. After the Lantern Festival, Luo Qiyun replied, a smile curling on her lips. On the other end, Qin Yu let out a barely perceptible sigh before adopting a facade of nonchalance. "All right, enjoy yourself." After hanging up, Qin Yu leaned in. "Aren't you going to stay a few more days? You have to return to Yanjing on the third day." Qin Yu lamented. "I can't neglect my work," Luo Qiyun explained. Meanwhile, Qin Yu set down his phone, his face flushed from the warmth of the fire, when suddenly a scream echoed from the kitchen. "You can't hit people with a rolling pin." Luo Qiyun sprang up in flight. It remained a mystery why the three men insisted on cooking themselves. The outcome was three individuals failing to meet even half of a chef's standards, leading to a full-blown ruckus in the kitchen. Fortunately, the Luo family's kitchen was large enough to accommodate their chaos. With no other choice, Qin Yu stepped in to take charge. The three men stood aside, marveling at Qin Yu's adeptness and composed demeanor. "Everyone out. This is a kitchen, not a stage for applause." The three retreated in sequence, too timid to speak. The old father wiped the flour from his nose, pondering when Qiyun had learned to cook. "My sister picks things up quickly, doesn't she?" The three of us Luo men, aside from our knack for business intrigues, are utterly inept at everything else, Luo Qiyun remarked. Luo Shu nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth in his words. Allowing the family chef to take a holiday on New Year's Day was one of Luo Qiyun's most regrettable decisions. Yet he soon found solace in the heartfelt meal prepared by Qin Yu. "It's the new year, Dad. Please don't cry. It frightens me." Luo Qiyun poured wine for his father. The family engaged in playful banter, and the days passed peacefully. Before long, it was the fourth day of the new year. Luo Shu had mentioned the previous day that Dong Miaowai and her parents would be visiting today. Thus, the family made some preparations to leave a good impression on their in-laws. The three men busied themselves indoors while Qin Yu ventured outside to build a snowman. As the Dong family's vehicle arrived at the front gate, the three went out to greet them. Luo Shu appeared somewhat shy before his in-laws, but Dong Miaowai, walking at the back of the group, veered toward Qin Yu. "Are you building a snowman, Qiyun?" she asked, crouching down to help him shape the snowballs. Qin Yu glanced at the large snowball in his hands. "Are you here to make a snowman? You can make the head, and I'll help you build the body," Dong Miaowai said, standing up to fetch a snow shovel. However, she saw Qin Yu poking 2 holes in the snowball and drawing a line for a mouth. "That's not the head of a snowman. That's a human head. He is crafting a statue," she remarked, setting down the shovel and turning to enter the house. "I was just joking. Why did you run away?" Qin Yu picked up the shovel to form the body of the snowman. Inside, everyone was engaged in lively conversation, and each time Qin Yu ran back inside, The chatter paused, and all eyes turned to him. "Hello," he greeted, then dashed back outside. "The young lady of the Luo family is indeed as delightful as the rumors suggest," someone commented. While this was a compliment, it was not without its caveats. After all, there was another side to the tale. Despite her charm, the young lady of the Luo family could also be quite formidable. The three men of the Luo family nodded in agreement. Qiyun is indeed charming. Her temperament is part of her allure, which I find quite endearing, Dong Miaoi declared. After reaching an understanding, the Dong family was personally escorted by Luo Shu upon their departure. When Luo Shu returned home, he found Qin Yu had built several snowmen. As he walked closer, he saw Qin Yu suddenly strike a snowman with a shovel, causing its head to topple off and snow to cascade over Luo Shu's face. Wiping the snow from his face, Luo Shu stepped back, attempting to distance himself. "Is everything going smoothly?" Qin Yu inquired. "Smoothly." Luo Shu had no choice but to halt his retreat. Although both sets of parents were somewhat puzzled by the dynamics of their relationship, they nonetheless approved of their union. With the engagement banquet scheduled for 2 weeks hence, Luo Shu keenly sensed that Qin Yu's mood was less than ideal and sought to slip away. Just then, a booming sound erupted outside, followed by the arrival of someone at the front gate. Luo Shu glanced around. "I have matters to attend to. I'll be busy for now." He hurriedly excused himself. Qin Yu nodded, taking the shovel and toppling the snowmen one by one. His phone vibrated in his pocket. Who could be calling at this moment? He pulled out his phone to check. "What are you doing?" It was Luo Qiyun on the line. "Nothing of note." Qin Yu replied, planning to return to his rental apartment for a live stream that afternoon. "Go inside now and change into something warmer." "Change clothes?" Qin Yu gave it little thought, changed his outfit, and stepped outside, then picked up his phone. "Look outside," Luo Qiyun instructed. At that moment, Luo Qiyun stood outside, removing her helmet and waving at Qin Yu. "What are you doing?" Qin Yu moved forward. His pace quickened until he reached her. The call was still connected. "I missed you, so I came back," Luo Qiyun smiled. Inside, the old father was walking out with Luo Qiyun. "Qiyun, tonight, our father will certainly have his eyes wide open." He did not see the face of that audacious young man on the bike, but only witnessed Qin Yu removing his hat, donning his helmet, and sitting on the back seat, arms wrapped tightly around Luo Qiyun as they rode away. "How brazen," Luo Qiyun remarked, astounded.